changing up the pace. You are burning alive, BR. He wasn't even visible. But all of a sudden, it's Rez. Which he is going to hold. Rez goes round and will take him down. The patience pays off. Oh my, that was the round. That was the game, in all honesty. And it might just have given TYLOO away back in Jam Young. The moment quite the opposite. He is trained in on Icon. Pistol out. Hades on 4 HP against the world here, just creeping around. Where's this player gotten to? He doesn't quite know. Somehow finds that kill. You can't be serious. Headtrick also very low.
Too much respect.
He's going to hold his position into the peak. Smoke goes onto the bomb. Oh my god, grenade's perfect. That's going to stop. No, it won't because... Okay, 9 blasted away. And then they get back onto it. He's going to hold it. He's going to stick it. Oh, yeah. Finally, Fame closes out Inferno.
Until I did shift positions. It's a great Deagle, though. It's going to force Courtney Swan to the open. This is so aggressive, and it gets punished. There was no flashes or anything alongside it. Oh, that was such a weird decision, and they're going to get punished for this so hard from Towson's Deagle, who just goes and removes every single head.
It looks like it'll be GG moment, and they're not going to find that early advantage. Not by a long shot. Sadzin continues to find great output here. That's going to be 4 kills in the round. He's on for the ace.
timing is good over here, though. Jacasmo's going to be given a lot more space to just focusing on short. Visual doesn't have a shot. The conversation. Need to pop open a smoke that was going to be dissipating regardless. Jambo puts it to good use. 2 quick kills found. It's Snow and Digit. Out, but he's not ready for Fame to come in and combine. Sadsin now holds off. He was good in the first round for the CT side, and now Sad continues to provide the massive amount of pressure. It's between him and Dumao to try and hold off these players, and Sadsin is doing it all on his own. The pistol round. And he's still caught between angles. It's Su to take him down. Swings out wide. The Arenzian alone. So much cover fire. Su's able to go the distance. They needed to get the kill with the Deagle. And now as Su swings out wide, it is the Arenzian to end the round with a quick USB shot to the head.
Fnatic realizes the player inside of that bathroom. NQZ finally dealt with Snow, just decapitating. Jacasmo just flourishing under the new organization.
Stuck at the back here, looking for another headshot. He's going to get the spray down. He's already saved them once, and now a missed shot from Saka is going to seal the deal. Oh, the clock's running down low. He misses it. 12 bullets left, and another headshot. A stunning clutch. Mistake, although he does get the headshot, but honestly, they had a 4 versus 3. He had another incendiary, even another flashbang. Now Towson, good shot. Oh, what a flick from Hypex. Takes down Amelia. One more shot will do it, and he will absolutely clear out Call Me Su. That is so sick from the guard. Then you get a bomb plant in the process. Oh, I say that. But Insani's lined up too. Ultimate and Shui trip over each other's shoelaces and now give an opportunity back into this round. Nerd's watching for the cross. Oh, he actually traces the ball flashbang. That's a hell of a shot onto Kickert.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the CS Asia Championships 2025. Day one certainly delivered on all fronts, and we certainly have more awesome action lined up today on day two. It is time to continue to feel the rush. My name is Parla. I'm still one of your desk hosts, and I'm still joined on the desk by Zvonimir Professor Barata, and then on the very end, we have Dust.
Sound, yeah. I like how you simplified that. It really rolls off the tongue.
Yeah?
I'll have to start using that.
I think we've got something going here.
I feel like his was more accurate than mine.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Zvonimir Professor Barata.
Yeah.
That's official verbiage.
That's the...
on your birth certificate, no?
Yeah, the cheese.
Yeah. Anyway, gentlemen, great.
I was named after the cheese.
Great to have you back. How are we doing? Yeah. How are you guys feeling today?
Good. Excited for the game today. Had some good games yesterday. Had a bunch of overtime. So
yes,
you know, as you said, feeling the rush from the start of the tournament.
Yes.
We're also now feeling the best of threes, which I'm very happy about. BO3 only from here on out, other than the grand finals, which is BO5. So we've already seen some teams go by the wayside as well. Some more surprising than others, and yeah, see how this continues to develop.
Indeed, talking about developments, why don't we take a look at Group A, see what's transpired over the course of yesterday and where we are at today. You know, what happened over the course of day one, our current group standings, I think some very interesting results in there. Dust, did you want to jump in?
I mean, just the fact that GamerLegion's already gone. I mean, that's one of our teams that we thought was like maybe a team that could actually win the whole thing. In fact, one of their players thought so with a direct quote.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
He felt pretty confident they were going to win the whole thing, or could win the whole thing. But yeah, definitely didn't expect them to lose. I mean, obviously a tough draw against Liquid in the BO1, but beating Lynn Vision should have definitely been in the cards for them. So to see them lose there, maybe some people will be happy though that Lynn Vision succeeded on home soil and still alive in this tournament. But that's really kind of the main one that sticks out to me. Everything else is, you know, not too crazy.
There's one that I wanted to point out. Prof, I'd love to get your thoughts on it. Legacy making it straight through to playoffs.
Yeah, that game against 3D Max was kind of a banger, not gonna lie. Didn't expect them to get that W. That's 3D Max is a team that I expected to be in contention for the title for sure. And Legacy honestly played a really good game. Alato has been I don't want to say smurfing, but kind of almost in that game and in general in the tournament so far. He definitely helped Legacy get into the playoffs already. And now they're going to be playing Liquid.
Liquid is so back, by the way. All right, I'm calling it now. This is my rapid hot take. Way too early to say it, but Liquid's so back. They're so back.
If you're framing it as a rapid hot take, play. That being said, though, on the more expected side of things, Team Liquid also making it through to playoffs.
So back.
Congratulations to them. I'm sure they're very happy with where they are at. All right, let's take a look now at Group B. You can see what took place yesterday.
TYLOO Fluxo.
Where we are at now. Yeah, TYLOO Fluxo was our match of the day, our personal match of the day for the three of us on the dash. What was it, triple overtimes, Prof?
I think it was 3 or 4, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Jam Young, 40 kills. That was just an insane performance. And, you know, the fact that it came so close, still concerning. And they have TYLOO playing Fnatic next. I think that's going to be a big challenge considering Fnatic's rise in form recently, qualified for the major, and you know, proving also here in the first game that they're not a team to, you know, just gloss over.
I got to give a shout to Jacasmo because, you know, this guy has come in, he stood in for Crims at Fragadelphia, basically played all of Crims' roles, and then now he's come in for Cypher, and he's playing a whole bunch of different roles. Yeah. So the fact that he's been able to kind of adjust so rapidly between tournaments and be able to do well for himself is certainly a good sign, especially because right now Fnatic are apparently undecided on what roster they're going to use at the major, and so this is going to be one of those data points that they're going to have to reflect on to see, you know, whether or not they bring the boy Cypher back or how they're going to play things out.
I have no idea what's going on there. It doesn't really make sense.
It doesn't. No.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that Jacasmo is in these roles or that he's doing so well. But you know, I think he definitely has a spot on this roster, and maybe Crims is just having.
We're just rebuilding like, Passion UA all over again from the Shanghai Major, man.
Yeah, I mean, it is 3 out of 5. Like,
yeah, exactly.
The core of that lineup, you know. So you know, we'll see what happens for that.
Guys, whilst we continue to discuss things, why don't we take a look at our talent predictions? So, as is often the case, we've got our analysts to pick the teams that they think will be progressing.
GamerLegion dead, of course.
A and B, and very interestingly, all 4 of our analysts went with GamerLegion. Now, though, grayed out and of the competition.
That's a rough one over there.
Prof, we've got 3D Max and Liquid still in the mix. And yeah, Dust, the same for yourself. So guys, you're still in contention for 2 out of 3. And I think also, let's be clear, coming into this competition, GamerLegion, there was a good chance they would progress. But
yeah, I mean,
in that sense, they've underperformed.
Their results haven't been that great recently, but I just thought in this, with the teams that are here, they had a good shot. I definitely didn't expect them going out on the first day, like traveling to China, being eliminated one day. That absolutely sucks. The other team that got eliminated, the Huns, at least the travel's not that, you know, not that big of a deal. Also, huge underdogs here, so not big of a surprise, I think, for anyone, including themselves. But for GamerLegion to come in with Hypex as well, like he was one of my, you know, uppers to watch. Not in terms of like, oh, he's gonna light up the server, but like I want to see what this guy is made of.
Well, you got 1 day of it.
I got 1 day of it, and honestly, everything I saw was that porch position on Inferno. He was only in that position 90% of the time. I don't know if he can be anywhere else on the map, to be honest.
I mean, you know, I don't think I can put it too much on him individually. I think it was just an overwide team failure, right? Again, losing to Liquid in the BO1, fair play, that can happen. But against Lynn Vision, that best of 3 just did not look themselves at all. You know, and this is a team that has at times placed 5th, 6th at big tournaments. Like, they've shown streaks of being able to be brilliant. Ash has a high reputation as a coach. PR has been an incredible individual player. Rez has kind of revived his career on this team. Like, there are a lot of positives about GamerLegion, but unfortunately, they've had a couple of blunders this year, and this is going to be one of them.
Guys, with that said, I think we've set the scene quite well. Why don't we turn our attention to the schedule for today? We can see exactly what action we have to look forward to. We're going to take a look at Stream B first. We'll start things off with Fluxo versus Pain Gaming. Definitely going to be some Brazilian cannons firing off on the server. Who'll end up coming out on top, only time will tell. Then we've got Heroic versus FUT. 2 p.m. Remember, these times are set for local time, so Shanghai time. And then we have, to round out the day, MIBR versus Virtus.pro. We can now bring up Schedule A, Stream A, I should say, and we'll start things off with Bait versus FaZe Clan. That's the match that us three are doing from the studio. Then in the middle of the day, we'll have TYLOO versus Fnatic, and then close things out with Lynn Vision versus 3D Max. TYLOO versus Fnatic, that is an interesting matchup of Counter-Strike.
Kind of a banger. I feel like it's going to be a banger.
It could be pretty crazy. If we look at the TYLOO that we had yesterday, going off, not really necessarily going off, going up against Fluxo, just about making it through, going up, then down, and then finally making it. Do they have what it takes to take out the current iteration of Fnatic? I think so, but it could be quite unpredictable, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, TYLOO is kind of a team that showed us two different faces, right? They showed us the ability to win against some of like the kind of tier 1.5, tier 2 European teams when they won the Fisher Playground 1 just not that long ago, but then they lost to those very same teams the next tournament to get eliminated very early on. And so, again, we've seen kind of flashes of individual brilliance, I think, on the team for one. You know, Jam Young is obviously going to be a standout. I think G is one of the better operators out of the region. They have a couple of other guys who can, at times, pop off. But it's just now they're in the phase of trying to find some consistency. You know, they've already won a trophy for the organization, something they've never been able to do. And they've been around CS for a very long time. TYLOO's been around since Jump Street and CSGO. And, you know, but, yeah, it's about just kind of finding that happy, you know, idling place that you can sit at.
Prof Dust, let's not waste any more time. Now turn our attention to our first matchup of the day, FaZe versus Bait. So everybody, this is our Group B lower bracket round 1. Both teams coming off losses. It's now do or die for both of these teams. And yes, FaZe are in this position. We avoided sort of chatting about it when we were going over our roundup of day 1, but no doubt the biggest anti-result of day 1, the biggest surprise of day 1, FaZe losing to FUT. Prof, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I did not see that result happening, even though we knew that FaZe is coming on. Like kind of jet lag. They flew in the last minute because they were playing EPL, the third place decider and everything. They come to play against FUT, who are a team that has pretty much no LAN experience. Longs for them is the veteran of the team. Like, dude is like 20 years old. He did play in like 7 different teams over the last 3 years. Had quite a journey. But I think the way they turned it around and like what he said after the win, I thought was pretty funny. He said, we knew FaZe were pretty bad on the T side from the get-go. I think this is where this team is at. They kind of need some delusion to be successful.
There you go.
And they managed to do that. Statistically, absolutely not true. They literally FaZe are, if you just look at their T-side stats, the best team probably at this tournament. 3D Max, in my opinion, but stats say FaZe are the best team outside of, you know, MIBR that are farming locally and the Huns that are farming locally. They're the team that does the best on the T side. But they did have, you know, recently 1 or 2 bad T sides on Mirage, and I'm pretty sure the coach of FUT was just like, guys, don't worry about it. They suck on the T side, and they were like, yeah, guys, we're gonna make this comeback.
It was rough to watch.
Yeah, 9-3 down, 9-1 down. Actually, FUT make the comeback in the end. That's an insane result for the team that has like 3 land maps together, just losses in Birch Cup.
And it gets worse than that. Like the 9-3 is bad enough, but then they went up like 11-5 because they won a deco, and then they wound up losing an eco. They lose a 3-on-2 post plan. It's just they lost in so many different ways, and it's just like, come on, you can't fumble it at the finish line. Like,
yeah, I don't know if we have the round that actually
we're going to have the veto in a moment. Whilst we stay on the topic of that matchup, FaZe versus FUT. Yeah, 11-5 up. What was going wrong, Prof and Dust? Why weren't FaZe able to close it out? What do they need to avoid doing today?
Yeah,
going up against Bait.
It was the full range, right? Like they were sloppy on some of their executes where they weren't getting into sites efficiently, but then they were also not able to close out some of their post plans with man advantages and with really good positions and site control. So it was really the full gambit. I mean, you couldn't pinpoint one thing that went wrong. It was a failure on multiple levels, including losing an eco.
I want to also give credit to FUT because like even if they were 9-1 down, it wasn't really a game where they had no chances. Like Demon was coming into bomb sites, opening stuff up, and they were getting into close positions, but it's just like on the other side, you have Twist and Frozen that also shine in these situations where it's kind of chaotic and you just need to rely on your aim and team play. So FaZe were really in some tight positions, but constantly winning out. So it seemed like, you know, they were just dominating these kids that are pretty much, huge underdogs. But it was quite a tense game throughout. And of course, there's a world where FaZe wins that like 13-5. There's also a world where they lose at 13-5. It was quite a crazy game, and ultimately, FaZe today, I am convinced will be a completely different beast to what they were yesterday.
Vito up on screen now. Dust, I know you want to jump in for it, so please do.
No shocks here. I mean, FaZe has basically been banning Trainer Overpass lately, so I knew one of those would get banned, and so it did. Bait permabans Nuke, so really no surprises there. I really felt like the match that we were most likely to see would be Ancient Mirage with maybe an outside chance for like a Dust 2. And FaZe actually picked Dust 2. Maybe they saw something in the film yesterday from the matchup that we saw Bait play there. Bait picking Mirage, no surprise there. That's probably their strongest map. They've won the last 5 out of 6 games they've played on Mirage, so yeah, pretty standard, I think.
Honestly, a map pool where both teams are like, let's just play these maps because we both like these 3 maps pretty much. Kind of would have even maybe expected a Overpass pick, considering it wasn't banned from FaZe. But as you said, Bait really liking Mirage, though FaZe also really like Mill. They beat was a Vitality recently on it, right? So I think that gives you some fear factor of FaZe's Mirage, and even though they lost yesterday, it's not like a map that they're uncomfortable on in any way. But I guess at least it gives Bait some tape to be like, oh, how does this 5 play? Because they didn't play any other map together, actually.
Let me jump in there, because I can just see, I'm aware of the time. We've got about 2 minutes left. So yeah, we'll be playing on Dust 2 Mirage Ancient. We haven't set the scene so much for the audience at home with regards to Bait. Yeah, they had a hard-fought loss versus Heroic. Heroic with Hades standing in, Bait with Krasnal standing in. Any positives to draw away from that loss going into today, or what needs to change? Dust, starting with you.
I mean, still competitive with the standing, and Krasnal actually played admirably. I think for them, it's just about getting some of the other individuals online and just kind of trying to figure out a way to, navigate the server together, despite the fact that they, have a new player coming in to sub. The thing is, though, is that they play like a very loose, aggressive play style, and so I think they're able to slot Krasnal in, pretty effectively. But here we also are kind of learning a little bit about what FaZe wants to do, that they have Twist and Jacob on the server at the same time. And what we actually saw them do is Twist is actually taking Frozen's position at long A, and now Frozen is going to be playing in the B tunnels. Jacob has remained untouched. So that's how they decided to kind of, create a little bit of synergy with the team going forward. And I think this is actually a pretty optimal setup for how to put these players in the position. The one other interesting thing that they did is on the CT side, Frozen's now a B anchor. And they have Twist playing the B rotation position. So that is a little bit of a difference for both of those players. But Jacob, once again, remains untouched. So this is one of the matches where Frozen's actually made the most changes to kind of accommodate Twist.
Yeah, I mean, for me to just add on to the roles and stuff, I think it's interesting how different the 2 teams are from the IGL perspective, because NPL putting himself in the action, putting him kind of playing around his own individual skill. On the other hand, you have Kerrigan, that we know is a guy that's going to be sacrificial, that's going to set up his team and the other players. So 2 very different approaches from the IGL style. If anything, what NPL does kind of reminds me more of Twist's IGLing in Liquid, where he's like, I will make the call and I will be in the position to just profit from the call if it is good. And we saw yesterday how important it was for NPL to actually be playing well. Essentially, if he is fragging, they're winning rounds. If he's not fragging, they're not winning rounds. That happened yesterday, and I think it will happen today again. If he's not going to be on point, they're not going to be upsetting FaZe here. I
mean, they've lost their last 7 out of 9 Dust 2 games, is what's really concerning for me about Bait, and you're dealing with the same situation. So the odds really stacked against you in that regard. Whereas FaZe, though, it's not like their record on Dust 2 this year is really knocking your socks off either. They've had their own struggles. I mean, that's just generally speaking, FaZe this year has had a lot of struggles, right? But we were kind of hoping they would bring some of that energy over from EPL, where they had that crazy run with, the last dance for Rain again. The unexpected second last dance for Rain. Unfortunately, yesterday they got off on the wrong foot, but now they've had a day to kind of settle back in. Now they're into the best of 3s, and this is where hopefully they'll show that class that we expect out of them.
Gentlemen, we do have a bit more time to chat. Let's stay on the topic of FaZe. Sort of going off what you just mentioned, Dust. Yeah, I'm wondering what Jacob's feeling right now. The situation he's in is quite a unique one. It's absolutely not a case that the FaZe loss yesterday hinges on him, but I'm sure there's some level of discomfort, considering how well EPL went with Rain coming back in and Twist's firing off, and then they come into here and he's reintegrated into the squad, and they get a very odd first loss to FUT. I wonder what's the mood like in Jacob's head right now?
Yeah, really quickly, I think that, Jacob's facing pressure on multiple fronts. One, the initial pressure is he came in to replace Elige, one of the best entry fraggers in the world, and so they wanted him to play that main kind of space taker role for this team and kind of be that entryman, and they put him in some of the star CT positions that Elige had left behind, right? But now he's facing the other end of the pressure, where now Rain is gone, and a lot of people were kind of hoping maybe like Rain and Twist would play together or something like that. Maybe Jacob would come in later or whatnot, and now he's having to play new roles, like he's playing a lot more anchor positions on CT side, which is not what he was meant to do when he first joined the team to accommodate this new Twist pickup. So, I actually feel bad for Jacob, because it's the pressure of these veterans that have kind of made way for him to stay on this roster, but it's also about him trying to find a way to fit in structurally and role-wise to still play well.
And Prof, what are your thoughts on that? What do you think Jacob's role has sort of been so far in the limited time that he's had to play with the team? What would your preference be to get this young guy activated?
Honestly, I think it's an unfair position to be in. Like, first of all, FaZe is a team that people always are expecting to be winning titles. It's been almost a year and a half since they won a title, so that's not even realistic. That's not even the reality we live in. This is more like the brand of FaZe existing from before. The reality is that FaZe has been going through a really rough period with, like, even Brokey was out of the team for a while. Rain coming out, going out, coming back. The signing of Elige, who is objectively a really good player on the server, but didn't work out. There's like so many things that went wrong, and then they're like, okay, we're bringing in Jacob. He should fix everything, This is not a realistic scenario for him. He's not that guy. Like, he wasn't. He's a talent. He did look good in previous teams a bit, but nothing to the degree of like, this guy's gonna save FaZe. And that's kind of the narrative that was built when he came in. And even he said it, like, he was nervous when he came in and playing the first game. He's like, my hands are a bit shaky and stuff like that. It's like, I understand it completely, because he is so out of his depth. The role he has now on the team, I think, is fair, because now you have Twist as well. You have Twist, you have Frozen, you have Brokey. These are three main guys that need to perform. And then you have Jacob, a guy that can be skilled, but is going to be used more in a sacrificial way in terms of like setting up the rest of the team, setting up kind of what they had before in like Rob's, Brokey, and Twists. This is a three late round guys that can close out any round. If you put them in a 4v3 or whatever, they have a good chance. And that was the identity of FaZe for the longest time, and they completely lost it with Elige. They were not a good like late round team, and hopefully they can become that again. I think ultimately for Jacob, if he's a bit outside of the spotlight, that should only help him perform better.
I kind of want to pick up on what you were talking about there. Is I feel like now you have specialists in those make the lid round situations with Twist and with Frozen. Like, they thrive in positions where they can trade off of someone, or you can put them like in a tight mid round, like 3v3 moment, or you put them in like a late clutch type situation. Like, that is where they really thrive. And those are two fantastic pillars to have on the team as a foundation to play from, where you have these extremity playmakers and, again, those mid to late round guys. The problem I'm worried about with FaZe going forward with this configuration is, where's the opening power going to come from? Because you've already kind of hit the nail on the head. Kerrigan's going to go in first a lot to set people up, but he's not going to get a lot of entry frags while he's doing it. And then it's like, well, is Jacob going to be able to be the entryman? So far, he hasn't really been able to do that. And now he's having to also adjust his CT positions. It's like, there's a lot of moving parts on this team over these last couple of months, and it's already been a rough year. Right, and I think the other thing that really hurts is, like, we saw what they were capable of when Simple stood in, and they actually did have some magical things happen. We saw them have some magic with Rain on the way out the door. So we've seen, like, where the ceiling can be, but it's like their floor is just a total question mark for me.
You mentioned openings or openers. If we turn our attention back to Bait, yesterday, Krasnal standing in for Bait, he did pretty well. It wasn't quite enough to bring his team over the edge. How much of an impact do you think he can have today against FaZe? Prof, starting with you.
Well, I think he's always been a pretty good player. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that things didn't go better for him overall in his career. Like on Monty, he was kind of a standout in some of these roles, like anchoring roles. I think he always had quite a bit of impact, but like the team situations never really worked out. I feel like if you look at someone like Hades, who's also standing in here at this tournament, I feel like they're kind of a similar caliber of player, where Hades had a lot more opportunities and experiences at like top level. I think Krasnal I don't think he's necessarily a downgrade in terms of like the skill of the player in any way. It's just that he's kind of thrown into a team, right, with probably zero practice, and it's going to be a bit wonky overall. But they're also using him as the first guy in most of the time and anchoring and stuff like that. So you can kind of rely on him to do his own thing and just tell him where to go, and hope for the best from that point onwards. He did have a really good game yesterday against
I think I was sort of surprised. Perhaps you want to remark on this, because I completely agree with what you're saying, Prof. But I was surprised with the level of, whatever level it was, if you want to put a number on it, the level of cohesion that Bait did show with Krasnal, to the same extent, Heroic with Hades. Yeah, I'm wondering how much cohesion Bait need today with Krasnal to pull it over the line versus FaZe, because I feel if FaZe perform reasonably above their floor, not necessarily needing to be close to their ceiling at all, FaZe have the edge here. They should win. Yeah, I'm wondering how much cohesion Bait need to get this done.
It's tough because you're playing against a FaZe team that is kind of an enigma right now. Like, you don't know what you're going to get, right? I mean, Kerrigan's always been that, guy who is like a mid-round caller. He likes to, kind of play standard openings, but then really kind of configure, what he's going to do in the mid to late round, throw in the big pacing changes, make him as unreadable as possible, basically. And so when you're a team like Bait, who already comes in as the underdog, and now you have a stand-in like Krasnal, the real problem becomes not how you set up how you want to open rounds, it's how you respond to what FaZe do, and are able on the fly with Krasnal, who is not used to playing with you, be able to react appropriately to certain situations in the heat of the moment. And I think that's going to be probably the biggest hurdle that they're going to face, coming into this elimination best of 3.
I mean, that's not just a Bait problem. I feel like that's a problem for most teams that we see at this tournament, because the teams outside of the top 10, 12, 13, 15 just oftentimes don't have the depth of like, okay, if they are doing this, execute, how do we react? Do we have like a plan B, a plan C? We saw yesterday, was also, I think, Legacy 3D Max, where 3D Max was just doing like upper hits on Nuke, and Legacy just couldn't stop it. It was like, this is just one of the many things 3D Max has. And then when they figured out, okay, these guys can't really do anything against it, then we can just keep doing it over and over again, because for some reason Legacy maybe didn't expect exactly this execute, or didn't face it recently, so they didn't have a really good solution for it. I think that's kind of the situation that Bait is in oftentimes, and that's why like it's hard to be an underdog and get a victory from behind or whatever. I think another thing for them, and for both of these teams actually, funnily enough, I was looking at some stats before the event. Pistol round wins, FaZe highest of all teams here, Bait lowest, 60, and that is like 60.
That could be a huge thorn in
yeah, FaZe is 62% and Bait are like 36%. That's like completely on the other opposite sides of the spectrum. Usually it is, even for the worst team, it's like 40, 45 to 55. Pistols are kind of a coin flip. When you have that kind of a disparity, that doesn't really spell good for you, especially as an underdog. In MR12, win both pistols, you're really on set yourself on a good track to victory. Yesterday, Bait won one of them, but then lost the force after that. So, not really setting yourself for victory in that way either. So I think that's something that they'll need, as boring as it is and a cliche, is like, oh, you need to win your pistols. But if you're not winning your pistols as an underdog in a best of 3 against FaZe with a standing, I don't know how you plan to win the game.
I mean, it could be described as a cliche, but pistols of the utmost importance, especially right now in the meta. Guys, I can give you both and our audience at home a little update. We do know there are some technical difficulties going on right now. We've got our worker bees doing their best to fix everything as soon as possible.
Frozen not doing anything.
So if you have any more thoughts you'd like to share, guys, we can do that. Or, of course, we can head to a break. Dust, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I mean, I think just like, obviously in this matchup, we kind of had the anticipation that FaZe should be able to win this one, but they have a long lower bracket run afterwards if they want to continue to try to find themselves a playoff spot. And we're also thinking about the greater overall picture of FaZe, longer term, as this is a team we do expect to eventually become competitive again. you know, at least get themselves into like a consistent playoff picture, right? Which is something they have lacked to do most of the year. But I think that, you know, now that they finally have what we believe to be the 5 that they want to roll with long term, obviously it's the 5 they're going to play the major with, and we'll see after that. But I think there's just so many question marks that we still have to kind of keep an eye on this team. You know, Jacob's development is one. Brokey, I'm still not convinced by his comeback with the op yet, if I'm being 100% honest. I think that's still a big one that people are kind of concerned with. And so, yeah, they have a lot of proving to do, I think, to kind of get themselves back on the right track still.
Prof, is it fair to say that FaZe should be looking to have a strong result at this tournament?
Absolutely.
It'd be quite a failure to maybe not get into the top 4. I feel like the time here at the CS Asia Championships for them should be used very wisely, and if it is, they should be, I think, getting into that top 4. Is that fair?
Yeah,
and if they don't do that, then yeah, a lot of things to get sorted before the major.
I think what you're saying is if FaZe don't win this tournament, they're finished.
No,
I think that's what
absolutely,
you just said. That's kinda,
unequivocally not saying.
That's kind of how I.
I mean, really, let's be real though. Their only real excuse that they're going to have if they don't do at least
jet lag
at this tournament is this is our first event together with our full
yeah.
But let's talk about jet practice. Jet lag is real.
Absolutely.
Jet lag is absolutely real.
Yeah.
Like you fly to China from Europe, first 2-3 days you're sleeping max 4 hours. That's just how it is. Like, unless they hacked everything, I know obviously some of them pretty experienced, they are used to travel.
Maybe they needed the heroic nose apparatus.
Oh yeah.
More oxygen, more
oxygen straight into the brain. But
absolutely.
Honestly, I do really think that must have affected everyone in the first few days. So that's a rough one. But what I wanted to say, you're talking about is FaZe finished. You're really like hammering this point that you think it's over for them. I mean,
to clarify again, not my words.
You could say that. I mean, I miss Sam. Sam would say something like this, and I could just play off of it. Paula's so scared to like admit what he really thinks about FaZe.
This is gaslighting.
What Paula really thinks about Kerrigan.
Phone, get to your point, all right?
The point is, I mean, they need to get out of the hole. They are in a hole.
Absolutely.
I just want to reiterate what I said at the beginning. It's realistic scenario is they're just not that good. They haven't really done much. Their biggest win against Spirit, huge. That the win against Spirit at EPL, huge. Also not with their lineup that they're moving forward with. So how much does that even mean, right? Outside of that, they've been just like a kind of a middling
Well, dude,
team.
just look at their resume. For 10 months, the best they have done is top 8 at Katowice, top 8 at Cologne. So basically top 8 finishes to kick off each season.
Yeah.
And then they had a couple of top 4 finishes at like PGL, Cluj-Napoca, and Bucharest. And honestly, the Cluj-Napoca one was actually super disappointing how they played in the playoffs, even though they finished top 4.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's all you've done for an entire calendar year, outside of making the playoffs or the blast off major as well, I guess.
People bag on 3D Max for being a team that just shows up to events and doesn't really do anything ever. But like FaZe is just slightly above that for this year. It's not like
basically just a couple more playoff appearances.
Yeah, and then they just have the FaZe name on top of it that people are like, they're gonna win a tournament. I feel it in my bones. Obviously, we all kind of want to feel it, but it's. I don't know. I don't know if this core needs more changes to survive, to thrive, to be like a championship contender. I think realistically, Twist is a huge signing. He's just a great player. He's an amazing player. But I still don't put them in the top. Like they should win. They should be in contention to win the major. I don't think they're there yet. In my eyes, I'm happy to be proven wrong. But like you mentioned, Brokey. He's good. There's not a lot of great hoppers out there today, and that's why like I don't want to criticize him too much. But it's not like he's lighting the server on fire. People can talk what they say about whatever Shiro, but he is extremely dependable for Spirit, and that's not something Brokey has in his arsenal. The dependability to be like a supporting element to the rifling stars that are more common today.
He's the classic flashy hopper who can make really crazy plays and hit really crazy close-range shots, or like have a crazy multi-kill moment that makes you just, he's a fanfare hopper. He gives you those exciting moments, but it's just like the floor sometimes is just so incredibly low that it becomes a burden when he is kind of popping off for you. And I think, we're all being doom and gloom about FaZe, but I think we're doing it from a place of like, we want to see the best Counter-Strike possible. And the best Counter-Strike possible is having a bunch of top teams who can all contend for a win, right? We've already had so many unique winners this year. You know, Spirits won a couple events, G2 won an event, Furia won an event, Mongols finally won an event. You know, Vitality, after dominating the entire first season, they've gotten their first win of this season. It's like we have so many teams who have been able to lift a trophy, so many teams who have been able to make it to the playoffs. We're starting to build, in my opinion, like a pretty strong top 10 as far as the world rankings go. But it's like FaZe should be a part of that when you think about the DNA that they have had in Counter-Strike.
The vibes are good though.
Oh, that's huge.
Have you got your man on the floor?
You got your man on the floor.
Can you? We don't know.
Yeah, can we wire him in?
Have you got your person on the floor giving us a vibe check from
actually
Shanghai?
No, Prof. You see that white camera there in the corner? That's a direct thing to Prof's smartphone. He's actually chimed in like.
To anybody at home that's not aware of what we're referring to, so Prof has some sort of mole on the inside in Shanghai, feeding him specifically vibe checks. Yesterday, what match was it before? Where
Heroic.
It was Heroic, and the vibe checker said that the vibes or the vibes were just mid, right?
No, I said they're okay.
Okay, yeah, that's low.
That does feel mid.
Worse.
Low key, high key.
Okay, is that sound anyway? Is your vibe checker down on the floor in Shanghai today?
Well, I didn't necessarily say the vibe checker was in Shanghai.
Oh, wow.
Maybe it was just you know, maybe the vibe checker was remote.
It's more interesting if they're actually on the floor.
That like camera was the vibe
under
checker
a desk or
with
something.
the remote controller. Yeah.
Anyway, guys, some brilliant points there. If you've got nothing else to share, we're more than welcome to head to a break. Yeah, my wonderful Mr. Producer Man is telling me to do so. So, Prof, Dust, thank you so much for your thoughts. Everybody at home, yeah, just some light technical difficulties that will hopefully be worked out very, very soon. It's FaZe versus Bait, Group B, lower bracket, round 1. The loser goes home. When we come back, it'll be straight into the action with Neokai and Skriv. Thank you for your patience. Do not go anywhere.
excl.
Welcome in, one and all. Thank you for your continued patience. And I suppose thank you to Neo as well for the continued patience before we get in. We've been here a little while, chomping at the bit to go, trying to stay present in the moment, as I'm sure the teams have as well. A fair delay getting in here, but a big game on the docket as Dust2 gets kicked off.
I'm really looking forward to this as well. This is a Bait side who really are still trying to prove whether they can punch up. But of course, Bait playing with a stand-in, that of Krasnal, who, let's be honest, actually, in all fairness, yesterday, Krasnal looked really quite solid. He seamlessly slotted in towards his role, his position. So let's see whether that is the case. FaZe, we're looking to see this side prove why they are considered the best team at this event, the favorites in a sense. Can they play like favorites? Of course, they'll start on that T side here on their map pick of Dust2. For those who missed it, it's Dust2, Mirage picked by Bait, Ancient Hour Decider. And FaZe are scaling up short.
Smoking towards CT and towards that B split, in fact. Maybe try and fake things out here. So we'll see how the plan unfolds. Carrigan distracting, and yeah, attention is drawn away from short. It certainly does work. There's still a lot of bodies around here for the CT side. Carrigan tries, fails to move through that smoke. Bomb going to go down. They have to concede the plant at the very least. No kits available, but the Julies and a couple flashes. Certainly nice to work with, but not when you've got 4 players peeking into you at once. Brokey holding, ready for that first fight. Oh, here we go, though. The Julie's starting to close the gap and looking good while doing so. It's suddenly all on Frozen to clutch up against 3. Bomb has ticked pretty far down here. That is a labored fight. Somehow stays alive on the burst. He will fall.
No time.
Yeah, oh, it might be right on the line. It might be right on the line. That's pretty close. I feel like he just about got it in. Goodness, Frozen so damn close, but yeah, not gonna get this one. Oh, I nearly spoke too soon. I nearly did speak too soon.
I really thought he missed that. 0.3 seconds. A Cynthial, you lucky man. Bait kickstart things. Well, there was one key moment there where things went wrong for FaZe. It's actually the fight that they're taking. The drop in towards CT is really good for the first. The issue is they get stuck there, and they don't realize it's actually, well, a second player, Hedrick. He just sticks around, and he's picking them off because that short play's coming through. All Batey Hedrick has to do is just be a bit of a nuisance. He's just taking pop shots while the short players are scaling through. So, a bit of a weird one. Unfortunately for FaZe, they get stuck. They can't fall away back towards short. They can't really get a reposition to set things up. They would love to have played out through long there, played into short as well to stop that initial push, but yeah, they get stuck. Krasnal should be a freebie here, and it is. Down goes Twist. Looks for a second. Carrigan will catch him with the Tech 9. There's a lower play coming. A scooped up rifle, but MPL still sticking around for these fights. Brokey can't hit the shot. MPL does well for another. He's heard the steps. The FAMAS will close it, and Bait shut down the Force 2-0.
Unrelenting aggression, man. It is just so wild. It was kind of part of the reason why they got back into that game yesterday. Unfortunately, didn't win it, but yeah, we thought that one was going to be over a little faster than it was. And just, yeah, second round in, you're straight up mid, 3 players just crunching in. I'm kind of here for it, but I think they do have to be careful not to get too overconfident with those kinds of moves.
Yeah, I agree. I think just it's one of those things for Bait. They love playing aggressive. They love getting into kind of the face of these fights, but against a side like FaZe, you really can get punished. Mechanically, Bait are very, very sound, but do they have the depth in terms of the strats? We'll have to see. This should be a bit of a nothing round. Hedrick's making a bit of a meal out of this one, though, with the MP9, thankfully. Same can't be said for Krasnal. Out the gauge, Krasnal looking pretty okay. He's happy to take fights, which is all we really want to see. As long as he is still slotting in quite seamlessly, positive signs. All on the shoulders, Jacob. No chance in this round. Krasnal, we'll see it. I'll speak of the Devil. The second kill in the round. So this is the true test now for Bait. It's all well and good. You know, you get the pistol, you get the Force, you follow it up as well. You get a nice little buffer to kickstart the map. This is now where things start to really kind of the proof in the pudding of whether this bait side are really going to have a chance. Of course, just a reminder for those who are maybe new or checking in for the tournament here, we're in the lower bracket. FaZe, of course, picked up an unupset loss to FUT in the opening game of this tournament for them. 13-11. They lost that one out as well. Bait, we caught them. It was unfortunate for Bait as well, so they're looking to stay alive.
Aggression again, though, man. I mean, you have to respect it up to a certain point. A lot more prepared this time around on the FaZe Clan side. 2 quick kills. And an advantage that they absolutely should be able to work with. Carrigan finds himself 6 feet under. A nade recovered, so potentially some damage here, but sometimes this is what happens, right? What's the strat? It's like, just wait for them to push. Just hold the angles and make sure no one gets in behind, and suddenly the kills come very, very easily.
Does Frozen spam. Crosshair was trained on the swing out from door. A minute to work with, and this, at this point, in a 2 versus 4, it should be very simple for FaZe. I think for Bait, I don't even know it yet, but we're sort of angling to save, if anything, right? Just keep hold of these 2 rifles if we can. Frozen's lurking is the only issue. He's sticking around looking to see whether anybody's going for an exit play. And speaking of, Frozen actually gets caught in the back. So an AK upgrade, and now a chance to somewhat get out securely. They're going to get towards spawn at the very least, and I don't think FaZe are going to be too ambitious in the hunt here. They don't have a lot of long-term cash. They don't have a lot of money stocked up, as this was their first full buy. It's great that they've won the round. Let's not lose any more rifles. That's where things start to get a little bit precarious looking forward. But for Bait, like you're talking about, it just is, unfortunately, the way that Bait play at times is live and die by the sword. We saw it happen yesterday with a side, you know, fell a little bit flat in towards overtime against Heroic, right? It was really decent. They probably should have actually closed it out in regulation, and then got to OT, and Heroic went flawless through OT, just dominated all the way throughout. And this is Bait. They can get figured out. And against kind of these tier 2 and tier 1.5 sides, it works. Their style of play, it's aggressive, it's in your face. They will make life very difficult to set up in the way that you want to play, at the tempo you want to play. But against a side like FaZe, they're not going to be, pardon the pun, phased by anything that really Bait will throw at them. Nothing's new.
Yeah. Curious to see what Bait's approach is going to be, but again, it is heavy weighting the resources into one place. A lot of aggression out long. Again, hoping for something to come their way. I think FaZe is certainly showing a bit more respect. Potentially the matchup, potentially just the way that their tournament has gone thus far, and a lot more pressure on them to deliver, I think, than kind of any other team, especially given how Pro League went, how they looked there, and the situation that, you know, with rain and everything. So this is a bit more of the real FaZe Clan, as it were, for the time being.
Corner smoke thrown in case FaZe want to lurk out. Haven't got the mid to B smoke either, though. So one goes down. Carrigan can play around this. There's a gap on this left-hand side. It's being held for an Alex. He does a very good job of holding. Nice find. We haven't cleared pit. We have not cleared pit, boys. This is rookie errors that they've made, but it can only be punished for one. Ascentiel feels like we've got to do a little bit better there.
Yeah, I would say so. He's got the chance to secure a couple. Didn't find that instant double dink headshot kill, right?
Yeah.
I think would have given him the time for another fight. Does make all the difference. They are very lucky to get away with that, in all honesty. Krasnal's pushed forwards here. Twist ready for him, though. So cool for that shot. It will force head trick away. FaZe Clan, once the guns have come out, looking pretty damn good here.
Well, looking like a side that were considered tournament favorites, right? This is a lot better for FaZe Clan. And it's about scaling in towards this Dust 2. It's their map pick. It's been a decent part of the pool for them as well. And Bait don't mind this map by any means. It's not one that they're sort of adverse to playing, and it has been in the past a map in which they've looked okay on. I would say as of late, this is a map in which they've had their struggles, especially when we look at some of the recent kind of games. I mean, we caught obviously a Pro League. The G2 one was a little worse where the Legacy loss as well wasn't great. It was like 13-4. They looked very, very flat. So we have these moments where it hasn't been good, but I've seen some good wins. I remember they took on Passion UA, of course, the I guess American Passion UA, in a sense, but look good, right? And there's moments where they've made this map really click for them. It's just whether they can do it here against a side as good as FaZe. Well, 2 back-to-back, and there's still money to work with for Bait, but you lose this one, and unfortunately, the wallet looks a little thin. So this is the big round. If FaZe can find this, not only do they get a 3rd, but the 4th feels like a bit of a gift.
Twist going to take some damage. Senfial going to have some as well. But again, FaZe starting things off slowly, winding that clock down, not looking to match fire with fire, as it were. And this is where we look towards Bait and say, is that part of the game plan? Do they have a response for this? You know, they very much get frustrated, I think, when the game isn't unfolding in the way that they want. And the mental side of things, pretty big deal for Bait. That's what we saw yesterday, what you kind of alluded to earlier. And they get restless. Krasnal pushing forwards. He is the stand-in, so maybe not fully part of the Bait DNA, but all the same, giving away another easy early opener.
One thing I do credit Bait, they're giving Krasnal a lot of freedom, right? On the CT side, he's sort of doing his own thing, and they're playing around the information he's gaining. I think at times, though, you have to look towards MPL to maybe try and rein him in a little bit, play a bit more traditional, a bit more defaulty, so he doesn't get an overextension and a punish. Hedrick posted. Smoke, that'll come down. Can he hit the shot? Threat the needle, but he misses.
Nice find from Brokey. Hedrick still alive here, of course. Oh, a little heavily scoped. I don't think he meant that. And Twist has just demolished them on the A-bomb site. We were focused on the AWP, expecting him to do something, but this guy ain't missing. FaZe Clan even things up. A pretty early tactical pause here from Bait as well. Getting out of hand very, very quickly.
Yeah, maddened now. Ever so slightly, just a little flustered. And I think, you know, he realizes that this side are getting overrun the second the guns are coming to play. So it's looking good. Very, very nice round from him. 3 quick kills. And a spot where now FaZe can start to really scale in towards this game. Money shot towards Bait, so we're not really going to have too much of a buy-in towards this one. Upgrade of pistols is as good as it'll get. And FaZe are sitting now on a lot of cash. I'm pretty sure Twist is over 10,000 in the back pocket. A good spot that we're in. Has dropped one over, but for the most part, so much money left over on that T side. Bait in a bit of a predicament. Alex Corp tagged on the cross, I assume, but MPL. Okay, what a way to start off the round. Deagle, 1 tap on towards Carrigan. So as much as Bait don't have a lot to bring to the table, you still can't overlook how good they can be with the pistols. Couple of Deagles. Couple of 5.7s. This is still a precarious one, and MPL's not lost the confidence. He still wants to be fighting.
Not far off, but not quite landing. Start to bring some players across towards this A-bomb site, so in terms of the numbers, it doesn't look too bad for Bait. It is just all down to that weaponry and what that is able to find. Brokey wins the Patience game, but they might as well at this point commit all of their resources in. Frozen, trying to cut off towards middle. Doesn't get the kill, but at the very least keeping that rotation at bay. And it looks good from here. The utility strong enough to make these kills nice and easy. There's a small moment where you worry slightly after that first kill, but at the end of the day, it all works out for FaZe Clan to take the lead. Frozen keeps his cool, and they will only lose the 1 player.
Yeah, just making sure as well that, for the most part, an inexpensive round. That's really all that matters. So yeah, good spot now that FaZe are in, and unfortunately for Bait, it feels like they've been very, very early doors figured out in terms of what they're trying to bring to the table. Mirage, of course, up next for Bait, has been a very strong part of their map pool. It's been a quite consistent pick that they go towards. Again, they don't mind at the times. They sent the out. Tagged on the cross. Brokey looking pretty scary so far, right? I mean, even that previous round, you can just see how much confidence he's got in terms of taking these fights. This is the sort of game where Brokey can really pop off. Hedrick very decent AWPer in his own regards, but Broky's relentlessly aggressive when he wants to be. And I feel like he's going to be given a lot of freedom to do exactly that.
Yeah, very adaptable player, I think it is safe to say. It is just, unfortunately, the inconsistencies that can plague him sometimes, but in a game like this, I don't think it should have too much of an effect. Gonna need a bit of him here, as FaZe have lost the openers. Fair amount of damage done. Bit of a faster round coming out from FaZe Clan, it feels like. Going ahead of the smoke as well, always a bad habit that gets punished. Numbers looking good for Bait, as the B bomb site, potentially the only option available for FaZe Clan. Ascenthial is low. He just needs to stay alive. He actually plays the open angle and gets gifted the kill onto Frozen. It's all going to be down to Brokey here. A bit of X factor needed. If he can get the bomb plant, certainly would reset the game, and I think he will just about, but no, he's opting to take some more fights. Interesting. Try and take the guns away, I suppose. The money is not necessarily important, so if you're not going to be winning the round out, what other options do you have? They're giving him a lot of space, a lot of respect, and I mean, he has done this to himself. At the end of the day, might be able to find the heads though. Oh, no, not going to happen. Does get crunched successfully. Bait back on the board.
You could really see, though, the way that the cogs were whirring for Brokey. A couple of times, he's trying to bait out these fights. He's really trying to force them to sort of overextend into him. It's not a bad effort, but unfortunately, the round falls apart very early. This kill by Headtrick super important to shut down long aggression. If Twist gets out there, it can maybe change things, but Karrigan going down before the smoke plumes sort of feels like it seals the deal. So a nice round in response by Bait, one that they desperately needed to keep themselves afloat in the early part of this map. Brokey gets out and he gets the first, looks for a second as well. Brokey, that's more like it. 2 quick kills in quick succession to crack open the long side and push in towards A. And at the same time, B is being broken down by Frozen as Ascenthial will fall in a matter of mere moments. Headtrick's left with it all to do.
They've been saving that, haven't they? The pace change for when they drop around, it works beautifully. Bait expecting one style and completely opposite thing happens to them. So well played out from FaZe, and this is what they are going to be capable of. A lot of that depth that Bait are obviously expecting, and they do have some experience against, but I think it's still a learning process for a team like this. Headtrick should be able to save things. There's not too heavy of a hunt going his way, despite the fact that there was a lot of cash built up for FaZe a few rounds ago. It very quickly does dwindle. Moving around a lot is Headtrick. So he's now revealed himself and now ready for a proper hunt to come his way. Saving that AWP would be a really, really big deal here.
Well, Frozen's got other ideas. It's a great round from Frozen. 2 kills as well, finding the overextensions of Bait and the last of the lurk. That's a fantastic round, though. Like you said, they've been saving that one for a bit of a rainy day. The pace change. Brokey's double opener is so critical to putting pressure on. At the same time as well, Bait tries to respond to gain a bit of map control themselves, right? It's a very common way that, especially within the kind of the tier 2, a lot of these EU teams play, which is you lose a fight on one front, you take a fight on another front, right? You try and regain a bit of control just to keep the tempo up, but they get punished on both fronts. Both regards, they fall flat. And FaZe take back the lead. It's shot by Brokey, has the support of Twists. It's only pistols to be scared of, but it still can be kind of dangerous.
Kind of an interesting setup here. They want to make a move towards middle. Again, as you've pointed out a couple times now, you've got to be weary of this Bait team on the pistols. Just so much individual prowess that can come alive at any moment. I thought we were potentially going to get a push, but it seems like they really just want to create one kill in the lower middle area. As we can see, there's nobody moving towards that area, so I think this should be an easy one for FaZe, not nearing a dangerous stack or anything along those lines. Rolling through the motions here. Small gap in the smoke maybe that they have to be aware of. Some nade damage does come in. There has yet to get any kills. It does worry you slightly. Just as I get the words out, there's a quick trade, but
there's bodies here.
Yeah, we'll see. There's boost-up opportunities. This could get very messy very quickly. They're going to try and overwhelm, and they're actually lacking a player on the backside. Frozen is a little far away, so a slim window of opportunity to get something done. You can't be serious.
No way.
MPL comes round with his deagle. They're all getting involved now. Oh my God. Do we have the flying 5-7? That was insane to see.
How has he got away with that? How have Bait got away with that? Oh, and FaZe go immediately in towards attack pause. I can't blame them. That is such a tilting round to lose. And like we said, there was bodies there. You could just see blood in the water a little bit. You could see that they were a little bit too close to that smoke. Oh, there we go.
You could barely even see him, really.
And then FPL gets a wall bang as well. It's a great round. And they are happy. You can't blame them. What a round to take as well for Bait. That one felt like just like a complete gimme over towards FaZe, and they just stick together as a pack. They just play the numbers. They play for the threat of what they could possibly bring with those pistols, and some really nice deagle shots that get connected. What a round to take as well. I mean, it's already 5 rounds for Bait. It's pretty feasible as the first half goes, especially on your opponent's map pick. Things are looking potentially kind of scary. Ascentiel tagged again. I'm pretty sure it's the 3rd time he's been tagged on that cross. Let's see how this changes the dynamic. Of course, there's still money to work with for FaZe to buy into this one. But they fall short in towards round number 11. They might be able to take 7 at the half, which is really not too bad for the first half against FaZe here in the lower bracket on their map pick.
Yeah, I think you'd be very happy with that. The early couple of rifle rounds as well from FaZe looked super dominant.
Yeah.
Really, really in control, which can be a bad sign for sure. So Bait have done well with their timeouts and their fresh ideas to get back into it, and their adaptations of like, okay, the relentless send it aggression, not going to work here maybe. They're always hoping that it will, but maybe you have to play a bit safer, a bit more conventional against a team like FaZe that are ready for you and could match
exactly
against you. Ooh, well-timed nade. Not quite there for Ascentiel. Maybe if the AWP had been behind him, that could have been messy, but not looking good. Not quite sure how the player gets out middle, to be fair, but they deal all the same. Twist was holding for this CT rotation that is never going to come. What reason do they have to move? It's maybe a little, like, back of the pocket spotted over there, but ultimately, no harm, no foul. FaZe Clan fizzling out here at the tail end of the first half.
Yeah, unfortunately, they actually needed Twist there to get the kill on towards Hedrick on window so that they could get out on towards B. That's sort of unfortunate. Does get stuck in 2 minds about what pace he wants to play. He's basically there as an insurance policy, assuming they get out on towards B. And if they got out on towards B and they kill Hedrick, then Twist's position's really, really strong. But actually, when Hedrick hits that shot of that last tunnel players coming out, it changes things quite drastically. So Bait up towards 6. I'm happy with what I'm seeing from Bait. There was a pocket moment, like 4 rounds in a row from FaZe where Bait looked a little flat. They've completely got rid of that now, and I like what I see. We lost Twist briefly. He's back. Just a quick little reset. We're back on the way. Final round of the half. Bait up to 6, and you're looking at the money for FaZe as well. They really can't bring anything into the final round of the half. It's upgraded pistols and a bit of U-turn. We sure we saw Bait win a round like this, but statistically an anomaly. You'd assume Bait finished the half for 7, which I'm pretty damn happy with, in all honesty.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. You would assume so. I think there's been some time for FaZe to mull it over, so they might have a pretty solid round, pretty solid pocket round that they can rely on here. Breaks of the smoke not quite working. We have a number of T-smokes as well there at the mid doors, so really making sure that there's no presence to get involved. We're going to move towards short. Sat with 3 smokes and 4 flashes, so I think they're changing hands at the moment. So we'll see what they can do with this. It's pretty conventional. The trickle smokes make their way in, but there's, again, not a lot of bite to this bark, unfortunately. The Tech 9 of Twist and Frozen gets involved, but still don't quite believe. That missed shot might indeed be the linchpin moment. Head trick goes down, and look at this. Now we have a moment of respite. Get some weapons recovered, the AWP in particular. He sticks to the Tech 9, though, and Frozen will go down. Now suddenly Jacob, with low HP, has got to do it all. That is a clean one for the first. He hears out this second player as well. The flick is so fast, and FaZe Clan, statistically an anomaly, but they're going to get it all the same.
Wow, what a round by Jacob. 2 sharp kills with that Deagle. That final one, 2 points of HP as well. A mental shot. That's why they picked him up. But for moments like that, might not be the star. And it's hard to shine as well in a line up so star-studded. But what a moment for the youngster. What a round to take for FaZe as well. Things were, as you were putting it, looking like they were fizzling out for FaZe. And a fire lit in them. That is such a good shot on a Sentinel.
Good shot, bro. Nice, Kuba. Good shot. We have these rounds, boys. Yes. Honestly, this should be a...
Happy?
This would be what?
This would be what?
I need to know.
What did you want to say, Carrigan? Let us know. But actually, this is quite an interesting spot that we're now in, because for Bait, at times, some of the worst CS that we've seen from them has actually been on the T side, where if plan A out the gates doesn't quite work out, plan B always looks a little janky. The mid to late rounding is at times been a little bit rough to watch with Bait. So I'm a bit worried. If they can't start strong out the gates here, things could potentially start to really fall in place for FaZe. And we know that this is a side that are so sort of regimented in terms of their system, but in a really solid way. I don't know whether Bait have the chops to be able to break it down. We'll have to see. We know they have the mechanical chops to do it. This is a side that are very crisp, as we've seen throughout this half so far. But strategically, can they go toe-to-toe? We'll see. Double stack towards B. It's a tough angle to clear. We're Frozen playing back plat. One up close.
Oh, Twist in prime position, and he delivers. There's no getting through him. He was right there. And he absolutely delivers there. Cynthia will take down Brokey here in lower. So the players have an approach, but of course, they have no bomb.
Yeah.
So there's not really much that they can do from here. It's all about chipping away, finding a cheeky headshot here or there. FaZe just have to turtle up here. Play things safe. The ace still on the cards for Twist as they look to come towards the B-bomb site. He is hidden away. Nade, tiny bit of damage, but again, any kind of soften up is going to be good. Slowing them down as we get into the final minute of the round. Carrigan kind of being a nuisance, just one grenade after another. So the options become more and more limited here for the remaining 2 players of Bait.
Yeah, don't have a lot of time either. Under 40 seconds now. There's just no real options. 2 versus 4. I mean, things have to go egregiously wrong for FaZe let this one slip. And Jacob spotted them too, so the gimmick's up. They're going for the doors play. Like you said, he's still on the cards for Twist. He's in a good spot to get it. Ain't no contact just yet. Headtrick gets one. Twist another. It's Frozen who steals away the ace, but it's a quad kill for Twist. He starts the round and does a good job in helping close it. Such an important pistol to take for FaZe, but just not only taking it, but the fashion in which they take it. Dominant, making their presence known. And unfortunately, for Bait, nothing really to be gained from that one. They're just barreling through a smoke. It's way too easy for Twists. One by one, just lines them up.
Pretty keen start. They'll be very happy with that, I think. Nice individual play to start off the CT half. It's going to be a good feeling. I want to say that is a missed Molotov. Not a utility expert, but I think it's meant to go in the doors. Could be wrong.
A bomb plant here would be nice for Bait. Anything else feels pretty unlikely, to be honest. FaZe are going to be getting this relatively comfortable buffer zone to start off the CT side. And this is what we're talking about with Bait. The worries have generally come on the T side for this side. The mid to late rounding is where they've struggled. And if anything, FaZe's adaptability is what makes them great. They're scaling up short in towards the A sides, and Here's where it might be a bit of a shooting gallery. Brokey for 2, tapping away with the fan master last round of MPL. Spotted, and Carrigan, 2 nice shots. Just to shut down any pressure that was potentially looming. It's the first true test for Bait on this T side now. The investments will come through. But a pause before we get there.
Seems more technical in nature as well, which is, you know, cross some fingers, cross some toes, folks, that we're not going to be sat here for too long. But indeed, can be a bit helpful, I think, for the mindset going into the first rifle round, especially on that Bait side of things. Just get a bit calm before the game truly gets underway. But this is a pretty difficult look. I think FaZe Clan on their pick here, feeling very confident if they can get this 9th and deny a bomb plant away. I think you start to talk about the map swinging heavily in their favor. So Bait have got a lot of work to do very, very quickly. I think something like a 6-6 scoreline at the half is sort of difficult to know where you stand. Like, are we in control? Are we playing well? You know, the bare bones statistics that you look at don't quite reflect or give a clear answer, which can be somewhat problematic.
Yeah. I'll reset. Looks like we hopefully should be getting on the way sooner rather than later. Interesting, of course, you know, you're looking at the run that these two sides have had so far. For Bait, definitely, probably, I don't know, even definitely, but most likely kind of should have won their game against Heroic, especially they should have just done it in regulation. They were looking really good. And unfortunately, right at that tail end, fell flat and gave the door, opened the door back over towards Heroic, who ended up sweeping it in overtime. And it was Dust 2 as well yesterday. And for FaZe, theirs was a little different, a little bit more egregious. On Mirage, they were, I think it was 9-1 up at one point. Had a 9-3 half. FUT ended up winning a 13-11. A very flat T side on Mirage. And of course, Dust 2 and Mirage, the two maps that we have to kickstart this series. Gone for comfort picks, but also maybe even slightly punish picks in some sense. Back on the way, like we said, first true test for Bait on this T side.
Just looking at like how things pan out on the minimap here and what the general approach is going to be. FaZe are looking to play aggressive, but not that relentless style that we saw Bait employing early into their CT half. Just trying to maybe find a timing, maybe find a catch. And yeah, that's all they needed. They hear the pin pull of that Molotov, as it were. In goes the flash, in comes the kill, and it is perfectly executed by FaZe here. Frozen, meanwhile, on the spot. Smoke doesn't quite land, I think, in the way that he would have wanted, but it still does the job of keeping them at bay.
Yeah, bit of a panic throw there. He spotted 2, so he just wants to really get down as soon as, buy some time for rotations if needed. This is what we're talking about, though, right? Bait's plan A is falling flat. What's plan B going to look like? Flash. Oh, that's a really good flash. Jacob should be dead and is. The FAMAS is here. Carrigan gets 2 before falling. So into a 2 versus 2. This round still very much up for the taking.
Very big kills from Carrigan to keep it alive. I mean, up to that point, perfectly played by Bait to create the kills on short. This smoke, however, is going to slow the roll of FaZe pretty substantially. Just got to wait for it to go down before Frozen can really get involved. So Twister's got some control out towards long. What is... Okay, pivoting towards short. I thought maybe for a second they were looking at a save, which would feel a little crazy. Frozen goes by himself. He goes early. They're both in at short. They're a little broken apart. I think maybe on the death cam, Headtrick might have got information that they're both in at short here. Not a lot of time left on the bomb, but Twist gets the kill. Frozen will get the hold. And it's kind of sweaty, but FaZe, of course, make it look easy.
Yeah, they make it look textbook, don't they, as well? So well done. On that 2 versus 1, one drops in towards lower to take the fight. Is the only place he can be, unfortunately, at that point. Unless he's playing for a long position, but it's not planted for long either. So, really, really well done. Molly in towards Goose. One drops in towards CT as well, getting that lower angle, and they swing one towards Ramp. So, textbook stuff from FaZe so efficiently on that retake with just enough time as well. And a bit of a tilt-up for head trick.
Yeah.
If he's playing towards car, if he's playing towards long, he wins it. The only issue is the head trick can't set himself up towards long or towards car because until right at the very end there, on potentially that def cam, they're probably expecting a long flank, and it nearly did happen in all fairness. So unfortunately, it's the only place he could play, and it's just so well done. They kind of break down the puzzle a little bit, FaZe. The only place he can be is ramp. Nice work. First full buy, of course, not going to plan. But Bait, with lost bonus and a bomb plant, can reinvest it back in. But it's 3 Galils that are brought to the table. Only the double AK. And Ascenthia doesn't even have any util. Krasner only a HE left for the rest of this round. The issue is you burn a lot of the util in the early part of this round, and what you would generally do just to figure out what the CTs are doing, it leaves you so little in the chamber for a potential post plant.
Minute 20 on the clock here. FaZe again with that aggressive posturing. Just trying to find some early fights. Bait deciding not going to really give any across. So we're about a minute in here, and they've only just started making moves forwards. Small spot in towards middle. Not really that surprising that the T's have got presence here at this moment in the round. Brokey looking for his first opportunity, just makes it round the corner as the shots come in. What is the game plan from here? Again, a lot of presence up on short from Bait. FaZe will start to read into this. Not loads of time. So this is your last big decision of the round, really, as to where they want to go. It looks like a quick pivot towards B, but still relatively predictable. Close angle from Carrigan, not much that he can do. Frozen needing a bit more than just one. They get split up by the break. Unfortunately, as it seems to so often go, it's the opposite side that comes out on top of that break, and FaZe forced to save.
That's actually, you know, just as I was sort of critiquing it a little bit for Bait, that's a really good mid-round, in all fairness. They realize that their short play is immediately figured out, because Brokey's getting all this information. He knows that they're scaling up towards short. He knows that they're going for an A finish, and there's 3 people there to meet them. And the second that Molotov comes down from sight, they realize we actually can't go here. They know we're coming. They know what we're going for here. We're definitely not even going to be able to get on towards the site. So they kind of panic, pull the pin, go back towards B. But they do so well. MPL fighting behind the smoke break as well. Excellent choice. He easily could have just made the decision to go in towards the site and secure the plant. But instead he realizes if we can get just one more, they're not even going to look in for a retake. So B going to find a 7th. And keeping the pressure on FaZe here. Slowly but surely, just doing enough to make life difficult in the server. And for FaZe, one of the few times we've seen, especially in the last kind of 5 or 6 rounds, where they really do kind of look quite flustered. They just get pulled apart so rapidly. Carrigan's trying to fall back, also wants to fight. Frozen gets 1, but he actually kind of needs like 3 in that position. It's such a big ask. And not to be. Needed a highlight reel moment, but not this time. So Bait bring it back within reach and distance. A 2-round game, but with money low on that CT side. If Bait can win out round number 17, they can be on track to tie this game up.
Big round on the cards here. As again, just a slow replenishment of the same kind of smokes. Bait, like the style of the previous round, don't give anything away. Try and deny as much information as is possible. And just move as a pack. I think when you weigh up these two teams pound for pound, there's so much firepower on that Bait side of things that if you put in the right place, there's going to be a couple players on FaZe that will struggle to hold them off, as we saw in the previous round. Brokey mollied off that corner angle. So, short presence again. We might, unfortunately for the remainder of Dust 2, see an awful lot of this if it's going to be working for Bait. They certainly will not look to fix it, get the short control, and do something from there. There's a good few options once you have it. 35 seconds left on the clock here now.
This is a one-and-done angle, though, for Brokey. Smoke's going to come down. He just does try to stick around it. He's found a gap in between the two smokes. box smoke and a short smoke. He should get a free kill here. It's whether he falls away. Oh my god, he's lurking inside of it. No way Brokey's got away with this. Didn't realize? They do, Hedrick. That is so smart. Just a double check. Bit of due diligence done to make sure there's nobody lurking around. For Brokey, that was a big ask for that to go right. And I think now for FaZe, you shell up and save. I don't think you give this one a look in. Frozen and Twist, they're going to fall away. And Bait, that scale up in towards short. That was the initial plan in the previous round. This time it works excellently.
Yeah. It all pays off. It's a nice little bit of conditioning, but...
It is.
I will say, Hedrick definitely bumped into him in the smoke. It just...
Yeah.
Took him a second to be like, wait a minute, there's not a wall here.
Yeah. You know. Spidey sensors tingled just a tad. Really impressive with what we've seen from MPL so far. I think not only in terms of the fragging department, of course, we know mechanically this guy's so solid, but I actually think he's calling a really decent game right now. He's starting to find gaps in the FaZe armor. He knows that basically in the early part of the game, we can sort of take mid-control. FaZe aren't really fighting up through short all too much, or when they do, they get one, they get out. They don't stick around and take that control and use it against us. So at the moment, Bait are starting to really just use that as the main focal point of the plan. First 30 seconds, we take mid and short control, bit of lower presence as well in case there's an upper push, and then we can start to basically decipher a bit of the puzzle of what we want to do to set up things up for the late round. So I like what Bait are doing so far. They're playing around with the pacing a little bit, but it's enough that it's making FaZe a bit uncomfortable. And that's why they've gone for their second attack pause. But like we were talking about, Bait, you win that round, you break the econ over towards the CT side. So there's 2 rifles saved. I don't expect too much of an investment around it. Upgraded pistols is probably as good as it gets. And it looks like maybe even with Jacob, potentially you keep hold of as much money as possible to drop Brokey and AWP in the next round.
Watching for the run out here, it may well have been a decent chance to get a peek in on the cross, honestly. But yeah, a difficult round to call here for FaZe. I think certainly did need a timeout coming into this, just get everyone's heads on the same page. So things starting to get very, very scary for them, I think, in terms of the comfortability. They were looking really good for a moment, and then it is that key pivot round, as it can sometimes be on a CT side. We'll see here, though. Stacked around the corner. Timing could be good. However, the AWP is trained in and ready to help out. Indeed it does. Ascenthial takes the rifles as they don't check his angle. So, a flawless round where that's the kind of FaZe Clan-y type round that they can sometimes pull out of thin air.
Yeah.
This is a big deal now.
This is a really tentative sort of ending to this map as well. Still very difficult to predict. We saw it a couple of times where FaZe fizzled out in that first half. But also Bait had these moments where they were just a little bit off their game. Momentum has been such a hot point about this kind of map so far. Streaking rounds together. They are looking good. Alex has got out as well. They've got the corner lurk smoke down. I think Carrigan making the smart call of actually to fall away here. He doesn't need to stick around. He can leave Brokey as a bit of a turret towards Car. There's a slight gap on the edge of that smoke too. Flash over Brokey. Not baited into a shot or anything, so no information gained. But so long control is taken, and they don't need to do all too much now for Bait. They can just wait to see what the reaction looks like for FaZe.
Smart from Bait. Really, really smart from Bait, though. I think this is a new thing for FaZe to deal with within the context of this second half.
Oh, he spotted one. He has to have.
Got to have been on the minimap at least.
It seems away. He's sure he spotted one.
He's playing a little loose. He is playing a little loose. I mean, Krasnal's maybe seen it. That's a not on the same page moment. Speaking of those moments, NPL, however, will force the kill onto Brokey. So the numbers have been evened up. Maybe we look back to that short moment. Could have been bigger for Bait even, but not the case. Tiny little chip away. Carrigan holding in towards Gandalf. Again, not quite enough from either side just yet. Bomb plant coming in. There is a move up here from Twist. He's close, but no cigar on the frag. The HP bars are so very low. It's definitely doable for Frozen, who is very close to the action right now. The hard kill comes easy and out in the open. Surely gets it done. He does. Frozen Lives up to his name. FaZe Clan will hit double digits first.
My God, they needed that round so badly. It's an unorthodox angle by Alex, and Frozen, really, really well done. Just to react in time. He gets tagged once before he hits the shot, but Alex is just so low. Strong gust of wind, and he would have been blown out of the round, and that's exactly what happened. So a big 1 versus 2. Like you said, FaZe being the first side to crack in towards double digits is really big for them. Just to reset things a little bit, put the pressure back onto Bay, but I've got to be said, I'm still not convinced by FaZe just yet, right? This isn't a FaZe Clan that are taken over, a FaZe Clan that are sort of considered one of the favorites in this tournament. They're really being made to work by Bay at the moment. The odds might not reflect it, but this game still feels very close to me.
Lower control for Bait to kick things off. But a lot of players just hanging around spawn. So they immediately have lost some of the early confidence that we have seen. Just playing super, super safe, not wanting to lose that first player. But there's not too much to get excited about at the moment. The one thing that strikes me as interesting is FaZe, with 3 on B, seem, for some reason, adamant that that bomb site will be the finishing point, and it doesn't necessarily look to be the case. They might go for the pivot. It could be an insane read here from Karrigan, of course. They had that one round at 30 seconds, the late pivot in towards B from the short presence, but there's not much to indicate that at the moment. But Senthial getting closer and closer to the tunnel entrance.
Lurk smoke that comes through as well. The issue is, Senthial dropped the smoke, and there's a real world in which this idea is sort of working against FaZe. They want to bait them into going towards B, but if anything,
they make a bit too much noise.
Yeah, they're kind of like, sort of, at least for bait, they're conditional wanting to go towards long. MPR's got the bomb here. This is a really big fight for Karrigan. He wins both. Uh-oh. Now we're in trouble. Look at the time. 15 seconds. They can't win this. The round's done already. Those 2 kills from Karrigan have single-handedly won the round. Bay have got no time to recover this bomb. And with 7 seconds left, it's about survival more than anything. Do not go down, and especially not off the time. That's unfortunate for Bait, just leaving things a little bit late. And it's Captain Fantastic who steps up to shut down any chance of that round going towards Bait. And Madden will call for his 3rd and final timeout. That's a tilting one to lose, though. It really is. Because the idea of what you're trying to do is quite nice. It's an A split, and a very standard A split. 2 towards long, 3 up towards Cat. And you try and just pop at the same time, swing through, take these fights in a similar sort of fashion, so attention's drawn elsewhere. Unfortunately, the bomb gets dropped. That's all that happens. One mistake, so costly.
What I wouldn't give to know what they are saying to each other right now, you know, in these big moments, in these high-octane moments. What kind of thing do you say? We have a small amount of insight from the big man Ash, who we sadly have to shout out one time. I suppose it's not gone so well this tournament, but no. He's a good barometer to know what happens in these types of situations. But all the same, Bait especially, I think, going to be feeling the pressure. It has gone panicky the past couple of rounds. And here we are, the cheekiness. Straight up, no noise, contact out middle. They're ready though. The AK, the AWP, Twist is on a close mid angle as well. They're very, very, very ready for that. It's maybe the only thing in the playbook that we haven't seen from Bait yet this half. So that is a fair read coming in from the FaZe Clan.
Yeah, that's such a good read coming through, right? Like I said, it's the only thing that is yet to come out from Bay is a contact play through, right? And they get no initial contact from the AWP in towards doors. So then it's like, okay, well, where are they scaling into? Where are they trying to build up? No long presence so far. There'd be no upper tons presence, but there's been a smoke down as well. So they're just ready for it. It's a mean crossfire. It's actually 3 people in one crossfire. Twist on towards box, the AWP, and close CT. There's no chance getting out there. Jacob can step up. Here's one. AWP is scoped. He's got a really awkward angle to deal with, but Headtrigger swinging a find. Still, this round feels very kind of tough to work with for Bait because they've got so many angles to clear and so little time. But once again, sub 30 seconds, and Brokey just trying to be a nuisance. He gets both. Really good shutdown. Bait, that's what we were talking about for them, though, right? This has always been their kryptonite. At times, when Plan A does not work out, they get flustered and they really look quite janky. I mean, when nade out, not gun in play, not even clearing car, but just walking straight past it. That's where this side fall flat.
And you can see as well, there was utility available for both players. I think that a molly towards car is not really a hop, skip, and a jump. They have to make that play. They have to just go through the basics. They get punished massively. Brokey going to open up here once again. Twist chiming in down middle. The confidence of FaZe certainly back here towards the tail end of the game, wanting to put this one to bed. They've already suffered at the hands of a comeback once this tournament, and once is most certainly enough.
It's so much better from FaZe. The way they've ended this map, or the way it looks like they're about to end this map, is really solid. Alex finds one quick trade by Twist on towards MPL. That's such an important scout to find, but Alex still trying to be a bit of a nuisance before he's caught by Karrigan, who closes the map 13-9. FaZe take their pick of Dust 2, and they do it actually quite excellent fashion towards the end. There was moments where FaZe look a little fizzled out, but they recover well and they set the tone nicely. We're going to throw it back to the boys on the desk. We'll be back from Mirage.
Thank you, Neokai and Scriv. Yeah, FaZe getting the job done. Bait definitely put up some resistance. Overall, it was a back and forth, Dust 2, but FaZe just had that extra edge. Prof, starting with you, what do you think were the main factors contributing to that edge?
Honestly, this is kind of the classic FaZe that we know and love. Very close rounds, but ultimately they edged out, I think, 3 very important clutches. 2v2s, 1v2s throughout this series, throughout this map, that allowed them to win the game. Pistols, 50-50, you know, that also helped them bounce back, because I think if they lost the second one, maybe it could have gotten more dangerous. But overall, they were the better team. As they were the better team, but they still made some crazy mistakes and crazy plays that are not akin to a team that we want to see in the top 5.
Yeah, I think that's
initial expectations. Sorry, initial reactions coming out of that first map.
No, I was just saying, like, I think that's a perfect way to kind of sum it up. Where like we knew that FaZe came in as the favorites, knew that they had the better players, the better tenure, and they showed that by coming up with the result. But certainly there were some moments that were a little bit scary, and there were moments where this almost slipped through their fingers, or certainly threatened to. I will say, you know, after losing Pistol in the first half and going down 0-3, they came up with 6 T rounds is solid. Like, I mean, that's a great recovery. Although they did, you know, lose an eco round, so they really could have done a little bit better, I feel like, you know, in that first half. And then in the second half, you know, they started strong on the CT side, you know, winning the pistol, following it up nicely, kind of building off of it. But there was just so many attempts at like hero plays or people just out of position, and really it almost all crumbled, honestly.
This is a great scoreboard. Frozen 16-10 with 60 ADR. I think this really highlights his game. As much as like it looks bad, the 60 ADR, a lot of it was late round just closing out. There was a 2v2 with Twist. There was a 1v2 now towards the end of the half. But he was in this role that he is now. He was just baiting so hard in like both a positive and negative way. But that is what he is expected to do now. And kind of like the Rops of old, of the prime phase, he just is there to clean up whatever damage is done early on. And we see Karrigan 82 ADR. I don't think he had like a great map. I think he had some plays that are questionable and like Karrigan-esque, very aggressive, going in and maybe a bit too early, or like going in trying to set up a trade that doesn't really work out. Maybe you could just go for a bit of a safer duel, but ultimately it worked out. Like this is the formula. I think they can do better within this formula, but this is the formula for FaZe Clan to be effective.
If we stay on the topic of players opening, but we turn our attention from Karrigan to Krasnal, the stand-in for Bait. He fell off in this first map, definitely compared to his performance yesterday against Heroic Dust.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, first of all, he's playing a very important CT position that can be very difficult to deal with whenever you're dealing with all the different chaos that FaZe can throw at you with, like, their mid-B split threats or just their mid-pressure in general. I also do feel like Krasnal, like, early in the half, kind of went a little bit buck wild, like, trying to do all these, like, crazy pushes. And the first couple rounds, it makes sense because you're playing up against, like, pistols and you're trying to catch them off guard. You're trying to maybe set the tempo a little bit, kind of make FaZe feel you, make them fear you the rest of the half. But then, you know, later on, it's just like, all right, maybe you're taking it a little bit too far. far, and you kind of got limit tested a little bit there.
Zvone, something that you touched upon in your initial words was the 50-50 split of the pistol rounds. Maybe a pointless hypothetical, but it is a hypothetical that I want to discuss. If FaZe don't get that second pistol, do they lose this series, or is it a close victory?
I think it could be definitely difficult because it also gives some more confidence to Bait. I think the individuals on Bait's side, we saw it in the late rounds, were not really feeling comfortable. I think Hedrick, in my opinion, showed his weakness, and that is, you know, composure in the 3v2 that they had, where he has the op against kind of low buy. He's hesitating a lot. I think that kind of stuff, it's not just about the rounds, it's about where you are as a player and how you perform on the server in each individual moment. I think Hedrick was in 2 of these late rounds where he practically did nothing and let the round slip away. And I really want to see more, but this is what I come to expect, unfortunately, from him now.
Talking rounds, Dutch, there were a couple rounds that you wanted to take a look at. Should we start things off with round 9 and Brokey on long?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to just show the positive and negative of how Brokey plays the game, where sometimes he can be a hero and create a big opportunity, or sometimes he can show up with egg on his face and completely have the round backfire. This guy just pushes through with smoke, double op kills at long with no flash support. I mean, it's just a wild play for him to make. You know, there's just really nothing else going on. But then, you know, later you'll see around in the second half on the CT side where he tries to do another type of hero play around the smoke, and again, it completely blows up in his face.
This
and they
is
might lose the
insane.
round off of it. So it's just like there's so many better options here for him to do in this situation. It's a 5-on-5. Like, you don't have to be doing this crazy hero stuff inside smokes. Like, you can fall back and play with your teammates on site, you know, get into a better position. So it's just like you live and die by the sword sometimes with Brokey, where he'll create these crazy X Factor moments to help you win rounds, but then he'll also lose you rounds like that.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we were talking about early on. There's also a situation where he's just kind of holding car on his own, whiffs a shot, and really has nothing to do. He just has to die there, right? He's really committed in that fight, and that's the Brokey style. It's the thing that I always disliked about Brokey, as much as he does have these highlight moments that for the average viewer can be like, this guy's insane. It's like, yeah, as many rounds that he wins, he kind of loses. It kind of comes down to that 0. And I think earlier in the year he was losing a lot more because his form was just off, right? So even when he would be in these positions, he wouldn't hit the shots. But like both of these plays, even though one won the round and one lost, I think both of them were objectively bad. Like the first one is just absolutely, like, there's no one on long. They threw 2 flashes, he peeked, and it was like, okay, nothing. And then the smoke pop, he goes through the smoke alone. There's no one to trade. There's no one even doing anything on the other side of the map to be like, even if he dies, let's just like use that space. So the fact that he gets 2 kills there completely should not happen.
Especially the second one. Like, that's wild. He got lucky for the second one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but luckily for him, it did play out in his favor. Moving on from Brokey, let's take a look at Jacob. Jacob is a player that we've had questions around. Of course, many questions in our pre-match discussion. You know, we were wondering how he was feeling today. He pulled off a nice 1v2, didn't he, Dust?
He did indeed. And I think this is a nice clip just to show you what he is capable of whenever he can just, you know, play focused and rely on his aim. You know, when he doesn't really have to think about what he's supposed to be doing, what his responsibilities are. He doesn't have to kind of mold into like the mid-round situations and kind of just their initial setups. When you just put him in a position like that, where he knows all he has to do is just win a couple of gun duels, and he's got all the perfect information to do it, the guy's got sick mechanical aim. Like, that's not the issue. The issue with Jacob going forward is just going to be gaining the experience playing at this level and gaining the experience of playing in a system with Kerrigan that can be very free-flowing and very mid-round centric. It's like his ability to be able to handle that is going to be really the learning curve he has to deal with.
Yeah, I imagine it's been quite difficult to get him feeling comfortable, considering everything that's been going on with the team. And I think that's such a fair point, that when he's in those moments and he's able to be cool, calm, and collected, then you see why they've picked this kid up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, still to see, you know, the peak potential. I think that round is one of those, like, okay, this guy has something, you know. I think he needs that more than anything else to be able to show to, you know, the teammates that's not just maybe in practice that he can hit these shots, that he can do it in officials as well, and then just take that confidence moving forward. Like as Dust said, I think, and as we said in the pre-show, he's definitely his importance is less now that Twist is on the team. We saw Twist had another pretty good game, nothing like super crazy, but he showed up when he had to. Him and Frozen combined with one important clutch, and like he had the great pistol with three kills, and then that takes away a lot of the pressure from Jacob to just be an element and not like the highlight of the team.
Yeah, I have to jump in here because enough about Dust for now, not our Dust.
Always talking
enough about Dust too. Let's quickly look forward to Mirage because we don't have too much time left. We know this is Bait's pick, but FaZe not necessarily slouches on it. A chance for them to do 0 here, perhaps, Dust?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, obviously, everyone's going to have in their head what just happened yesterday on Mirage. They lost to FUT with a big lead, and that was very damning. But prior to that, they had won 7 of their last 10 games and against elite-level teams like Vitality and Spirit. So they've had some pretty good showings on this map. And Bait, on the other hand, they've won 5 of their last 6, including beating teams like G2 and Furia, who have just won tournaments. So both of these teams have like pretty solid resumes, you know, overall on this map. So it should be kind of common ground. I think for me, what's going to be interesting to see is how FaZe is handling things now. Jacob has now moved to the A anchor role to allow Twist to play kind of his star role in the A connector. So this is one of the few adjustments that FaZe has had to make defensively. And it bore fruit for them yesterday. Like their CT wasn't an issue against FUT. It was really the T side. And that's what I'm still going to keep my eyes on, is the fact that I think they're still trying to figure out exactly how they want to implement Jacob and Twist on their T side system.
Yeah.
Prof, what are your eyes going to be on? Are you expecting a FaZe on Mirage like yesterday against FUT, or are you expecting the FaZe that we're more used to on Mirage?
I think, I mean, the roles and everything, very nice. I think for the CT side, it's not going to be... Don't take that like literally, especially for FaZe. Like they're just going to be all over the place. They're going to have 3 guys in window. They're going to be fighting mid with all 5 people. They're going to have Kerrigan stacking A. They have Frozen stacking A. They're going to have a lot of different looks to them, especially on the CT side, where they just like to fight. They like to fight everywhere, and that has been super successful against FUT, against Spirit, against Vitality, where they are just setting up Twists and Frozen to fight in the mid round and the early round. And I think that's what's going to happen again. And then it's just about finding enough success on the T side. The CT side will be good for sure.
All right. Thank you so much, Prof and Dust, as always, for your thoughts. All right, everybody. Don't forget, if Bait lose this next map, they are out. Up next, it's their pick of Mirage. Let's see what happens after this break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back in, folks. We're getting into FaZe Bait map number 2, of course. Map 1, I think, for a while it felt quite competitive, and then just towards the end, similar to yesterday, Bait lose a lot of their momentum, a lot of that confidence that we know them for, and FaZe are going to abuse you if that happens.
Yeah, you just can't afford to fall flat against a side like FaZe. They're always going to punish. They're always going to make life very, very difficult to deal with. And now we're heading towards Mirage. And Mirage is... The issue is, you know, this has been a great map for Bait, and they've had some really good wins on it in the past. But it's Mirage. Everyone knows it. Everyone loves it. There's nothing new on it. And if FaZe can find that form once again, then they've got the individuals to really shine. I mean, just talking about it a little bit there on the desk, right? They've now kind of changed the roles a little bit, twist back into those hero con roles. We've got Jacob now playing through the A anchor, which I think he can actually do a really decent job there as well. This could be very, very difficult for Bait to really get going, and especially them on their T side as well. This is a setup for FaZe where I have to kind of agree that I feel like they're on track, may I say, to take this in 2.
Yeah, we have talked an awful lot as well about the Bait mental game and how it can be very up and down. I think that the approach on that first map is eventually going to bleed over into the second. The fact that they've had some issues there, that they never really felt like they were fully in control.
Yeah.
Didn't quite know how to maneuver around on Dust 2, right? They'd certainly looked out of place in a couple of rounds. Some really good calls in places, and then also the rounds just didn't quite work. You know, we saw one where FaZe had all their resources stacked on B, the 3 players on B round, and they just walked into Carrigan and he killed 2 or 3 of them, and that made the round. You know, they had the correct call moving out long, but unfortunately just couldn't quite execute. So I think that can also be a bit frustrating, that it's like, okay, usually this is an individual team. They have a lot of firepower. They have all these sort of wonder kid players, at least at the early stages of their careers.
Yeah.
And then it's actually the opposite that's going on. Tactically, they looked okay in a number of rounds on the T side, but individually, they just couldn't shoot back well enough. So, very confusing, I think, for some of the Bait players. And of course, the standing situation yesterday, funny or whatever, because they're playing against Heroic and it's the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
But here, it's a much more serious issue. There was definitely a couple rounds where I think Krasnow's gone a bit early, or he should have had his gun up when he's got a nade out, and so 2 people end up with nades out.
They're giving Krasnow a lot of freedom to express himself in the way that he wants to play Counter-Strike, and they're actually just sort of adjusting to what he's doing, which fundamentally is actually quite a nice idea, but it's actually leaving a lot of gaps in the armor, especially on that CT side as well. There's times where he's overextending, getting caught, and he's not actually gaining a lot of information for them to really use. So it's kind of an interesting time now when you look towards where Bait are at. And, you know, unfortunately, it comes back to a point that we've been bringing up. I mean, we've been casting Bait for years now, right? We've known this side for a long time because we sort of rose up through the tier 2 with them, right? And this is a side that they've always fundamentally had the issues. Surprisingly enough, on the T side, it's been a side for them where even the statistics don't really show the real picture at times of how much they can struggle. And I think a lot of it comes down to the mental game, right? They rely so heavily on individuals that they do need a little bit of a better way to win, right? We always talk about replicable rounds. Can we recreate what we've just done? The synergy and the success we've just found, can we do that again? That's always been a bit of an issue for them. But I think with this stand-in situation, one of the biggest issues that arises around it is actually how important Kenzazor is to this team. Kenzazor, since coming in towards this side, was such an injection of firepower. He was relieving MPL of a lot of the numbers duties that he had to bring towards the side. When we look towards the successes of Bait, more often than not, MPL was top fragging and calling while doing so. And that, it just feels like it can't work long term. It feels like we can give it at the start when there's a new team forming and a new team that are rising. But if you want to become a tier 1 Store Wars and you want to be able to really kind of punch above your weight, you need other ways to win. More firepower has to be brought to the table. So Kenzor was so important, and then not having him here, that is such a big blow to the rifling core of this side. And credit to Krasnov, I think he's actually looked quite good at times. I think he has actually slotted into his roles quite nicely, but he doesn't bring anywhere near the same firepower that Kenzor can. This guy can control a map on his day.
The game begins. We are into the server. The fist bumps were a good sign, and indeed things are ready to get going here on Mirage. Bait will start on this T side, and we'll see what they're able to give us. As Brokey with the Julies up close is the player that you've got to watch, and watch quite tentatively because he doesn't have much in the way of support, particularly these smokes come in. They're going to block off a lot of the rotational play that FaZe were hoping to utilize in this round. So Brokey gets left on an island, and he has no way off. He doesn't get a single kill. Not the best start. Flashing towards CT is good. They unfortunately didn't look prepared enough for that. There's 4 of them round the corner. Frozen takes down a couple of the stragglers that were very low indeed, but now he has 3 very healthy players that he's got to get through. He's not going to check his angles. Could have been a knife for us, but no, Alex will take it cleanly and get bait the pistol.
Who was it yesterday? It was Score, wasn't it? Who tried to knife and they were 12-0 down. Oh, my.
I mean, game respects game, honestly. I mean, if you're a committed knifer, then fair enough. I have to respect it.
Yeah, exactly that. Could have got a knife there. It's all good. It's a really nice pistol.
Yes.
So simple. First 20 seconds, pop in towards the A site. And I guess just a bit of a misread there from FaZe. They're actually setting up primarily for mid control and then reacting to where the X2 comes through. But they just go so relentlessly fast towards the A site that, Brokey, he was just stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's nowhere he could go. There's no way he could fall away. I mean, at least if Brokey was playing potentially, you know, back triple, or he was playing over towards kind of jungle or CT, he could fall away by time and they could play a full retake there. But he's stuck in towards Balk. There's no escaping. He would have loved to have got a kill before he dropped, but too many bodies to fight. So really well done. Simple work by Bait as well. And then they do the one thing you always want to see as well. When you've got numbers and the execute's gone well, take CT control. It's so important to giving yourself so much breathing room in the post plant, and they do exactly that. So brilliant work. Can't fault them at all. And for FaZe, they just have to take a bit of a step back to start off this one. It looks like they're going to force buy, though, into round number 2. So Twist got a scout. Field Grader Pistols going to be invested into as well. We do have a bit of a tech issue, though. As you can see, we are paused for now. So hopefully, only brief. I'm seeing that Cynthia. There we go. He's bought. So that's good. He was the only one I was worried about. He was the only one I hadn't invested. I don't know if it was on his side, but he's invested. Everyone's now kind of getting their self ready. So I think as the buyers come through, I should confirm things that were nearly all good to go. If Bay can find this, they get themselves a nice little buffer to start off their map pick, right? You know, 2-0 start, which is basically a gift for a 3-0 start as well, because the money will be gone for FaZe. Nice position to be in on the T side. We've said they've had their T side woes at times for Bait. That would be nice to sort of eradicate early doors.
What is... Okay, there's some kind of joke going on over here. I don't know if they're going to commit to it, but there seems to be a lot of Novas bought up and dropped across and shared across. They are indeed looking for a shotgun play, maybe, but I think they're just
looking for him. Yeah.
I think they're just messing around.
The XM,
showing off the skins, maybe.
XM's valid. I don't care. I'll die on that hill. That gun is crazy.
Yeah, Mag 7 in the right place. The Nova, straight
garbage.
Straight troll in the you know, the salaried level of the game. I don't ever want to see a Nova.
Yeah, if I see a sword off, something seriously wrong. That gun is actually terrible.
Yeah,
I don't even.
But it's funny, you know, like funny, Inferno apps just charging in with a sword off and
banana
out
corner wall.
Yeah,
half wall.
It's funny in matchmaking, but not when there's a lot on the line. Tournament life on the line, of course, for both of these teams. We end up with a scout and a FAMAS being the scariest weapons for FaZe Clan. FAMAS in particular, keep your eyes on. The automatic weaponry can be deadly in the right place. A round like this may well be in that overlooked angle. Bait, start with the mid control. But again, a very slow pace coming in from this Bait side.
I'm really wondering how aggressive FaZe want to get as well. Here's a force buy. They sort of need to do something a little bit unorthodox if they want to catch Bait off guard. Bait are so scared about this potential of a stack, right? You know, you can really see them trying to break down any ideas just to understand what FaZe are doing. They've not really shown a lot of contact either, so the seeds of doubt are really being sown pretty deeply in towards Bait right now. One time they'll come through towards short, something else boosted in towards window, and he can just stay here as an insurance policy.
Something to come back to a little later on into the round. Carrigan the first to fall. Ooh, but there goes a Senthia. That maybe starts to give the game away in terms of where the hit is going to be. Frozen is hot on the heels here as well, just looking to chase them down. Yes, they have seemingly site control, but yeah, the bomb has gone right when it should have gone left, to be honest. They, of course, were not expecting the site to be so clear. Cheeky one from Twist through the smoke. Molotov down might give the room across. The bomb eventually going to make it around. MPL is brave to move forwards in the 3-on-2, but he is rewarded. Frozen very low here as well, so known and easy pickings in the end. For a moment there, it was very dangerous, but MPL in particular does well to bail them out.
Yeah, they slightly lost track of Frozen. The one thing is he jumps up on box and towards connector, and he still burns in that molly. That's kind of gives away the ruse. Does a lot of damage to him, but also just they kind of figure out where he is then now. So, yeah, more expensive than Bait would have liked, but a second round. Right, that's all that matters. Get that second on the board and start once again continuing to try and build into this. No real bias to come through in towards the third round. So it should be a simple one. But we have seen FaZe already win one like this. Jacob, nice little two-piece with the Deagle at the tail end as they were running in towards the A site. He's made these rounds work, so I'm not going to discount FaZe just yet. And even if they don't win it, if they can make it a bit expensive, you get like 2 or 3 kills, you'd be a little bit happy with it.
Slow start again, though. I'm surprised we've not seen Bait just test the water with something a bit pacier in these early rounds. That usually seems to be their style, just to see what they can get away with.
Yeah. Oh, miss smoke. It's one of yours.
All right. Unnecessary. But also not untrue.
Twister's got information, but he's one player making his way up short, and now Carrigan going to be under a bit of pressure here. This Eagle going to hit a nice couple of shots. Has the support of the 5-7, but Carrigan first to drop. Twist trying to get them on the cross here, but it's just such a tall order.
Yeah, I don't think much is going to be coming out of this round, unfortunately. There's little bits of armor dotted in, so Frozen and Twist probably going to want to hold on to that. You also have a case to be made this early on in the game and where it's still kind of tentative financially. Don't give them the kill bonus, right?
Yes.
Don't give them those early kills and then like
It's like
confidence
Mach 10,
and
right?
stuff. Yeah, things like this. So it sort of looks a bit cringe, but there is some nuance to the idea of just not giving kills across. Would you call this a save? Not necessarily, right? There's not much to save, but sometimes these tiny little things can really just get into the heads of your opponents as well.
Oh, James, how you have ruined my beautiful game.
Well, you know.
But no, it is all, it's min-maxing, right, ultimately.
Yes,
right? And
that's a good
it's
phrase for it, yeah.
Kind of a spot with a face. It's very understandable. There's just, I mean, ultimately, if you want to kind of get rid of all the technical details, you just ask the one question to yourself, what's the point?
Yeah.
Right? What am I actually going to do here? I'm not going to win it. Like, we don't have a kit, so there's just no chance, right? You shell up, you save. This is now where we get to see them really bring something to the table. All part for Baroki, enforce the support as well. The full belt to Yuto for the most part. Technically speaking, a bonus round for Bait. Obviously, without really any damage or kills in towards the previous few rounds. It's not to stockpile a bit of cash, but if you can win a round like this, it would go such a long way. Great timing on the CT smoke in towards ramp. If they're going to pop through, they're going to have to pop through at such a late time. They go just ahead of that one, but Baroki gets the first. Looking to try and shut down the A presence. Has support as Jacob does well in towards back of default. He'll fall finally as Flames right at his feet. And MPL gives them a bit of space to work with. 3 versus 3.
Labored for Jacob. Certainly a player that everyone is going to have their eyes on here. Big shoes to fill.
Are they cancelling?
It looks like they are indeed going to move away. There's not much scaling up, but only lightly. Now reaggressing. MPL leading the charge. Bomb with him. But just adding a few more variables for FaZe Clan to guess around. May well have just heard the footsteps of running away, but it seems like they were aware of that all the same. So Twist with the big kill of this moment to just cut off any idea of a flank. Straight up fights then. The 8-1 NPL. The 0-1 head trick. We'll see who is able to step up here. NPL looking really confident, honestly. Taking a lot of fights and finding success, but a bridge too far in this round. FaZe Clan get themselves there first.
Yeah, an important round for them, just not only in terms of getting out the gates, getting things started on the CT side, but actually just making sure that they can win these hard ones against Bait as well, into the clutches. A couple of clutches that didn't go FaZe's way was when they were starting to fall quite flat, and just making sure they eradicate any of that narrative. the first on the board. It's still a little bit expensive, and you can see the knock-on effect now with Jacob having to bring out a FAMAS rather than the premium M4. But even still, for Bait, it's not a terrible situation for them, right? It's still quite expensive on a bonus round, all things considered. They're still going to be feeling very, very confident of how they started off in towards this map. Missed shot by Brokey, but information gained of mid-control now taken.
Minute and 20 on the clock here. Start to make slow moves forwards once again from Bait. So it is interesting. We talk about this one-track style. So far, that's all we've been getting here on Mirage. Not much adaptation. And it's a map that you can fall into traps with. You know, you see it into this round. It's nice to keep track, but it feels like changing up your utility is kind of an adaptation of the game. And I don't think it's quite as simple as that. So Bait have got to be careful not to become too predictable. Looking good as they break in, however. Only the one kill from Twist. That's not going to be enough. Carrigan is here quickly. He's here before the bomb goes down. And he might look to make a move around this smoke. Tap comes in. It will be a hold, but MPL is very ready for it. And again, he is the man leading the charge here in this round. Makes up a good 80% of the Bait kills at the moment.
As he often does, in all fairness, for Bait. This is why we were saying Kentasol was such a good addition to this side. He was relieving a lot of the pressure about MPL having to put up numbers. But who cares at the moment? 11-2 for him. Brokey, are we? No. Okay.
Oh, he was so close, though, man.
It's not a bad idea. He's now actually going to lose this AWP. It's the only issue. So, AWP falls.
Another, like, 10th of a second, and I think that player's gone and not watching it anymore.
Good due diligence from MPL, though, just to make sure, just to stick around long enough that something like that won't happen. I feel like Bait are now in a spot where that wouldn't happen to them, or it shouldn't happen to them. It'd be very, very rare if it did.
Yes.
The Huns, different story.
Leave them alone, man. Leave them alone. You know? They've been through enough.
Yeah. I'm still jaded by how you're trying to knife when you're 12-0 down. It's really just, it sent me for 6.
See, I'm here for that. Yeah. I love that. I think it's like, you know, you just have your own headspace.
Yeah.
If there's a knife on the cards, you're going crazy no matter the situation, which in a way is a little cooler than going for the easy knife, you know? You're going for, like, the hardest knife possible.
Alex. Spot swap. Can't capitalize. Twists can. That M4 finds the first. Frozen under the MP9. Gonna find one of his own. Oh my god. Oh, Jacob. It's actually not a bad effort at all. And Twist will quickly trade on towards MPL to limit him at 1. This is a janky round. Gunned away, but Twist, he'll see it off. Bait, they get dissected in that round so effortlessly in a weird way. And it really shouldn't have happened. FaZe didn't have a lot in terms of firepower, but they made it work.
An adaptation. I mean, that's kind of what we wanted to see from both of these teams. So far, it has been similar approaches. The T side's going to direct a lot of what's going on in these rounds, but FaZe do well there to just make themselves known and not rest on their heels and get walked over in these upcoming rounds. So definitely a fan of that. It pays off in a big way, and it might just net them a few more. It's a great break at the right time. The money dwindling. We do have the hero AK. We do have a tiny bit of utility and some upgraded pistols. So never write it off. Bait secured a big round with a buy not too dissimilar than this. Brokey opens. Frozen joins him. The AK's hit the deck a couple times now. MPL, of course, is going to find a kill, but he will be traded out quickly. Senthial thins the numbers, but the HP bars not looking good. The lack of armor here, of course, is going to make the big difference. We got Twist holding on the backside. So it's just down to the extremely low HP of Senthial. They'll know that he's in the apartments area. Maybe could have gone under, but they should have this under lock and key in just a couple of moments.
There's no way he clears this. There's too many angles that are right hand side, which are normally kind of so scary. There's no way he looks left. Twist to see it off. Nice work. Really, really kind of good combination play there as well from Brokey and Frozen. I think Frozen in particular, that first kill he gets, it's not easy. He's inside of the molly. Just trying to stop them barreling in towards the B side to secure a plant. Gets dinked here, Brokey, so not a bad shot by Krasno, in all fairness. Better weapon, and who knows? Might have got the kill. Might have given them a bit of room towards B, but I think the result would have been the same. Back into a buy for Bait. The best that MPL can bring, though, is a Tech 9. You feel like, you know, no offense to Senthal, you're 1-5. Why don't we give our 13-4 IGL the better gun? He's been kind of frying so far in Mirage. Let's use that. But selfless from the IGL. MPL, I'll take a lesser buy. I'll do it for the cause. And he's the first to fall.
Indeed. I mean, it kind of works out nicely in that sense, that it's like you've not really lost a stronger weapon. But also, why is he not on a stronger weapon? I don't know.
Yeah.
Kind of a strange choice. But maybe that was part of his plan, take some risks, gather some info. He knew that he might die early. And indeed he does. So man advantage here for FaZe Clan. Brokey, double scoped in, nice and patient for that frag. Senthal trying to trade things out, but it's just not looking good here as they enter in down to the man in Palace, who's made his way out and does indeed catch off Jacob. Maybe, just maybe, there is a chance here. CT being open is really not going to suit him. He's got to go back towards the dead comrades here as well to get that bomb back. So not the best look in the world. CT player reveals his location, trying to catch him on the jump. Doesn't quite happen. 20 seconds left, so Senthal has to be the one to make the move and start the dance here. Trying to spam away and get lucky. He's doing some damage. I mean, Frozen is left low. But I just don't know that he's given himself enough time, and ultimately, where is Carrigan is the question that he's asking. He reveals himself in the nastiest of ways. FaZe Clan to even it up.
He knew though, didn't he? He has the sort of, he's worked it out. One con, one CT, of course, spot the CT player, and he doesn't do a bad job of damaging him up, but not to be. For all as Bait call for their first pause as Madden enters the fray. Gotta say, those odds look very, very one-sided. This game doesn't feel too one-sided just yet, but I do feel like FaZe have got a little bit more in the locker thus far. For Bait, it's not a bad start to their T side. The only issue is that they've not shown me enough yet that they can really take down this FaZe side, who are looking to make a little bit of a lower bracket run. Of course, for those who are only joining us mid-series, you lose this game and you are out. FaZe already taken map 1, 13-9, their pick of Dust 2. This is Bates of Mirage. The map which FaZe fumbled yesterday against FUT. They were 9-1 up. 9-3 at the half. Ended up losing 13-11 in that best of 1. I want to make sure that there's no repeat of that.
Nice pickup from Brokey to kick things off here. Switch through the smoke is always nice, so looking good. There's no silliness at the moment in these lower buy rounds. Just keeping them at bay. And scaling up, I mean, you know, the momentum that a team like FaZe Clan are able to run with is always going to be scary. So Bait are going to have to do something to stop them in their tracks and just keep the scoreline even. Still space for an 8-4, which is a really, really good half for FaZe. Particularly with the way that it started.
Yeah, exactly. It would really be quite indicative of how strong they are. I think NBL's leg was just spotted there. He'll swing, he'll fall. Krasno gets the trade. But now 1 versus 4 for him and Brokey. You'll see it off his 3rd kill of the round. Love how kind of Brokey's approaching that sort of round as well. He's just taking fight on his own very confidently, but he isn't missing. Not at the moment. 9-6 start for him. Twists 12-5. Frozen 8-4. You've got big names stepping up in big ways for FaZe. And this is why this new lineup is so scary. They've got so many different facets of firepower to rely on and to fall back on. And so far, so good. No one can quite compete with MPL at 13-6, but he is sort of the only one stepping up at the moment for Bait. He needs a bit of support in that right flank department, and well, Alex doesn't start too well. Frozen, oh, catch him. Same for Krasno, he's caught by the hands of Jacob. They try and step up the tempo here, Bait, and they're punished for it.
It's kind of a desperate attempt at stepping it up. I mean, look at how well this is going, Twist. So clean, so crisp. He really does look like a new man on this team, you know? It's
he's revitalized, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Just a change in environment can make all the difference. But the point I was going to make is Bait, with the aggression there, it does feel a little more desperate rather than calculated, and you know, you feel like you have to change something. This is why I think it would have been good to see that early on in the half.
Yes.
Because then you have a control. You can go back to it and be like, right, well, it worked over at B. We didn't quite win the bomb plant, or there's certain areas of the map that we can get away with, but unfortunately they just have not gathered that information, so now they don't really know how to approach those faster rounds.
Yeah, I think you're right. Slow in tempo by Bait off the back of a quick one that fell very much off a cliff so quickly. They try and get up in towards the face of FaZe and make life uncomfortable, but they're just not going to be phased by something like that. They're so used to these tempo shifts. The tier 2 that'll work out, but not here. Twists for the first. Misshot the orb. Karrigan and Frozen both caught. B-side lost there. Bomb goes down. Bait have got some legs in this round.
Yeah, eyes off the ball for sure. We'll come back to it as it seems like things are still unfolding here. Oh, key find from Jacob. Might give them a chance back into it. He's gathered a fair bit of info. Krasnal does creep into him to take him down, but I think they now know where 2 are for sure. It doesn't seem to really be mattering. Multiple peaks coming in. Not a lot of time. Brokey, though, with the transfer. Oh, he's moving in quick. He wants this. He absolutely wants it. The timer just not going to work out in his favor. But for a moment there, we certainly all believed.
Oh, I thought that was going to be another Brokey 1v3 on Mirage. We saw one only a couple of weeks ago as well. What a transfer by Brokey. He just couldn't find the third. Oh, really had to lock in there NPL to make sure. But ultimately, the takeaway point, that's a really good round from Bait. They shouldn't be walking away with 5th there, but they do. They slow things down in the early round. They pop through in towards B. Missed shot by Brokey. Karrigan gets caught. Frozen fluffs his lines. Before you know it, that round's done. If they can make a 6th to end out the half for Bait, that'd be a really decent T-side. And it starts well as Sentiel catches Jacob. Too common of an angle, too easy to clear.
Very true, but it's the first time in a long time we've seen Bait have sort of the early upper hand with an opening exchange. So we'll see what they do with it from here. Yeah, FaZe will be kicking themselves. That 8-4 was right around the corner. At the very least, the 7-5 that just feels good to have a lead.
Yeah.
So we'll see here if they're able to recover this one. Twist multiple times now has moved down middle. Oh, yikes.
Needed that.
To say the least.
Misinformation,
and they will know about him. Yeah, this is the thing. It feels like the B-bomb site is vulnerable. What I will say, FaZe have rotated very quickly here, so they're so very ready for this, and I think more ready than Bait were expecting, but it doesn't matter. The super stand-in takes 2, NPL to close it out, and despite being in the right place at the right time, Bait hit their shots.
Yeah, it's all well and good being there, set up, all the information gained, you know where they're finishing, but that is some sharp shooting coming through from Bait. Krasnal, 2 super important kills, but an NPL closes it with a lovely one through the window. 6 rounds T-side Bait Mirage. I'm liking what I'm seeing. This is a Bait side that, yeah, it took them a bit of time to get going. There was that sort of middle of that half where FaZe were pretty effortlessly putting rounds on the board, but Bait come alive at that tail end, and now they've got a decent amount of momentum in their sales. If they can get a CT pistol to kickstart things, especially in as dominant fashion as their T-side pistol went, FaZe could be in a bit of trouble here in map number 2. Granted, wouldn't be the end of the world if this one was to slip through the net for FaZe, but for them who want to make a lower bracket run here, who want to be considered as the favorites in this tournament, who want to ultimately lift the trophy, They need to be winning these sort of games, and I guess they're FUT best of one as well. They need to be winning them and actually winning them quite cleanly.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this scoreboard as well from Bait. I do like the idea of the fact that a CT side is a chain only as strong as its weakest link, and there's a few names that have just not really gotten all that activated into that T side. MPL does a lot of the work, sure, but they're going to have to find the ability. They're going to have to find the CT side, some of those guys, and one of them is, of course, a big name in the AWPer, so they have to be very, very aware of that.
I'll say with Hedrick, I'll give him a little bit of leniency because I feel like T-side AWPing is brutal, right? He does a lot of his best work on the CT side, so we'll wait for now, but I have to agree. They're missing a few names. And FaZe have popped in towards B. There's no one here to meet them. The red carpet's rolled out. They get a free plant.
Yeah, very interesting setup, I think, from Bait. They were more ready for mid presence and a mid hit, but FaZe Clan, they keep it simple, they execute in, it pays off, and now you have a very awkward looking retake question mark.
Yeah, they're really...
Do we have a save, actually? No, they're I don't know. Not feeling themselves, start to move in, and you see what happens here. I mean, indecisiveness sometimes can indeed cost you. There's been a nice two-piece from Krasnal, but it's not going to be enough by the looks of it. He does have this kit available, but needed that kill, and it's Carrigan who steps up for 3.
Yeah, nice work. Just playing in through market there. Super, super solid job. It's too easy of a pistol, but then, you know, so was Bates, right? Both pistols actually played out very similarly. FaZe on the CT side went for mid control, expecting that to be the pop, and then they're going to react on the back of it. Bait just running towards A. In the second half, Bait go for mid control on the CT side. FaZe just running towards B. Both very similar rounds in terms of fundamentally how they're kind of played out. Worrying sides wanted a strong start from Bait. Can't get it. Now FaZe can start scaling. It's a forced buy this Bait side. A double MP9 FAMAS and double 5.7. It's not the worst investment. It's, you know, it's as good as it gets, but it still can be very scary in the right hands. But I feel like Bait, they've got to do something a little bit unorthodox to make a round like this stick.
They do like copying each other's styles, though, don't they? Dust2, really slow to start off the T side. Same here on Mirage. There's a lot of, I think when your tournament life is on the line, there's a lot of kind of feeling it out and not wanting to give those early kills away, not wanting to get over-aggressive. Slow roll here. Nice find from Alex. I think that's going to light the fire under them, to be honest, which is exactly what Bait want, given the way that this setup looks. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's that FAMAS that makes all of the difference. And Krasnal keeps these multi-frag moments coming, man.
He's looking really, really good. And it starts really good as well. It's the first opening duel that Twist has lost so far this map. He drops, and then they just walk straight in towards the pack. So well done by Krasnal here. What reactions. He's got to be punished by Carrigan. And he isn't.
Nice, guys. Let's go. Good contesting. Bro.
Krasnal's happy. Good to see. Comms are flowing for Bait as they tie this one back up. What a force buy. What a round 2 take. And unfortunately for FaZe, they don't get too much of a choice. They themselves have to force this. No two ways about it. Twists. The Eagles got ahead of the molly. Won't get ahead of the nade, though. He's softened up massively.
Deagle of Twists here. Looking for that small head peek to come through. Carrigan goes down, so that starts to bring us back to reality. You'd like to get hopeful for a small pistol round like this, that, oh, anything is possible, but I don't think that's quite going to be the case. Into this one, they net the first kill, they spot the early information onto Twist as well, so not looking too good now for FaZe Clan.
No. They just want a bomb plant, really. Winning this force buy feels pretty unlikely, but if you can make things expensive and keep Bait and their econ in check a little bit, that means into your next full buy, I feel a bit more confident about it. They're going to start popping in towards the B side. Now flash over. MPL bails out his teammate as Ascentia was so blind, he had no idea what was happening. And Krasnal, once again, Another multi-kill round from him. 15 and 10 now. So we said we needed somebody else to join MPL. There he is.
Yeah, he's looking good. I mean, fairly consistent, holding his own, doing his own thing, as you would expect given the stand-in situation. But doing it pretty well.
Yeah.
So it's good to see. And again, we want to see a bit more of this guy. Hopefully he finds his way onto a team of this kind of caliber, in all honesty. But for the time being, Bait only the 1 round in the lead. It should be 2, given the investment or lack thereof from FaZe Clan into this one. MP9 up close. Opportunity to make some money, perhaps. But you still feel like he might go down.
Oh.
That's not quite good enough, though, is it? 2 for 1 against Glocks and P250. Not really the best look. However,
that's the bomb.
Unfortunately for FaZe, what kind of position are they in? What can they really do with it? It's an MP9 saved. They've spilled the bomb. They don't really have much positional advantage. This is the big moment, and they're not expecting it at all. Ascenthial, with potentially the most perfect timing he could have hoped for, will save the round from absolute disaster.
Yeah, we were sort of there with bated breath for a moment, though. That was looking potentially a little worrying. The opening 2 kills that come through for FaZe, it looked like there was maybe room for them to work with. They just get stuck, unfortunately, in towards under. Bait lead at 2 rounds, 9-7. As FaZe finally get a full investment to kind of be spoken about, but it has to be a successful one. They fall flat here. It could already start to be the beginning of the end. It starts well for FaZe. Twists, finds the first, looks for 2 as the AWP misses a shot. He's getting a little janky as well as Carrigan's trying to put pressure on towards Headtrick. Krasnal again stepping up for one of his own, but it's Twist who's lighting up the server. Numbers favoring, and Twist is here again. He's on for the ace. He can't quite find it, but his job's done.
I mean, again, I will say it again. He is looking so good, so quickly as well into this team. He has exploded onto Mirage, that is for damn sure, and could be a really big round that he's just pulled out. Ascenthial. Oh, he's threading the needle. Just about gets the timing against him, though. He was so very close to creeping into a free kill, a free 1v1. But it does not happen for him. FaZe Clan, right on the knife's edge, are able to pull themselves back into the game and close that gap.
It's really impressive watching Twist play at that sort of level. They need a round like that as well. It's such a critical time, just as Bait are getting towards the point of being really in complete control of the scoreline, the kind of tempo of this game, and actually the momentum too. We're shut down and slowed down, and they're forcing towards a conversation. Tac pause taken. Madden re-enters in towards the fray, and you know, for him, it's about reinstilling what has made this side tick so far. The pace, the pressure they put on towards FaZe. Wonder what they try and bring to the table here. A lot of smokes to work with. This round falls flat though. Bait in a lot of trouble. Money runs so dry. And at that point, FaZe should start pulling away.
Replenishment of smokes here. FaZe look to kind of send the wrong signal. Only 2 players moving down middle. They're going to attempt to get someone up into the window, which feels like the highest risk way to do this with just 2 players. If they've been spotted from short or a well-timed flash through the connector.
Oh.
Just 1 is going to be enough, though. I think you're really just trying to sow dissonance in the CT defense. And it seems like Jacob might have successfully done that. Big find from Alex. Able to drop down. Trade just isn't there. Brokey, however, will use the fact that they think there's no one else around in the Palace angle to his advantage. Big find from Twists. Who else would it be? Ascenthial and Headtrick now left to recover this round back, and the bomb is bailing. The bomb is going B, and they don't know it yet. So they're in the wrong place, and this will make a big difference for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, they're sticking around thinking it might be a double pump execute, but it's not. It's a full rotate. The bomb's still left by T-Apps. It's going to be Brokey's picking it up, and they're going to actually send in Twists to open this all up. But I think they're starting to realize now, Bait, that well, we've kind of called this wrong. We've gambled wrong. I do actually wonder whether they even give it a go. I feel like it's probably not worth it.
Yeah, with an AWP in hand as well.
Yeah,
right?
numbers is advantage. AWP on a retake, 1 kit to work with, and they got no residual cash left in the back pocket. You just call for a save, unfortunately. So FaZe are going to tie this one back up. 2 very even maps between these 2 sides, but it does, you know, in a similar vein to how Dust 2 was. Here on Mirage, it feels the same. FaZe have just got a little bit of that extra 10% of being a bit more cutting edge, a little more strategically deep as well. And so far, that's enough to get them past Bait.
Nine to 9. Most certainly on the cliff edge now for both of these teams. Just a question of who can stay alive. Really, really difficult time now, and I think I wouldn't be surprised if we see a timeout soon. Feels like Mirage has been a bit more going with the flow as compared to Dust 2. There's a lot more stop-start from the timeouts on Dust 2.
Yeah.
But now might be the time to just get the voice in there, and, well, it's actually for FaZe, which is pretty shrewd, I think, given the way that this one is unfolding.
Yeah, FaZe is first. Bait have got 1 more left to work with if they need it. But maddened happily to utilize this. I just think at this point, though, for FaZe, you've put so much pressure on. The save that I come through, the buy around it, I assume it's probably going to be quite minimal. So you're in a spot where we're so close to putting relentless amounts of pressure.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot, I think, in the next couple. It's pretty much all on the next rifle round, right?
Yeah.
If FaZe win that, then they absolutely have the series in their hands. If not already a little bit, if you want to be like fully objective, fully out of the game, as it were, this is FaZe's game to lose now. But we'll see.
That's nade.
It is a good nade. However, the AWP in this round, I think... Okay, never mind.
What about
not in the round anymore?
This round?
Not in the round anymore. Ignore me. I take it back. 5-7 catches twists.
How did he?
What the hell is he doing there?
Yeah.
Kind of wild. I think maybe just straight up short. Potentially we missed him dropping out of the window, but all the same, kind of wild. M4 also falls here. That's the big kill to find, of course. Krasnal's probably going to say, listen, I'm low. I've got armor. I've now got an AK. I'm out of this round. I'm saving. But FaZe, no sweat off their brow. They're going to get it done. They will move up to double digits, and this is where it really starts to get crunchy. Bait have got to get this next round on the board.
Yeah, AWP recovered as well by Alex. So you save the AWP, the AK, and maybe for MPL, he's just been left around and towards mid to play exits. Whether he gets them, that's a different question, because surely if you're FaZe, you just go back out in towards T-spawn. The first side's cracking towards double digits. This is looking unbelievably akin to Dust 2, right? We're in the same exact spot. 9-all, bit of back and forth, but FaZe looking like the slightly better side. They hit double digits, and they just waltz towards the end. 39. Map 1, this one looks like it could be completely mirrored. This next gun round is everything for Bait. You lose this, and it ends in the same vein as Dust 2, which ends the series and the tournament for Bait here in Shanghai. So quite literally feels like we're in that now or never territory. A 10-9 scoreline. FaZe are starting to look very, very comfortable indeed. They figured out what Bait are throwing at them.
Yeah, I mean, the key thing as well to sort of consider, this is almost part and parcel of what happened on map 1. It's close, it's neck and neck, it's a bit back and forth, right? Streak here, unlikely round there.
Yeah.
And then right at the tail end, FaZe have just got this extra level that Bait really cannot touch, cannot deal with. So
they get a second win, don't they? That Bait just don't have in the locker. Bait don't have that ability to go into 110% right at the tail end.
Yeah.
They can coast comfortably at that like 80-90% and be really scary to deal with, but they just can't find that extra level to take down FaZe.
Yeah, and I mean, that works for them.
Yeah.
Most of the time is the thing. Nice pickup from Headtrick, however. He's been pretty quiet this game, but a little bit of dynamicism on that AWP. Gives them the opener, and worth its weight in gold. Brokey the next one to fall. There is a slight slip of the net here from Jacob, but he's going to be eaten alive by nades and bullets alike. Twist looking crisp, of course. Well, what else? 2 12 o'clocks in a day. And Twist finding flashing kills, at least here on Mirage. Going to try and move in towards B, and they might be able to get away with this. They might be able to get away with this. Check all the angles. Frozen's a little low, and yeah, Krasnal will go unchecked. For a moment there, you start to believe a bit too much damage taken by Twists, unfortunately, to really give this a solid go. But if anyone's going to do it on the FaZe Clan side at the moment, it is most certainly him. Digits in, nice and comfortable. He's reset the game. They're far away. He has plenty of time to get himself into his favorite position. Well pointed out. There is no kit available, so the pace is going to be high here from Bait. A lot of noise being made. Molotov in the wrong place. Twist just in a somewhat open angle, but thanks to the low HP, Ascenthial will take him out.
Nice check there by Ascenthial. Potentially can get overlooked, that angle too. Whew, that was close. There was a real moment that could have been really dicey. I mean, for Twist, it's just about whether he can play time, but he also couldn't set himself up into a position to play time. He had no idea where they were coming from. There's also a really, really valid world in which they flank through apartments. So he didn't really want to play the standard post plant for the apps plant. But it starts well for Bait. Good isolation of fights. Alex and Headtrick, that combination plays done really, really well. And unfortunately, I think for FaZe, they just get isolated a little bit too easily. Normally, for them, they're very good at playing off each other and playing for the trades. And if one falls, they reclaim some space or take other. At that time, it was too simple. So he said it was on that brink of now or never for Bait, and they chose now, and they do well. 10-all, they tie it up.
Good to see them performing under the pressure. I think they certainly crumbled the last time they were asked. We'll see if they can replicate it, though, see if they can keep it going. MPL smells a rat, but he has to take the fight forwards. Carrigan can't get the trade. The rest of the team, there's only 2 of them left now, actually trying to pick up the pieces. They will get the bomb plant in here. It's only 1 man the difference, and there's HP taken out of all of these players. CT move. Ooh.
Uh-oh.
It's a little close, somehow getting away with it. The flash going to come in. We'll see. This could make all of the difference here. Headtrick, though, was hidden away from it. And now Brokey left to clutch up. He's got hardly any ammo. Can't find the headshots. Bait will take the lead right at the tail end.
It's a damning round to lose as well, because FaZe have no money. Even despite getting a bomb down here, they're not really going to be able to properly buy unless they hero AK it. Which is pretty valid. It's been obviously a very popular kind of meta shift of going in towards a hero AK, few upgraded pistols around it, and hope that somebody can carry. And you'd look towards Twist if we were going to pick out anybody. 23 and 14 so far, but a second tack pause taken here. Understandably so, Bait taking a lead right to the dying embers of this map of Mirage. Oh, unfortunately for FaZe, fallen a little flat when it's mattered most. We spoke about it earlier on. Dust 2 got to the right of the tail end of the map, and they scaled up into it so well. They found that extra level, that extra gear. But unfortunately here, they slowed down. The Bait looking good. They are going to go for the Force as well. AK brought out for Frozen, a double Galil, double Deagle buy. This is for all the marbles for FaZe. They don't want to risk it by chancing that overtime. They themselves are here for the now or the never. It's not the easiest buy to try and convert.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the game plan is. And it does look to be somewhat creative. Going to get some mid-presence here. And again, just feigning it with a low number of players. Lots and lots of noise being made. And Twist, they work him out through connector. Works beautifully. The Palace players strike at the same time. Just so much noise. So much sensory overload almost. Kind of reminds me of a round that Twist pulled off famously on Nuke, actually. True. Very similar sort of idea to just fly in and overwhelm them.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, so make the most of it, right? And unfortunately for Bait, they don't get too much of a chance here to do anything in terms of a response. So Ascenthial And he gets caught by the Deagle Carrigan. If he was a little bit more patient, he probably gets that one on a silver platter. Santiago would have just walked right past him. He is the fall, but who cares? It's a Deagle. It's whatever. It's a round 1 by FaZe, and that's what matters. Big kill by Twists, and a really, really important one by Frozen as well, to give them that space to move in towards the A site. All in all, it was such a massive call to be making in a spot like that, right? We're going for the Force. We lose this, we lose the map, we go to that decider of Ancient, but they convert it. And not only do they convert it, it's so inexpensive as well. Only the one casualty is a Deagle on your IGL. Third and final timeout taken as Madden once again trying to desperately do anything to grasp this last few rounds in Bait's favor. I don't think Bait want to go to overtime. I don't think they have the depth in the strat book to go to overtime against a side like FaZe at the moment. And it's good to see that Krasnod's joined kind of MPL in terms of the numbers department, but I don't think they want to be going towards OT. I think that's where FaZe, if everything gets reset as well, you expect them to perform there.
It is very true. I mean, they've been sat on that final timeout for quite a while, actually. So really the most opportune moment to pull it out. There's a lot of pressure here. A lot of pressure as they move back in. But only time will tell if Bait have got what it takes to bring FaZe Clan to a third map. To start to question the overtime. I think in situations like this, it just feels natural to lean the way of FaZe, the things that they are capable of when it gets a little exciting. It's kind of what they live for, you know, adrenaline junkies in a way. So we'll see here. Slow encroachment towards the B-bomb site.
Feels like at times they make life a little harder for themselves than may be required, but I'm never discounting FaZe. Slower tempo set in the early part of round number 23. The penultimate of regulation. Alex posting towards Sandwich. Always a bit of an awkward angle to clear. It's that and ah, that debate of whether you want to use a molly to clear it. Frozen's here. Does have a molly, but who cares? Head trick with that orb. Finds him. It's pulled Ascential off, though. That's the only issue. They're slightly out of position. They are out of position. Ascential desperately trying to reclaim that control. That's so unfortunate. If he sticks around for half a second longer, he's not trying to, you know, escape his way back in towards the site. He's still set up for the fight. But now they're playing retake and they don't clear Twist. He gets 2 and he does it with ease. Prime Twists as 3 kills in a round have netted FaZe map and series point here in this lower bracket. And Bait, what a time to crumble.
It's so wild, man. 2 rounds in a row where Bait are just left scratching their heads. What is going on? What are these approaches? What are these changes, right? And they're so nervy. Let's be honest. Yes, it's a sort of nice idea, the push and pull. But Frozen runs out ramp by himself. They don't necessarily have any more information. I don't think a call for a rotation has come in. Ascential's just jumped the gun. He's just trying to be proactive because that's sort of what they tell you to do in these tighter moments. And it is just that lapse in judgment that costs them. I mean, to be fair, from Headtrick's angle, there could have been more players there, maybe. Yeah. So perhaps you do think of, oh, yeah, rotate it or whatever, but still only seen 1. Still a little giddy, I think, from one of your B players to go that fast.
Yes. Yeah. That's such an unfortunate kind of move by Ascential. I can't really even blame him. I'm assuming he's being called over, saying, right, 1 dead ramp, it's Frozen, but then also they've got to know that Frozen lurks, right? Like,
I feel how quickly he moved.
Yeah.
He's definitely done it himself.
Yes,
it's not like they've had this conversation about, oh, it's A, oh, there's another one A, oh, it's a big player A or whatever. He just went. As soon as he heard noise, he just reacted.
It's a brutal mistake to make, especially at that sort of time as well. And look at the knock-on effect of it as well, right? Not only in terms of the mental state for Bait, which is something that they do struggle with. We've spoke about it quite a lot throughout this tournament, but also in terms of the buy, right? Sure, 3 M4s and an orb doesn't look too bad. Ascential's only got a 5-7, but they've got like no util. If they're forced into a retake, they're in serious trouble. They have to win this round the hard way raw aim duels and fights. They've actually got to try and make sure that FaZe don't even get into a plant. If they get into a plant, FaZe can win it alone on util.
50 seconds. Not loads of time for FaZe to work with. They once again want to finish A. But in what kind of fashion? Utility going to come over the top. They'll start moving in. They are a man down here. The AWP as well, left open. Takes Twist. That's a big name to be taking in a big round here. MPL through the smoke trades. The man advantage remains for Bait. Only 20 seconds left. A panicked attempt at the plant here. Jacob needs covering in towards CT. No one is brave enough from Bait, however, to take that swing and try and deny it. So maybe the room that FaZe so desperately require has been handed to them. Shadow spotted, but Brokey not fast enough on the flick. He's the one that makes himself known here. He is begging for these fights. Carrigan swings out, a little overzealous, you might say. Jacob falls, and that will be overtime. Locked and loaded. The most entertaining team in Counter-Strike, of course, keeps the game going.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's one of the worst rounds we've seen from FaZe, actually. Probably all map long, right? It's one of the ones in which they fall the most off the kind of this ship in a sense, right? Because things were looking so good in terms of what their T side was bringing to the table until that point. Very scrappy, very panicked as well in that post-plant situation. And we were talking about the util. They don't even really use a lot of it. You can see Brokey from Firebox, who just throws 3 bits out kind of hopeful. It's a Molly CT, just in case anybody's there. It's a nade stairs, in case anybody's there. And it's a flash open, because he knows it won't affect the 2 players over towards Tetris. But they don't set themselves up to buy time, to play the clock, to put the pressure on towards Bait. And credit to them in the retake. Bait, so confident taking those fights. So we continue. This game not dead just yet. I think something you brought up a little bit earlier, though. Such an important opening kill by Headtrick. He's been quiet all map long. It's not been a good map for him at all, no matter whether it's the T or the CT side. But catching Twists, getting out of ramp, that's such an important guy to find. Right? He has been relentless all game long. He has been the kryptonite of Bait, and they shut him down without him doing anything.
Yeah, and then there was the Carrigan moment as well. He maybe swings a bit early in that post plan. Yeah, actually, look, they don't have the information we do, but it looked pretty good. It looked like Bait were uncomfortable. The kills came their way. And so here we are to go again. FaZe, I feel, have got a little bit left in the locker, as you say. And one of the things, yeah, I think is potentially just a conventional everybody A type hit. Carrigan still making noise on different parts of the map, however, and they are just going to go. Molotov comes in. This is part of the problem when you don't bait out utility across the course of the first minute of the round. They're still committing in. Flash blinds everybody involved, so this could get weird. The second flash is pretty damn good, but Twist is there for the quick trade. Site control coming in. It's Carrigan from behind here, who's going to be the big player, but he gets shot in the back. There was a guy behind the guy who was behind the guy. Frozen keeping the dream alive for FaZe, but Bait looking good. They've not panicked, they've kept it calm, and they have kept them at bay.
Stairs, swing. It just draws attention away, all on the shoulders of Frozen. Hang on. Frozen in a 1 versus 3, but he just can't get the last bullet to connect. It's Headtrick who clutches it out. He's made to work for it, but it's Bait who start OT well.
They started very well, in fact. Again, there were moments, there were a couple players you keep your eyes on that could have done some serious damage. But they're denied away. Headtrick is the biggest player in that round. Look at where Carrigan was. He played things patiently. He knew something was up. Didn't just dive off of short to join his teammates in the connector. And Carrigan a little frustrated here.
Bro, please. He's not aiming. He's killing on ice, you know?
I don't know what. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Ice?
Something like that. Healing on ice. I don't know, to be honest. We're going to need a translation on that, and it's the language I speak. I don't know what he said.
I think he's maybe talking about him swinging. Like,
yeah, maybe.
Like, I think people say, like, they're on skates when they swing around corners.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. That is, I think, what
Which is true. That is actually how Twist is playing. I'm assuming it's not about Twist, right? He's just swinging into so many of these fights. Either way, we're popping towards A. It's Twist and Jacob. We find a killer piece, and Carrigan finally gets up Con. The last player towards B, the Bastion over there of Headtrick, is stuck because there's a lurking player that's dragging his attention away. But they're split up now, so Carrigan in a bit of a weird spot. His teammate is nowhere near, so Carrigan has to win this fight, and he does. Down goes Alex. And once again, we call upon Headtrick. It's been a quiet map by his standards, but a clutch in the previous. We to him once again. The leg spotted, but Carrigan closes. What a round for the IGL. He needed to be a hero there because things were really looking quite dicey. And thank God he does step up.
The years of experience really coming into play there. I think he knows he has to deliver. He's able to dig deep and find it. Really big moment for Carrigan. As the round, like you say, was really not looking good. But once again, on that deeper tactical level, I think FaZe are able to bring the aggression back, are able to just keep these rushers really looking fresh and creative, and different players in different spots. But they just look so comfortable, and it's a level of the game, a level of the T side that I don't think Bait really had for us. The flash towards mid here, though, paints a different story. Oh, difficult for Brokey. Still gets him, but he's lost everybody in the meantime. Just needed one guy to help him out. Or did he? Oh, on the cross. Alex will take him down, and Bait take the lead moving into the second half.
I love that move by Bait, though. You know, we've not really, for a while actually, for Bait, gone for really heavy mid-aggression, right? You know, and they send 4 players in towards the fight there. I love the little change-up by MPL. Everybody, let's get in towards this fight, in towards mid. Let's put so much pressure on. A nice flash over. Crash on was super well. We spoke about him when coming in towards the CT side. He was getting multi-kills out of the wazoo. So constantly getting in towards these fights and doing really, really well. Brokey, you always have a bit of a belief about Brokey in a clutch there, but he just gets caught knife in hand. He needs to reload as well. He wanted to escape to give himself some time. If Brokey's allowed to make his way up short, you back him every day of the week, but Alex as well to deny. So a tentative lead by Bait. Magic number, of course, is 16 in OT1. We had a bit of a barn burner yesterday, that TYLOO game. Maybe a loose term because it was some of the more scrappiest Counter-Strike we've seen in a while. That was 3 OTs. And this one feels like it still could have a bit of life left in it. I'm not going to count out FaZe by any means just yet. As them on towards that CT side, it's still a fantastic map from Twist. 29 and 17. Frozen not looking too bad either, but we probably need just somebody else to get into that 20 mark to really keep Bait at bay.
Yeah, an explosive round from the AWP perhaps could be a game changer for FaZe Clan. We'll see here. Bait straight copying FaZe with their first overtime round as well. Just a basic A execute on the cards with a lurk towards B. So we'll see if it pays off for them. Winding the clock down a little though, just keeping FaZe guessing, I suppose. Senthial perhaps trying to sell the fact that he's a lurk, but he is in fact a part of the main attack. MPL. Oh, not ready. Oh, Carrigan a little early with the shots, but he still gets the kill. The execute coming in then, as they will be a man down overall, but this was always the plan moving into A. Jacob goes down. The break of the smoke falls incredibly flat from Twist, and all of a sudden, said advantage has been thrown away. Did we necessarily need to make these aggressive plays like that? You were already in control of the situation. Retake now in full flow. Another big kill from Alex coming in. Carrigan required to step up again as Brokey's on the AWP here. It's going to be awkward for him to get in. Steps being heard. Quick move up from Brokey. And again, he's back with the X Factor. He's a little nervous. He's a little nervous on that bomb. Maybe could have gone for the hold against the AWP. And it's so very panicked in the 1vx situation. FaZe close again, but cannot get it.
Yeah, credit to Bait. What a lovely call. What a lovely execute as well. The initial pushing towards the site is really, really well done. But I think you're right. There's overextensions by Bait, by FaZe, may I say. Yeah. They're fighting on this sort of forward foot where they really don't need to be taking these engagements. You know, you look at Jacob, you wanted to stay alive a little bit longer as well. You wanted to try and buy a bit of time, but right at the end there, broke. He's so flustered. He's changing weapon. He's tapping the bomb. He's considering to stick it as well. It's so high octane, high pressure. He's really sort of and ahhing, doubting himself. And Hedrick, stoic, patient, right towards the very end. It's so easy for him. He's just trained.
This is it. I mean, they look a lot cooler at the moment, like in the server. I think FaZe, at times it can be good to have like the energy high and quick rounds, and it sort of creates the play that Brokey made, jumping up onto Firebox.
Yes.
Right? That's the kind of loose place that his mind is at. But then when it comes to staying calm in the clutch and on the bomb, he doesn't quite have that. So there's a bit too much like buzz to this FaZe team, and that's maybe why the timeout comes in. They need to bring themselves down a little. It's getting out of hand, and it may well be unrecoverable here. 2 in a row required to take us to another overtime.
Yeah, has this feeling that Ancient might be required here in this series. Especially the way the overtime's gone, you've got to argue that thoroughly deserved by Bait. It's been a pretty masterful performance at times from them. Some of these rounds that they're pulling off really good, and that's what it's nice to see that they've secured up a few of these T-side problems that they've had in the past. A slower take by Bait, though. Limit testing with there. Looking towards B. There is 4 players in this direction, and 1 lurking his way up short. Alex is in behind Frozen. This round, it already could start to fall apart unless this backside player of Karrigan can go nuclear. Good for the first, and he gets the support of Twists, but the nade will see him off.
It's all about Karrigan in that moment. He keeps the dream alive, just allowing that space for Twist to get in. Bomb plant going to come in here, and they will allow it. HP bars don't look great. Oh, the boost up as well. What a quick little move here, but Jacob is checking all those angles. He's so smart with it. Kras now left to clutch up now. Stand in, trying to be the hero, but only 1 available for him. Oh, man, it didn't look good. Looking at it, it did not look good. FaZe have done well there.
Yeah, they really have. Jacob, deservedly kind of the MVP of that round. Even that first kill alone worth its weight in gold. The clearance on towards the boosted box player, nicely done. Bait, use their attack pause as well. Of course, you get another one for every overtime. FaZe have already used theirs prior to that round. It worked wonders. Bait hoping they can pull a little bit of that magic themselves. I really did like the round, though. That flank that Ascentiel's building in towards short, catching Frozen. If they could maybe have denied Karrigan getting 1 kill before he's seen off by the nade, that was it. But Karrigan actually does quite an excellent job. He just has to be a nuisance. That's it, really. We're not expecting him. He had like 6 points of HP. We're not expecting him really to get a second kill, but just buying time. Allow for Twist to get over, which he does. Twist then gets over, gets a kill before Karrigan falls. And at that point, it gives FaZe room to trade kills back and forth favorably. So yeah, despite only just the 1 kill, it's really important by Karrigan the way he plays that. Final round overtime. Only 2 ways this go. Either Bait pushes in towards map number 3 of Ancient, or FaZe tie it up and we go again.
Nice nade. Not a bad way to kick things off. Molotov as well to slow them down. The mid-crunch coming in here from Bait. Again, it moves very, very slowly. It's been a game of patience. And at times it has been FaZe Clan that have lost their patience in these key moments, in these key rounds.
Rookie.
Yep.
Freebie. There it is. We'll take those. Gets 1, gets away. That's all he really needs to do.
Very clean indeed. Keeping that pressure high. As no one goes to burst. It's a slow attempt at the trade.
Yeah.
They boost up. Got to be very careful up there as well, as it is the bomb carrier. Oh, man. It looks disjointed here from Bait. They had a player move quickly in the apartments. MPL trying to catch off A. Just have to be careful here. I mean, they know about Jacob. It's all on Frozen, who is down below. He even jumps early for my money. 20 seconds left on the clock here. Could have gotten away with a bit more. I don't think they would have expected him at all. Needed to believe in the position. Brokey misses out. The P250 gets it. And now it's all down to Alex. 69 points of HP. Feels like it might not be enough. If you can get a quick headshot here, most certainly on. They're just waiting patiently for this smoke to dissipate. And there you are. Carrigan will find the easy kill. No quick jumps there. Brokey holds his line and takes us to another.
Yeah, it was that looming question of where is Carrigan as well, right? But unfortunately, when you're in that spot for Alex, it's sort of, yeah, you have to be committal, right? You have to just tunnel vision in and hope they're playing together, hope that they swing and that you can sort of mow them both down. So we go again, like you mentioned, OT2 now has FaZe not given up. They're still standing strong. And those Bait T's had issues that we've brought up a couple of times. Pretty clear, pretty apparent in those final 2 rounds. I think especially the penultimate round as well, showing where Bait can fall a little flat. They're so heavily reliant off the individuals. And granted, they're getting them. MPL's obviously had a fantastic map, but it's Krasnal who's looked really good, especially on that T side. He started to really step up. It was mainly the CT side in regulation where Krasnal looked a lot better. That was a good T side showing in OT, but I'm still not super sold on Bait in terms of the depth just yet. We shall see. Like we said, second overtime. Number we look for is 19. These two sides pretty inseparable here on Mirage. And we get to the point where, in terms of the series and the map itself, fatigue starts to play a bit of a factor. Will either these sides be running on fumes at any point soon?
Finally, a bit of presence from FaZe in towards middle, actually, and it will pay off massively. Twister with the double kill.
What a flash.
It is beautiful to watch. And a great way to kick off the second bout. Oh, we like a one-tap, though. Essential. Maybe one more of those to get us back into the round. He's not ready for the man down below. Oh, he's just reeling like we are. The cleanliness of those kills. It's still the man advantage for FaZe, and it should be their round from here on in.
Yeah, especially with how low MPL is. So much heavy lifting has to be done by Headtrick here. Oh, leg spotted, surely? I feel like Carrigan must have spotted MPL just before he tucked there. I think that's probably why he falls off. He is alone towards B, but Brokey's coming over to support as well. They've already crossed window. With a shifting pass, that's Headtrick and the bomb. They've got to know that it's probably the last here. Carrigan's going to be smoked. I don't think that was probably intended, but I don't think it's going to make too big of a difference. MPL clotheslines Brokey, but it doesn't matter. Round 1 all the same. FaZe kickstart the second bout of OT. Well.
Yeah, very well indeed. I mean, again, it's a switch up, right? We've not really seen them put presence into middle. And they put their best foot forward, as it were, and come in with something fresh. And you see what it does to Bait. They've immediately gone in for attack pause, which 1 round into the potential 6 is quite early, to be honest. So there's something awry with that round. There's something that needs straightening out within the team, and like right now, because they don't have any more.
I think there's probably a realization as well for Bait of the importance of having some foundation off the back of this T side. It's obviously never... You know, it's caused a couple of problems, I think, so far for them. And even saw with that tail end of the first OT where it fell off, right? So I think Madden's realizing that I can back them and I can trust them when it comes towards the CT side. They actually have really nice protocols there, but I need to have something to work with from this T side. Hence where maybe a little bit more of the onus is put. A slower start for Bait. These kind of slow tempo rounds have actually looked okay for Bait. As long as they give themselves enough time for the execute itself, they do draw attention from FaZe quite well.
A lot of presence in middle, though, here from Bait. And I do worry for FaZe. They do have to be careful how much space they give across, but they're taking some decent chunks out. Or the second nade as well is nearly perfect. If he'd been in the same place, he may well have netted a kill off the back of it, actually, but not the case, not how it pans out here. Some doubts. Sown for bait, and Carrigan finding that kill feels like a very, very big deal, honestly. Again, they're going to start to turtle up and doubt themselves, and this is what you've talked about a lot. What is plan B? And so far, not looking good. Bomb spills. Big information for the CT side. Twist keeps them coming. And with 35 seconds left, you feel like this is just going to hammer home for number 17.
Close by Jacob. Head-trick caught. Nice round, and actually a really worrying round for Bait on the flip side. You call a timeout, and that's the round you put up as well. Not a good sign. I really wonder what was spoken about as well in that tackle as they get completely shut down here. Twists makes it at times look quite effortless how easy he takes some of these fights and how confident he is in doing so. 2 for 2 for FaZe. They can go 3 for 3. That is an unrelenting amount of pressure put on towards Bait. As their tournament life starts to be questioned. This is the lower bracket, to remind those only just joining us. If Bait are to lose this map, they are out of the CSA's Championships 2025. Jacob right out there, he knows there's a possibility of a bit of con control taken here by Bait, hence why he's not committed to the fight. He's just jiggling for information, and he spots Headtrick, and he deletes him.
It's so tough. Like, Headtrick gets into that position, he's got a Mach 10.
Yeah.
Like, what is he going to do with that? If only he had an AK, he really could have done some damage. Essential, though, keen find from him. Brokey here on the AWP, looking good. Twist an extra fall, always a name you're going to pay attention to in this FaZe Clan kill feed. Jacob looking to step up, however. New boy on the block, and he will do just that. Bit of help from Brokey. Leaves it all down to MPL.
What an A-hold as well, right? Sort of a new position for Jacob. Des brought this up right now in towards the LA anchoring, and he does so well. Brokey closes out. He's really picked it up at times, and that's a fantastic round for him. 3 kills to his name. That's what we want to see. And it's also a really important round for FaZe because a lot of the success they've been finding, it's so reliant on Twist getting at least a kill. Traditionally, you know, for him, it's been an opening kill as well. He's looked really, really good. He's 7-3 in opening duels, so he's been flying into the fights a hell of a lot in this map so far. That's a round where he doesn't do anything, really, and they're still able to secure it over the line. Jacob does so well to stand tall, stand confident, and Brokey always kind of backs himself in every single fight he takes. 18-15. And unfortunately, the fire might have fizzled out for Bait. It is map and series point for FaZe Clan. An elimination on the line for Bait. They need to go 3 for 3 flawlessly here on their CT side to stay alive. This being their map pick, they already lost the map pick earlier. Dust 2 picked by FaZe 13-9, where they fell flat right at the very end, and unfortunately they're falling flat here.
Yes, I mean, death by 1,000 cuts, potentially. A very painful way to go for Bait. But there is always a chance in the great game of Counter-Strike. So we'll see here. It's been a little while since they were on this CT side. Maybe they can bring some freshness. A lot of utility out here from FaZe Clan, and they're going to go back to the tried and true quick moves, try and overwhelm a certain angle. They're weary to cross into the danger zone, and rightfully so. The con smoke not quite good enough, maybe blocked. It was so early on in the round. Ascenthial holds the line over at B, but will be traded out. So there's a small window to get in. Brokey with a big find as he lands, firmly getting that kill. He will be denied the opportunity to plant the bomb, however, and Alex from short keeps them at bay. But there was, once again, as always for FaZe, a moment.
There was. I actually think FaZe go just a little bit too quick there. They're a little bit too flustered by trying to put pressure on towards Bait. They actually needed to get a kill or two and call for a freeze, call for a pause, slow it down a bit, pull Bait into rotations, maybe even kind of sell the ruse of a rotation back away from that B site. And they're going to call for a timeout. Good opportunity to talk, but I actually just think they need to take a breather more than anything. Just relax for a hot second. They were too eager to fight. They're too eager to try and make Bait uncomfortable, and in the chaos, sometimes that's when Bait really rise up to the occasion. I think they start well for Bait. That crossfire they've got in towards Connector and Short is really quite strong. That works really well for them. And then they have the numbers towards B ready to meet them. One player towards Jailgo that can catch them dropping out, and a Short player that rotates quick enough. Yeah, for FaZe, a little bit slower actually really would have helped them out there. Sometimes pace can be your best friend, but at times it can also be really suffocating. And that's what happened.
Very eloquent way of putting it there. But indeed,
I try.
It is true. Still a bit faster into this round from FaZe. It's not like they've necessarily been knocked. There was a time where we were seeing this team, both teams actually on the T side, just sit at the top of mid, wait the clock down, slowly make some moves. But they're bringing a lot more noise into this second bout of overtime. That is for damn sure. I think there's a degree of frustration. You just want to get it over the line. You've won 3 in a row. It feels like that's the hard work done.
Feels like it's the hardest round always though to close, right? Yes. It's always the one in which it feels like the real enemy is yourself. It's the mental side of things.
Yeah.
It's not getting too ahead of yourselves, not getting too comfortable or too eager. Still thinking, you know, we always say it in football, it's 0-0, lads, right? You score a goal, you don't get too ahead of yourselves, you don't get too comfortable.
Noise from Frozen, and a lurking position from Carrigan.
Molly doesn't spill towards Alex.
This does get a little weird. They're going to move towards B. Carrigan's been stopped, but he was the distraction, of course. It's NPL who holds clean. He's still got support at the back end of the site that is surely going to get overlooked, but it's not even needed. NPL looks so damn good. He has been somewhat quieter into the overtime, but that is a big round from a big name on the Bait side. We might just get a little more Counter-Strike.
What a monstrous round from NPL. What a hold. NPL happy to sit towards backside and invite the pressure in. He's just so well at isolating those duels. It's Queso who's taken a lot of the limelight on the CT side for Bait, but that's a big moment from him. And across the board now, it's most players starting to step up towards Bait. Alex looks quite quiet at times throughout the series, but he's starting to find his form as well. We're just needing a little bit more on a head trick. He's still not lived up. It's kind of the big name that he holds just yet, but he's posted CT, and it looks like he will be tested in just a mere moment. 2 B hits that do not work for FaZe. So they're changing it up.
Yeah. You just start to run out of the creative juices, I think. They have become a little more predictable onto this T side, but keeping it simple, all with an A execute. That's head trick on a quick switch at the wrong time. He doesn't get his nade out, and he's now caught in no man's land with this AWP. One's not quite going to be enough. NPL keeps the kills coming because of course he does, but will it be enough? He's trying his damnedest to find that planter, but he can't. The numbers are even. The HP bars tell a different story. Forced forwards, Jacob only 1. And it's Carrigan with 13 HP to close this out. And he decides to go ramp, or nearly into the business end of the grenade. But keeping it simple as he didn't believe in the Palace move. Taking their time to work their way in here. Going to get that smoke down on the bomb, and he will fall, and we go again.
Yeah, really, unfortunately, quite sloppy there as well. I also don't know why Twist isn't flashing towards CT. Why are we going contact? It feels like a real fool's errand there. Obviously, they're going to hold for that. They're going to, as they're scaling through towards CT themselves, they're going to be really trained on that fight. Just a little bit too easy. I mean, that T side was really quite scrappy from FaZe, which is not what we want to see. That's not what they're known for in that sense as well. They're, you know, the clinical FaZe, the FaZe that can dissect teams on the defense. There was none of that there. Credit to Bait. All the pressure on their shoulders. There was tournament life on the line at 18-15. And they don't bat an eyelid at it. They don't seem to be affected by it at all. That's a lot of credit.
Yeah. Really not an easy thing to do, I think, getting the run back with that sort of pressure on your shoulders.
I'm not against a side like FaZe by any means. You know, irregardless of what's happened so far in the game, just name value alone, right?
Here we move into yet more Counter-Strike. Can they keep the energy up? I mean, FaZe already into that last go at the T half. It felt like they had started to dry up on the ideas, started to feel like they were a bit frustrated, even though they're in a good position, just really wanting to get this put to bed.
Yeah, they try and brute force it for no reason.
They really did. Those opening, especially the first one, I think. Just take a moment, think a bit harder than you were. Oh, man. Does not get much better than that, to be honest, with a HG.
Slow mid control taken, but there's no ruse here. Bait know all about it. Then there's multiple players in this direction.
MPL behind the smoke, Twists on the other side. Kind of a game of luck at this point. Twist trying to find the angle. He does have some support up above, so the trade will be there at the very least. Still, is that going to be good enough for this T side? Can they really do anything with it? Carrigan has got a lot of space towards short here, goes peeking into the AWP. Unfortunately for him, Headtrick stays alive here for the multi-frag moment. And not a chance for the FaZe Clan. Bait take the lead, and things get very interesting now. This is, technically speaking, 4 in a row for them.
Yeah, finally a bit from Headtrick as well. It's too easy for Headtrick, more than anything, but he can only hit what's in front of him. And he does a good job at that. 3 kills to his name. He gets to 19. Bait get up to 19. And yeah, you're right. You know, it's 4 in a row now on the CT side here in OT. This is damning from FaZe. Saying again, not a side that are considered one of the heavy hitters in this tournament. Not play like it at the moment. Really being made to work by Bait. And they're going through the ringer a little bit on these T sides. I've critiqued Bait for their T sides at times, and the plan B looking pretty rough, but same absolutely can be said for FaZe thus far.
Oh, rough. Twist just gets his crosshair off the angle. He will live to continue fighting, though. Headtrick. Oh, digging in. Just spots the very, 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 very tip of the head, perhaps. All the same. Deciding against the A-bomb site. They're going to move more so towards B. Maybe mid. Maybe they don't rightly know. Carrigan's gone early, and he's dropped early as well. Really not what you wanted, and they look very prepared for this mid hit. Alex finds another through the smoke. Brokey is left on 1 HP. So this looks really good now for that Bait side.
A lot of damage down towards Frozen too. And Jacob, who was the last remaining healthy player, is seen off. Brokey, no chance in hell, surely. 1 pot of HP in a 1 versus 5. He gets 2. And he's finally spammed down by Krasnal. Oh my. Bait. Their 5th CT round in a row. 20-18. The number we look for is 22. Where have FaZe gone? That is the question. Non-existent on this T side at the moment. It's a barn burner of a map, don't get me wrong, but at least for the last few, it's felt very one-sided. I mean, even just plan A of getting a plant for FaZe seems to be a big ask.
That is true, and not a good sign at all. I think this T side has really just completely disappeared, and this is kind of the curse of it, right? You get that 3 in a row, it was 18-15, and then you just start looking across the finish line. And Bait have just come up the inside of them with that second win, looking so good. Oh, Krasnal, right place. Maybe the wrong time. It's MPL through the smoke once again. The flash is just too good. Krasnal traded out. They're going to pick up the pace here as well. In towards the B bomb site, and Ascential keeps his cool for 2. Looking for a bit more. Where is this coming from? Jacob left alone against the world. 4 in total, 3 in the clutch. He's picked up the bomb, but he just cannot guess right. And it's 3 now from Bait in a row.
and it's FaZe Clan to run it back against the impossible odds.
And 6 in a row in terms of just the CT side, right? I mean, my God, for Bait, what a clinical showing from them. FaZe looks so flustered here on the T side. They just cannot get anything going. It was bad enough when FaZe got 3 in a row and we were saying for Bait, right, now it's about survival. The flip side for FaZe is talking about the mental. This must be so jarring to try and deal with. Nothing's clicking, nothing's working. Like we said, again, just getting a bomb plant is a big ask for them. And they look so dejected. I mean, how can you blame them?
It's kind of that feeling, isn't it? It's a bit weird to like work against your subconscious almost, but they already have a map in hand.
Yeah.
You know, so you start to kind of feel like let's get the game done, whatever way it goes, and then we can focus in on Ancient if this doesn't quite work in our favor. It's a really sort of weird headspace, I think, that sometimes you can find yourself in. It definitely, some of the players there, just like, we've been here for too long. I want to stand up. I want to walk around.
Yeah.
You know, your priorities suddenly shift in a game that just feels like it's going on forever.
I think you're right. Well, FaZe. Can they once again run it back with flawless CT sides? Let's see, a simple A-pop seems to be the play. The flashbang was ineffective. Jacob, deleted by Krasno, has been excellent, and he continues to do so. Ascenti one of his own as well. He lit up that last round. He looks to close it here with the support of the stand-in. Krasno catches Twist. The big name dropped, and it's Karrigan and Brokey left with it all to do. Bomb goes down, 2 versus 4. Scribs surely no chance.
Yeah, one would say this is not looking good at all. Karrigan jumps up. He will be deleted early. It's all on Brokey. He's finished up close as well. Man alive. What an up and down game. Just so insane. But it will be Bait to extend the series here and take us to a third. Enough from us. Back to the desk.
Thank you, Neo and Scriv. Yep, Bait getting it done, evening up this series against FaZe. We will be going to map 3, Ancient. Guys, credit to Bait, but why don't we start things off by addressing FaZe's side of the server. FaZe, at the end of that second map, just looking like they had nothing to offer. Prof, starting with you.
Apologies to Lonks. He was right. The FaZe T sides are horrible. That was like in the actual game, maybe not so bad, but we saw it towards overtime. 6 T rounds, they practically had no chance. They completely ran out of ideas, team play, anything. And honestly, what a crazy game. They had that in the bag for sure. They should have done better. They had a great start, 6-4, I think. Mainly come back through rifle rounds. They look super dominant. Then they drop like 1 round to a low buy, just like against FUT, and then things get out of hand.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough one for me because, you know, I like FaZe and I like Karrigan. I like the guys that make up the core of this team. And I think that there was a lot of probably hope out there in the community that yesterday's, you know, fumble against FUT was an aberration, and that the magic from EPL would continue over. And now that they had Twist back in the camp with FaZe, and, you know, the vibes would be up, and they would have, you know, the talent that they need to do great things. And obviously, people will probably throw out the excuses of limited practice. Obviously, you'll throw in the jet lag, whatever you want to call it. But let's be real here. You cannot reasonably defend the performance that FaZe is putting up on the server, but the talent that they have, and with the core tenets that this FaZe is known for. Like, this is nothing like FaZe. And I think a lot of people are like, you know, Elige broke the identity of FaZe when he joined the team. He didn't really fit. Well, now you have pieces that supposedly fit, and you still are playing terrible Counter-Strike. Like, these T-side rounds, they're either just horribly flawed from the start, where you're not executing appropriately. The timing is off, the spacing's off, the trading's not there. No one's playing off each other. There's complete disorganization across the board. Or even when you do get sites, you can't close rounds. Like, they just fail to communicate in these like tight situations and be able to navigate through them properly. And look, I'm gonna be honest, no one here can reasonably watch one of these Brokey performances this series and reasonably defend how he's playing the game. I hate to put it all on one person. It's not all on one person, by the way. The whole thing is failing. But but it's just dumpster fire after dumpster fire. It's sad. I hate seeing it.
I feel like the first part of that speech here from Dust was like, I felt like I was in a funeral.
Yeah.
It was like such somber notes, like, guys, what is happening?
Talking
it's over.
About the whole thing, the way FaZe are approaching the game right now, at a most basic level, or as a general way of describing things, it seems like there's a massive inconsistency in the quality of their rounds. You know, some of their CT rounds, pretty flawless, looking sharp, cohesive, and then, yeah, on that T side, vast majority of the time, you know, it
feels very desperate.
Very low quality. Like, we saw those rounds where Brokey's left in the clutch and he's looking a bit nervous, a bit shaky, albeit still being aggressive and stuff, but just generally not super comfortable. We're seeing Karrigan perhaps making some abnormal decisions that he wouldn't usually make for himself and the team. And then we've got Jacob looking a bit lost, a bit missing. Why do you think these things are happening?
I'm kind of confused because it feels like in some of these rounds they're either desperate or they don't have an idea, or it's like, okay, let's just smoke window and try to walk mid with 2 guys. Of course, like, you're gonna die. Like, there's no way you're getting through that choke point without any duels, or if you are, then you're walking into a stack. And that's also something that, to give credit to Bait, I feel like they were calling the rotations quite well throughout that game, which, you know, you can also say discredit to the other side for not making it a bit harder and less obvious in some of these situations. But even the round at 11-11, they go towards like an A execute, they have like 1 smoke, Frozen's coming out of apps, Stairs is not smoked, so he just dies from the connector area, and things just like this. You're like, what is the point of this round? It doesn't feel like they have things figured out, or if Bait throws something in, they don't have like a second plan. And that is a part of, like, you are a new team, quotation mark, and we know that Twist is bringing a lot in as the secondary caller. Kerrigan was talking about it, like, this is the first time I have a secondary caller since Nico, which is a huge statement to make to some degree, and I don't know how much I can believe that, but let's just believe it for a second. He will bring in a lot of things, but doesn't really add up to me that you just forget some of the basics, like the spacing on some of these takes, like the eco round that they lost towards the NT Force essentially in the start of the TCT half, is like the spacing is horrible going into B. Jacob is going, and then 3 seconds later, the second guy is peeking. Of course, there's another stack there that they're walking into on top of it, which means Bait can win the round, but it's kind of simply not good enough, in the wise words of Jacob Pimp.
Here's the thing. Like, I can understand that FaZe is not going to be able to play some type of A game, considering the limited amount of time that they have had with this fight, considering Jacob's gone in and out of the roster, Twist has just come back, you know, Brokey obviously got benched, he got brought back. Like, obviously, I understand the moving parts that are behind the scenes with FaZe that would cause them to not be able to play at their best. But you're not even seeing a good B or C game out of them. I think that's the bigger problem. And I think you really hit the nail on the head kind of at the end of your speech there, where it's like the basic fundamentals of Counter-Strike do not change no matter what team you're on or what role you are playing. You know, when you're executing the A bomb side of Mirage, you understand what utility is required. You understand, you know, what angles need to be covered. You understand, you know, what positions you need to push players off of to be able to get into the site and make some headway. You know that you need to have proper spacing to trade off of each other, and they're not following really any of these core tenets in any of these rounds. Or maybe if they get a couple of those things right, they're still lacking in one of the areas, which causes them to ultimately lose the round, whether it be right off the rip before they even get into the site or in the post-plant hold. And it's like, these things just cannot happen when you have these many experienced players playing together.
Guys, let's move on now. Quickly turn our attention back to Bait. Credit to them, you know, they got both pistols. They stayed locked in throughout the OT. Krasnal stepped up compared to Map 1. Quick thoughts on Bait before we look ahead to Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, Krasnal was huge difference between the first and second map. I think we highlighted it before. Like, they need something from him. NPL was on his standard level. I think where I was surprised to see them actually come through is like when you see Headtrick struggling so much. He was, I think, 7-15 at some point. But the game got prolonged and they got so many opportunities that by the end he was clutching, he was getting all of these like pretty easy shots that they were allowing him just sitting on CT or on triple box, getting entries as they were coming into A. And then, you know, when you get everyone fired up, then, you know, Bait is a pretty dangerous team. But for me, that's kind of the issue, is like the confidence that Brokey has, install that in Headtrick. I feel like he would be like a insane player, but it's not really like that, is it?
No, I mean, obviously we're harping a lot on FaZe because we have so many expectations for them. Meanwhile, we know that Bait comes in with a little bit you know, less of a ranking above their heads and, you know, coming in with the stand-in. And so the expectations aren't as high, right? Where, you know, they're meeting them, though. I mean, again, Krasel's been kind of a super sub. Like, he's had impact in a lot of these games, honestly. Like, even yesterday in the game that they lost on Dust 2 against Heroic, he played a very well game individually. And so that's been cool to see him actually find a way to fit into this team and be, and, you know, have impact. Again, we're now seeing NPL finally play the level that we know he's capable of in this Mirage game, so that was good to see as well. You know, and they are playing better overall Counter-Strike than their opponents, despite being, you know, the lesser favored team in the series, and that's kind of crazy to see.
Yeah, we've got Krasnell's stats up on screen now from Mirage. He definitely stepped up compared to Map on Prof. Did you want to jump in quickly?
Yeah, just kind of last points, I guess, before we go on to Ancient. First of all, a map that both teams, again, are pretty comfortable on, so that we don't not really edging it any way on that. If FaZe are to lose here, losing to FUT, completely inexperienced team, average age 18 years of age. The second youngest team is Bait, right? On the other side, FaZe super experienced, one of the oldest teams. We know everything about these players. They've been around, won majors, Grand Slams, and all of these things. It would be horrible, and that's where it's shocking to see them lose in this fashion. You're going double, triple overtime. It is supposed to be about experience and not about like, oh, do I have this execute or that? Like the amount of rounds that have been played allow Kerrigan to be this, you know, mid-round caller and do all of these things that he is known for. We saw very, very little of that, on top of, you know, his individual game was also super off. When you have him and Jacob combining for 0-5 opening duels in the first 15 rounds, you kind of have the same problem you had in the past when it was Kerrigan and Rain, Kerrigan and Jacob. Nothing's really changed. The opening force of FaZe has not been great, and can they win a round without Twists having a multi-kill? Can they do that? They should be able to, but it doesn't seem like it.
Dust, expectations going into Ancient, sort of as Prof alluded to, pretty balanced map between the teams. Perhaps if we're looking at the last 3 months, FaZe might have the advantage, but it's certainly going to be hard to take advantage considering they're coming off a very rough loss on that Mirage. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, my thoughts on this is just kind of understanding what the dynamic is going to be, you know, for how they're going to approach this T side. Again, their T sides have been lacking all tournament long, and Jacob is playing such an important position in middle. They've actually let him keep that role. Twist is actually taking over Rain's role at B, so they haven't had to do a whole lot of adjusting as far as positions go, but it's about just how are they actually going to execute a game plan with the Counter-Strike we've seen out of them so far, the quality being so grim that it's just, you know, you're going to have to deal with a, you know, Bait team that is very, you know, proficient on this map. They understand how to play it. They're very aggressive. They're very in your face. And so they're going to rattle you. And I think the other big question for me for FaZe is who's going to play middle defensively, because that used to be Jacob's spot. Twist played it at EPL. So who's going to take it over? Because that's another very important role that needs to be played well.
I think more than anything, Prof, it's going to be just very hard to mentally bounce back. That wasn't a loss that you can just quite simply get over in the space of 10 minutes. Of course, we know it happens, but it's a tough thing to do. That was a very tough loss on Mirage. A lot of rounds played, a lot of rounds thrown, and now coming into Ancient, starting on the T side, the side that has been so sorely lacking, at least at this tournament for FaZe. This is, yeah, potentially advantage Bait, at least in my opinion. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, let's see how it starts. You know, I think ultimately on Ancient, the T side can be very difficult, especially if, you know, you can't get mid control. If you're trying to like overforce that fight, that can be kind of something that hits you in the face back. So I think that's going to be a key part of it. And then of course the banana and cave fights and how that's going to pan out.
All right, Prof, Dust, thank you, as always, so much for your thoughts. All right, everybody, up next, it's the third and final map between Bait and FaZe. The loser goes home. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Ancient very quickly.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
Welcome back, folks. We are here with the extended series, of course. Third map going to be required. There was multiple times, I think, where we felt like that wasn't going to be the case, but Mirage went the distance, and now we require Ancient, which, honestly, I feel like one of my favorite maps to watch at the moment. Certainly feels like it's going to deliver for this one.
I always love Ancient as a decider as well. I feel like it's a really good map to kind of settle the score on. And there's kind of a lot to settle here as well. That was such a wild Mirage. There was about 5 different storylines happening as that Mirage progressed. But I think the main takeaway is what happened to FaZe, right? They fell very, very flat towards that tail end. And real credit to Bait. I think they stepped up. Crastle looked incredible. From the second half onwards, when he was in towards that CT side, Crastle looked really, really good. MPL all the way throughout, not only calling a great game, but playing a great game. It's a super impressive Bait side who, once again, just continuing to prove how they can scalp big teams and they can make life very difficult for some of the elite. The question now is, can we do it consistently? Can we go back-to-back? Can we pull off the reverse sweep? And you've got to look towards, again, MPL there in terms of the depth of his calling, right? He, I think, called a great game there, Mirage, but Ancient's a whole different kettle of fish.
Yeah, and they just sort of kept themselves together, I think, for the entirety of those overtimes. FaZe, it felt like they were getting a bit frustrated, getting into their own heads, and really could have benefited from this break. So very, very, I think, difficult to give all the credit to Bait. I think there was definitely a degree of FaZe losing that game.
For sure.
They were in a keen position. That 18-15, if you remember out there, should have been their map. Absolutely, yes. Should have been their series. And we'll now have to see. This is kind of where some of the experience comes in on this team, though. I think that they should be able to bounce back. Sometimes we bring it up with younger teams. Bait might be one of them after a really tough loss of a map. Like, how do they look into the next one? But I think that FaZe should be able to bounce back well enough.
Yeah, one guy we're really looking towards on Bait, who does need to step up, especially in a map like Ancient. We need more from Headtrick, right? Granted, it's all well and good getting a win, and it's easy to lump the praise on towards Bait, but we have to look at the other side. He had a couple of moments in towards overtime right at the end, but generally, it's a slow map for him, a bit of a slow performance. He is needed, especially because Brokey was looking pretty clean, right? He had a lot of decent highlight moments, so we need Headtrick to step up in this game. He's so critical to the successes of this Bait side, and especially without Kentazor being here, who they look towards a lot in creating space for them. Headtrick has to reclaim a bit of that space. It's back to essentially the Bait of old, which was MPL and Headtrick doing it all, and the rest of the team around them sort of stepping up, whether it's your Cynthia's, your Alex, it was your Captain Kirk's throwback one time. So
shout out.
We need Headtrick, right? It is the main thing we're saying. Brokey's looking pretty good for the most part. He needs to make life a little bit more awkward in the serve of him. Flip side there for FaZe, it is damning when you're picking up a loss, despite Twist dropping 40, that really's got to hurt, right? He looked incredible all the way throughout. So consistent, so strong, so self-reliant, but it's still not enough, and that really has got to hurt.
Yeah, and it for me, again, feels like something that Bait were just able to hit this extra level kind of going into the final bout of overtime, as it were, and I think keeping themselves together, which is fair play, fair credit, again, with the stand-in as well. So they do seem to be impressing a little bit. FaZe, meanwhile, the inconsistencies of old still seem to plague them, even though we do have a newer injection of players and Twist looking sort of freed. I think that there's so many up and downs to this team that they're just very, very hard to predict. and sometimes a little bit frustrating to watch. You know, I think everyone's a fan of FaZe and Karrigan and what they do, but you just have to beg the question, like these quick rushes to finish off Mirage and try and force the last round that they needed. It's like, just take a step back, you know, like there's no rush. Like, where have you got to be? You have to secure it. You need to make sure that you get that 2-0, and now that's not the case. That's not the reality we're in. And we move on to Ancient here, of course. I don't know which way this one's going to go, honestly. I really cannot call this.
Yeah, this one is a hard one to predict because I feel like you do get to a point where you want to throw statistics out of the window a little bit, right? But if you are looking at stats, you've got to favor FaZe. It's been a better map for them. It's not always the strongest for Bait, but they don't seem to care at the moment. Krasnal for the first and the second as well, as he's trying to make life really uncomfortable for FaZe here, back into a 3 versus 3, but he's left low. Alex backside long, trying to catch him on the cross, but he can't. Frozen deletes. With Krasnal so low, a lot of heavy lifting got to be done by the IGL, who is caught. Jacob for 2 right at the tail end, but it's 4 in total for the new boy on the block for FaZe. And they get the first. They kickstart the T side well.
Yeah, kind of the perfect start, I think. A good, clean, ultimately stress-free pistol.
And also, it's good that FaZe get something on the T side. They didn't get anything on the T side for what, like 6 attempts or so. It was a rough look right at the end of overtime there. So they could immediately dispel that sort of narrative.
Yeah, I think so too. A fresh start. I think one of the easier ways to describe this that we look at sometimes is kind of the barrel of a BO1 and just view it as the map that's in front of you, which again is a skill of professional players that not all of them are going to have. Moving out on towards the A bomb site. Krasnal on the edge of the smoke. Actually a really keen find from him, I think, to just keep them at bay early. Bomb going to get planted, however, and they do just have to be careful. This is where the weaker weaponry and the lack of utility starts to work against Bait.
Yeah, just keep peppering you to them. They know, okay, they've spotted one pushing through elbow. They know that flank is a possibility. Frozen going to stick up close. Shadow won't betray unless he swings. Oh my god, Twist is in behind here. Krasnal's dead. The question is, can Krasnal do anything before he falls? Twist in behind. He'll get a second with a Mach 10 as well. And they know where the last is because they spotted MPL earlier. So it's a good round from Twists, not only in terms of the couple of kills he gets, but also in terms of the information he gathers as well. It's not a bad attempt at the force buy by Bait. It's expensive, but who cares about expenses when it's FaZe that are 2-0 out the gates and they know there's not going to be a buy for Bait in towards this round here. That was the force buy there. They've got no residual cash. FaZe barring a pop-off moment by MPL with a saved Galil, they should be getting a 3-0 start.
Certainly feels that way. I think for me, considering that previous round, it was a bit of a weaponry difference, so it does come quite close. Be interested to see how the first rifle looks. That is ridiculous. Has to be pixel perfect timing for a kill like that. Honestly, there's, you know, the Galil for sure, but 2 players have got armor. They can get their hands on an AK and pick up a key frag. It could be a very, very unexpected round here. They'll start to charge in towards B. They lose another player in the interim as well, so not looking too bad. The nade is well placed. As things go even, the digits being tapped in. Krasnal on the backside with one of those recovered guns. It's only a Mach 10, but it might just be enough. He's ahead of the Molotov. They're not expecting him. Big kill. Really does thin the numbers. It's down to Frozen and Karrigan. Frozen as well has been vaguely spotted here, so they're going to have a good idea of where he is coming from now. Both of them confirmed in the cave, but it doesn't really matter. If Frozen can hit the shots like this, it might just be an impossible task. FaZe are bailed out.
Wow, Frozen was so well at the end. It was actually his Molotov that nearly sells the round. Because there was a player already pushed up ramp and they get ahead of it, it cost his teammate and the security they had on the site. Thankfully not to be. Frozen, really, really well done. But again, Bait's still proving that they can make these rounds a little weird. Ascentia, that shot through the smoke. Alex gets one here as well. Also, basically through the smoke. Fortune was favoring Bait a little bit. Firepower made the difference. This second kill by Frozen, clinical work. So the first gun round, the first... Oh! Jacob lines them up. MPL and Krasnell, a joint casket for them as they are clipped in towards Cubby.
Beautiful to watch. Not very nice to be on the end of. FaZe will take the opportunity as well to push their way through on towards this B bomb site. Full contact coming in. They've got nearly two players up on the B site. Just leave Twist to do his thing for a minute.
This is great.
It's kind of a question of, yes, I know we've taken a couple players down, but where the hell are the B players? You know, there's got to be one in Cave you would expect, but both of them sat in Cave in a 5-on-3 like this. It is somewhat unorthodox. Bomb plant not going to be denied. No real funny business just yet, and I think, to be honest, it's sort of a soft save. Headtrick is not really looking to get involved in this retake, and the other two are on their way out if they have their way. Jacob down below here, looking good. Doesn't hear the second, doesn't expect the second. But all the same, FaZe Clan going to keep the rounds coming. I think they have to be careful themselves not to lose too much cash, but yeah, 4 in a row now.
Yeah, it's good. It really is good. Out the gates on the T side here of Ancient looking really damn solid. Headtrick and a Sentinel, an AWP and an AK saved. They can actually buy around this, to be fair. Headtrick and a Sentinel can drop, so they can get an investment out of this round, but FaZe are looking considerably more comfortable on the C side. That was the thing that worried us in OT. All starts so well with Jacob. That double just lines them up, and he gets a third later down the line. Didn't hear the last, as you mentioned, but so far as things go, on Ancient, he's looked good. Quad kill earlier, triple kill there. Having these multi-kill rounds, the youngster, which is what we want to see on the T side for sure. Like we mentioned, enough cash to buy in due to the saves. We've got to get something on the board. It's not been a nice start thus far. And Twist is very early out towards A. And so far, there is no one here to meet them. Krasnell the first to fall. MPL for 2. He does well, and he gets his, and he gets out. He sets himself up with this numbers advantage. That's really well played.
Molotov and awkward kind of smoke. That'll be a CT smoke. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Strange. They've given him a smoke to plant in for some reason. Either way, 4-on-3 still looks pretty damn good here for Bait. They are moving quite slowly, though. They've got the kits available, but just taking their time getting in. A weird position from Carrigan is the thing to watch. He will activate and find his kill. Jacob, good for one. It's the AWP drained in. Brokey misses out the first, looking for a little bit more, but now just has to play the clock and the time and the trades, but it's not needed. Brokey will take them down cleanly. It's all Carrigan, though. He brings such an element of chaos in that post-plant.
Yeah, really, really well done. Especially that 1 versus 2 right at the tail end. Brokey, great kind of isolation of fights, but you're right. It is that unknown quantity. Where is he? Where's he playing from? What's he doing? First act pause taken by Bait. I think it's a good time to call it as well. You're 5-0 down. And FaZe aren't looking too flustered at all in what we've seen thus far on the T-side rounds. A concerning position for Bait and a good opportunity for Madden to try and slow things down. There's been some nice moments for Bait on this map in the past. You know, you look back towards kind of Pro League, that win over G2 in particular was a really important one. Of course, 13-2, a dominant display there. But some losses which have been less than adequate. I caught the kind of the Starladder one not too long ago. They got battered by OG. Never a good sign. GamerLegion Ho2 as well. That side took them down. I mean, it's been a map in which they've really been up and down on. Sometimes they're so strong, and then other times they are non-existent, and this is looking like the latter at the moment. They need to figure out what makes this side tick, and they're shutting them down, but it's MPL to open things up. He'll catch Twists.
Carrigan still committing into this idea, however, he chases the nade thrower. Brokey will trade that exchange, but they're obviously still down. Even with the man advantage, it seems Bait are left guessing. They wanted to very quickly bolster up B, but then decided against it. On 10 to hooks at the moment. Obviously, Oof. Never good to see. Never good to see. But it's all good. Nobody is going to be able to capitalize on that FaZe side. They still have to deal with this boost box play. Brokey, yeah, nearly gets his knees shot off. There's not too much that he can really do about this. With only 40 seconds left, they have to start making a move.
Oh, Jacob, what? Look for the second as well, can't quite find it. He had the right idea of a back donor player. Will they expect Hedrick up close here? They don't, and the last one of Brokey is low. It's all on his shoulders, but the flank is too fast from MPL. So following the tack timeout, Bait finally get on the board here and finally get started on this CT side. Only big issue with it is it cannot be a flash in the pan. It cannot be a one-off. We have to now start chaining rounds together. FaZe going to call for a timeout of their own. Want to shut down this CT side scale as quickly as possible. But we can't afford for this to be a one-off for Bait. They have to now start using that as a catalyst to further success and start really scaling up and towards the CT side. We need some foundations before we head in towards the T side, which we already know has its issues.
All right, we'll see what the response looks like then. I think we're all very curious to know what FaZe Clan have got up their sleeves. And sometimes it's just sort of the illusion of what they might be able to cook up. Plenty of utility to keep things simple here, should they choose. Just lacking a bit of that weaponry, I think, is the main problem, of course. No presence towards middle, not going to try and brute force it. They're actually moving fast over at B. That's a lot of damage through the smoke. Twist is perhaps going to have to give that AK up. He's lucky to be away from the nade as well. It only does 1 point of damage to him, but not the start that FaZe were after.
Carrigan going to join up. Carrigan going to will the AK now. This Twist is so low, just the Tech 9 left for him. Couple of taps that nearly catch Jacob as he's moving forward in towards red. Hedrick's posted and waiting. He should win this fight every day of the week if Jacob is to swing. He's got no util. And also really no support, to be honest. This one should be easy, and it is. Don't really get too much easier than that for Hedrick, to be honest.
Flash into cave.
Whoa!
Okay, not the best, but it works. As Senthial will get the kill despite moving a little early. Frozen now, left low as well. Pistol could do an awful lot of damage here from Hedrick in the right place. He's going to catch one, but backs off from that. All the kills are ultimately going well for Bait, at the very least going their way. 3 HP, the difference at the end of this round, not going to find anything. Still a bit more work to be done, but Bait looking good in the past couple of rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's as good as it gets in terms of a round specifically. Barely any damage even being taken by Bait. Really, really decent fights for them. Hedrick so confident. The initial one was so simple, and Crash so happy to keep fighting around Donut. So, ultimately, a real breakdown for this FaZe side, which is not good to see. It's off the back of attack timeout from them. They lose the first, they take a pause, they come in towards that one, and it's an even worse round. They get dissected so simply. And it has shattered the funds. No money left to work with. So for FaZe, a pistol rush to hit him towards A. There is 2 players to meet them, and the third in MPL is not too far away. This could be a shooting gallery, but I didn't expect it to be for FaZe. Carrigan gets the first. Hedrick, 5-7 pulled out. MPL's rotating over quickly, and he transfers excellently. Alex catches the lurk as Carrigan falls, but MPL, he's really saved them from a bit of a scary spot there.
Yeah, absolutely. The gap closing exponentially now, so this is the key round for FaZe to keep them at arm's length. It looks good. There's no excuses in terms of the buy. But Bait seem to have just lifted the individual level over the past few rounds and really battled back nicely.
A lot of back and forth between these two. It's been a pretty sick series so far. all expectations were FaZe to come in and 2-0, nice and sharpish, but they are proving there is still quite a bit about them. Jacob moving forward towards Donut and head trick. I don't know why it didn't click, but there would have been one there if he had. Frozen finds one. 180s to get the second as well as Brokey doubles down. They've cracked open this A site with ease. As the bomb gets planted, there is nothing Alex can do to deny.
He's going to stick around, though. They have plenty of cash. So he might look for something a bit funky here. Relatively close to the bomb. No one seems to be coming his way. They're moving early. They are moving early. The Molotov, though, is well-timed. And Jacob has it covered. So it looks good. Still,
I don't think they even heard it, the tick.
Yeah, but
it's all good.
It's a little dangerous. I think if he'd have really gone for it, certainly could have made a difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just opting not to do so. So, I mean, fair enough. Going to get to save this AK, the one-tap potential. As FaZe grow the lead. And like I said, it was a key round to just keep them at bay. They do exactly that.
Yeah. And of course, they've already now got to a point where on T-side Ancient, yeah, you can be pretty happy with that. You know, if this was then 6-all, I think for FaZe, not in terms of the way it would end, that would mean kind of bait 3 rounds. But if you were to say to them, you've got 6 rounds on T-side, you'd be pretty happy with that more often than not, right? Decent foundations, it gives you something to work with, and a lot of teams prefer that CT side. 8-1 knife as well, of course, chose to start here. Swing in, MPL for 1. Has to support a Krasn as well. We spoke about him playing loose and fast as he finds 2 back-to-back, and Brokey also clipped. This is what we like about Krasn with a fantastic map too. And he backs himself every day of the week. Twist will shut him down, but the numbers looking really good for a bait 4th here.
Twist left very low off the back of that nade, so yeah, this is looking good, even to deny the bomb plant. Keep the damage minimal. Essential will get it done. And they are still hot on the heels, but just got to string a few together towards the tail end of this first half. Now would be a great time to do it. Money is questionable, but I think perhaps still on the side of going for the buy. But if they win this, I think Bait will absolutely even it up.
I think you're right. Money looks so good over towards them. It's such a good round to be taken as well. Proactivity on that CT side, especially on a map like Angel, I think Dust 2 is quite similar. It's really indicative of the vibes in a team. That's a good sign for Bait. MPL and Krasnal both double swinging, and then once again going to try and take a little bit of mid control. This time they're not committed to the fight, but they flash in, they see what the information's there, they see it's nothing. They can fall off and bolster elsewhere. It's 3 in the direction of B. 1 mid, 1 A. So a very default setup. But Jacob just lurking in no man's land, and the spam isn't exactly far off.
Nades come out here, though. They still look to act upon the B-bomb site, forcing Essential out into the open. Overlook from Alex, but not quite going to be enough. A break onto the smoke for the AWPers, somehow missing that shot. They will press into him here, or at least attempt to. I feel Carrigan might have blinded himself slightly. It's unfortunate. It would have been a good opportunity to find a kill. Carrigan coming in from the side. He's just so damn low. NPL makes quick work of him. It is close. It felt like it was a little better than that for FaZe, but in the end, there was still 2 more players left to kill.
Yeah, not a bad effort. That is for sure. Bait up to that 5th. The bomb plant will at the very least alleviate some of the financial pressures that we were talking about with this final round, but it's still not going to be that secure of a buy. Galil's coming out, which of course can be very difficult to deal with. Carrigan opting for the Tech 9 to bolster up the Utah a little bit. A tough round for FaZe to convert. We've seen them make use of these awkward ones, but this one is quite tough. Bait should be finding 6 here. If they play it, just a completely standard manner, they shouldn't have too many issues.
Spam not finding anything, but the push might here. MPL moving in slowly. Jacob seems to have a small idea. Yeah, and there you see, right at the end, he just managed to turn around. Going to be another burst in towards B here, but a team damage in the mixture. The bomb site itself securely taken. Maybe I speak too soon, though. The bomb has been dropped. An inopportune moment. Twist evens up the numbers once again. They're thinking about bailing away, but MPL is here. You got to be careful. You got to win this fight, and you won't. Oh, eventually goes down, brings it into the 1 versus 1. Brokey is immediately on for this AWP. Bomb on his belt. Krasnal unsure. Has he gone A? Has he stuck around? Krasnal's going to go looking right into the crosshair. Brokey plays it cool and will be rewarded.
Yeah, it is great patience from him. So FaZe, a bit of a sigh of relief. It's why you can't really discount them on rounds like that, but a few things that just go wrong for Bay. I think that initial fight coming up from ramp, they've got to do a little bit better than that. I feel like you probably want to be going 2 for 1 in a situation like that. But either way, 7-5, continuing the trend of this series of it being very even. It's quite sad in a way that we have to say goodbye to one of these two teams, right? Because both of them have had some nice moments throughout this series and kind of proof in the pudding that they can look quite solid. That's ultimately how the cookie crumbles.
Nice. It's all good, boys. Let's breathe now, okay? Yeah. Listen,
Let's breathe indeed. We were talking about this in towards map number 2 at times. Just that relentless pace that was killing them a little bit. They needed a breather. Carrigan's realizing this.
Into the overtimes especially, there was a couple moments you just see players sort of shaking a little bit on the mouse or doubting their decisions as soon as they've made them. There's a lot of energy to them, which I think you described it quite well. It can kind of suffocate you in a way. You can not catch yourself, not be in your right frame of mind. So Carrigan does well to just bring them back down to earth, moving into the CT side. I'm sure they'll feel a bit more comfortable. 4 on B to start off this pistol. Might just be the read of the century here.
Brokey was tempted by pushing. I think he makes a smart call to fall back, but MPL pushing through the smoke will catch Carrigan. And open things up in the flames. Fire at his feet. Brokey doesn't give a damn as they shut down towards B. That is a clinical breakdown of that execute. Well played by FaZe, but ultimately, as you said, it's a great call. What a stack.
Yes. An absolute read coming in from FaZe. It will make all the difference and has set them on the right path immediately. Bait have got to figure it out. Not in this round. Hopefully in the next, but they've got to do it quickly. As all of a sudden, you come crashing back down to earth. And the series is once again getting out of your hands.
They're going towards 8. They love a bomb plant out of this. A kill or 2. Anything more feels highly unlikely. It's Frozen and Brokey to meet and greet, but I don't think it's going to be too kind of one. The first for Frozen gets a second as Brokey doubles it down as well. The pistols put to bed. Nice and easily. No debate. No discussions. FaZe extend the lead to a pretty healthy one now. This is a 4-round buffer zone, and they're 4 rounds away. Bay haven't exactly got a lot of chances, despite it being pretty early in this second half. They don't really have a lot of opportunity left to kind of chip away here. They're running out of time.
All or nothing into a round like this, really. So we'll see what they've got on the cards for us as well. It's so early on in the half, it feels like that they've not really got a feel for how FaZe are approaching things. So they're really going to have to pull out all the stops and play a round that they're confident in. Blind sprays coming in. There's no one there, but I like the idea of just making sure. Mid control does come round for Bait. What can they do with it?
No red room presence is a bit of a question for Bait. As if no one's up close as well, they should be taking it. If you can even just leave a player in towards red room, can go a long way. Front donut smoke. They've got no util. They're going to contact through this.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy idea, but it might just work.
course it does.
Oh, man. And I mean, what do you do now? We've got players coming in from mid. They're going to try and get here quickly, but still a bit shy to get around the corner. Flash will come in. There's no bomb plant as yet. They're happy to take the fights, and all of a sudden, FaZe start winning them, but the push back in from the T side eventually brings it down to a one-on-one as the dust settles out in the open. Carrigan switches up to the A1S, and he strikes true for double digits.
That's a great swing. It really is. 10-5 now. Chances dwindling for Bait. Would have loved the plant there as well. It starts so well for this Bait side, but you know, so much respect to Frozen for just staying where he is. He doesn't push in towards the side. The second the donut player falls, instinctually you want to try and... Getting hyped. It's what you're saying, but you instinctively want to push in to reclaim a bit of the space to deny them taking that control, but Frozen stands tall. He waits for the swings. He knows that Bait are going to get giddy when they've got the sight, and he gets gifted a couple of freebies. Really well done. 10-5. And a second attack pause taken by Bait. Like we said, they're running out of chances. They go for a bit of an investment. Krasno, a hero Galil, a bit of util, upgraded pistols. It's a round that can be converted, and we've seen Bait do it, but FaZe, they shouldn't feel too flustered with this sort of buy.
Pretty early nades just to keep the speed at bay, but Bait are still going to try and send it as best they possibly can here. Interesting smoke. It's the other side of cave to give them that slow cave control. Maybe looking to burst through their own smoke. They are indeed. The flash is just ineffective. It's far too easy. Not a single point of damage being taken by the FaZe Clan. They hit number 11. They might just be sending this one home.
Yeah, the absolute definition of flawless by FaZe. Much better, much more like it. And these Bait T sides are coming back to haunt them as they have so many times in the past. It is rough to see. They have fallen so far from where they once were. The ending of that map number 2 was really, really quite good from Bait. It was to prove that this is a side that can go toe-to-toe with FaZe, but no longer. And Jacob really wanted to close the door. Oh, it looks like it could be their last true full buy. Krasnov the first of 4. MPL will at least answer back with one of his own. As much as Krasnov might have dropped off, MPL has kept consistent all the way throughout this series.
This is the difficulty, man. You know, when you have that map that you have to leave a part of yourself on, if you leave a bit too much, I think it can kind of feel into the next map that you're just playing a totally different game. And trying to adapt to that can be very, very tough. I think Bait have given a lot to Mirage, and rightfully so, and deservedly take it, but they have not gotten themselves going into this second half as well.
Yeah.
Really quite a difficult position they find themselves in, but stepping up a little at this moment. Slightly dodgy flash creates space for Twist, and he finds 2. The numbers are even. The AWP comes in. It looks quick. All down to MPL to potentially save the series, to save the tournament for Bait. Never nice to go out quick, but that might just be the case here unless the IGL can clutch up.
Scoots with the bomb. Where is this second player? He's asking questions to himself, and he's got time to try and figure it out, but Frozen does need to move. He goes for the open plant. Neither of them move. Brokey now starts to move his way back in. He's the known quantity. It's all about Frozen. Back turn as well, MPL. He's trying to use the pillar as protection, and he does. He isolates the fight, but he can't find it. Frozen. Oh my, right down to the wire. It's not a bad effort at all. But it's not good enough, and that might have been the last real hurrah, the last chance squandered by Bait as FaZe find 12, map and series point. And it all comes down to this now. It's 7 in a row required for Bait to stay alive. Not only in the map, not only in the series, but the tournament.
All to play for. Last tack pause taken here as well. I mean,
why not?
Yeah, you might as well. But looking to give FaZe a taste of their own medicine. as they want to drive up the score, take us to another overtime against all odds. But it is not feeling likely, you know, it's not like we've seen, that's, as you say, closest round we've had for a while. We've not seen an awful lot of, oh, if only this kill went that way, or if only they had guessed correctly with the rotation or something along those lines, you know, those 50-50 kind of moments. It's not been enough of them to get us excited about the potential comeback.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I really do. Well, now or never. Bait, what have you got for us? Buy back in and off the back of the attack pause. What has Madden tried to inspire in towards this side? They need 7 in a row. They are still yet to get a round on this T side. We weren't just saying it when we said they had the issues on the T side. It's plagued them here on Ancient. Crystal move his way forward. Holding close Red Room. Jacob playing a standoffish approach. Happy to give them Red Room to hope to catch them overextending.
Again, it's a very, very solid read here from FaZe. Something that they've not really gone for thus far in the half is the mid control. And we'll see. They're in the right place. Twist gets a little wacky moving through the smoke. And it will cost him his life. Jacob not necessarily with him on that. So man advantage and some decent control to work with, but the bomb gets dropped to the back, and this is, wow, okay, gone terribly, gone absolutely terribly here for Bait. They've got to try and recover the bomb. They've got no one in the cube angle, and all of a sudden it's just falling apart, but Carrigan makes mincemeat out of that. There's not a lot of HP on these two players, however, which I think is going to be their main advantage to work with. Carrigan not moving too quickly, does have to be careful, wins out his fight eventually, and leaves it all down to Headtrick to try and recover the pieces with 15 seconds remaining. Not looking likely. Carrigan hears him but didn't have the gun out to catch him necessarily, just trying to draw him in. 7 seconds, 6 seconds, now has to hold the bomb. He chooses not to, and that will be that. Bait's road comes to an end, and FaZe will survive.
Yeah, what a showing by FaZe as well. An absolute clinic there in towards Ancients. The map has been a strong part of their pool, and unfortunately the same can't be said for Bait, and the issues plague them once again, but a brilliant display nonetheless from a side that I consider one of the favorites here at the CAC. We're hoping for more of that through the lower bracket. We're going to throw it back to the boys on the desk. We'll catch you in a bit.
What has happened here, everybody? FaZe bounced back miraculously almost from Mirage, and look, incredible on Ancient. They get it done, they stay alive. Bait head home. Prof, what happened there? Suddenly FaZe come completely alive.
Yeah, I mean, this is the ideal scenario, almost like 5-0 start on the T side. They win the pistol, kind of easy, nothing super complicated. First gun round, they have Jacob running out mid, double kill, insta, there it is. Like, what even is that? He's shooting out 1, got 2, easy. Then after that, they were like 5-0 up. You know, the rest of the half, not super convincing, but good enough. And then a 3-0 start on the CT side as well. And at that point, the game is almost over already. So it's kind of the worst case scenario, I think, for Bait, best case for FaZe, where they, with the good starts, they just set themselves up for such an easy game overall.
I think it's just a combination of, I think there was more comfort here for Jacob on this map. You know, he's playing positions that he's played even before he was on FaZe. Didn't have to give up anything in this roster transition that brought Twist on board, where he, on some other maps, has had to make some adjustments to accommodate him. So I think that's part of it as well. And I also just think that it really did come down to the hot start on the T side, because it's not like they built off of that crazily. They had a 5-0 start and only won 2 more T rounds the entire rest of the half. So, I mean, there were still some issues here and there, but defensively, I was super impressed. And for me, again, I think it's really cool that they let Jacob keep his middle position. Twist is actually now playing B with Carrigan. So that was an interesting defensive change that they made. You know, only just a few days ago, really, that Twist was playing middle for them on the CT side. So kind of cool to see the balance that they're kind of trying to figure out to make their players comfortable, and it worked out really well here.
On the Bait side of things, it was only NPL really putting up the numbers. I mean, a huge solo self-performance. It seems that all the other Bait players just didn't have anything to offer there. If we stay on board, however, with the topic of FaZe, yeah, Brokey being our standout player of the match. Good to see him continuing that confidence, having an impact on map 3. I wanted to ask, so a victory like this, guys, so Dust 2, solid victory, not super dominant, but 13-9. Then playing a lot of rounds on Mirage. It's a really tough defeat for FaZe there. Then coming into map 3, having a very dominant victory on Ancient. Is there an argument here that this is a very beneficial match for the team? A lot of rounds, a lot of ups and downs?
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of tape from Mirage now. Things to go back and look what not to do, especially on the T side. That's a good one. Ultimately, they stay alive, which is most important. And, you know, the longer they're here, the more acclimatized they will be and also get more experience playing together. I don't think they're going to be practicing a lot, but just, you know, talking about the game now that Jacob is in the roster and talking about some situations that happened, they can only get better from here. So a bit more positive notes than 45 minutes ago, for sure. I mean,
so much more positive.
As much as it is a new team, going out with 2 losses here at this tournament would be a disaster.
No, yeah, they avoided that disaster, played a really great Ancient game. And look, it's not like we enjoy, you know, raining on...
Watching FaZe play.
Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, I see what you did there. You stuck that one in. No, again, it's not like I take any great joy in having to critique FaZe and kind of being doom and gloom about how they've performed. But the reality is that it's been a tough year for FaZe. It's been a tough tournament for FaZe up until this map where they finally looked a little bit more like the team that we were hoping to see. And hopefully this could be the kicking off point that makes them competitive, because I'd love to see them run through this lower bracket and make the playoffs. I mean, again, we just want to see top-level Counter-Strike. You know, that's all we're hoping for, and we know that FaZe is capable of playing that way. And so when they don't, it is a little bit disappointing, right? And we just want to see them get back to themselves. I mean, I think the scene is always better off for having an interesting FaZe to follow. You know, I think that they bring that entertainment, they bring that swagger, they bring fun Counter-Strike, and we just want to see that more often. I mean, that's all it is.
We do know sometimes that FaZe can get off to slower starts at tournaments. I would say, though, you know, that second map against Bait and, of course, against FUT yesterday was slower even than normal. Perhaps now it's a momentum shift. Perhaps they can use this win to propel themselves. And, yeah, with all the time and tape. Guys, actually, before we get more thoughts from you, we're going to head down to the floor to Janbei and Dove, who have an exit interview with Head Trick of Bait.
对于贝子来说非常遗憾，你们止步于此了。2场对局，昨天的比赛和今天好像似乎每一局都是挺有机会的，但是又转瞬即逝了。你们在本次征程当中有满意的地方吗？或者还有什么不满意的地方？分别是什么？
Sorry, this is your final game of the CAC. This is the closure of the tournament, but we've seen you performance very well throughout the matches. Some very important rounds, maybe you lost it, but some important rounds you catch the moment and you close the clutch. We just want to ask you about which parts that you think your team did well and which part you think your team didn't do well.
I felt that we were kind of not on the same page on some of the rounds and maps, because maybe we were playing with standing, but maybe it wasn't like the real issue. I think that we could communicate better between each other, and also FaZe are a great team, and against them you need to always be on your best form and kind of best communication level, and it just didn't work out. It was hectic a lot of the times, and we couldn't manage to control third map.
我觉得我们主要就是感觉就是大家这几个选手不在同一个节奏，不在同一个页面上吧。就我们在打的时候，会感觉稍微有一点点沟通不顺畅。不知道是不是因为我们有一个替补，或者说可能替补也不是最主要的原因。但是 FaZe 这支队伍确实是一个非常强，打得也非常好，所以我们在对阵他们的时候也比较吃力。他们可能比我们实力更强，沟通更好，所以我们在对局的过程当中没有能够赢下比赛。
但对于贝特而言，我们知道在这场 CAC 的先前采访当中有说到 ，NPL 现在不是指挥了，你们的指挥换成了 Alex。你刚才有说到，可能大家今天不是很同频，但是 Alex 的变成指挥的这样一个位置的转变，会不会让你们看到新的可能性，有新的机会
？As you mentioned before, that NPL moved away from IGL and Alex is in-game leader right now. As even though you have a stand-in and you mentioned about your communication, your strategy, do you feel that moving forward, Alex being IGL, giving you more hope about the future?
Yeah, I think that he's like trying his best right now, and especially it's not easy like speaking English sometimes against great team, because yesterday, for example, it was less hectic moments, and now it's like a good team. You need to focus and have good calls. And maybe right now it's a little bit hard, but he's trying, and I think he has great potential if he will feel comfortable in the team, and he'll make comfortable calls for all of us.
当然，我觉得 Alex 在努力的尝试做好队长这个指挥这个位置。他现在就是因为今天这几天比赛打下来，他需要切换他的语言，然后要用英语去指挥，所以他可能也会感觉不是很舒服。我觉得我能够在他身上看到更多的希望和可能性。我觉得如果他在更舒服的队伍里面，我们可能如果回到原阵容的话，我觉得我们还是可以打得更好的。
哇，这谈到了一个很细节的地方啊！现在可能换到指挥是用英语再说。我想请 Patrick 最后去谈一下 Bait 后面的一个打算和你们的预期。
We still see potential of your team, even though you have a stand-in. We're just curious about your next step for moving forward. What's your plan?
We will, I think, come back home and speak about what went wrong, and of course, like trying to manage our game for the next tournaments, because we need to work on a lot of things. And yeah, I mean, it was a great event. Unlucky that we played only 2 days, but I felt that it could be better. For example, yesterday we could close it out. It was our game, and yeah, I mean, thank you, China.
他说：“我们当然要回家之后，然后好好讨论一下这几天都发生了什么，总结一下。然后我们昨天的比赛其实对手没有像今天的这么强，但是我们同样打的都不是很好，所以我们回去之后要好好的总结一下，然后为后面的比赛做准备。最后也是感谢一下中国的粉丝，感谢 CAC。”
也谢谢 Patrick 来参加我们的赛后采访。我们希望把祝福也给到 Bait， 希望他们在后面能够更加及时的调整，也希望他们5个人能有更好的表现。那我们把时间先交还给解说席。
Thank you, Dove and Zhang Bei. Great to hear from Headtrick. Let's bounce off some of the things he mentioned. So, felt they weren't on the same page in some of the rounds. Of course, they had a stand-in. Perhaps that factored in. Is that something that you guys recognise? It's funny because, of course, at points in that matchup, it was FaZe that we were primarily speaking about, lacking the cohesion, etc. But was there anything from your perspectives with regards to Bait's own cohesion, like Headtrick was referencing himself?
I mean, I think one really big tidbit in that interview that I think was huge, that I don't know that was really public, is the fact that apparently they changed the in-game leader. So now Alex is in-game leading the team instead of NPL, which is certainly an interesting move, just because Alex was calling from like an extremity position can be very difficult. Not many people do that. Normally they're kind of in the action. That's usually what Kenzie Zor and NPL are doing. So curious about that dynamic going forward. And going back to your point about being on the same page, I think that could be part of it, right? Like you're switching IGL and you're having to switch your language because you have to stand in. So that's a lot of moving parts to try to manage the team in that sort of situation. So definitely a development that we'll have to keep an eye on. Hopefully that'll allow NPL to be even better, you know, that he has to focus on calling.
Yeah, massive fake news from us on the desk as always. NPL, you know, we're talking about him as the IGL versus Kerrigan. Not even true anymore. I'm not sure. I didn't really understand if this is like just a short-term thing.
I have to cut you off there, Prof, because we're going to head back to the floor once again with Zhang Bei and Dove. And this time we've got Twist from FaZe for their winners interview.
对于 FaZe 来说，对于你而言，前天落地，第2天直接比赛，极限转点，很辛苦吧？现在调整的还算顺利吗？
Congratulations for winning this winning the series. For FaZe Clan, you just arrived the day after yesterday, day before yesterday, and then you rotated from A to B. Right now, you're at CAC. How do you feel about the energy right now?
I think it's really good for us. Yeah, we didn't have the best circumstances traveling right after playing a match, but having these early games helps us a lot. Because people are still waking up like really early, so earlier the better. So yeah, I'm happy with how the team kept the energy up today.
是的，我们在比较匆忙的这个路途当中，没有太多的时间休息。刚刚完成一个比赛，就马上坐上飞机来到上海。我觉得我们现在的这个比赛的时间表还是对我们有利的，就是我们比赛时间都比较早，然后大家都还有时差，没有调整过来到这边的时区，所以我们早上起的也比较早，然后大家早上起来打一场比赛，就今天的话，感觉大家的状态都非常的不错，休息的也都比较好。
太好了，2天的比赛，但是对于 FaZe 而言，其实从比分上来说都有一些焦灼，有一些挣扎。在你看来，刚才你说到了今天可能休息的比较好了啊，那会不会还会有一些你回到 FaZe 之后仍然需要磨合去解决的一些问题呢？
throughout 2 days matches, we noticed that today you performed pretty well. We see the familiar FaZe is back, but yesterday we kind of feel like FaZe is not really close the clutch games. Do you feel that there's something you're missing right now, or do you feel it's still like jet lag or schedule problem?
I think yesterday for sure, like as much as I don't want to use it as an excuse, it's hard to deny that it would not have impacted us. Yeah, we were very out of it yesterday, despite having a good CT side Mirage. I think CT Mirage has been something consistent for us anyway, so I think we got by being a little bit on autopilot, but T-side Mirage was definitely an issue. I think yesterday an issue for a different reason, and today issue for a different reason as well, you know? So, but yeah, today I did not notice this tired feeling that I noticed yesterday from people.
当然了，我虽然不想甩锅给我们这个舟车劳顿，不想甩锅给时差问题，但是也很难不去注意到大家的这个体力，包括这个休息的这个关于自己的这个能量上面确实有点不一样。昨天的比赛，其实我们在 Mirage 这张图 CT 方打得比较好，是我们在用肌肉记忆来打，就是我们感觉完全凭靠我们的这个就是没有说在用脑子在打，就是在用肌肉在打的。然后所以到后面换边之后，感觉打得不太好吧，也是有这个可能就是没有休息好。但是今天的话，我没有感觉到大家有这种时差或者是没休息好的这种问题。我觉得我们队伍今天的状态就是又回来了。不好意思，当然今天的表现也有一些不足的地方，然后还有不同的问题，跟昨天就是感觉大家没休息好是不一样的。
但是对于 FaZe 而言，我们也看到了，今天他们确实状态调整得很快。很多的粉丝其实觉得 FaZe 这一次 CAC 的征程是一个地狱开局啊，地狱归来的剧本。所以你怎么看？大家对于你们这种的预期和看法，以及你们觉得自己现在的这个定位，还有在 CAC 更远的目标吗？
We're really happy to see you back from the bottom after you lost best of one. A lot of fans are worried about you guys if you can make it to the very end, like some tournaments before in China that FaZe coming from kind of like hell, very bottom, but reach the top. Do you feel you have the potential after today's match?
I think so for sure. I mean, I think FaZe always has the players to make it deep into events. I think we just have a lot of things to talk about. And luckily, finishing earlier today gives us a chance to work on those things, so we can show a better FaZe tomorrow.
我觉得当然了，有这个可能。我们FaZe战队的选手们都是实力不俗，我们是有这个能力，能够在一个比赛当中打到很后面的。我们今天的比赛结束的比较早，在回去之后，我们也会去调整，也会去讨论一下，具体这2天都有哪些不足，然后去修正它。我觉得我们还是有这种可能的。
因为 FaZe 今天获胜了进入1-1的组别，所以后面还会有 FaZe 继续的比赛。明天还会等待 FaZe 有一场晋级赛，非常的重要。我们也希望 FaZe Twist 能够回到房间里面，好好准备明天的赛程。那我们也感谢 Twist 参加我们的采访。后面的时间我们交还给解说席。
Thank you, Zhang Bei, for the great questions, Dove, the translation. And of course, Twist for the insights. Let's bounce off them. So, Twist very fairly addressing talks about jet lag and the travel, said still some adjustments today, but was feeling less tired. But definitely saying that loss yesterday to FUT was heavily in part due to the travel and jet lag. I think that's completely fair.
They were EP.
They were what?
EP. Sleepy.
Oh, okay.
That's it. That's my insight from the whole interview.
Okay.
Didn't get anything else. I don't know if you did.
Yeah,
Dust?
I mean, yeah, it's kind of tough because it's like, okay, but you dominated on the CT side while you were tired. So to use tiredness as an issue to not play well on the T side is kind of a weird one. He kind of used like the autopilot kind of excuse for that one, whatever. But what was interesting to me...
Fatigue is like that.
Yeah, it's fair enough.
It can cause inconsistency.
Sure. But then he said today their T side was bad for a different problem. And I kind of wish we could have got a follow-up on like what that different problem was. Unfortunately, we're not able to like, you know, laser in there and get a question in. But I would have loved to have known what his take was on why things were different today.
I was wondering if I just missed it, or because he left that on a cliffhanger.
It was a cliffhanger.
Today was
that would have been like a sick follow-up question. Unfortunately,
it's really hard to do that with translation.
No, of course.
Yeah.
Either way, moving into some of the topics mentioned at the end of the interview, they sort of touched upon expectations. Twist off the back today, thinking that they can go deep into the tournament. I think that's more just general confidence and trying to raise morale again, because good that they got through this bait matchup, but especially that Mirage. That type of map you can't afford to spend if you want to go deep.
Yeah, and this is also like them playing on 3 maps. I think are really good for them, right? It's not like we saw them on a train or an overpass or something like this. So it will be curious how things will develop. I think next game will be a loser of TYLOO and Fnatic. I think these teams like an overpass or a train, so they can't avoid both of them. So let's see how it goes from here. Obviously, as Bait said, like they're playing with a stand-in, new IGL, new language. Like this was not a huge step realistically in terms of like FaZe, if we want to see FaZe winning the tournament, defending the title from 2 years ago at CAC.
Dust, final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think a deep run just kind of depends on what you mean by that. Like, certainly they should still make the playoffs. I mean, they should still be the favored team in every matchup that they play throughout the rest of this lower bracket for this group. It's really going to come down to who they get in that playoff draw. If they make it there, that'll really determine how deep they can actually go, because, some of these other teams have definitely looked a little bit sharper than they have looked, and that's where things are going to get a little bit tougher when they have to step up their level of competition. So that's something to just, have to keep an eye on.
All right, gentlemen, enough from us for now. Thank you to all of you for joining us at home. But yeah, we are going to be out of here after the break. We'll be back with Richard Lewis, Maui Snake, and Vendetta, so you'll be in very capable hands. And the series will be TYLOO versus Fnatic. So definitely do not go anywhere.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Are you ready? Counter-Strike!
合，该我们出手了，咱们给他们来个出生入死，来吧！你这手感，无人能敌，他们简直不堪一击。小心点，还有一个。一切都如计划所料。出发，出发！都是我们的，快撤！就是这样，就是这样。兄弟，现在麻烦大了。炸弹哪儿去了？跟我来。老哥，真是潇洒。没有什么能够阻挡。来吧，看我们的！他们要干掉我了！不要，不要！好美啊！目标已击毙，确认区域安全。别忘了还有个炸弹要处理。行动！出发！来吧，任务开始了。发现目标。干得漂亮！嘘，我好像听到敌人的声音了。准备安炸弹了。嗨，我们成功了，走了。让他们见识见识谁才是老大。你看到炸弹了吗？我去炸弹那儿。708落的，快拆弹！完了完了，来不及了。今天还回得去吗？Stop.
Yeah, welcome back to the CS Asia Championship for 2025. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. We've switched teams, which means, of course, joining me on the desk, we have Maui Snake, we have Vendetta. How are you guys doing today? Been enjoying the Counter-Strike in the green room? Watching FaZe struggle? Always good?
I don't know who's the problem on that team anymore. Feels like every day it's a new problem.
They are a riddle, a conundrum.
I'm pretty set in my ways. I have been for about 2 years.
Yeah.
I think there's a certain Latvian upper.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Noticing.
I've been noticing stuff. Yeah,
so obviously, yeah, that's a boom. Boom. Keep Brogy's fun to watch.
Yeah.
Fun to watch.
Correct. Why don't we take a look at the groups and we'll catch up with what's been going over the course of the day. This is Group A. As always, guys, I'm just going to let you say things about this graphic you're looking at. What stands out to you there? Any shocks, twists, turns?
I mean, the matchup yesterday with Legacy defeating 3D Max is without a doubt where I thought 3D Max had that one. Okay, yeah. I really did. So credit to Legacy for being able to find some of the form that they showed us at Austin.
For me, the one I'm intrigued by is the Virtus.pro made in Brazil down there. I actually think MIBR could have that. I really do. I haven't been impressed with Virtus.pro. I know I'm like a broken record right now. It's a shame. I think I think back, wasn't that long ago. They were like, oh hey, thanks for saying some kind things. Would you like a jersey? I went, no, I can't accept gifts. It's unethical. So now they hate me.
Many could learn from that.
Yeah.
There's a lesson there for you, Maui. Something to think about.
Yeah.
Group B.
Sure.
Would you still want a jersey? Like,
no, I wouldn't. Wouldn't be seeing dead in one, of course. But,
exactly.
That's just how it goes. Trends, But anyway, here we are, Group B. This one is happening. We're obviously going to be talking about TYLOO Fnatic in just a moment. But you can see as well, Heroic. I've got to say, we were talking about Nilo backstage just a moment ago. Good to see the young guy get onto the roster, get bedded in, and start putting out some big performances, because obviously we were raised in the era of Swedish Counter-Strike, where it was a plethora of stars, a pantheon of Counter-Strike gods, and that hasn't been the way in Sweden for a long time.
I mean, it's kind of crazy when you have to think back to what was the last big Swedish talent, and you're like, you have a couple of names.
Roland? That's what they touted him as.
Yeah.
Disco Doppler.
So you have a couple of names that have come and gone, and obviously somebody who's definitely basically banished from the scene.
It's been tough, man.
It's like we have to go back to Crims. for someone to properly establish themselves. And that's quite a while ago, because now he's like the veteran who's been on a team forever. So it's super fun to see that we actually have TYLOO, in Shanghai performing well. I think, he's probably the main reason why I really like this heroic roster. Like that's why I've been high on them for quite a while, and I'm kind of like expecting him to hit the same stride that he did obviously in his previous teams, and kind of just showcase that he is the real deal.
Yeah, definitely want to watch. I mean, I've enjoyed watching Heroic for a long time. I think, like, alongside GamerLegion, they've been the min-max team that's doing it the best, probably. And obviously, lots of young talent has come through that organization, and I hope that continues to be the case. Anyway, talking about resurgent teams, let's talk about TYLOO. I love it, man. I have been so excited by Chinese Counter-Strike. I feel for, like, the first time, like, genuinely since 1.6, actually. It's like, for real. Like, they have their own distinct style now. They've got personalities now that are doing these, like, interviews. And I think TYLOO might have the best of the bunch, man.
Yeah, no, honestly, again, it's hard to kind of go through TYLOO and not be, smitten by G and the likes. And the fact that they're playing good Counter-Strike as well, right? Like, we've been so used to it, and it's a similar story as we saw with Mongols as well, and even, like, MVP back in the day as well. The fact that they would show up to a tournament, have maybe, like, one upset map, and then just kind of disappear, fade, then it would be, like, 4 to 6 months until you saw them again at, like, the occasional international tournament. But TYLOO kind of made a name for themselves. They won a huge tournament already earlier this year, right, in Fisher. So, like, they're doing well for themselves, and it's just really fun to see, because I think the narrative for a long time was that just Asia plus CS just non-compatible.
I'm to rain on the parade slightly here.
Oh, here he comes. He's here. Maui's here.
I mean, Fisher was, to put it lightly, it was a fluke. Okay, Fisher was clearly a fluke, actually. If you look at the 3 international lands that they played following Fisher, in every single one of them, they won a single series, then lost out the tournament. So, not able to recapture that.
But when Mongols do that,
yeah,
you
that's
love
okay. Well, the Mongols make it consistently to playoffs of elite events. So, I will say this. We've now seen the ceiling of TYLOO, but being able to recapture that magic has clearly eluded them. But that's why I'm still excited for them at this tournament, because it's in China. They're on home ground. You'd think that that'll give them a little bit of a boost, and you can't really cite a jet lag excuse if you're just going to be playing on home turf.
True.
Yeah, we got the veto coming in as well, but we can just continue the point. I mean, I think these types of tournaments are very important for TYLOO to have deep runs. This is where you sharpen the steel, right?
Yeah, no, for them, it does feel like, I guess, playoff or die is kind of not the highest bar to set, but it really does feel like TYLOO need to make a playoff again. Obviously, with what Maui mentioned, the fact that, they haven't really been able to kind of continue on with the good form that we saw at Fisher, then, this needs to be a bit of a highlight tournament for them in that sense, especially with, a major coming up, etc. You kind of want them to be in contention, or you want them to be a team that you actually bother talking about or looking into.
Veto is pretty favorable for Fnatic. Both the opening map...
I think I've seen TYLOO on train. It's not great.
No, we just saw it on them versus Fluxo, barely getting it over the line there in what was a triple overtime game, if I'm not mistaken. And for Fnatic, I thought that they were either going to go with a Mirage pick or a train pick. Well, they got both here in the series, so I'm sure that they're hyped about that. We're seeing them, obviously, with a new lineup where they're playing with Jacasmo and Crims as opposed to the last Cypher iteration.
Do you want to quickly touch on that, because that's been a big community hotspot? Like, I mean, look, we raved about Jacasmo at the major, and it's like, listen,
it's good.
It's an upgrade, right?
I would say it's an upgrade on paper, but it's a downgrade in terms of aura and spirit. So,
which are the two, like,
take that how you will. Okay, I mean, we've seen FaZe with aura upgrades, downgrades. Honestly, I don't know what the problem is with FaZe, but they're not really the topic right now. With Fnatic, though, I think that this is actually, yes, is Jacasmo probably the slightly better player? Sure, but did Cypher play a very strict role as an entry fragger that then created space for everybody on Fnatic? Also, yes. And so I think Jacasmo's a little bit more in kind of as a flex player. He kind of like goes between being an entry, kind of being a trade pack player. For example, in their game yesterday, Fnatic had to use BlameF as an entry a lot of the time because they didn't really have a guy that naturally fit to run in first like Cypher. So I feel like that's slightly confusing for Fnatic, but on paper, yes, I do think they're better now.
I mean, I will say that it's kind of funny because, again, BlameF has this rumor on him, the fact that, you know, he's basically, you know, last to arrive to bomb site just about every time, but he's actually pretty proficient entry fragger as well when given the opportunity. And I'm actually curious about what your answer for this is, and you go ahead and chime in as well, Richard. Who do you think has the best player on the server? Which
it's Jamyung.
Yeah, but BlameF. I mean, Jamyung.
I love BlameF.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm with Richard on this one.
I love BlameF, but I think in terms of like relative to what they do for each of their teams, I think Jamyung is the best player on the server in this matchup.
BlameF will humble Jamyung too. He will humble him. On space-taking duties, right. I think that BlameF's going to be getting the better of him.
Right, we're going to do... Anyway, we'll find out because we're ready for the game. We're going straight into it. It's going to be Fnatic versus TYLOO, brought to you by Henry G and Dinko.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into this one. It was just, you know, in Shanghai at the end of last year, we got to see Fear and a couple of the players from Passion UA that we're going to see in Fnatic jerseys now really show up and deliver their first surprising result. We'll see if they can do another one. And obviously the storyline around TYLOO trying to get into the playoffs at their home event, Henry, it would be great to see them rekindle some of the success they had out at Fisher earlier this year.
Yeah, absolutely true. And interested to see what this Fnatic lineup can do. A lot of controversy around them right now. The whole Cypher situation. Man. Yeah, our boy. Chakasmo better step up. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Prove his worth. As we see TYLOO now starting on the CT side to pick a Fnatic. Looking to qualify for the playoffs here. It was Fnatic taking down Pain 13-8 yesterday. Pretty surprising result. Best of one. You thought Pain would have the upper hand there. But even with the new roster, Fnatic look good to go. And we are going to see Attacker now having to deal with multiple players towards main and the Pop Dog, of course. Here comes the execution and the commitment from the T side of Fnatic. We're off.
Yeah, Chakasmo trying to get out. Looking at the ground, not wanting to get caught by Flash, but then they're just destroyed in a Flash by TYLOO. So Jambo now left alone 2 HP. There's how much damage he can do here. Spots out G on the new box and is going to take him off. No problem for that quick headshot from Jambo. I think TYLOO now have to respect him, and Mercury's going to peek to confirm the kill.
Well, there we have it. Pretty comprehensive victory there on the CT side pistol. We are going to see multiple kills from Mozia and G. Farming that cash, the AWP player is going to be influential here on Train. But Mozia, those Julies doing God's work out there. No problem whatsoever. No chance of the bomb going down. Begs the question, we see the force buy in the second, but it's very comfortable for TYLOO. Nothing purchased, Dinko. So looks like we got a nice little eco to kick things off, calm things down.
Yeah, wanting to get the guns out as soon as possible here for Fnatic.
You know what I'm worried about?
What?
The TYLOO just keep picking Inferno as their map pick, and it seems like the only map that Jamyung doesn't turn up on. It seems that the map he really struggles on, like he's that kind of T-side banana player, and he just gets naded down to 10 HP at the start of every round.
Yeah. Right.
And it feels like he never gets going on it.
Takes Jamyung out of commission. Yeah, I think that's a massive issue. I think we've seen some big rounds from him on the CT side of Inferno, but yeah, if you're in that banana roll on the T side, it can be really rough.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, 50% of your rounds, you're
baffles me that they pick Inferno. They just don't seem that comfortable on it. But
yeah, and obviously, you know, bringing it back, speaking about Jamyung, and obviously it was a big topic on that desk was about TYLOO's run at Fisher, Maui calling it a fluke.
It's fair enough though, isn't it? Because they've got nowhere near that sort of glory ever since.
You have to remember they started that event playing with Joe King, who's their coach.
Yeah, they actually got to the semifinals with the coach playing.
And then G came in, they won against Astralis in the final.
Yeah.
And Jamyung was having a stand-up performance, like even above his own level.
He looked like a top 5 rifler in the world at that event.
Yeah, it was nuts.
But then you look to EWC, he even said in the interview he was ashamed of his performance. And I think that's fair enough. It was pretty bad.
Yeah, and that's the problem with TYLOO is, as Maui said, we've seen their ceiling at that event, but we have seen their floor, and Jamyung, that's his mechanics right there on display, makes that look easy. Nice little 3K. Popping Fnatic as they try and get into B. There was no bomb plant picked up in the first 2 rounds of play. So here comes the rifles finally, and because of the lack of bomb plants, it means we're going to see quite a few Khalils in the mix alongside those 3 AKs.
You do need a bit of utility on Train. We all know it. Fnatic, what have they got in store for us for this first gun round? Instant smoke being lined up. Got to see a Jambo.
Traditionally in the past, Henry, you know, you would see this map as extremely CT-sided in previous versions of Counter-Strike, but that hasn't really been the case in this version of CS2. It's got a lot more T-side success. We'll see what Fnatic can get going here with their first buy round.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be aggressive, though. Mosier probing towards the Ivy position. Doesn't overcommit, just wants to show a little bit of presence. You see Crims on high alert now, conditioned to take it a bit slower. Are going to explore their options towards the lower ramp as well, but that's smoked off. Very important round here. A bit of a bonus situation with the MP9 and FAMAS in hand for TYLOO. Deep smoke towards main as well. It's have to be a very slow approach. We've seen a lot of wall bangs recently.
Yeah, definitely coming through. We've seen a lot of those in the EPL final.
EPL was like Apex, right? That's doing a ton of damage each and every round with the AK. Khalil only does 4 damage, but we'll take it.
Yeah, it's just knowing your spots, knowing your lineups and those common CT positions. We've seen Kyosuke get abused in that final for Falcons because of the spam. Wasn't allowed to play in front of the
nice
pop dog.
one.
I like this risk taken here from Mercury.
Yeah, that's actually kind of massive. Got to be swinging on that flashbang as well. Doesn't spot anyone. 2 players on the other side. Jambo with the bomb. Lining up util right now. They heard the footstep of Mercury, so we'll see whether they pre-fire this position. It's a perfect spot for the MP9. Blame F to try and flush things out. 30 seconds. Really do need to get a move on here. Final commitment, the smoke coming through. Nice opener from Blame F.
Yeah, Mercury getting taken down from that aggressive maneuver. Now Mosaic waiting on the start of the side. There's the in-game leader of Fnatic. Fear charging up into the bomb site. Gets taken down with quick response. G gonna deny that bomb plant. Yep, that is huge. And then spins around and catches Crims running right at him. So G delivering on the rifle. It's a third, but now he's got to win it all. 4 seconds. It's got to be a kill. And G could not get away. Chakasmo hunts him down in the final seconds. That was the only way he could have won the round.
I thought he had done enough there to bail out, jump on the other side of the train, but Chakasmo does find him in the dying seconds there. Wow, Fnatic just about get it over the line, but it's certainly uncomfortable. Opening kill from Blame F. Smooth sailing, it felt like at that point, until G arrived, denying that plant. Taking down multiple members here. 7 bullets left. Brought it down to the 1 versus 1, but Chakasmo, really nice work to get that final kill. It's labored, but they get it over the line here, but the money's still going to be very tight. Even after winning the round, didn't go. Deagles, Mac 10s, and aggression from Mercury. Very important round here. Nice deep smoke as well from the CT side. They've got Brown Horse control. Opener, though, is going to go in favor of Blame F once again.
Yeah. Great opening kills. That smoke break comes in. Attacker caught on the other side of it. Dazed and confused, and Fnatic going to play with a 5v4. Now, there has been a push through Pop Dog. You can see this walk up from Mercury. He's not making any secret about the fact that he's done this. They're going to just block out the brown holes and leave Fnatic a little bit further back, though.
Yeah, this is prime real estate. TYLOO, Pop Dog, Halls control. Makes things very complicated now. Chakasmo running through that smoke. Get a flashbang with a teammate, but it's not very effective. We'll answer back 4-4. Jambo with the Deagle. Crims will join him with the Galil towards Ivy. It's Mosier given the responsibility, fending off this Ivy position. It's more like a game of hide and seek in this side of the map. Just trying to play these off angles, make things uncomfortable. Nice little jiggle comes through. It's going to be Fear with the Mac 10 to open things up, and this is a very important frag, and Crims will find it. 3 versus 2. Low HP for Fear, surely dealt with. Ooh, not clean from Jam Young. We talk about his mechanics. They don't really come to the forefront there, but Mercury looking to close things out. Yeah. Another 1 versus 1.
This would be a total 1v2. Just couldn't do it. Jambo from the bomb train. I mean, Henry, what? These rounds are very scrappy. Like, these are pretty scrappy rounds all across the board. You get a clean entry from Fnatic early into the round. You've still got a minute left. Chakasmo going through that brown hole smoke. I think it was about to fade as well.
Yeah, I guess he's trying to get the jump on them, the surprise play. Begs the question if you want to take a timeout here, considering it comes down to another 1v1. You know the money's incredibly low, but they've gone for the very conservative option of just going for the eco here. We got a couple of sets of
for a second.
Yeah, I would say that there's definitely an argument to be made, but if it was a best of 1, I kind of get it. Best of 3, you might want to steal this one away, but inside rush has been called. It's Jambo, Crims chiming in for a couple of kills here. Looks like we're already done. Fnatic, even after losing the pistol, off to a flying start here. 5 players should survive as attacker of Mercury. Might be better off saving their Kevlar.
Yeah, I think we heard Des talking about how TYLOO have had their struggles on train. And this is a team that don't exactly have the deepest map pool for TYLOO. You're talking about Inferno being a selection for TYLOO quite often, and the fact that it does sometimes hinder their best player. Doesn't really paint a pretty picture for TYLOO in terms of being able to get consistent results at events. So we're now looking at Fnatic getting off to a 3-2 lead. Money's going to return for TYLOO. Finally a strong buy coming up for the CT side. Fnatic have been on a bit of a world tour recently. They were out in America at the Philadelphia tournament. That's where they qualified for the major in a best-of-5 final. Making it all the way to the major with Cypher, and cutting Cypher as soon as they qualify for the major, and bringing in Jacasmo, who was out there in the States qualifying with them.
It kind of makes sense. It just seems like
obviously the human element sucks. But
yeah, exactly. It's just like let's get the major out of the way, then we'll start rebuilding this team.
But it's a competition, no? It's a results based. If you think that's going to be your best chance to perform at the major, you can understand why Fnatic would go for it.
I guess you just hate to see it happen. He feels like he's our boy. Like he joined the squad. They were in a rough spot. They managed to get to that major. It was an emotional journey. And then you get taken out of the squad at the most important time. But yeah, you're right. If it proves to be the right call, no one can really argue with it. Time will certainly tell, Dinko. And it's going to be a pretty difficult setup on the CT side in round number 6 here. We have got the M4s across the board, but lacking a lot. You can see they've got no helmets to speak of, no kits. Bare bones utility, a couple of HEs remain. Need to start taking some map control here. You can't really allow them to fully execute towards a bomb site here. You just won't be able to hold them off. And that looks to be the case here. It might be coming through momentarily. Smoke's deployed. Got to play on the front foot here.
The attack are looking to be disruptive. He'll play up towards the back of the boxes that are all off. 45 seconds left on the clock, and disruption could be fantastic here for Attacker, but if you think you're not going to get Molotov, think again.
He's done well.
Attacker reacts very well, in fact, to get that opening kill. It's going to be Mosaic to patch up the hole that is created, and the defense still looks to hold strong as Mercury rattling off shots from behind the bomb trunk. We've got Fear and Jambo trying to win this out now in a 2v3 for Fnatic. Still some utility left. That smoke will drop at Calm. We've got Mercury pinned in towards Old Hell, and it's going to be a big peek out for Mercury. Fear disappointed about that one. And now Jambo, nice quick shot, but where have they gotten off to? He doesn't have the information on the remaining 2 players, and now he'll figure out the hard way that Jam Young comes flying out of Pop Dog in behind the E-box, and Jambo goes down.
Well, there it is. That's a very uncomfortable round there for TYLOO, as we mentioned. Not a lot of utility, a lot of firepower, though. Managing to hit their shots. Attacker doing very well. Molotov out of that all-off position. Managing to get 1.5 there. Way more than he was worth, and Fnatic can't close things out. Timer's running thin. And Jambo, good effort in the 1 versus 3, but nowhere near the plant. And it's going to beg the question, what's the money looking like now? We've got the Mac 10 for Fear. AWP for Jambo as well. They've been playing a very slow, methodical game, trying to get basic control. We see a lot of teams like Furia, for example, trying to get players out of main early, trying to apply lots of pressure, but it's been quite tentative from Fnatic so far. Blame F sitting back and waiting for any sort of inquisitive play from the CTs here. Towards IB we go once again. It's going to be Crims working with Jambo. Smoked off, going to try and play in front of it though. Nice work. I think the CT's certainly aware of this prospect though. We've got G. AK-47. Mosier trying to deal with the pressure towards A main. Oh, G's got no idea.
Oh, G looks to react onto Crims. And Crims is going to come out on top of the opening fight, so Fnatic player up now as that resmoke comes down towards front main. They won't mind sitting with a minute left, and the amount of space that they've got. I mean, if you're already out Ivy, you've already got Jambo locking Mosaic in it all off. Casual, this fight's important, and he's going to lose it, so at least some map control being reclaimed by TYLOO. Mosaic, though, is just in a horrible position at the moment. That
I don't know.
You think it's going to...
I think you overlook this now.
Yeah? Oh, yeah. Fair enough. You're right, yeah. Able to react still, at least, is Jambo. But a 3v3. Nice shot from Blame F, and now with 30 seconds left, Fnatic are doing a lot of damage as Jam Young has been legged and finished off finally by Crims, and Unk has still got it, Henry.
Certainly has. Important round. Fnatic will take the lead here. Almost zero chance for attack.
yeah.
Crims will finish things off. 3 kills in a round, 7-5 total. Money spirals once again. This could be tactical timeout territory for TYLOO. Crims, great job here. Like we said, you'd think with the presence of mind to be in place, considering they're that deep smoke down.
Dude, Crims is only 31 years old.
31?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought he was older than that, to be fair.
Same. I thought he's been around forever.
Yeah. That's a big round. Krim's getting them all that space out towards the Ivy, closing things out as well. Low HP kills, admittedly, but it is going to be the Eco now. Not really much brought to the table. Just Attacker with Kevlar and 5-7. Can win these rounds, I suppose, but the way Fnatic have been playing, they haven't been taking many risks. Very slow technical play. You can see they're spread out thin across the map. Just going to be holding all the key choke points. Wait for that CT aggression. Bleed them out. That's the only smoke they've got. Deploy towards main. They've got more than enough time to wait this one out. Let's have a look. A couple of Deagles in the mix, but yeah, Fnatic looking very well versed here. I'm surprised they managed to take down Pain so convincingly yesterday as well. 13-8.
Yeah, Pain's a solid squad as well. It's a massive result there for Fnatic, and I think it's great to see Fnatic back in this way, Henry, because this is an organization. They're obviously one of the most successful in Counter-Strike history, one of the greatest squads of all time, but have, over recent years, completely fallen off, missing out on major after major, many different versions of this roster.
Yeah.
And I think this is actually a very nice squad. Obviously, with VRS, etc., it's been a while since we've seen Fnatic consistently be at events, because when you make a new team, going up the rankings is quite hard.
I guess it's similar to that sort of NIP story a couple of years ago, and you had to start grinding out all the Fragadelphias and doing all that stuff to even get yourself into conversation to even attend an event. But they're there now.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you look at the team they've got. You've got Flame F, who is a fantastic player. Has been in the top 20 multiple years.
But never really attended like majors or won a trophy.
Only beat 2 majors. This will be his 3rd coming around the corner.
It's like, it's wild. Like, we consider him such a mainstay of Counter-Strike in general and how good he is, but he hasn't accomplished much.
Yeah, and I mean, Fear, he obviously had a massive run in Shanghai with the Passion UA roster. Really broke out there. That was actually the first LAN event attended, was the RMRs for a lot of these young players, Jacasmo and Jambo. And they really showed up, and they were taking some big names down along the way. And I think there was such an impressive run of things for Passion UA. They were living in a house together, you know, for a boot camp heading into that major. And you can understand why, when given the opportunity, Fear would like to bring some of those players from that Passion UA squad over to Fnatic with him. And Jacasmo, the most recent addition.
Well, it's going pretty swimmingly so far. Fnatic, 5 rounds on the T side, feels very comfortable. Yeah, we're going to have the tactical timeout from TYLOO here. Enough to buy. We can get the orb in the hands of G. He's 6-6 currently. Jam Young, it's been okay, but like we said, we know him to be one of the best riflers in the world when he's having a good performance. This has been very mid so far by his standards. We've seen some whiff sprays and the average aim.
Now, the worrying part for TYLOO, and I'll bring it back to what you were mentioning, Henry, just a couple rounds ago, it's Inferno, right? It's coming up in the next map. It's obviously
This is kryptonite.
Train has not been fantastic. It's not off to a great start. Inferno is also Fnatic's best performing map in terms of the map win percentage. They've got some decent wins on it recently. They beat 9 at Fragadelphia Blocktober, 13-7 on it. It'd be big.
And bear in mind, when it comes to Train as well, TYLOO played Fluxo on it yesterday, and they got the win, but it was 22-20. That's a team they should be putting to bed by their standards, pretty comfortably. So in terms of form, they're on home ground here. They don't seem to be playing amazing CS right now. Like, this is okay, this performance, but just about beating Fluxo, and now it's looking pretty uncomfortable on the city side of Train. It's not inspiring me to think they're going to be going for a deep run here at CAC. But who knows, Dinko? Maybe they can really step it up in round number 9. It's that same play from Attacker, gets Molotov'd out and actually gets the opening frag. Now we're going to see Blame F going down. Should be traded, though. Can't avoid that grenade. Beautifully placed there by Fear. And that's going to slow things right down. What's the response from the CTs here? Jam Young ready towards the upper ramp. He's going to have some contact on the other side. They'll drop the smoke. I think they play in front of it. Jambo trying to get through it. Does he want to push any further? Apparently not. Jam Young actually might go for it, though. 1 minute on the clock. Inside execution could be occurring, but making their way back towards the Pop Dog area. Do they just go for the inner play? Bomb's still there. Jambo holds the lower ramp.
35 seconds. The bomb in limbo. last-second decisions to be made here. Do they want to commit into the B-bomb site? Oh, it's actually just a little bit rough here for Fnatic. They try and push out A and B at the same time, and they get stopped on both sides of the map. So that's TYLOO keeping 3 players up, a 4th round collected here on the CT side.
Yeah, as soon as BlameF goes down, that's one of the first opening kills they've received. It just felt like there wasn't a recovery here. Locked out. As soon as the smoke came towards upper as well, all their ideas seem to vanish. Down towards low up. Pretty simple procedure there for Mozia. G to close things out. And it's going to be TYLOO back on their feet. 5-4 though. Still money available for Fnatic. Let's see the MP9 for Mercury. And no one towards many at the start, but some wallbang attempts coming in. It's clean.
Okay, yep. That's a great start to the round.
He's got no helmet as well. That's a huge amount of damage.
Mozia not going to be too happy about that. His round kicks off in a horrible way. At least he's still standing. But just about. That's Fnatic with some unconfirmed damage.
Inside execution looking very likely here, Dinko. You're going to see Molotovs towards connector. Deep smokes down the back lines. Crims to set up the initial util here.
Yeah, and with Jamyang's positioning, they're playing close by, so he's looking for 1 or 2 kills here. Let's see if he's able to step up. His opponent just charges to the Molotov. Certainly going to help. Jamyang spins around, gets 2 kills from it. And now G stopping the continued push forward as Fnatic not finding the kind of success they would like in terms of breaking this door open on the B bomb site. Crim's getting spotted in the oil train. A couple players are low. G was the one that wasn't, so he's able to stand tall and get a 2K. And Jamyang, fantastic initial hold at the B bomb site there, and we've got a tied scoreline.
Yeah, as soon as they deploy their util, it's a perfect response from TYLOO. The incendiary goes down. You're kind of committed as well, Dinka. The fact you've got 5 players on this side of the map, you can't really cancel. You have to just run the gauntlet here, hope that you find an opener, but Jamyang mowing them down. We had G towards the upper ramp as well. Rock solid. Doesn't even need the AWP this time. And they don't really do anything with the round. It all collapses very quickly. I think there's going to have to be an eco for the last round here. Tactical pause, averaging around $2,000 per player. TYLOO, that's actually a really solid hold. Good read. Had everyone there.
Yeah, and they got the economic break, as you mentioned, so going to be an eco here for Fnatic, which means 6-5. And for TYLOO, a real opportunity to get a 7-5 lead coming out of this half. And to be honest, that's massive considering I don't think they were looking that good over the first couple of rounds here.
It was looking very flat indeed, but got everything they need. All recovered as well for G. An AK-47 in the hands of Mozia. Let's see if Fnatic can do anything with this. I doubt it. It's going to be a full eco. So take the tactical timeout. I'm not really sure what you can discuss. See if you can get a kill. That's about all you can hope for here. No flashbang. Just going to have to run through the smoke. Easy pickings. Lights of Mercury and attack up. And that's round. Nice quick one. We don't have to wait too long. So final round of the first half here. Train picked by Fnatic. Pretty decent haul. I think 5 rounds is more than enough to work with on the T side, but see if they want to change things up here. Jambo's got the AWP once again. They've been good at finding the opening pick, but that was at the earlier stages. Things starting to fall apart somewhat here. No double orb set up on the CT side to close things out. Definitely could have brought it to the forefront, but towards inside we go once again. The initial utility to stop the inside push. Jamyang was definitely flirting with that idea, but massive nade damage towards main at the start. BlameF had his round nullified pretty much before it even gets going. Crim's not far behind him. Oh, but Jambo. Jeez, going to dry peek this? That's crazy.
There's going to be a good start to the round here for Fnatic. We're going to take a tied half in the first of Train. We've got Mercury and Attacker and some advanced angles here on the A-bomb site. Attacker again finding consistent success with at least 1 kill towards main every single round. This time we're going to get a double kill towards Jakazma on that flick out to the left side of the red train.
Yeah, he's looking very comfortable there. Delivering time and time again. And Jambo shows his hand towards Pop Dog. They've got a minute to work with here. Got to allow BlameF to do what he does best, Dinko. That's a nice little lurk. Nice little flank, but low HP. Mozia just has to hit a couple of bullets. Nails it. And that should be enough to win this one. Thing is, inside bomb site is wide open. So there is a gap. And they're going to just run down there.
Yeah, they get the idea quick enough here to get that rotation over. So that plant, oh, you needed that. You absolutely needed that. Now Fear has to clutch this.
Which he can.
He absolutely can. Mosaic up towards the oil train. Fear making the right move at the moment, dodging that flank out from ramp. He's traded positions out with Mosaic. If he can wrap around the oil train and think about the side again, then Fear might just have the positional advantage. But they're gonna spot him. He doesn't consider the fact that they could be running all over that site. And it will be a 7-5 lead for TYLOO secured out of the CT side.
Pretty good half. Both teams having their moments. TYLOO a little bit slow to get going after winning the pistol, but certainly organized themselves for a rock-solid defense towards the end. I think both teams will be relatively happy with that. 5 feels like enough. Fnatic, Zenmap pick. This is Mosier shutting down the Blame F flank. We all knew it was coming. He's been quite good. Like we said, the roles are a little bit all over the place for Fnatic right now with the new player coming through. And we're seeing Blame F being part of the opening duels more often than not on the T side so far. Let's see whether they can win the all-important pistol. Time
Loves
will
a
tell.
tissue attacker, doesn't he?
You got to make sure your sinuses are clear. Your hands aren't sweaty. I imagine you probably have a flannel next to you when you're gaming.
A handkerchief. A branded handkerchief with my initials on it, Henry.
What are your initials? AH?
Yeah.
What's your middle name? Robert?
Yeah.
I don't know that.
I don't know.
What's mine?
James.
Yes. Correct.
All right. There we go. We're allowed to cast together. We know each other well enough, Henry.
What's the point in the middle name?
What
does it really do for you?
It makes you more identifiable, I guess. You know, it's less likely
to the government.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right.
It's less likely to, you know, there's probably a lot of Henry Greers out there, but Henry James Greers, I mean, there's less of those. So when you do some dodgy shit, Henry, they find you, all right?
Okay. The less Henry Greers, the better. Let's agree on that. But here we go, second half, ladies and gentlemen. Bear in mind, not a huge amount on the line in this best of 3. Sure, the winner goes to the playoffs. Loser is not eliminated. They'll be back. They'll have another go at it. But for now, though, TYLOO, what have they got in store for us? A Molotov and a smoke. Inside play potential. We always talk about this Pop Dog area being the most prime piece of real estate on the map, but they are spread across. We've got Mosier towards Ivy. Mercury with said smoke at the dumpster towards T-Spawn. So it could be a little inside fake here. The Molotov to rotate some CTs around. Speaking of CTs, one of them gets gushed to the start. Jammer down to 7 points of health. Going to be dropped by Mosier. Fear now. A lot on his plate, being surrounded. Needs to find at least one hit in this round to stay alive. It's actually falling apart, unraveling at the seams. Chakasmo, Crims need to find a lot, but time is running thin as the bomb's going down.
Yeah, plan secured, and a follow-up kill from Jamyoung has won the round, yeah. It would take something unbelievable from Crims and Blame to get back into this round here, and it just is not going to be happening.
Yeah, I don't think they've got it in them. Just Blame F now.
All right, Jamyoung is a bit of a god on pistol rounds, isn't he? Well, G coming through. Jamyoung's having a... You know, I would say there's been a number of moments that haven't looked fantastic from Jamyoung, but he's also 11-5 right now. So you've got Jamyoung 11-5, 12-7 on G. Those are usually your top hitters. And then obviously Attacker, he's had a decent sort of CT side outside, was generally getting a lot of output towards main, and Mosaic 11-7. So you do have the players you want from TYLOO showing up. If anything, for Fnatic, it's kind of worrying how they've completely stalled out here, Henry.
Yeah, they really have fallen off. It's getting a bit alarming. They get a force buy here, lose this one. You're looking down the barrel of a 10-5 scoreline, and it's unlikely they win it. Attacker, the master of this all-off position, lines up a double kill and delivers on his promise. A couple of headshots, and Jambo noted with the scout towards Ivy. At best, he can find one digger, so they're going to trade him out. Even he gets the first. Don't even worry about that. He gets nothing. This force buy, once again, is a complete disaster. Fnatic, full eco in the next round. Blame F. Well, you look at some exits with the MP9, I suppose. Try and farm some money for your teammates. Every kill is worth $50 per player. But that's very clean. Very convincing.
Yeah, a little bit too clean for Fnatic's liking, for sure. You coming out there, Attacker getting the double kill instantly pretty much ruins the force buy. That will not only cost them their 9th round, but 10, very likely. So it's going to be 10-5.
On your pick.
Yeah. At that point, TYLOO, I feel good about them winning train now, Henry. It's The way Fnatic have disappeared is very worrying.
Terrorists win.
That first gun round better be pretty. Better be a big old shutdown on the CT side. It's not going to be coming up until next round, so it really is going to be 10-5 in the next few minutes, and then we move on to TYLOO's map pick.
Thing is, though, looking at the numbers, Fnatic seem very well versed on Inferno. They've played it 10 times, won 70% of those outings.
Yep.
Doesn't seem like a bad map for them at all. Whether they've had enough time, there's always a conversation.
Yeah, haven't played against the best teams on it, necessarily. Yeah. I mean, most recently they played 9 and Big. Those both have Fragadelphia blocked
Not a big fan?
I'm not as big of a big fan as Maui is, who is devastated about Crimbo no longer being on the squad, Henry.
It is the biggest news of the week, and there's been a lot of news.
Yeah, Grix is now a member of Big.
Yeah.
There was rumors out there that James might have been going to that team.
Can you imagine that?
I don't know who was circulating those, but probably your usual leakers.
Well, good luck to Big. We wish you well. That's all I can say.
They need more time.
Yeah, everyone needs more time, but they certainly do.
They were out there in Mongolia with us earlier this year.
Yeah, they weren't happy with me. I made some disparaging comments and
about Big.
Yeah, like I commented on the play. I said this is just not good enough.
Well,
and they got upset with me.
I thought they would have been mad at you because you were obviously the reason everything was so delayed.
That was also my bad as well.
The caster wouldn't start the game.
We just wanted to get our thoughts out there. But yeah, like fortunately for Big, it's just like really one of the most woeful seasons in the organization's history, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is kind of saying a lot, but you just hate to see it in the VRS system. Like they're going to fall out of contention, being invited to tournament soon.
Yeah, we'll see if that Grix moves is able to pull them. I mean, the thing with Big is like, not here at this tournament, of course, but the thing about them is they just seem to get to a point where they try and go all German for a while, and then they realize, well, this isn't going to work, is it? And then they go international. It's always an opera. It's either a British opera or now we've got a Belarusian coming in.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Operas are the hardest players to find for a top-level team.
Yeah, GamerLegion, for example, really.
Yeah, like they've gone. Well, they're on their third now this season.
Yeah, and it went out last
from
here
Slens
at CAC.
to Kersey to now. What's his name? Hypex.
Hypex, yeah. Went out last at the competition here as well.
Yeah, that's a shame. You came one day of play, one best of 1 and a best of 3.
Yeah, it's a bit weird as well because that team do have really good pieces. You know, you've got Ash, you've got Rez is playing well. PR is exciting player. Talson's been elevating his performance.
Yeah, and they made that HLTV interview as well, saying like, "Oh, I think we can win this tournament."
Yeah,
so you came out dead last.
Yeah, not fun. Well, here comes Fnatic's last hurrah, really, on train. Will they catch the last train of the day, or will it be TYLOO?
It feels like nothing but one-way traffic. TYLOO, after a slow start, they won the pistol. Sure, the gun rounds were not looking favorable though. Fnatic have just fallen off completely.
Derailed.
Yeah, exactly. Jagasmo gets some basic main control there, but we'll see where their intentions of TYLOO lie. Going to be setting up some inside util. It looks things here. G with the AWP.
G. What a guy he is, man.
What a personality.
What a G.
What a G in general.
The G General. General G.
Let's see whether the sandwich smoke will equate to much. We have got the bomb towards inner, though, towards the upper ramp. So just an outside fake here. You can see Attacker going to be dancing around the util here. Trying to hold as many players as they can towards the outside area. Attacker is the master.
Oh, he's just going through them like laxative right now, Henry.
Good reference. And he's actually made his way towards the connector as well. That's a huge opportunity, but BlameF gets a double towards inside. Now G needs to fight back. It was looking desperate for a second there, but Fnatic have got it to at least to an even kill. 2 versus 2, 15 seconds remaining. Incendiary doesn't deny anything.
What?
How did you know?
It's all the ice cream he's eating that keeps him cool away from the fire. G gonna get chased down though by BlameF, who's now looking for a 4K in the 1v1 clutch. Mercury's been spotted. Looking for the protection of Thomas, but then goes into the open, and BlameF just stands there ready for the fight.
Oh my god.
Benjamin Bremer.
Mercury super aggressive on that 1 versus 1.
Yeah, didn't really need that, did he?
Didn't want to let him play the round at all. BlameF, he's seen that trick before. Gets 4 kills in the round, no less, as well. They cut that opener towards outside. It was Attacker with the outside fake. Got the opener. You'd think that would be a done deal, but BlameF wasn't buying it. Gets a lovely double, sprays him down, comes out on top in the 1 versus 1, reads him like a book. And they needed that. The problem is, Dinko, sure, you win the round, but one player survives. You've got 2 Famases and an MP9 for Fear. Lose this, it's 11-6, and your money's busted again. This is going to be the all-telling round. This might decide their fate here on Train. Flashbang is perfect. The shot is not. Jambo close. They see Molotov deployed, and that's more like it. This time, opening frag lands in favor of Fnatic once again. Crim spotted towards inner. Trying to bait out that util. One minute 20 on the clock here. They've got 1 smoke remaining. It's going to have to come down to raw firepower here. We know TYLOO have got that in buckets and spades, but a lot of intel garnered for the CTs. Posted up in main entrance. It's going to have to be that interplay once again.
Look at this. Like watching CGS, Henry.
Oh, warms my heart. You'll have to see that throwbacks. Good EPL meme.
55 seconds left. We've got an advantage held for Fnatic.
Yeah, I don't know how you even make this one work. You got 1 smoke and a Molotov. Incendiary comes in just before they commit. They're actually kind of happy with that. And off we go. Anything left to be said here in round number 17?
Well, the pop out. Attacker's got the space. Speeding in behind enemy lines. Crim's going to be cut through, so there's the advantage gone. Followed up by Jam Young, and really needed another one out of Jam. Oh, he's got the read on the flank. Attacker's gone, and all of a sudden, a 3v2 once again. Fnatic in front, but it's G's low HP that is a concern, and he's going to be dropped immediately to the MP9, putting it all on Mercury. A nice reaction. Great headshot. Jambo taken out. Here's the defuse. Gonna have to deal with that, and he will. Mercury nearly comes back for all 3 there, Henry, but unable to secure it in the end.
It's another 1v1 though, so sure, you're winning the round again, but money's still going to be incredibly
it's always
tight.
on the line.
So yeah, TYLOO with the bomb plant. This feels like another tactical timeout situation, but they should be buying once again. The thing is, it'll be a stronger buy though. They had a couple of players with like $1,000 residual, Fnatic that is, so it's going to be better than it was before. But yeah, there's a tac timeout. This is another very important situation. Jambo did very well this round. Got that opener, and then towards inside as well, ducking and weaving, reading the flanks. This play in particular, taking down attacker, was absolutely massive. Mercury almost went huge. This kill, you thought he might have it in him, but Jacasmo, good awareness, good trade, and should be the force here from TYLOO. And that's why they'll take the tactical timeout. Joe King will be brought in. They know if they can find this next round, it's going to be the knockout punch, the haymaker. Fnatic won't be able to recover. The loss bonus won't be there. The money's already incredibly brittle. And for now, Fnatic rebuilding this second half. It's come down to 1v1s each and every time, but keeping their head above water just about. It's Jam Young
Just
to go.
Yeah. Hey, one of the best players they've ever had out of Asia, for sure.
Oh, certainly. That's a bit of a technical pause.
Yeah, Fear, one of the players that, one of those rare in-game leaders that we have around these days. Not a lot of new in-game leaders coming out where you can build young projects around Henry.
I like the look of those CS monitors, Stinker.
Yeah, you like those?
We're going to have to try and get some of those.
Yeah, I think so. I think we have a good chance.
Look at the...
Look, it says CS in the back.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, look at that.
610 hertz, orange stand, correct color scheme. You love to see that.
Chilling out in the hotel rooms.
Nice hotel as well. Good color scheme in there. Nice
You know,
and beige.
I'm sad we're in Romania. We're not like in China right now. But the thing that makes me sad about that is that I can't go get all the fun Perfect World merch. So
You mean like the plushies and stuff like that?
Yeah, and the jackets and all the random things.
I haven't got to look at it. I never went to that major end of things. I never got to see what was on offer. What was your favorite piece? The jackets, the clothing, or did you like the little Ghibli Wibblies and the Labubus?
Usually the Labubus, the Ghibli Wibblies are always, you know, they're always something for sure. But the jackets, Henry, are definitely the statement pieces.
I don't think I've seen you wearing it. Have you got one?
Yeah, I've got one.
All right. Have you got it with you here?
No.
Okay. You love it that much?
Yeah, I should have brought it, really.
You love it that much you didn't bring it to the Perfect World event? Okay.
I'll bring it to Bucharest next time. You know, I'll go home for 3 days, I'll pick it up, I'll bring it over. Well, we got a tech issue right now, as you guys can see. Not sure what the tech issue is.
Well, same rules apply. No chatting. Well,
hey, Krebs.
Hold on. What's going on?
Hold on, you know the rules.
No chatting, mate.
Hey, Krim's still playing though, Henry. What a run that's been so far.
Hell of a run. Hell of a run. No one can deny it.
Uncuttable.
Multiple championships, majors. Look, he still looks fine as a player. No one's going to say he's still a superstar or anything. Like, he still holds his own, right?
Oh, he's still here.
Like, Cypher's getting cut before him.
Yeah.
And Jakasma, I think, stood in for Krims at the last event. So it was kind of wild that Krims came back. And he's still going on. Still strong. Unk has still got it.
I mean, what's more brutal? You cut Cypher before the major, or you cut Krims before Fnatic's return to a major after the years he's been in that squad?
That's a good point. I've liked the former Jambo though. It's not a team I've been able to watch a ton of, honestly. And
yeah, I was very excited about this team going forward in the future based on their Shanghai performance out of the RMR into the major. Didn't necessarily see them rise to the heights as quickly as I expected after that Shanghai major run, but finding themselves in the Fnatic project here. A big Blim F is going to be back at a major, so let's see if he can actually do something at it. Be hard to see Fnatic really cause damage at the major, I think, but at least they're
there,
taking the steps in that direction now.
Does Cypher still get the sticker?
Not sure.
You think so, right?
You'd hope so.
At least that'll be something.
Yeah, it's one of the big incentives for sure.
Yeah, let's hope that still happens.
Well, TYLOO absolutely going to be at the major. Last time in Austin, it was really the Chinese teams that broke out, wasn't it? You know, you had Lynn Vision, you had TYLOO, most of the personalities, I think, really popping off. And then obviously Lynn Vision did very well. Individually, they made it far in the tournament, got an extra spot for the Asian region.
Would you like a B-Stream update? I know you love them.
I love B-Stream updates.
Do you want to give your spoiler alert?
Hey guys, we're going to give a spoiler here for the B-Stream, so if you,
Live
for some
sports,
reason,
spoiler alert.
If you don't like the spoilers, just letting you guys know that there will be an update.
If you're planning on saving the B-Stream
coming in
later,
right now.
So we have got FUT, that's F-U-T, versus Heroic. And that's in the upper bracket semi-final, and the winner will be going to the playoffs, of course. So they're currently on the second map. It's Heroic up 1-0 after winning Ancient. They're now playing a bit of Overpass, where Heroic are also winning 9-8. Heroic with stand-in as well.
Yeah. Everyone loves to stand in.
Yeah, every team feels like they've got a stand-in right now. Or a new member of their team.
Yeah, then there's FaZe, who are really struggling.
They got the win.
They did. They got the win. They lost to FUT. And they obviously nearly lost to Bay earlier today. They lost Mirage in a overtime affair. A couple of overtimes in there.
They got the job done.
Twists, again, just another mad performance from him. 68 and 53 across the series. 1.42 rating. Jacob not having the best time, but he did have a couple of weeks off there. Not playing officials. His rate was back in the roster. For one last run, one last ride. Well, tech issue's over. It's going to be a timeout following the tech issue.
God, let's go. This game was just heating up. We're losing some energy. We're losing some steam.
Steam tray.
We will see Fnatic with back-to-back 1v1 success stories here, but can they keep it up? The money is incredibly fragile, brittle. And it's TYLOO running to the end of their cash as well, but they know they can just win this round. Sure, it's a difficult compromise setup. It might even be GG. There'll be nothing left for Fnatic. Lost bonus won't be established. This is their opponent's map pick. They're 10-7 up, but Fnatic making this tantalizingly close. This is the all-important round. Can they hold on? Much better setup. They've actually got 3 M4s this time. The Fear MP9 and the Jambo AWP. 16 and 14. Top fragging for Fnatic. It's attacker top of the scoreboard in general. And here's Krims, changing things up. Holding towards that upper ramp this time. Had a lot of activity towards inner. Slow and steady so far.
An important round here for TYLOO. We've been talking about the fact you get it down into 1v1s. You've got to know that Fnatic's money is on the breaking line. Just got to try and win this round, obviously. And if you do so,
could be enough to close out the map.
Really cool smoke.
Yep, love to see that trajectory. Now, 50 seconds. We've got 3 players waiting inside a pop. Attacker's going to be over towards main and Fear. Oh, he's about to disrupt things. Heat things up, force them forward into the fights, and it's going to be Jam Young happily taking that fight and winning it. Chikazmo now moves forward to the back of Red. It's Blame F assisting from the back of the bomb train. A double kill out of his M4. Huge. He'll make it 3, and Blame F is taking over the server. Another 4K from Blame F. He is just racking up kill after kill and dragging Fnatic up to a tied scoreline. 2 rounds away from doing so now.
Yeah, that's such a massive round there. Finally, they get a convincing win over the line there. Blame F with a quad kill, 16-12 right now. Looking rock solid out there. Has to be the eco for TYLOO. A game it felt like they had in the palm of their hand, but Fnatic certainly fighting back. And the CT side, it's looking very convincing. A chance to build up the finances here as well. You're looking to keep 5 players alive against the Glocks. No Kevlar. Really have got a series on our hands here now. Can Fnatic bring this one back from the dead? They were 10-5 down. Looking to make it a 1-round game. What do we got? We've got a Molotov and 2 flashes. So I guess a Molotov, either connector or the bomb train, flash over. Try and get a bomb down at the very least. That's going to be at the top end here for them. You got Blame F to deal with. Crims there with the incendiary, which will do a lot of damage against the unarmored players. How long do they want to wait? Molotov going in momentarily, courtesy of Jam Young. It's towards connector. It's actually well placed. There's Crims though.
Yeah,
looking to mop up.
Nice, well, said easy, but then suddenly a Glock kill and a Deagle kill opens up the opportunity for a bomb plant. Still, obviously, should be Fnatic winning this round, right? But Attacker's got the Deagle, and it's now a 1v2, and eventually goes down. A lot of damage done there again.
It's sort of fine, not ideal. 3 kills on a bomb plant, amazing result there for TYLOO. Like we said, it's a 1-round game. As long as you win the round, that's all that really matters, I suppose. Money's pretty good overall. Looking to tie things up. Fnatic stringing these rounds together now. It's Inferno up next, which is an up-and-down map for TYLOO. Every time I've commentated them on it, it always seems like it's a map that falls apart for them. So if they can get Train over the line, certainly would help them out. As would like to go to Mirage, but let's have a look. Finally, the resources landing in their favor. AKs across the board. No GAWP. And what have they got? We're seeing initial smokes deployed towards main entrance. That lurk smoke from the T side to enable them to get towards Olaf. This time, though, it will be Blame F going for the upper control. Those new boxes towards the brown halls allow the CTs to actually hold that more offensive position. Listen out for footsteps, and they're actually going to send 2 players pushing inside Dinko. So they need to get a skate on. They're heading towards outer. They need to go right now, which they do.
Yeah, racing into the bomb site. Oh, great kill from Attacker. Jam Young also following up in tandem here for TYLOO. Mosaic gets involved in the action, and Fnatic just can't. So Blame F and Crims now retreating, going for the save, and we see TYLOO head up to 11. Money is okay here for Fnatic. They're still going to get a buy in the next round, especially if these 2 players save. They can drop some weapons. You can get all the extra utility you need, so you'll still be able to fight on for Fnatic, but we're now very close to TYLOO getting into a position to close out Train and head to Inferno with a Fnatic's map pick under their belt.
A nice little set piece there from TYLOO. Caught out a spawn. Didn't even run the default. No presence towards inside at all. Lurk smoke towards main. Molotov's down. Flash over. Crims can't hold on. Like I said, the money's fine, but ideally want to save 1 weapon here if possible. Blame F. Might be able to get the double, and it's going to be all 5 members going down here.
Would have been huge to save there. You know, you're looking at Chikazmo. He's only got $2,500 in the bank.
Jambo has 7K though, so he will be buying the AWP, so yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem here. So one player's got to take a hit and go to an SMG. That's going to be the in-game leader, Fear. You've still got a FAMAS here on Crims. Could have been a much better buy if those 2 players had been able to save, and Lynn really didn't need to fight out at the end. You know, usually such a passive player willing to hide away and hang on to the weapon. That would have been an ideal time to do it, but here they go. This is it for Fnatic. Lose this round, money is gone, and very likely a TYLOO win on Train.
Yeah, they've been in some powerful positions a few times here. This one looking fantastic once again, but T-side rounds, difficult to close out. What's the approach this time? Another set piece from the get-go, Dinko. This time an inside execution coming through. Why not? Oh.
Well then.
That's not where it's supposed to go.
Not at all, but here comes the attack from TYLOO. It's going to be Crims on the first kill with a grenade, followed up though by Attacker, who is having a fantastic map here. 2 kills now on this T side. He's just shredding them. Attacker with a triple as that smoke clears away towards Con and Fnatic. This is their last chance, and it's all falling apart.
I was going to say,
Jambo's got to be the save now. Yep, you can't go and win this.
Yeah, do not look into that one at all. Even with the missed smoke, seems like everything's under control here. It's Attacker, bit of a trained specialist, 23 and 14, triple kill in the round. And the hunt is on. Jam Young's looking for him. I don't think he finds him, but time will tell. Players coming in from CT spawn as well. Jambo's on borrowed time here. They need him to survive. The money's going to be absolutely brutal going forward. And it looks like he is going to be fine. So they'll have the AWP, but 3 rounds in a row required here on the CT side. It all starts the most difficult of them all, averaging around $2,000 per player. He can drop like an MP9. But of course, having the force here, it's not going to be pretty. It's going to be very difficult to contain them here. TYLOO is going with these set pieces. In the last couple of rounds, he saw one towards outside. Straight up call towards inner. Realizing the CT's playing quite tentative Counter-Strike, not really probing for information at the start, not applying too much pressure. So what will be the tactical timeout from Fnatic? What have they got to work with here? 2 players on pistols. MP9 for Fear, 8 and 18 for him. Jacasmo, 8 and 17. Blameav posting huge numbers with Jambo. Is this where it all goes wrong? Looks likely. 2 SMGs, 2 pistols, a Jambo orb has to go huge.
It definitely looks like it is about to all go wrong and finish your own train, but as you always say, Henry,
there's always a chance.
The 13th round is the most difficult round to find.
The hardest round in the world.
And 12-9, famously.
Most dangerous scoreline.
Yeah. So here's the peak from G. He's looking outside, missed shot. That's the beginning of the end, really, for TYLOO. Missing that shot, now it's all over. Fnatic.
GG.
Confirmed 10 rounds here.
Go next. Yeah, that was a gift.
Oh, look at this timing as well. Jambo creeps up in behind there. A missed shot. Oh,
swing him,
God. He goes back
What's
again.
going on?
Oh, God. Jambo on the double.
That's ugly.
Oh, TYLOO. What is that?
Really kind of scared play there. Like, he misses an orb shot on you, not both like double swinging him. You let him reset and get a double kill?
Yeah, that's a bit mental, isn't it? You see, that's the big difference with Jambo saving the AWP from the last round. It is the difference maker already.
What a disastrous round this is for TYLOO. You missed that opener.
Well, could still be recovered. Fear up next, dead to Mosaic. G fights to follow up on Crims. And a 3v5 for TYLOO has now come down to a 1v3. Jambo tosses that AWP aside and is now on the AK-47. He's out into the clutch, into the fight. Big kill inside of the site. Mosaic, he's out of that. It has to be an ace clutch from Jambo. Has to get every single kill, and he can absolutely do it here. Looking for 22 on the map.
Knows where he is.
Yeah, he's going to toss that utility in. G with the AWP. Going to be moving forward out to the right side. Okay, Jambo. He's going to keep this one going. It's all 5 kills for Jambo, and this map is not done.
How has he pulled that off? He reads it perfectly, recovers the AWP as well, 22 and 15. Jambo isolates each and every duel there. TYLOO recovering the 5-on-3, but they can't win out in the 1 versus 3. Oh my goodness, it all started here as well. Really disastrous start for TYLOO. The protocol's not there to shut down the close-range AWP. He upgrades to the AK-47 for the clutch.
Nice. Let's go. Nice.
Oh, they seem pretty calm about the whole situation.
Yes,
You think
like, nice, Jambo. Well done. You kind of just kept this alive with an A, so like, come on.
That's unreal.
2 rounds back here for Fnatic.
Couldn't have read the situation any better. You see the way he baits out that player towards main as well, knowing that he'd be likely be residing in that area, drops the smoke, suggesting he's getting closer towards the bomb site, baits him out, hunts down the duel. Incendiary on top of G. Another fight that he has to take and nails the headshot there to close things out. Certainly a lifeline.
Jambo on the hard carry right now, keeping Fnatic in the map.
Yeah, he recovers the AWP, can drop an M4 as well. Actually gives them a pretty solid buy here. Not great, but better than what they had. They had, what, 2 pistols, 2 FAMASs before. Is it enough? A real heartbreaker around that. TYLOO, like we said, they've been calling these set pieces from spawn. Mercury once again finding the openers, but it's going to be Jacasmo finally showing some form here. Jambo will join him. Lots of damage done. Mercury low. Huge frag. Jambo's down. The hero of the last round will have to watch as Jacasmo tries to clutch up.
Oh,
and he gets the
my
jumping kill
God.
to close things out. My God, what is going on?
Jacasmo and Jambo, back-to-back rounds, they both pop off, and they've drained the money of TYLOO. We've got overtime surely around the corner now, Henry.
There's been a lot of overtime today, and at this event in general. Wouldn't be surprised we get it again here. Even after finding these opening kills, they can't hold on. Jacasmo, his best sequence yet here on Train. Takes the scoreline up to 12 and 18, but is it enough? They're just looking for overtime here. The sigh of relief. The alleviation of pressure. Galil's and 1 AK-47 here. Jam Young heads towards inner. Bit more aggressive this time from Crims, playing at the mouth of the lower ramp. Incendiary in hand. But it's towards Ivy we're going right now. It's going to be Mosier and Attacker. Flashbang deployed. Enables the peek. Molotov to gain some space. Gonna go back. Mercury deploys from util.
So which lineup is it?
Yeah, which pole is it, lads?
Guys? Okay, I'm just gonna...
Someone else do it.
You do it, yep. Found another smoke. Okay. I believe in you, Mercury. You got this. All right. There's the 2 smokes going out. One's the lurk smoke. The other one's towards Icon. And now we'll see what TYLOO do with it. So they try and come through Ivy. A couple of them burning. It's going to be Fear with combined bullet damage and the fire to remove G. So the opening kill goes the way of Fnatic. A huge step in the right direction of overtime. And Crims has positioned himself perfectly.
Oh no.
Issue is not exactly able to shut them down, but he's got the rest of the young bucks on his team stepping up though. Bomb's gone down. Not enough time really to get that bomb recovered. So then we have got overtime, Henry.
Yeah, we do, for sure. Can't plan anymore. One of the CTs is to run away. Jacasmo just needs to delay as long as possible, and that's overtime confirmed. Jambo wins it by sitting behind the bomb train here, and Fnatic have done it. Jambo keeps them in the game. The 1 versus 3 ace clutch, and they've done it.
Well, another overtime train performance here for TYLOO.
Yeah, they do love it.
All the rounds. Get a lot of server time on train.
Yeah, very set piece heavy. They seem to make their calls out of spawn more often than not. It was working out. They just couldn't close out the rounds. They were finding the openers, finding huge advantages, clutch opportunities. Just Fnatic, very tenacious. It's going to be so frustrating for TYLOO. They didn't close this out. At one point, they were up 10-5. Felt like the game was done. That's when they ended up losing to the whole situation. That 1v3 is when Jambo came to life, and now it's a full reset. They'll remain on the CT side where they've looked quite good towards the end. This is still the first map.
First map of our second best of 3 of the day. I've got another one coming up for you a little bit later on as well, and that's going to be MIBR versus Virtus.pro. That could be a overtime extravaganza, all the maps as well, Henry.
Oh, absolutely. I think you can just confirm that's going to be 3 maps, at least 1 round of overtime. Let's see. G's back on the AWP. Hasn't been using a ton on this T side. But it is the reset. We've got the early sandwich smoke going down. Mosier not wasting any time. Going to be getting himself out towards main, but completely flashed. Fear to open up here. G gap in the smoke. And we've got action across the map here. Jambo once again aggressive towards Pop Dog. It's going to be a strong man advantage here. 4-on-2 for Fnatic. Much faster pace behind this one. This time TYLOO, though, unable to find the same amount of output they did before. It's Mercury 17 and 16, G will join him, hoping the CT's overstepped the mark, but this is such a powerful spot. Jambo's got at least one. Nails it. Doesn't really need to overcommit to this one. Drops the defensive smoke. Gets confirmation the bomb's on the other side, and wants even more of the action. Goes to the no-scope. And it will be Fnatic taking the first round here in overtime, 13 to 12. Oh, it's starting to fall apart for TYLOO. Spiraling. Gee, nice pick, but that's pretty much all they get. BlameF and Jambo destroying them individually right now. Let's have a look at this no-scope as well. Oh my god, couldn't even see him straight through the smoke.
Yeah, the individuals have just started stepping up across the board here for Fnatic. Right at the dying numbers of the map as well, right? It's the Jambo, Ace Clutch that keeps him alive. Chikazmo had a quiet map, but steps over the 4K. I think that is a big reason as to why we're here in overtime. Got to see someone respond from TYLOO. And where's the Jam Young round? Where's the follow-ups around Attacker? He's had his impact throughout this map. Just needs someone else from his teammates to actually step up here and get TYLOO into the game again. Deep main smoke going in. TYLOO forced to play a slow T round here.
Much slower. CT is getting inquisitive towards the Ivy side as well. Mercury one step ahead of it. Aware of that prospect as Chikazmo.
Look at this, yeah.
He's going to see the grenade flying. Oh, he didn't see the head.
Oh, he's got a kill, no problem here. So that's the opening. Mercury's going to die. He's going to take his time, and oh my god, nearly a world in which Mercury gets that one. But Fnatic elsewhere also taking a kill, so we now got a 3v5. So 40 seconds left. The last-ditch attempt to get into the B-bomb sites come through. JamYoung does cut through BlameF. They can get into the site. It's still a 2v5 total, but into the 2v4 now, and JamYoung needed a follow-up kill, couldn't get it, so it's all G in a 1v4, and he just can't do much about it. A single kill as Fnatic now go 14-12 up. Looking like this one's about to slip out of the hands of TYLOO.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something there. The individual's just completely destroying TYLOO. Every 1v1 duel is falling apart now. The flanks are coming through successfully, opening picks time and time again, landing in favor of Fnatic. Chikazmo pushing toward that Ivy position and actually getting a lovely opener at the start. We are going to see the final round of overtime here. Concessions need to be made. Even in overtime, it's going to be G just down on a Galil. I think another set piece from Spawn here, boys. It's going to be your best bet. The defaults, you seem to get caught out. Dropping that util early, double nade towards main. Early flashes, and Jambo wants another slice of the action here. Lurk smoke will be deployed. Can TYLOO find one on their T-side campaign? Got to be going back towards inside. And they've got, well, all 5 players here. That's all grenade chips away at them. Inside execute. Crim's lovely smoke to buy some time. Just they commit as well, Dinger. They've got to go for it now.
Smoke
run the gauntlet.
Just raining into the bomb site here. We've got Crims waiting at the back of the oil train. Flash in his face. A minute left on the clock. And TYLOO has swarmed the B bomb site itself. It's going to be Crims looking down into the site. Nice double as Attacker up on top. It's another one from him. And Jambo again required to clutch up here for Fnatic. If he's able to pull it off, it is going to be map point on train. This is going to be a very difficult one, and a missed shot straight away. Not too far off the mark, but at least one round picked up for TYLOO here in the first half of overtime 1.
Okay. Like we said, the inside execution there, smoke down towards lower. They'd already deployed their utility, had to run through. D-Molotovs and a bombardment of flashbangs as well. You can see the CT's isolated towards the back of the bomb site there. Unable to hold on, even with a Crim's double kill. Wasn't nearly enough. And it will be TYLOO, yes, indeed, posting at least one round here. A much-needed round. Train all of a sudden becomes very uncomfortable for them. It was looking so clean, so comfortable, 10-5 up in regulation. Then things started to fall apart. The clutches kept coming through for Fnatic, and then BlameF. Jambo fully activated. Now we're starting to see Chikazmo as well have some serious output. So TYLOO switch over to the CT side, but one feels like enough. You need at least one. CT side of Train, you can definitely find a 3-0. We'll see if they can do it. Or will it be multiple overtimes required here once again for TYLOO on Train? Time will certainly tell. No double orbs today. Going to be G on his 20 kills. And we're off. Fnatic just need one on this T side to guarantee double overtime. So they want to go for something a bit different at the very start here. Double nades towards red. Ton of damage towards attacker there. Really nice idea. Makes his round pretty much over. And another one for good measure. He's been in that all-off position time and time again. He hasn't seen anyone. He's got 9 points of health.
Yeah, well, they know he's been that all map long throughout regulation. He was a big threat to them. They kept losing at least one player towards main every round, thanks to attacker's prowess. He's still around, though. Haven't been able to remove him. Remove most of him, though. 90% of his health gone. Here comes the outside execute from Fnatic. Smoke's being put in place. The burst out of main. It's going to be attacker getting nothing this time. Mazea having to step up in his set. He does so with a double. It's Crim standing a shot right back through his head. 50 seconds on the clock. Mercury trying to delay with utility. That smoke break will be coming in. And G, unfortunately for TYLOO, not spotting anybody. But blowing the molly, it's going to be Jamyoung needing that kill. But Crims is so ready for it. Heads up plays. He goes in towards Pop Dog, catching Jamyoung, trying to rotate over. And that plant hasn't even come yet as Jambo peeks off the bomb site, leaving Mercury 1v3 to prevent map point from going against TYLOO here.
Yeah, Jambo spotted him as well, so position noted. 3 kills to find, almost 0 chance of winning it. Fnatic, they've pulled Train back from the darkness. It was looking like it was done and indeed dusted. A few heroic clutches, some great output from the likes of Jambo and Blame F. Even with the opening kills here, it looked like Mosier had done enough, but Crims, sure, he doesn't get the flashiest kills, Dinko, but he's in the right position at the right time. Gives himself the advantages. Shuts down the rotation.
Stops any chance there of Jamyoung making the difference in the round. And now Fnatic, this is their chance. 2 opportunities to close out the map. To take Train, their map pick in this series. Inferno around the corner. And as you've mentioned, they have played Inferno quite a bit. A solid win rate on it. So Fnatic have got to feel like there's a chance for a 2-0 today.
Oh, technical issue.
Damage done, though. Yeah.
Yeah, it has. Attackers on 93. Could play on.
And also got 99 damage here on Jamyoung as well. So if there is a tech issue right now that's affecting TYLOO, that would be devastating. As Fnatic need to just take their opportunity here and close it. Flash for Mercury into main. Can't use it due to the fire. Crims into the peek out Ivy. It's going to be Mosaic going down. Important trade here from G.
Crims getting 1. That's all he was really hoping for, going through the smoke there. G will reposition. Doesn't detect there are 3 more players there towards Ivy. Actually heads towards inner. We have got Jacasmo. Does he fake towards inside or go for the backstep here? Actually flashes towards a lower ramp. So going to be showing presence. Smoke towards upper as well. Bit of a lurk smoke to keep them entertained with 25 seconds. And they bite down on this. They've actually pushed in towards T main here, trying to get as much intel as possible. They've left Ivy wide open. Fnatic going to go for the inside split, but there's very little time here, Dinko. This could fall apart if G just gets 1, which he does. I think that's it. They can't plant anymore.
Yeah, this is a wild round for Fnatic just to be stalled out this long. Getting as much time in the server as possible at the moment. Blame F fighting on, trying to get some extra kills in the way out. And he just won't. So, a 15-14 scoreline. Fnatic had 2 opportunities to close. Now it's just 1. And as TYLOO, once again, think about another overtime.
Man, oh man. Good try from Fnatic. Good opening trade from Crims, but maybe overcooked. Trying to go for the inside split with 25 seconds remaining. G very aware of it. He was actually out of position as well. He rotated towards inner, left the Ivy open. It was his spot that he got to cover once again once they decided to come through spawn. And is this where it comes to a halt? Fnatic need 1 more. They'll take a tactical timeout here. Want to get the hell out of here into Inferno. But TYLOO holding on. Timeout comes to a close. It was G with the presence of mind to shut down their intentions there. Like we said, if he just hit that one shot in towards CT spawn, it was a done deal. Bomb went down, bomb spotted. Flashes dropped and spawn for retakes there on the CT side as well. Very defensive CT harvesting for TYLOO. They don't seem to probe the map as much as Fnatic were. See if that changes at all. Jam Young towards it now. Smoke down. CT's this time at least towards that off position again. That's where Attacker seems to do his best work. Gonna be on top of the E-box. Mercury, nice little off angle. Next kill could decide the outcome, decide their fate. If Mercury can find at least one, difficult to recover, he can just drop off the E-box, find cover, call for backup. 1 minute remaining. Not clear. Well, they'll finish things up here, waiting for CT probes. Really nice smoke. I think they just have to walk it, Dinko. They're going out.
Yep, right through. It's Jambo, grid opener. Element of surprise as Fnatic suddenly appear with shock in towards the A-bomb site, and it might just be enough to finally put Trent to bed. It has been Jacasmo and Jambo with some really important rounds to round out regulation that get them into overtime. Jambo's AX clutch. We had Blame F stepping up. And it turns out that the individuals are enough to finally get Fnatic over the line here. Jacasmo the final kill. A 16-14 that goes all the way. Fnatic take the opening map and now have dreams of a 2-0.
Yes, as the old saying goes, TYLOO saw the light at the end of the tunnel, but it turned out to be a train. They were in pole position. They really looked like they were going to get that one over the line. Great comeback from Fnatic, and what a round to close it out. The old walk through a smoke tactic. Who knew?
The ball's on that.
Yeah.
That's insane. I mean, I love that it ends like that. I mean, Fnatic, they were in such a great position to already commit to the A split and then just deciding, well, let's try to catch them as they're trying to make something else happen as they deployed the block smoke there. Honestly, I'm pretty surprised that the first half, though, didn't go as well as it could have for Fnatic. It felt like they had so much momentum. I thought they were going to clean things up, but TYLOO themselves showed a lot of resistance. I mean, we were already talking about them before the game started. Jam Young was fantastic. I thought we had great performances from a couple of their guys, like Attacker came out of nowhere.
Really.
Like, we didn't even talk about him, but he was fantastic.
Yeah, no, he really did his part, and honestly, I think he's one of the main reasons why we saw TYLOO get up, well, basically into such a good position where we're kind of expecting going into Inferno with a TYLOO 1-0 lead. I mean, rounds with triple entries, basically just showing the way.
And remember, it was 10-5. You know, they had the rounds to play with, and this has just been a feature, unfortunately, for TYLOO on train, especially. Really struggle to close this one out. While I expected Fnatic to win, it's obviously bitterly disappointing to be in a position like this and then let it go.
Yeah, and then you have this round.
Yeah,
like, this is the one where, okay, so you could excuse TYLOO losing from a 3v5, but the fact that they bring it back into a 3v1 and then lose it out to Jambo. And honestly, it's like one of those clutch situations where you can't necessarily fault TYLOO players all that much. Like, Jambo played that brilliantly.
Good utility, too, for the part.
Yeah.
So, like, it just didn't seem like it was meant to be for TYLOO in that sense, and it felt like as the game went on, like from that 12-9 scoreline, Jambo just became unstoppable in many ways for Fnatic. He was leading the charge. Like, we were talking about the deal between Jamming and Blame F, and it eventually just turned into to be a bit of a Jambo show.
If Jambo's 3.0 rating is beneath 1.4 fraudulent rating, it's a fraudulent rating. He was beast.
I know Prof was sticking around watching this, so let's keep banging on 3.0. Nero, you've got to fix this, man. I'm just saying, it's crazy. No one understands it, so you're lost in the sauce with it. But no, I agree. I thought Jambo was great. I mean, I remember when he first moved to Fnatic, and we were very hyped about it after we'd seen him at kind of like, Passion and, one of those like kind of like emergent players, the hybrid style. He can do a little bit of everything. So it's really good. I mean, essentially, the reason Fnatic have a map in this series is Jambo gets an ace clutch,
For sure. Production just confirmed that he has a 1.7 for the map, so maybe 3.0 is good for something.
All right, we'll let you off for now, Prof. We'll let you off.
This one time. We have yet to see Blame F's and JamYoung's ratings, so, you know.
But yeah, you can see here, we've got a little highlight package. I mean, just, you're going to see a plethora of skills at play here. He was really, really good. Big standout player for Fnatic. And, you know, this is when you need your players to sort of come alive. You know, it's like, when it gets tough and it's like you're on the precipice of losing, it's going to take a miracle to kind of keep you in the series, and Jamo was able to deliver it.
I mean, this is kind of how he broke out onto, I guess, like the mainstream scene, if you want to put it that way. That's probably what put him in the crosshairs, you know, in the sightlines for Fnatic as well, you know, off of those kind of performances. So the fact that he's able to do it, obviously, you know, at more and more tournaments and at a higher and higher level, fantastic sign. Because he's like one of the few ops signings that I'd say felt exciting. Like,
yeah, we're in a strange period for
like,
I mean, that's a whole sidebar.
Yeah, no,
that's
but that's really what I had in mind, really, because when you see a lot of the announcements of rosters, you know, making changes and basically just like having a bit of like a baggage claim type of wheel with oppers, just you know, being swapped around. Yeah, it was like one of the few ones where like Fnatic did a good job here. Like, they're not going to be moving.
I hate to say it because I've been very critical of Fnatic in the way that it's been run, but I have liked a lot of their signings lately.
I mean, they were being held hostage by Burmylov. That dude was not good. So
no, but I didn't.
He's 16 as well, though.
He was.
I mean, that was a huge miss from them.
But that was a placeholder. That was
immediately
that was never a real.
I mean, they went for it at the same time as Fear, and it felt like on paper, why didn't you just get Jambo and Fear at the same time? I don't know if that was contracts. Maybe someone from Fnatic can elaborate on what was going on behind the scenes there, because it felt like that was the surefire slam dunk move. They had Burmylov, and it just felt like they were in a stasis trap at that point. And I'm glad that they really actually atoned for their mistakes.
So we'll turn our attention to TYLOO. Obviously disappointing to lose in that manner from where they were, but that was Fnatic's map pick. We know TYLOO aren't great on train. Coming up next, of course, their map pick. We know they can absolutely jam on Inferno. So tell me about it. I think, I don't know why teams keep letting TYLOO, most of the Chinese teams, frankly, I don't know why they keep letting Inferno through in the vetoes. It's like, I mean, it feels like it's their strongest map.
Inferno has like this kind of funny history about it where everybody thinks they can win Inferno. Like, everybody thinks they can let it through because they're going to win it. Like, I think so many teams feel confident enough about playing it, probably because it has been around since, you know, the dawn of time, that, yeah, you feel like you can workshop something on that map for the better part of it. And I think that's why we keep seeing it being let through, because nobody really has, like, Inferno as a permaban. It's not a common feature by any means. But I'm liking TYLOO's chances. Going into their own map pick, obviously. Like, they played a better train today versus Fnatic than what they obviously did versus Fluxo yesterday.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, we know they can jam. I feel like role for role, you've got Attacker who's really leading the charge. You got, but they are rather mercurial. So it's going to be interesting to see if their style can actually match up and make this a GG for them. And I'm curious, honestly, if they can slow down Blame F, because I mean, I think Mozia and on that B bomb site, him and JamYoung, we'll see if Mozia is able to part the way and is able to actually split over in that banana.
You're just a budget Thorin, really. Anyway, thanks a lot for your thoughts, guys. We're going to a break. Obviously, when we come back from that, we're going to go straight into the action. It will be Inferno. Make sure you stick around.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Let's go.
Hello and welcome back to the CS Asia Championships 2025. Thank you for bearing with us throughout that tech issue and the little delay. As we get into the second map, Henry, it's going to be Inferno.
Yes.
A reminder for everybody at home, Fnatic won 16-14 on trade. Now we move on to TYLOO's map pick.
Yeah, it always beggars belief why they pick this. I've never been that impressed with their Inferno. It seems like the one map where Jam Young seems to struggle on the T side especially, but willing to be proven wrong, that's for sure. It's Crim's pretty decent showing on train, had some impactful kills, holding the extremities and managing to fend off rotations. See if he can step up here. He's got Mosier to deal with up in the balcony position. And in terms of the overall setup, we don't have much in terms of utility, but we certainly have got skill. Plethora of frags found. It's going to be Jambo looking for multiple, though. Can't connect the dots, running out of bullets here. Needs to bail out. Trying to get towards the safety of the arch, but it's a 3 versus 2.
Yeah, G backing away. Going to be going through Banana. Fear's waiting towards CT spawn at the moment with 1 minute and 5 seconds left.
They're going to smoke that.
Yeah, look how much util Fear has. Is he going to be able to get it out? No, not yet. Hasn't been able to deploy any of that. He had a bucket of utility and didn't use a single nade, and so he's down easily with the lack of Kevlar, and it's now Jambo with a kid on the other side of the map. He's coming up through Banana. Just having a little look in the underpass.
Yeah, I would have thought he would go for the body block there on the smoke when it came through. Might have actually given him a fighting chance, but Jambo, almost nothing he can do with this one, I'm afraid. 1 versus 3. 7 bullets remaining. Not going to find any headshots at all, and it's pretty convincing there from TYLOO. Taking the fights towards top of middle, expending the bullets at the CTs, and finding every single advantage you could really ask for there. It's the opening kill here, taking down Crims early. Sure, BlameF brought a couple back, but ultimately very convincing there from TYLOO. CTs probably will force by all the same, but yeah, G to close things out as well. See what they've got. So 5-7s.
Not a bad force spot.
That's all right.
Yeah, you got the scout for Jambo. Try and soften them up. A lot of those pistols and SMGs to grind out a couple of kills. TYLOO with the early car Molotov. Crim's pushing up into the apartments, taking a bit of a risk as he makes his way down the stairs. He's got BlameF alongside of him, waiting in the hallways. He has heard the marching steps of Mosaic going towards Boilers, so BlameF get a peek out and grab that opener. But in the meantime, Fnatic have got an issue. It's TYLOO moving out towards top middle. They're going to be going towards long, and they've already got the bomb out alongside 2 other players. Time in the peak, though. Oh, they line up, and it nearly ends up at a double kill there for Crims.
Yeah, felt like he was good for 2 there. Couldn't quite handle the spray. Gets 1.5 G low. Man advantage, sure, but BlameF.
He's so
6
low.
points of health. Doesn't have the...
He actually got one.
Freedom to really find multiple kills. They're trying to swarm the bomb site now. It's down to Mercury. How is he not dead? Guys?
Finally, Fear getting rid of him. It's now Jam Young, and Jacasmo turns on the decal. So Fnatic, not only do they win the force buy, but they have 4 players stay alive somehow.
I don't know how. It looked like that round was about to fall apart there. Couldn't find that penultimate kill, but it turns out to be a very clean round. It all started towards the apartments. BlameF opening things up. Crim's doing significant damage. How BlameF gets a second, I'll never know. Fear finally finds Mercury. Lovely shot on that deagle as well. Even better than winning the pistol is winning that second round force buy, especially on the CT side. Very T-sided affair these days. And that's going to reset the money of no plant.
Yeah, tech issue here, unfortunately, kicking off Inferno. So we'll get that one resolved as quickly as possible. Return to the action. But yeah, well, I'm sure we'll see a force buy come in here for TYLOO. It won't necessarily be the best buy.
No, bottom of the barrel. The loss bonus, $1,400.
Never fun winning the pistol and immediately losing the follow-up round so convincingly as well. Only getting 1 kill. Yeah, so chance here for Fnatic to get off to a good start on the CT side of Inferno.
Yeah, absolutely true.
Yeah, that's a fun way to wear the headset.
The Mickey
Looks
Mouse.
like Mickey Mouse, yeah.
So, tech pause. Bear in mind, if you're just joining us, second best of 3 of the day. It's the Group B upper bracket semi-final. Winner does go to the playoffs. TYLOO looking to find that glory once again. We saw earlier in the year, Fisher Playground 1, managing to win the tournament against Astralis in the best of 5. It's been pretty abysmal since then, though. Feels like a flash in the pan. Now he said it was a fluke. You tend to agree. Stats don't lie, and they haven't looked nearly as impressive in the following tournaments. And the performances we're seeing so far here at CAC, Dinko, don't inspire much hope. Sure, a win against Fluxo, but laboured one. Giving up train when they had all the advantages you could ask for, 10-5 up. Throwing away rounds, 1v3s, slipping by the wayside. It doesn't look like a team that's going to be winning this tournament.
Does not look like a team that is even going to go deep in the tournament, really. So it's definitely rough at the moment for TYLOO. But a good Inferno here might re-inspire us. But unfortunately, a tech issue that's looking a little bit extensive.
The thing is with this buy, you can't even get like Tech 9s because you need the helmet, right? So you're like P250s and helmets.
Unless you want to do without helmet.
I guess so, but then against the MP9, you're just not going to win the round. Like maybe you go Deagle instead and try and get the one taps across the map. But either way, this is going to be a very difficult round. Really needed that plant or a couple of kills, something.
Yeah, well, we had one day of CAC yesterday. We had some teams already make it into the playoffs. We'll have a group deciding map to see who goes to the semis and who goes to the quarterfinals. For Group A, that's Legacy and Liquid fighting for the spot for the semifinals. And in Group B, well, we are still awaiting who is going to play Heroic, whether it's going to be Fnatic or TYLOO in this game. Heroic obviously going through, beating Bait in the opening best of 1 and then beating FUT 2-0. So they're already into the playoffs. They're going to be fighting for a semi spot. And I feel like Heroic have a really good chance against either of these two teams. I think Group A definitely has the more difficult game up there, Legacy and Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid looking pretty decent as well, with Elite joining their ranks.
Hey, Liquid could win this tournament. I think that's the thing that they'll be looking at. With FaZe not playing great, I think Liquid are absolutely going to be looking for a win here. How poetic would it be to have a Liquid versus FaZe final, Henry?
It would be lovely. That's what we're really looking for. Just to see which team get on top in terms of the signings. They obviously swap players. Twist has looked unbelievable, though. Even though FaZe aren't looking the best, like they've obviously got so many storylines with Jacob back in the roster, Rain playing at EPL. But if Twist can maintain that level of form, there's definitely a chance they can make it to the final. Haven't played their best CS here, admittedly.
But it's understandable. They were literally playing until the last day of Pro League. Flew out to China that day. And then, obviously, best of 1 opener with a player they haven't been playing with. Jacob not having the greatest time right now, was bottom fragging in that series they won earlier today. But Mirage, as you mentioned, that was a losing effort. They lost Mirage to Bait earlier on. And Twists, he popped off. He got 39 kills.
Yeah, he's in beast mode right now. Which is great to see. He certainly wasn't in that during his tenure of Liquid.
The last tournament.
Sure, of course. The last tournament, when everything was, when it was like
when he was a FaZe player.
When it was a dead team, when he got the FaZe contract signed, he was unbelievable. I mean, more in the sense of the in-game leader stint he had, and like it just felt like he dropped off and he wasn't the same player. Didn't really recover it. Yeah, Fisher Playground 2 was fantastic for him, but looking much more confident, more decisive in the FaZe jersey. Thank you for bearing with us, ladies and gentlemen. We are back into the action. Like I said, you can get Tech 9s, but you don't have helmets. Mercury doesn't even have Kevlar. He's had to go for P250 utility. So this is a ropey force by P250s, Tech 9s. I don't see a world where you win this, but let's see what they can make of it. It's a lack of helmets against the Galils, the SMGs. It makes you so squishy. Looks to be a BXQ Dinko. All 5 players here. Their map pick making a lot of noise as well. Boys, what is this?
Bit of a fumble, isn't it? Getting up on top of the half wall, but that is what you're looking for. An opening on the P250, a follow-up on the Tech 9, and eventually Jacasmo put down. So Tyler into the B-bomb site.
That's a weird hold as well. This is not a pretty round of CS. No real reason to go hunting the way they did. Nice shot with the P250, sure, but I don't think you can win this round now.
Absolutely mental. Fnatic have Crims and Jambo coming back in, but Crims all the way down Banana. Like, how are we going to flush them out? You don't have the utility to do it really. Got at least the Incendiary here for Jambo. That can take out one of the positions. You can use it towards new box. But you still got 2 players towards Dark. So there's G into the open. It will be Jambo to take him out, but the time is the issue. Crims has got the kit. They need the kills though, and Crims has got it down to a 1v1, but it's a double setup from Dark that allows TYLOO to win this round, and it pays off. Tech 9s at P250s.
If you're going to take that Pika banana, like, there are so many options. You can drop the incendiary close, you can smoke the half wall, you can flash over, and they do none of that and just take a dry peek. Like I said, it's a really nice shot with the P250, don't get me wrong. But the fact you've given them, what, 3 1v1s to even enter the banana, that is a disaster for Fnatic. That's one of the weakest force buys you can bring to the table. Tech 9s, no helmets, barely any util, and they get clean duels with the pistols.
Yeah, it's very strange to see now. Fnatic going for a force buy of their own. Means they have to go to 2 rifles, or 2 premium rifles, a FAMAS out here for Crims, and 2 MP9s. A little bit of utility here and there as well, as Crims plays committed to the apartments.
He spotted one.
Yeah, backs away from that.
So advantage TYLOO. Bit of a gift in the previous one. Couldn't believe their luck, really. The fact they get so many opportunities to take those isolated duels. Didn't even have to commit towards the bomb site. CTs came to them. Oh, nice little dink. Gets Jambo through the wall. Takes down the half HP. One of the few M4s they got available here. As we hit the 1 minute mark, it's going to be mid-control granted to TYLOO. Edging their way towards the outside as well. That's a hell of a shot, but gifted back in return. Mercury trades him out. And it's going to be Crims. They have got 3 players here. It's going to be a quad-side attack. Jambo trying to get that first contact, and Fnatic are fighting back on their force by Crims with a double. It's as clean as you like. The war of attrition continues here. And it will be a harsh reset once again. Back to $1,400 of no plant. So more of the same, Dinko. We're going to see P250s, Tech 9s.
Well, that is the winning recipe, isn't it? Well, at least Fnatic get themselves a second opportunity to make up for their prior mistakes.
True. I'd say just played the crossfires this time. Chip away with the utility.
Got an AK
try not
this
to
time around
challenge
TYLOO.
the choke points by yourself.
Had an AK.
Had an AK. Opting for pistol, Kevlar. Mercury has none of that. Ooh. What have we got going on here?
He body blocked the smoke, it landed over his head and landed into a long smoke. It's meant to be a top mid smoke there.
Well, kind of works. Banana control. This time allowing them to have it once again. CTs don't want to be caught napping. It's going to be playing the standard protocols. Crossfire, coffins and spawn. Here we go then.
Jambo. Oh, yeah. Nice and clean. This time it's a shutdown against the pistols. 2 quick headshots and then third on towards attacker.
That's more like it.
And this round goes nowhere for TYLOO. They've lost the bomb towards the arches. There's no real foothold at all in the round, and we're now looking at 3-2 with Fnatic going into the lead on Inferno.
See if they can cause any further damage here. It doesn't look likely. 39 seconds. Jam Young, Mosier, Tech 9s, but almost nothing to work with here. The smoke down towards the library side. Knowing they've done some damage towards the arch, I suppose. They will find fear. That could be enough, though. 1 kill so far. Time really is ticking away. They need to go down. They've actually found another.
All right, there's another kill, absolutely. So better weapon on the ground. Jakazma needs to be careful. Goes into the swing. And will eventually take both kills. TYLOO will be happy enough those players die before the time. And they get 2 extra kills at the end. So 3-2 lead for Fnatic. Likely to be a 4-2 lead looking at what TYLOO have. So it's likely just to be a full eco coming up. Maybe Bazay can get a better weapon out.
Yeah, this was nice from Jambo. 20 bullets in that M4A1S. Puts them to good use. Jakazma to close things out. There's a 2 versus 5, so the fact they get a couple of kills towards the end is not the end of the world, but it is going to be the full eco coming up next in round number 6. Bear in mind, it's considered quite a T-sided map these days, so Fnatic already finding 4 is great news for them. Looking for that 2-0. Looking to find the playoffs, an organization that's been struggling in CS2 to say the very least. Now put themselves a place in the major. Some controversial roster moves the last week. But if they find a early playoff spot here at CAC, you might start to forgive them. It's going to be Blame F. Had a great series so far. Really strong showing on Train. In the conversation for the best player in Denmark right now, I'd say up there with Tesses. He's probably #1.
It's crazy.
The Astralis players kind of falling off a bit, Dinko.
Yeah, definitely so. Towson's starting to step up too.
That's fair. Yeah, Towson's probably in that conversation too.
Yeah. Came my last in this tournament though. Denmark kind of falling off. All right, 4-2 then, confirmed in just a second. Mercury's going to be found, and BlameF is the man to take him down. And now the buy returns for TYLOO.
Not an amazing buy, but yeah, a buy nonetheless. Round 7, 4-2 down. Chicken watch is on. We've got a Galil in the hand of 3 players. Yeah, it's actually a pretty terrible buy. 3 Galils, all the util. They were calling a lot of set pieces out of spawn. See if TYLOO just run the default, try and get the mid control, show presence of banana, whether they got something up their sleeve early. Got to see that deep smoke, utility exchange, fear. Behind the half wall though. Jam Young edges the smoke. Gonna boost one player up as well. Good flashbang, should be an early kill. I don't know how he recovers from that flash. Didn't even really take any damage for his trouble either.
All right, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
This is the map that Jam Young just like, that's his game. He's the best player on the server. When they play Inferno though, that's all you ever see from him. He gets owned by grenades and goes down by himself, and I just don't know why they pick it.
And they're like, all right, guys, 4v5.
It happened. I've commentated so many TYLOO games on Inferno. Like, I don't know why they bring us here every time. Because that's all you ever see, is Jam Young runs up, he dies, they try and recover it. Maybe G can get something done with the AWP to make the round viable, but like we said, it's a really catastrophic buy with the Galils. Well, timing's going to elude Chakasmo here, who spots one, gets out of there. He's alone, bear in mind as well. Needs some backup. Setting up the pop flash. Gonna need more where that came from. Molotov draining in, and he goes down. Kind of curious why they only had 1 player towards B at the man advantage. Didn't really have that 4-man stack. Now this round becomes very viable. Nice incendiary, chips away at Mercury. Retake definitely will be given a go here. Attacker low. 4 versus 3.
Yeah, Jambo peeking out of CT. Here he comes. Double lineup into spawn. It's going to be Mercury and Mosaic to take those 2 players down and leave Mercury on the clutch, and he handles business.
Well, there you go. Around, it didn't feel like they had much to say in early disadvantage. Jam Young going down with nothing. I just don't understand why there's just 1 player there, though. He's so isolated. He's so alone. I think if you're going to play that setup as well, you need to bail out towards CT spawn. But as soon as he goes down, the floodgates open. 2 versus 1. Mercury with the Galil manages to get it over the line, but only 1 player surviving. There was a lot of this on Train as well. So Galils and Mac 10s once again. It's going to be the AWP of Jambo. Sitting in the flames, taking heavy damage. Misses out on the first kill. Knows they're encroaching on his position as well. Should be a nice grenade. Doesn't quite connect. Very important round here for both teams. Money hanging in the balance. Showing that heavy presence towards Banana at the start. Expends a lot of CT util. Gonna outweigh the smoke, and speaking of which, Mosier smokes off towards that arch side just to hold off the rotation. It's going to be a B finish again. It's only 1 player once more. Jambo this time, playing on the front lines of the AWP. We've got a 2-man stack towards the quad side. It was the Molotovs that made things super uncomfortable before. Jambo needs at least 1.
Oh, dude, fully wrecked by the flash, and honestly, you might want to just save it already.
Maybe stop playing 1 player there.
Yep. Don't think you're getting away with it. It's not like Jambo, was hitting shots here. I mean, he needed an instant kill and then drop back. And even, what's the best case scenario? Like, the fastest rotation was still a long way off.
Yeah. It's a little bit baffling. Just 1 flashbang shuts him down. I think they're dropping that meta flashbang. You bounce off the scaffolding. It doesn't blind your teammates. It lands like just inside the first oranges and completely catches him. So there we have it. 4 players survive, sure, but need to start building up the defense towards B. There will be another buy available, of course. Can even bring out the AWP once again. So 4-4, TYLOO waking up here. Winner goes on to the playoffs. Loser goes down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, it'd be great to see TYLOO obviously make it into the playoffs in China. LYNn playing a little bit later today. In the game after this against 3D Max.
Let's see if Fnatic want to play 2 players in B this time. They're actually going to send 3 at the start.
Off Jamyoung goes on his lonesome.
He does like to take some heavy nade damage at the start. Thinking better of it this time. Okay. We're changing things up. Keeping him full HP for once. Jambo with the AWP. It is glass cannon, bear in mind. And it's an unfortunate start. Okay, they do at least get some sort of a trade, but the round's already over, it looks like things. They're going to help themselves to the A-bomb site. Gizmo pushing down the T-ramp, and yeah, that's all they can do. So going for the glass cannon there. Really had to find that opening kill. Round fell apart as soon as he took the shot. TYLOO, couple in a row here. This is like tactical timeout territory going forward. The hunt will be initiated early. You know they're saving. It's Inferno after all.
Yeah, I think a tactical timeout is definitely needed here. The money is bad. Their defense is bad. Just need to figure it out here for Fnatic and recalibrate, because TYLOO can easily snatch control of this map completely now in this first half. We are looking at 5-4 already. Very unlikely Fnatic win the next round. Jamba is going to be pretty frustrated about the last 2 rounds here. He was the hero for Fnatic over on Train, the difference maker, and there's 2 rounds back-to-back now where he's missed what you would consider quite easy shots for him.
Yeah, some very disappointing rounds. 4 is the bare minimum we see on the CT side of Inferno, but they should be up to 5 or 6 by now.
Not calling the timeout, Henry.
They surely do.
There we go.
Yeah, you kind of have to. They have the AWP again. The buy is much better than I thought it would be.
Yeah, they got an AWP out as well.
Yeah.
So they get another go at it there, Jambo. Yeah, coach for Fnatic is independent. 27-year-old Latvian.
See what he can come up with. It's not been the best showing on these advantages, and the setups have been all over the place. A few missed shots. Can they stabilize? Tie things up once again. TYLOO starting to get comfy here. Looks like we're good to go. Jambo still with the AWP. G will have his. He is a bit of a specialist on the T side of Inferno as well. He really can do some unspeakable things in the clutch.
Yeah, and not you know, usually a side of the map where you expect the AWPer to be that impactful.
No, he does some great work.
Off he goes, back into battle again. Jamyoung saddles up. Straight through the smokes. He's taking a little bit of damage from the nades, but nothing too significant. And it's a great opening from Jamyoung on Fear.
Well, that's what he's designed to do. Nice work. Opening advantage. Gonna drop quite a shallow smoke though. Enables them to jump up on first oranges if they so wish. Oh, trying to pop it open. It's not the prettiest game for Inferno so far.
Almost feels like Attacker would be, like, I understand why you would use Jamyoung as your banana player. Like, he's so sharp, his aim is fantastic. But, like, Attacker.
Miss grenades, guys.
I feel like Attacker could be a pretty good option as well for that kind of play.
Speaking of which, he goes down.
I mean, it is literally his name.
So it's that solo B hold once again. They could come back to haunt them. Drops the offensive smoke, trying to find some footing. Good damage on the spam. Kazma needs some flashes here. Doesn't ask for it. Just goes through dry. It's going to be very difficult to recover this one now. Mosier noticing the rotations. And again, it's this B-bomb side. It crumbles.
Yeah, this time it isn't like a solo hold at the start, right? They just lose
the defender there because Jamyang peeks the half wall, wins the straight up fight against Fear. Yeah, but it doesn't really look that cohesive for Fnatic on that B-bomb site defense. Haven't really figured it out yet. And that is after a timeout. So we're now looking at 6-4 on the T side. TYLOO continuing to build. Fnatic would love one extra out of this half if possible. A 3-man save can certainly open that opportunity, but not looking very pretty for the defenses of Fnatic on Inferno. Only 2 players able to hang on to the weapons. BlameF and Jambo.
Well, this time, beautiful opening frag there. Courtesy of Jamyang. Hasn't got a ton of them, 5 and 7, but pretty much single-handedly wins that round. Is this the missed grenade we're looking at? Yes. Should know those lineups, really. But
fireworks display.
Yeah, it's a very important meta piece of utility right now on Infernity. It seems like Furia utilizing them in a fantastic manner. It's Fallen, who's the master of getting a ton of utility damage towards that area.
Look at this. They've had enough of just sitting back and playing a standard defense. So you see BlameF running down bottom middle. You've got Jambo catching attacker. BlameF is hearing them run by. It's going to be a top mid push coming in. Here's BlameF around the back, lining them up into double.
Okay.
And Jamyang silences them. But finally, Jamyang alive in the late round, Henry. Let's see if he's able to pull off the clutch.
He probably gets Jambo, you know. He's low HP. Even a little wall bang here would do enough.
There it is. And now it's down into a 1v2. Jamyang going to put that bomb down on default, commits to it straight away.
He's got so much util to work with as well. CTs, though, in front of it. Trying to isolate these duels. Nice shot. Needed that. Needed the round.
Well, there's the 5th round. Fnatic have 5 to play with, at least, going into the next half. They could even tie up the scoreline. And it's going to be a really solid buy for TYLOO coming into the last round of the half. But I think if you get 6-6 here, if you're Fnatic, I think you're laughing because you know you have not been very good on the CT side. I like this call, though, to go a little bit crazier. You know, use that bottom mid smoke, send BlameF down there, get in the mix.
Yeah, and he got completely blind as well. It was a blessing in disguise almost. The fact that he couldn't be activated straight away. They had to run through the smokes. Jambo gets the intel. Sure, they get this kill. But then BlameF with the backstab. Jamyang, the clutch opportunity was there, but didn't deploy the util required. Allows them to hunt him down in the 2 versus 1. And we go again. Final round of this first half. Fnatic looking for the 2-0. Aggressive once more. Going to be boosting up Jacasmo. It's on that half wall. He managed to take down Jamyang earlier in the half of this exact play.
Yeah, here's the attack. Fears just had a nightmare half here inside of Banana. Hasn't been able to get anything going against Jamyang. At least it isn't just a 2-man setup starting B. You know, you've still got 2 players left. Jacasmo needs this fight, wins it again. Okay. Fantastic for Jacasmo. Pops up from behind the sandbags, gets himself a triple. Finally taken out by G, but his heavy lifting is certainly felt right now as Fnatic still with a player advantage even after the trade.
Unreal sequence there. Beautiful spray control, utilizing every single bullet. Got so much out of that. Is it enough to get Fnatic over the line here and tie things up at 6-6? Next kill could decide their fate. AWP.
Jeez.
Both shots connect. Mosier gets tagged through the half wall. Jambo has struggled holding on to B, and he's low now.
Yeah, at least getting some of his utility down here.
It's that shallow smoke again, though.
He's got BlameF beside him. BlameF blinded, held back. There's the swing, though, and BlameF will secure a tied half. Fnatic getting 6, and I'm not going to say that was the best half from either squad, but to be honest, I'm surprised Fnatic end up getting a tied game. That CT side looked rough.
Jacasmo, we've got to get a replay of that. Holy moly.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Like, it was impressive you got the first one. The fact he gets the follow-up. How many bullets did he have left for the final kill? Can't be many.
Woo!
4.
Oh, dude, that headshot is so clean.
Yeah, really nice stuff. G made a good go of it, gets a kill through the smoke, but BlameF pushing that smoke, gets the double kill. And yeah, totally agree. Like, was not a pretty half. The fact they get 6-6 on a T-sided map, you're happy with that. You did lose pistol after all.
Yo, those are big bottles, aren't they? Look at that, Henry.
Oh, look at that. What a game.
Play a bit of that?
Played a bit of that back in the day. In my opinion, the best version of Counter-Strike. Have you ever loaded up Counter-Strike Source?
Never.
You have never felt perfection.
I've played 1.6.
Okay, that's garbage.
Outplayed.
Doesn't hold up well.
Go.
Play 1.6, it sucks.
And CS2, that's it. Those 3. I knifed Get Right in 1.6, so I feel pretty good about that.
Under what situation was that?
At the Paris Major, we had that.
Oh, okay. We had the 1.6 set up in the green room or whatever.
And we were playing,
the lounge.
and I knifed Get Right. Felt pretty good.
Yeah, I was dominating that. That was fun. Let's get into it, shall we? A little bit of a laggy pistol round.
Welcome to my slideshow, Henry. As playing Beth now and Jam Young getting engaged, it is going to be Jam Young to win the first fight. Attacker now with a crossfire, and he's dead. Jacasmo also following up. And we are in Romania. This tournament is in Shanghai. This can happen every now and then. But we're back and smooth yet again here as we get into the play. 3v3 after the initial fights. You got 2 rotating players away from B coming through Arch, and then the other one through Banana. That's Jam Young. He's just going to be put in position in case they decide to come back. But Fnatic ain't coming back.
They've got the bomb down at the very least. Can they find the second half pistol? It wasn't looking good for a second there. The opening frags were found, and they're going to try and find these jewels. They're going to take the fight to G. Really nice opening gush, but he's going to find some footing here. Mercury will join in. They find Fear and get the man advantage.
Yeah, now we've got inside of the site the Glock of Crims trying to fend them off. Here they go, swinging in towards him. Crims to come out on top. Yo, he's got a second as well. Crims standing up for Fnatic to kick off this pistol in the second half. Jam Young racing around the bomb site, trying to figure out where his targets are, and it just isn't looking all that comfortable for Jam Young here. Time is gone, and it's going to be Crims to take that final kill, Henry. A 4K for him.
Excellent work. They lost the first couple of frags there as well, but Crim's got the back into the round. The 3-on-3 post-plant situation. I like the methodology as well. Just not holding the bomb site, taking the fights to them, making them uncomfortable, unable to set up a retake. Crims dominates. Takes his frag total from 6 to 10. Force by in response. This is where Fnatic came online in that first half. The MP9 to 5-7. Such a difficult round to close out on the T side. It always seems like it falls apart for you. Can Fnatic solidify their chances at the 2-0 right here, right now? Could take them to 9-6 if they can pull this one off. What have they got up their sleeve? Just juggling some utility in spawn. B might be the final commitment here. You can see the bombs down towards T steps. Dropping off the flash. Trying to bait out any util they can. CT's not biting down yet. Jam Young was holding that smoke to the very last moment. Still refuses to give in. Now he'll have to throw it. There's another one in reserve as well. But that's all fine. Fnatic want to bait out the utility. There's still a minute on the clock. Got to reposition back towards top and middle here. Knowing there's at least 2 players towards Banana. Another smoke expended. They've got 1 remaining over towards B. Gets uncomfortable now. You see that clock ticking away. Smoke's down towards the outside. There's that final smoke. In towards library, the smoke goes, and good shot. It's going to be Jam Young, though, fighting back. Finds Jambo on the other side of the map. And speaking of the other side, all 3 CTs reside there. And
Oh, he crashed. So Fear must have crashed, so they have to kill him to take the ball plant. Yeah, that's got to be the only explanation for that.
It's like he just crashed out. They have an argument. It's like, what? I just said 3 players were towards B. Have I got this wrong?
Your mama.
Oh, my God.
Oh. All right, goes down to play. We have to try and just win this round, this crazy round here. And he's gone down, Henry.
Dude.
What has just happened?
That's unreal.
Oh, my God. Fnatic, that was their round. That was it. That should have been it. No problem.
Never seen it. Oh, I guess we have an Inferno. We see
Inferno.
out,
early
Jane,
CS2.
Right?
Well, we're not getting a tech issue, so
what on earth?
I need an explanation right now as to what happened
Some
there.
divine intervention there for TYLOO.
Dude, some MK Ultra shit right there.
Yeah. Oh my God.
They activated the Secret Soldier on the other side.
That's
that's crazy.
And they don't take a tech timeout. They just play on. You'd surely want to double check everything's fine. Whatever it was.
What has happened there? Some cannibalism. I mean, I assumed that's what it was, but then there was no
no timeout. So...
Well, he wasn't moving. He was just like wall munching. So I guess...
He's lagged? Maybe, yeah. Weird.
Maybe like his game tabbed out.
Weird.
Because it was like a crash. Like...
Well, in the most recent update, I tried to play last night. And if you open the Premier lobby, the leaderboard crashes your PC sometimes. So there's all kinds of funky stuff always happening in CS2, Henry. Never really know what happened there.
We'll try and find out. We'll try and get the intel. But that is a world first for me. Having to see a
Dude, imagine that's the turning point.
It probably is. That was such a huge round. They had it. It was a 3-on-3. The CTs were towards B. And you have to kill one of your own members. And then the retake's initiated. Everyone kind of caught off guard. Probably confused as to what's happening. Have a smoke down towards Banana here. 35 seconds. Just going to wait out these smokes, see if they can get a bomb planted here. Surely nothing can be done. Need a miracle here. Will Lady Luck smile down on Fnatic? Certainly not.
Well, making the most of their opportunity here at TYLOO. A little bit of craziness in the last round. They follow up to make sure that they keep it clean against the Glocks. Now we're into a situation where the buy is going to return here for Fnatic, and let's see if that truly has rattled them.
Well, you're going to be tilted off the face of the planet. It's what the coach, like, even taking a tactical time out to calm everyone down and refocus, but maybe that's what's been called now. This is the tech timeout, I think. So, yeah. This game takes a sudden and strange turn. We have got the buy coming in for Fnatic. Not a very strong one, admittedly. It's going to be 3 Galils. If they completely fall off now and we have to go to a third, they are going to be so frustrated.
All right, so taking a timeout, I don't usually do this during games like this, but during a tech issue, I decided to check in with the wonderful Twitch chat, and they are a funny bunch of people sometimes.
Okay, what's going on?
Someone said Cypher would have never, so I think that's a fair point. Should be investigated.
He would never what? Take the team kill or crash?
Yeah, never crash, never crash out.
Okay.
You know.
Well, looks like we're finally taking the tech after one of the strangest moments here at CAC. Maybe the strangest moment of the year. TYLOO back in the driving seat. Looking to take us to a third is their map pick of Inferno. Jamyang currently 12-12 is a map he said he doesn't normally perform on, but actually had some decent impact on that T side. They've got the 1-round lead so far, 8-7. Huge advantage here in round number 16. No AWP to be spotted just yet. It's going to be the aforementioned Jamyang on the MP9. What can you say about this one?
Well, you can say that TYLOO have been given a golden opportunity to get
a
right
golden
back
ticket
into this.
opportunity, yeah.
Yeah. Got to run with it now. Again, this game is for the playoffs. You'll go on to a progression game to see if you go to the semis or the quarterfinals. TYLOO obviously wanting to play in front of the home crowd. Well, the other game has started on the B stream. That's going to be MIBR versus Virtus.pro as their final game of the day. Virtus.pro stomping MIBR right now. It is a 13-5 win on Ancient to kick things off. Train up next. That was MIBR's map pick of Ancient as well, Henry.
Oh, really?
They beat them 13-5 on it. Now, Kicker going up against his old teammates, the teammates that they won the major with.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're trying to find some of that Furia magic in MIBR.
Yeah, get a Kazakhstani in. Get a Russian Alper. See how that all goes down for you.
Seem to be going great, but
No. Stomped so far by VP.
Who did they lose to in their opening game? Liquid.
That's fair enough.
Okay, so they beat Lynn Vision to open things up, then lost to Liquid. And now could crash out to VP. Quite a weak-looking VP, admittedly, but yeah, 13-5 on their own map pick. Not ideal. This is not ideal either. If you're just joining us, it's been a game played with some tech issues here. We're hoping we'll get back into the action momentarily, but this is day 2 of CAC. Lots of games, lots of action, lots of early starts as well.
Yeah, definitely a lot of early starts. Let us know where you're watching from over on social media. Well, we got Nerds, who's kind of returned to form for Liquid, Henry. That's always fun. Just look
ever since the playground as well. I think they needed that dead team buff. They needed to understand that having a good, positive attitude is worth its weight in gold.
Yeah.
And I think when he started doing the Costco guys, 5 big booms, every time they went around, everyone was smiling. They're like, oh, okay, CS can actually be fun. We're playing a video game for millions of dollars a year. We should probably be enjoying that.
Yeah, 5 big booms. That's what we're saying. A couple of big booms for this one too, Henry, as the game is back live. The buy finally returning for Fnatic.
Not a great buy, though, has to be said.
Not a fantastic buy, but a buy nonetheless. And their first buy since that awkward situation.
Yeah, that's going to be on Reddit for sure.
Maybe. Here's Jam Young. Oh, even on the CT side, getting absolutely obliterated.
He loves to just take himself down to 10 HP at the start of every round in Inferno.
It's kind of his thing.
Bit of a ritual here. Attacker boost up towards the quad side. Trying to listen out for any footsteps. Anyone jumping up. Could be a flashbang. Does he go for a spam? No, he's just listening.
No. Waiting on the porch. No sounds being made by Jacasmo.
Nice little nade. Softens up Mercury. Do they have the presence of mind to flash this squad position? Hearing the footstep, that actually might be quite bad intel, because you're thinking you pushed him back and it's going to be Mercury to open things up. That's still from the quad. Takes down Jacasmo, Blame F, the master threading the needle, Dinko.
It's a 1B player setup for TYLOO. Now, we've seen this come back to bite Fnatic a lot in the first half, and it's done the same here to TYLOO.
Deep CT smoke as well. It's a little bit of a funky round, though. G's going to find at least one. I say that Crim's perfect position to deal with it. Can't find the double, but only needed one there to secure the round. Should be 8-8. Low HP on both these CT players. So, like I said, Blame F, so good on that luck. Has such a great understanding of these rounds. Just helps himself to the B bomb site, pre-firing towards the coffins. Job done. He's at 15-7. That was a 5-on-4 advantage for TYLOO as well. Blink and you miss it. The round falls apart. Fnatic are back to their winning ways. Upgrading from the Galils on a couple of players as well. Jambo will be looking to do the same, as they have confirmed round victory here, going on a bit of a hunt themselves. They know the money is going to be a very important factor here. Fortunately for TYLOO, they've got plenty of it. They saved these 2 weapons. And what weapons they are. 2 AKs on the CT side. But there it is. 3-5 for Fnatic. Blame F single-handedly wins the round with that 1 pick towards coffins. Another solo hold towards B. Falls apart here.
Yeah, like you said, money's still good for TYLOO, and not really the same story for Fnatic. They're still on that recovery mission, trying to build up some money on this T side. So some weaknesses, a lot of players going down to near 0, and Galil still having to come out. We got one on Fear. All right, off they march. Let's see if Fnatic can take the lead here on the T side, or if this buy from TYLOO will allow them up to 9. Oh, Jam Young. Gonna dodge the nades this time. Not the brunt of them, not completely. But at least getting to play with 86 health rather than 10. And then going into the fight, Blame F taking the initial damage down Banana. He's left on 22 HP, and that is a huge amount of damage to do to the most important player here for Fnatic.
Oh, well.
There we go.
That will do it.
Yep.
Recovery mission now without that star player. Half-wall smoke confirms Banana control. Plenty of time to bring this round back to life, but feels so much harder now. CTs, the AWP, those AKs doing a ton of damage at the start. They're just going to reposition. They're going to stack towards the new box. Yes, they are. An old school position. You don't see it too much these days, but sitting behind that pillar. Just looking for one, duck down. Thing is, you can Molotov it, and it will put them in an awkward spot. Lots of footsteps here. I don't see the Molotov being lined up, so might even be getting some clean duels with the AK here. Can Jamyoung deliver? Oh, they even smoke here.
Yeah, looks up from the boost. It's going to be Crims to come out on top for kill on Mercury. Yeah, you know 2 players are back there, but it doesn't matter if you can't deal with Jamyoung. Now they're looking for the second player. Mazea, he slipped into the cover of the smoke, but Fear's just going to hunt him down. And now the plant coming in on the fountain. The 2 remaining players are a long way off. As they start to rotate back, they think there's no way they can win this one, so they're going to cancel it. Their chances are coming to later round, and Fnatic are up to 9.
It was looking so promising for a second there, but even with the dropped smoke, the flashes catching Jamyoung. He gets 2 kills in the round, but that's all they find. No further damage, and yeah, that's a problem with that boost. Like, it could be kind of interesting, but if they explode in, you don't get the instant kill, you can't reposition. They know 2 players are there instantly, and they can find a lot of space in the bomb site, wait for you to show yourself, and they recover the 5-on-4 deficit without Blame F. That is lovely work. TYLOO give it up. Now the money becomes a little bit more interesting. They save the AWP, though, in the M4. There definitely is one more buy there, but this is, again, tactical timeout territory. 2-0 is back on. Fnatic in the driving seat once more. It's a 1-round game. Krim's pushing through spawn. Took care of Mercury. Like we said, they knew exactly where the second player was. Spammed him down. Nice work from Fear. Should have some firepower now. AKs across the board. Timeout. There it is. This round could decide their fate. They know it. Double digits on the line for Fnatic. Money, a breaking point for TYLOO. A tournament they really want to go deep in. They're not going to fully invest. I think that's the right decision here. They've got enough to win the round, but can't afford to sacrifice the entirety of the economy. So let's have a look. Do Fnatic want to change at the pace here, knowing they've got that AWP? They're going to be looking for opening picks. It's going to be G making his way towards Banana. They've got that nice smoke down as well to stop that Molotov. Allows them to go for a boost. They're kind of fumbling it.
There's a peek, there's the lineup. Yep, Blame F knocks them over. Mazea able to get one back, but then Fear just rattles one back.
When you go for these gimmicky sort of plays, like it's a cool idea, but like as soon as you fumble the movement and the boost, you make sound cues, just call it off.
Yeah, you realize you've missed it. You missed that chance.
Very nuanced there. Like you need it's a surprise play. You're trying to go for an opening pick. You fumble the jump, you miss the timing, and you stay up there, and that's a very common flashbang. Now, bouncing it off the half wall. Nice work from Mercury.
Honestly, we've seen TYLOO do that a couple of times. Even in the first half, when they were trying to boost over the half wall, we've seen them kind of fumble the movement, fumble the boost.
As soon as you mess that up, call it off. Like, that's all your eggs in that proverbial basket over there, and you messed it up, just reposition. Like, one flashbang and shuts it all down. They heard you jumping around, trying to make it happen. Definitely other options there, and Blame F back to his winning ways.
All right, we're looking at 10-8 now as Fnatic should absolutely feel comfortable about the fact that they are getting ever closer to a 2-0 victory. And one train 16-14. Now we're on TYLOO's map pick. Fnatic in the lead in the late stages of regulation. This is kind of it for TYLOO. One of their last buys. They're going to get out here. An AWP out for G. Rifles on the rest. Not fantastic. You know, you're still looking at a couple of players missing out in heavy utility. A FAMAS here for Mercury. No kits, as far as I can see, Henry. So keep an eye on that.
No, you're dead on. Thankfully, it was a partial buy in the previous round, so still something here. Quite a strong buy. It's Jamyoung dropping the AWP over. No helmets in play. Won't be a huge factor, though, against the AK-47s. Attack up. Aggressive setup with G towards the apartments is an old classic. You're hoping G will open things up, then you can swing around. Okay, that kind of...
Well,
the ghost, though.
Goes
very poorly indeed, doesn't it?
They couldn't have handled that better. Baiting out the orb shot, knowing that setup's going to be coming. Like I said, it's very common. As soon as the orb shot's missed, you're in a lot of trouble there. 5 on 4. Attacker removed early on. Jambo realizing the orb's over towards A, Dinko, you can actually like find some runway here over towards B. They're just trying to execute in towards B with the man advantage, knowing the orb's on the other side of the map. It's their best bet. Let's go pop the smoke open, and we go.
Just break and go. Now Jamyoung, a slither of cover here in the fountain, looking to be drowned out by Fnatic. He gets 2 dinks off. He makes sure to do a lot of damage, but they've cleared out the bomb site. And TYLOO, you don't have the money to attempt this 3v5 retake. It's got to be a save call on the A bomb site, which means Fnatic up to 11 rounds to 8, and we're starting to get to the end of this series.
If you get a Hun going now and take down a couple of these players, even sacrificing a few of your own, definitely worth it. Doesn't look like they'll be setting sail just yet. Turtling on the bomb side, but realizing the round's over. Got to at least explore their options towards CT spawn. Whether they completely commit in towards A is yet to be seen. Looks like we are now. Off we go. Got 2 low HP players, though. I'm not sure it's worth them just running in and dying. I think, yeah, just surviving is absolutely fine as well, but there it is. 11 to 8. Huge. Another opening advantage, swarming the bomb site. Jamyoung gets a couple of dings, but it's nowhere near enough. And their time is running thin here. Even with the technical disaster, the timeout, the team kill. Fnatic touching distance now of the playoffs. Second tactical timeout deployed by TYLOO. Can definitely feel this one slipping away. Famous for Jamyoung. Still got the G orb, but it's 5 and 12. Hasn't really had any impact with the sniper so far. And we're getting into it. Could be the last couple of rounds. What's Jamyoung got? He goes with the 5-7. So again, partially investing into this one, hoping they can make this work with the pistols, the saved rifles. It's a curious call. I think you need to be forcing here, but we'll see if they can pull it off. This is where G really does need to step up. They went for the gimmicky play when they had this set up before. This time, the orb heading towards the apartments.
G's having a
bit of a stinker.
Very quiet. Yeah, that's a better way of putting it. I was going to go a little bit more diplomatic, but you're right. 5 and 12. Very stinky performance. Well, we've got now Crims waiting up in the bedroom, looking for a shot down an attacker. Did have an opportunity there to open up towards Boiler. But the attacker wants none of that. Make sure he backs away, gets under the porch. They're going to start drifting a third player over towards B, gambling. And it might just be a B finish if they can stall them out on A. In fact, it's looking pretty rough right now for TYLOO because those smokes are running in for an A execution.
Oh, that's a
G's
huge
AWP
miss.
has missed again.
That he has to be nailing that shot. Come on.
You have to. That's what you get paid
That's
for,
a
that
freebie.
one. Well, they're going to go for a B split. They catch off Mercury, who's rotating back.
If he gets that shot, it's such a different round.
Yeah, well, he has missed it, so now it's all about the recovery here for TYLOO. G gets one over towards the lurker on Crims, but it's Mosea at the pillar. Now Jamyoung catching them as they run on by, but the trade's in. Attacker and G trying to come back through Banana, but BlameF ready to break them. And it's a double to put Fnatic up to series point and playoffs around the corner.
That's so wild from BlameF.
He's laughing. Look at that big maniacal laugh from BlameF.
I don't even want the AWP either, just to know that as well. Happy with the 5 AKs here. Tucks himself in the corner. A disastrous round again, but G got a hit those, my friend. Like, that's rough. By his standards, that's an absolute freebie. Speaking of freebies, BlameF gets 2 of them.
Oh my god, I'm front spawn.
Oh, he's looking for 20 kills here, BlameF. He's going to be running up Banana to try and grab it. Out the half wall he is, swinging into the open, and BlameF's got 20. He'll get away as well for just a second. Mosea makes sure it's not fully to safety. In fact, he gets a second kill as he spams out towards the logs. All of a sudden, off of that engagement, it's TYLOO ahead. G better land this, and that's an old flick out to Crims.
Okay, that's more like it. TYLOO keeping their head above water for now.
Hardest round to find, Henry.
It always is. Jambo might as well commit on this one. Through the flames, runs the gauntlet. Bomb goes down in a very awkward spot. Trying to bait out some shots here. Molotov might do some good work.
He's got the bomb back. Oh, gonna run into Banana. If he wants to, oh, nice help. Attacker ready to take him. And that's Shikazmo to go down and TYLOO to extend play. Look at the money though for Fnatic. No problems. They're gonna get a really good buyout again. Mazea does a fantastic work. I mean, this is an opening for Fnatic. He gets the trade on Blame F. He stays committed. Catches Fear through the smoke. If it isn't for Mazea, Fnatic settle into a 5v4 with all the time left in the round. So
yeah, Blame F for the nice opener, but Mozia, in all the chaos, manages to make it work. Timeout for Fnatic this time, looking for that knockout blow, that final round, a playoff berth.
Yeah, take your time out here, Fnatic. Have them, might as well use them. Get independent on the mic and figure out how to make sure you close this here and now. Get your playoff spot locked in. They'll go up to the upper final to play against Heroic in the Group B upper final. And the winner of that will go on to the semis, the loser into the quarters. And that's going to feel like a winnable game for Fnatic. I mean, that's Heroic playing with a stand-in. That's Heroic, who haven't really looked that great recently. They're playing with Hades instead of Alcarin. Good run in the tournament so far, though, for Heroic, beating Bait.
Considering that, yeah, absolutely. Not the most elite opposition at this tournament. The only player who's put in front of them manages to win out. Let's see if Fnatic can do the same. Another buy in the bag. Deep smoke deployed. Trying to regain control of Banana.
There's Jam Young. Rip it apart, Fear. So an opening kill for TYLOO. Can they drag it back into overtime again? It was Fnatic playing behind on Trey. Come back to win it off the back of a Jambo ace clutch.
Yeah, it's only been 2 maps, but it feels like it's been a long old series with the tech timeouts and the overtimes. Could be heading there again. Jambo looking to open things up. Nice smoke down. Good Molotov as well. Attacker doesn't make a sound cue though. Surely gets his first kill. Great reposition, 5 on 3. Should be their round. Gotta still give this a look in. They're heavily committed towards the quad side. 20 seconds remaining, hoping a CT makes a mistake, but they're giving them nothing.
Mercury elevated on the box. It's another kill here for TYLOO, just breaking apart Fnatic, dropping them down to 2 players, 10 seconds. Chikazmo fighting on, but they need to get into the site. A lot of great kills coming in, but Mercury trying to get a double. Now there's no time, and I liked it, the attempt, I guess, but Mercury going to take the 2 at the end, and we're now 2 rounds away from overtime.
Well, there we have it. Not much they could do. This will be the last full buy. They don't win this one, we're likely going to overtime. A chaotic finish there. Looked like they had a chance, but heavily stacked in that A-bomb site. Denying the plan, denying the round. TYLOO fully equipped here for round number 23. We are going the distance. Whatever happens to those things, we'll see whether they can crack open towards Banana once again. Fnatic looking to close things out. AWP for G still hasn't really got going. 7 and 13. Got the nice flick on Crims, but that's all I can really recall the AWP for him. Flash towards Banana being set up. Great grenade. Max damage on Mozia. Waiting for that smoke to expire. Speculative spam from Fear.
I mean, this is a very tense round for Fnatic because they have come to the end of the line when it comes to the money. When it comes to these good buys, you lose this round and overtime is very likely. Here's G. Smoking out top middle. What does Jambo decide to do here?
Crims, thankful to be alive. No one swings on the flash. And here we go. Commitment up towards Arch. Smokes go down towards Library as well. Jambo's across, but Mercury gets one through the smoke, popping it open, finds Fear. Jambo pulls around back. It's going to be uncomfortable now. Attacker has dropped. Is this the moment it all comes crashing down? Mercury removed, and they've actually got the man advantage and the bomb planted.
Right, this is the best chance now for Fnatic to close this out. A 4v3, forcing TYLOO into the retake of this A-bomb site. They have got a little bit of utility, but nothing special here for TYLOO. Incendiary forward, Jam Young. Going to place that likely towards the pit. And Jericho is into the big pit. No one playing there, though. It's Jambo out from Graveyard. Taken away. Souls leaving Mosaic in the clutch. He's taken 2, but that is it. Chakasma puts an end to it. Fnatic are heading to the playoffs. They're going to be playing Heroic in that upper bracket final in Group B for a spot in the semis, but Fnatic happily picking up a playoff spot.
Yes, a boo-hoo for TYLOO as Fnatic say see you and head to the playoffs. Gotta say, guys, feeling pretty sad for TYLOO on that one. They were even handed a bit of almost like James-esque divine intervention with the crash for Fnatic. Looked like it was going to change the trajectory of the game, but in the end, Fnatic are proving a lot of the doubters wrong about the Cypher move. Things are looking pretty good for them.
They don't care about your feelings. They don't care if TYLOO's the hometown team. They don't care if Cypher has fans. They're just here to win, and that's what they did today. Honestly, they recognized pretty nicely in that T-side half. The B takes for them weren't working out too well. Mozia and Jam Young were putting up too many stiff defenses. The only time I think they were able to get a really good B take was when they caught G on a boost that just kind of was fumbled. And other than that, I mean, their A takes were nice. So, I mean, a lot of good looks from Fnatic at the end of that one. Felt like they were the better team throughout this, but I will say TYLOO made this very competitive.
I mean, they did make it competitive, but yeah, I kind of left sat with the way that I was left with the feeling that Fnatic, yeah, they kind of bungled their CT defense. Again, you'd see so many instances of them kind of just negating or neglecting the B bomb site too many times, which allowed for TYLOO to actually get into the groove of things and get quite a few rounds on the board. And I do think if we don't see basically a slight, divine intervention from the CS gods, TYLOO are probably out of this match earlier.
Yeah, for sure. A lot earlier.
Yeah. it did kind of like extend things quite a bit after that fact. But, got to give credit to Fnatic for not necessarily getting tilted by it, because obviously winning a pistol and then dropping the anti-eco in that kind of fashion, when you're in a position where TYLOO have forced up, so their economy is going to be shattered if they lose that round, you're probably in a pretty sweet spot, from Fnatic's point of view, to kind of have it all reset in that kind of a brutal way, where it's like, it's not your fault. You haven't made any mess ups. You made it to the site. You have a 3v3 after plant. You have some utility left, and it's just gone, disappeared immediately.
Yeah. And let's talk about 5 big booms, 5 big blames. He was on fire, wasn't he? He played really well across the series.
Throughout the whole thing, I mean, him and Jambo were definitely the standouts. I think BlameF kept it up the best between both of the maps, but good efforts from Chakasmo too. I mean, he showed why he got onto this roster, at least more with his Inferno performance than his Train one. Honestly, I feel like practically everyone had their moments other than maybe Fear, but I mean, he's the one calling the shot, so I'm not going to worry about him too much.
Yeah, I like Blame does catch a lot of heat online. Obviously, historically, it's like one of those narratives that just doesn't seem to go anywhere about him being this like low impact kind of player. But I thought in this map especially, I thought he had a lot of openings and really sort of acted quite well as an entry fragger for Fnatic. So it's like people don't seem to see that side of his game, Vin.
No, people see what they want to see. And again, it's what Maui mentioned, before the first map as well, that, okay, so they've lost Cypher, who was like the definition of an entry fragger in terms of like throwing himself first into sites or what have you, selfishly or unselfishly. So for Blame to pick up that mantle, we're seeing it more and more. We saw it on Overpass yesterday. We've seen it on both maps today. And it's working out well. Again, he's just a really, really, really good mechanical player. Like, he gets way too much of a drab because he does he picks up eco frags as well. Like, somebody needs to do it. Otherwise, you're dropping rounds in this.
I mean, he will make contact when you're in those weird rounds. He's got the gun. He knows you've got an SMG. He will make a beeline straight to you. And there is some stats padding element to it, but it's not that he's exclusively doing that.
No. Also, he's not charged. In this series, he was not charging at the eco frags as horrendously or heinously as he had us in the past. I mean, this one, honestly, I feel like it was spread pretty evenly throughout the Fnatic players. So trying to give him a little boost right there. I'm sure Rating 3.0, our dear friend, is going to reward him for the fact that he wasn't just hunting those down every single time.
We are going to have an interview coming through in a moment, so I just want to ask you quickly. Oh, there it is. Perfect timing. Ready for it. Boom.
欢迎来到我们的赛后采访环节，这里是江北和小鸽子，站到我们中间的是来自 Fnatic 的教练 Independent， 欢迎教练来到我们的采访。首先恭喜 Fnatic， 你们现在是2胜的队伍，也锁定晋级下一阶段了。其实很久没有在线下的舞台当中看到 Fnatic 和粉丝们互动打比赛的这个感觉了，所以分享一下作为教练你现在的心情吧。
First, congratulations after 2 wins that you secured your spot to the next stage, which is the playoff. It's been a while that we see Fnatic in lens and then talk to fans, seeing fans. How do you feel about team secure the spot?
I feel normal. I think the amount of work we do and also a little bit of pressure from behind the scenes, which is quite public, right? I think we're playing very, very good right now, and we deserve it. We deserve it for sure.
我现在感觉就是很正常，因为我们队伍其实做了很多的努力和准备，然后包括就是舆论给我们的压力，我们也是能感受到的。但是我们也是坚持了下来，然后我现在觉得我们值得就是锁定这个席位，所以我现在觉得就是挺正常的。
太好了，强大的内核。那第二个问题，我想针对于刚刚结束这张 Inferno 的地图有一个残局，我相信教练你一定也非常的清楚。最后 Jack Asmo 竟然在 A 区 Mercury 还在场的情况下，他切出了 C4 选择安装那个残局，在我们看来都觉得匪夷所思。所以当时你们的队内语音在交流了什么？到底发生了什么？跟我们聊一聊，说一说。
Now we're talking about small details about the game. In the second map, there was a clutch between Mercury and Jack Small, and then we saw him planted the C4 in front of when Mercury is still alive. We're just curious about how's the team communication during that period of time, and what's the thoughts behind that. If you could tell us more details about it.
You mean on Inferno when we were like 2v5 on short, and then it was. Yeah. I think we were very calm in the moment, and even though understanding the time pressure and we had a disadvantage, we were very, very calm in the moment. I didn't really see Jack's point of view, but I was listening. It was very calm. Sure, we didn't really have a saying in that round in particular, but it's very, very important that we can still do the damage for the next round, because we need to stay present. Every kill matters, and I think those kills matter a lot, even opponents understanding that we are try-harding every single round, every single scenario. We are always making sure the tempo is there, the pressure is there, so we are always in the round. Very important, yeah. The communication was there.
关于那个残局，我觉得我们应该是还是比较冷静的。刚刚那个残局，其实我们知道我们是处于劣势的那一方，然后我们在这个 Jack 他在这个放炸弹的时候，其实我们当时想的就是没有说是没有说是沟通失误或者怎么样，没有这种，只是我们当时的一个队伍决定，然后他个人的决定吧，就是没有说是失误或者怎么样，还是非常冷静的。然后我们也感觉到包括像时间可能会不够啊等等这些，其实都没有考虑太多。当时就是他他当下的一个决定，没有说是队伍谁去跟他说，也没有感觉到他是有受到压力才去做这样的决定。我们在对阵对手的过程当中，每一局比赛其实都是感觉都是跟着我们的这个节奏走，没有说是太去被打乱节奏。然后当然我们在失利没有在结束残局的情况下，也没有让他影响到我们后面的发挥，还是保持着我们这个稳定的心态了。
没问题。那最后的话也想问，因为刚才第一个问题的时候，你有提到现在你们状态非常好 ，Fnatic 越来越好了。Jack Asmo 的到来，并且你们在上一周刚刚拿下了 Major 席位、Major 名额，这对于你们来说，从这个节点开始 ，Fnatic 变得有点势不可挡了。你觉得你们会如何准备，维持并且延续你们现在已有的这些状态和势头？
It's a follow-up question from the first one, because after Jack joined you and we feel Fnatic is kind of rising up and the familiar Fnatic is back, we're just curious about, as a coach, how do you keep the performance, how do you keep the team keep improving and keep making good plays?
The only answer is hard work. right? Sure, we've been changing rosters quite often. I think in the recent months we've been changing like 4 or 5 times, but I'm just focused on the roster I have in the moment, and the hardest game is always the next one. We are taking step by step, we are learning a lot. I'm trying to push a lot from individuals to take more responsibility, especially the leaders, and I think BlameF stepped up massively. Sure, he's a very strong and skilled individual, but in this game specifically, he pulled us through with a very, very nice energy, which is necessary in order to play in playoffs, you know, and yeah, it's very, very hard work from everyone, and they understand for sure that under my radar there is no laziness, and we are focusing only in one round at a time.
我觉得唯一的答案就是刻苦努力。我们在最近的几个月确实换人比较频繁，应该至少有4到5次换人了。然后我的个人想法就是，我会集中在现在的这个队伍的阵容里，不会去想太多，然后去激励我的队员们努力，然后去刻苦练习。我觉得比较重要的是我们的队长，包括我们的其他队员也都很努力，但是我们的队长他这一局比赛站出来了，然后他打得也非常好，他个人的实力、个人的能力也比较好，而且他在今天的这个比赛当中展现出来队长的能力也非常的不错。我希望他在 playoff 当中，在后面的淘汰赛里面能够把现在的这个队长的这个实力能够带到淘汰赛当中去。那在我的监督之下，我相信我的队员们他们都知道，偷懒是不可能的，我们还是会继续努力的、刻苦去勤奋练习。
没问题，我们也感谢 Fnatic 接受我们的采访，感谢教练 Independent。我们也祝贺 Fnatic 获得这场比赛的胜利，他们也晋级到了下一阶段的 Playoff。但是同样，明天还会有一场比赛啊，去争夺他们到底是否能够直接晋级前4。这场比赛已经结束了，我们赛后采访到这里就告一段落，我们把时间交还给解说席。
Yeah, thanks a lot to the guys there in China for that interview. Listening to Independent, it set me up for the question I was going to ask before we went to the interview, and that is, he's talking a lot about hard work. I was going to ask, where do we place this Fnatic overall in the grand scheme of global Counter-Strike now? Because it is a beloved brand. It's synonymous with excellence, or it was at one time. It's been adrift for a while. Huge amount of fans in China, by the way, going all the way back to the 1.6 days. And, you know, this is probably the best I've seen Fnatic in a while, even if it is just ostensibly passion and blame, like, coming together, really. So I wanted to know what you guys made of it.
I mean, I'm not going to medically clear Fnatic to be like a certified tier 1 team by any means just yet. But like you said, yeah, it's the best we've seen Fnatic be for quite a while. But I feel like the bar has been pretty low, at least, you know, compared to what we've been used to. Like you said, it's a storied name with so much history and so much success behind them that they still have quite a ways to go. And again, I'm not entirely sold that this is the lineup that's going to take them, you know, back to old heights in that sense either, but this is definitely a step in the right direction, and that's not something we've been able to say about Fnatic in a lot of the roster move they've made as of, you know, the last 2-3 years. So yeah, this is positive signs, and I think that's all we can really take from it with Fnatic now. Like, any positive is good, and you move on.
I mean, if we think about it almost like you were saying with the core of Passion UA, instead of Chilla and Zero Fix, you got now Crims and BlameF. I think those are both upgrades in my eyes. I mean, maybe it's debatable with Crims maybe in today's form, but in terms of what he brings for experience sake, and then BlameF is just take either one of those.
Actually, the lineup seems to give him Crims a shot in the arm, honestly.
He was good. It was actually good on Inferno there. Yeah, no, he was completely reasonable. I feel like the calling is clearly better with Fear as the leader than it was back when they had Body as their in-game leader. I mean, the way that some of those rounds were constructed, like they actually got into CT spawn. They were flanking TYLOO from multiple directions, recognizing at the late game that A was the weaker bomb site for them. Like, he did a great job there, even though he didn't frag. And like, you're asking where in World Counter-Strike they are. And you know, Ven says they're not exactly tier 1. It's like, for me, that's kind of like the top 15 point. They're kind of teetering around that area where it's like, maybe they're like the 17th best team right now. But with the Jcasmo lineup, I'm not sure if I'm head over heels way more excited about them, but today was a good showing, and to take down a TYLOO who won a tournament this season, that's a pretty nice scalp.
Yeah, I agree. We'll keep an eye on them, of course, for TYLOO now. They've got to play FaZe, so the road could be looking rocky. But for now, a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have the last series of the day. Lynn Vision versus 3D Max. Make sure you join us.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
Stop.
All right, a disappointing day for Chinese Counter-Strike if you're a TYLOO fan, but Lynn Vision have a chance to correct that record when they take on their opponents 3D Max, which were Maui's favorites to win the tournament. We're going to start by talking about Lynn Vision because it's our first time here doing so. Where are they at right now?
They're definitely living in the shadow of TYLOO, generally speaking, in the domestic competitions that they play. I'd say, roughly speaking, they lose 65% of the time to their big bros. However, I feel like the major run that they had definitely put them on the map for a lot of people, famously taking down Falcons in one of the BO1s at that one, quoted with Gum, their coach, saying that he only had to study them for a couple hours and then he knew absolutely everything.
Absolutely wrecked Sonic then.
Yeah, that was based, I'm not going to lie.
Hella based.
But I feel like they've had a little bit of difficulty lately. I mean, Call Me Sue just talked about the fact that they had some visa issues. They weren't able, I'm pretty sure they weren't able to attend the last ESL event they were at, and then they have to suffer further punishments for that. So this is a really big tournament for them in terms of trying to just gain some standing, and like where a lot of teams right now for CAC are looking for motivation, it's twofold for Lynn Vision. One, you know that you don't have one of the ESL events in your back pocket for the future, and two, you need to gain some ranking points ASAP, so for those further invites, you can boost yourself. So a lot on the line here for Lynn Vision to do.
And just on that note, I want to say, they handled that masterfully. They just said, yeah, it was our bad. We take the punishment. Nobody cried on Twitter.
It's rare.
I know, right? Like, yeah. I was waiting for the drama. It just didn't come. They went, yeah, our bad. And that was it. And we all moved on. You know, just, if you're a team out there that are going to, you know, get caught out, like, maybe
take notes.
Maybe take note on that. But anyway, what have you made of Lynn Vision? I mean, because obviously they're hugely popular with the community, particularly, you know, after Austin, you know, we had all these breakouts for the players doing really cool, like, viral interviews on everyone's streams, you know, English-speaking streams, Brazilian streams, everything. Yeah. So people really want this team to be good, and it just sort of hasn't been clicking right now.
And no, it hasn't been clicking now. And again, I'm one of the people who, you know, want to see them do well. Again, I've been following this team basically since, you know, Sakura and Westmelon were XG and Mitsuha. So like it's been a minute, and they kind of like are the symbol of the new wave of or what was the new wave of Chinese players, and in a period of time where we kind of thought it was dying out in many ways when the old TYLOO lineups kind of slowly started drifting away and so on. But it hasn't been pretty as of late, and I think their opening match was kind of horrendous. They played an MIBR team to, you know, in fairness, are looking pretty all right, but it was pretty much only Starry showing up for that matchup. Like, absolutely nothing else happening. And a lot of the frags that Starry was picking up was basically just like, okay, I guess I'm left in a 1v4. I get 1 to 2 kills, and we move on to the next round and proceed to get stomped. Much better turnaround, obviously, going into the matchup versus GamerLegion. I think we saw, well, the little we did get to see as games were running simultaneously is that they do have a little bit more to them. Again, getting a best of 3 series in to kind of warm up and kind of figure out your own mistakes, that is a benefit. Absolutely. And we also got to see them play Overpatch, which I think was cool. Again, still fairly new, you know, as a bit of a comebacker into the map pool. So I think that could be beneficial for them. I think they do have like a little bit more to play off of in terms of strings. I do think they get a rough draw, though, going up against 3D Max here.
Well, you did bestow the excuse on 3D Max the other day, Maui. You said, I give you jet lag. That's what you did. That's what you
Exactly.
So, I mean, look, how true that is, I guess we'll find out in a moment. But, yeah, they weren't quite on their A game.
No, the loss to Legacy was one where maybe you could have excused them for one of the maps, but being unable to put up a great fight throughout the series, and I would say I would almost put it down to sometimes the individuals who, because there were some decent strategies that they tried implementing versus Legacy, but I feel like they were just a little slow to together. Like, the trading wasn't really as pristine. Like, when I see a great 3D Max round, what I see is a solid plan where everybody knows how to work off of each other start to finish. But some of the ugly parts of 3D Max is when things get a little bit flustered. And Legacy is a team that's going to fluster you. You know, they're going to get in your faces, try to make things a little bit awkward. And they just couldn't put the pieces together. Like, that's kind of always been the undoing of 3D Max. So if Lynn Vision can just be, you know, a little bit off meta, just get in your faces a little bit more, upset them, then it would be sad to see, but it is possible that 3D Max go home here if they just kind of keep up what we just saw yesterday.
Yeah, no, again, like, their ending to the series was pretty disappointing on the side of 3D Max. Again, like, Inferno versus Legacy, we were pretty excited to see it because, again, we kept talking about it through the veto that this is a veto, yeah, like, to start off with Dust 2, that's great for Legacy, but then you go into Nuke, Inferno, just, you know, that's dreamland, dream territory for 3D Max. But the way they just finished through their, or like played through their T side, it just felt sloppy. And that is an issue. Maui's mentioned this, you know, on day one, the fact that they don't necessarily have like a standout player in many ways. They do rely on strategies and actually playing as a unit. And if it's like sluggish, then you don't really get too far. And I feel like that's what we saw them kind of being exposed for versus Legacy yesterday.
Yeah. And wisely there, Lynn Vision taking that nuke away.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm a little bit disappointed in 3D Max. I'm not going to lie. Both of these teams permaban Mirage, and so 3D Max are the ones to bite the bullet and just take it out in the first round. It gives Lynn Vision an opportunity who always they wanted to pick Dust 2 this whole time. 3D Max, in my eyes, I thought I would wanted them to ban Dust 2 here.
Yes.
3D Max still get their preferred pick in Inferno throughout this, but you had a chance to ban Lynn Vision's best map and arguably your worst map, and you kind of missed that one. So a little bit behind in the veto, just slightly because of that.
Yeah, I kind of would have liked to see the variety, honestly, because that would have given an opportunity for Lynn Vision to play Ancient, which I think is one of the other kind of like black spots in the map pool of 3D Max. And we could have seen, you know, if something has been improved on the side of 3D Max, or if that was just, you know, a potentially genius pick from Lynn Vision. So it's not the most exciting veto overall in that sense, but at least the teams do get to their comfortable places.
Yeah, just quickly, did we see anything on yesterday's Inferno with 3D Max that maybe makes us revise how we feel about them on that map?
I felt like they just had a singular game plan,
like
just keep hitting the B bomb site, and it just didn't work because they got Dumao maxed on. Like, I mean, I feel like they needed to change the game plan. To me, what I want to see from this game from 3D Max is that if the first 2 gun rounds don't go their way, what's the adaptation? Because yesterday I didn't see it. Like, they just kept trying to run similar plays thinking that it'll eventually break through. So Gravity needs to be able to identify quicker in a half, or just call a timeout so they can talk to their coach and say, what do we need to do? What is the plan B? Because I didn't see a plan B yesterday. And that's why I said I think that's jet lag, because usually they have many options.
Yeah. Sure thing. So what's cooking for Lynn Vision on Dust 2? Then why do they like this map so much?
I mean, there's multiple reasons, but again, it gives them freedom to kind of be a little bit disruptive. Again, do you think they have players that kind of thrive of being able to play a little bit loose, whether it is Zach or Emilia or even Starry, obviously, like being able to just free roam on it. So I think they do have the opportunity, but I think this is predominantly meant as a punish pick more than anything else. It just kind of lines up nicely for them in that sense, because they know that 3D Max haven't looked great on it, even though I'm pretty sure that 3D Max actually beat Lynn Vision in their last matchup on this very map.
Oh yeah, they also beat G2 recently. So I mean, 3D Max are no slouches. I mean, seeing the radar here, what it doesn't strike me as even the players and where they are. It's that 3D Max picked the T side, it looks like, and that's just kind of changing things up. I mean, the CT side yesterday was only spurred by Maka's own individual ability, seemingly, and I was looking at this game more so thinking about Lynn Vision's T side, like the way they like to execute towards B. They have a really quick one where as soon as people are in position, they can just throw it in like 2 seconds, and it's actually pretty darn good in terms of flashes, smokes landing really quickly. They also just love to hit long with just like 4 people. They make things pretty simple for themselves in that aspect. But now with 3D Max flipping the script and going to the offense immediately, I'm not really sure what their bread and butter plays are. I like one of 3D Max's BXX. I stole it I told my friends, learn these flashes. Like, they're all insanely good. But other than that, I think this is where they have actually struggled versus a lot of top teams.
Well, you know who else we can ask? Our commentators, yay, there they are on the big screen.
Hello.
Of course,
Hello again.
MEG.
Henry thrilled.
I know. I can't remember the last. There he is. There's that smile, that winning smile. So, what's cooking with this one, then, guys? What do you think's gonna happen?
I don't know. I thought 3D Max were hot favorites to win this tournament. They're not looking themselves so far, Dinko. After that run in EPL, maybe it's a bit tired, a bit jet lagged.
Yeah, I'll take the jet lag excuse as well. I think coming into it today, there's a good chance to bounce back. I mean, their opponent definitely can't be jet lagged. So
true, that's a good point. But they have not been playing great CS since the major, have they? Like, we saw them at Fisher Playground 2. I don't think they want to single map the entire tournament. Really underwhelming. No one turned up. Nothing to lose, really, I suppose. Just turn up, play your game. You got the map pool you wanted, and hopefully they can show us some level, because I don't want another 2-0. This is elimination. Let's get them on the ropes. Let's get them working for it.
I think 3D Max got to feel like this is a great opportunity at this tournament to actually get a win. You know, you're missing out on other top teams here. So I think 3D Max absolutely should get through this one today.
Right, well, guys, the game has started. So
Let's do
thanks
it.
for your thoughts. You hop in. Hope it's a good one.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to yet another elimination game here. Dust 2 to kick things off. It is picked by Lynn Vision, and we'll see a 3D Max. Certainly the favorites going into this one, but showing their weaknesses here at CAC so far, going down to Legacy in a pretty convincing manner.
And we get those two maps that they lost yesterday. We get Dust 2 first, which they lost 13-6 to Legacy on yesterday, and then we get Inferno as the second map, which they lost 13-7 to Legacy yesterday. So a real chance for 3D Max to show us what they're really capable of and bounce back today. Lynn Vision going to the tunnels, going for a fast B-pop to kick off this pistol.
Oh,
and Lucky Joe Beretta's at the ready, but blasted by grenades. He still comes away with a shutdown.
What?
Lucky with 3.
Oh my.
The table fell apart. The casting desk, that was that crazy.
Okay, they might still be able to get a plant down, but wow. Did that go wrong very quickly indeed? They do max damage on those grenades. And now it just begs the question, will we see a plant? We certainly will not. 3D Max put their best foot forward. And it's Lucky on low HP, getting 3 kills at the dual elites while blind as well. That is ridiculous.
Had a grenade as well, Henry, straight to the face.
Yeah, 2 of them.
Yeah, tech issue.
That's what we like around here.
Right on cue. Lightning fast pistol into a tech issue. Hopefully get this one resolved as quickly as possible for you, but it does give us a little bit more time to talk about this round, I guess, because look at this. Bang, straight away, grenade. You think Lucky's going to get eradicated. Somehow it gets 3. Bang, bang,
27
bang.
HP. Wow. He actually got like 80 damage on the 4th player as well.
Yeah, 3 big booms for that one.
Man, oh man. No plant, no chance.
All right, so we get 3 M4s out straight away here for 3D Max. Lucky, Body, and Ecstasy's picking them up. Maka goes to the scout for Mass Forward Gravity. Maui was saying that he would like to see what happens for 3D Max if their initial gun rounds don't work out, if they have to go to a plan B, if their game plan gets shattered. Looking forward to seeing that. I think the first 2 maps here, maybe Dust 2 is the greatest opportunity for Lynn Vision in the series, but absolutely I would feel like yesterday's Inferno was just a bad day at the office for the 3D Max. We've seen way better Infernos.
I think just to know, I know how I was feeling yesterday, and they had to travel to China as well.
Yeah.
So if they were feeling half as bad as I was, I feel like that's why they weren't presenting their best game.
Weren't particularly finding their B game, their C plans, you know. So, yeah, very rough for 3D Max on the opening day, but, you know, a great chance to bounce back here and break the hearts of some Chinese fans because they might just lose out on Lynn Vision.
Yeah, we did see TYLOO crash out down to that lower bracket. Lynn Vision, though, lose this game.
Out.
It's GG, no re.
Yeah, GG, no re.
So we are back into the action. It's going to be a 4-spy, surprisingly, with no bomb plant. So this is where things become extra difficult. We talked about the helmet situation before. It's going to be a media taking the Tech-9 Kevlar basic util. And these sort of rounds, like, what are you hoping for? Get up towards shore, execute. They're going to smoke the double doors momentarily. Courtesy of a media. Going to see a little smoke over the top towards B as well. Lurk smoke from outside. Oh, well.
An attempt was made. He's just giving the tunnels an afro.
Oh, man. That's a bit rough. Kind of gives up the game a little bit that no one will be coming there if you're throwing it from that far away. So what's the play? Actually got some. They've got a player in CT spawn, which will be finding success. It's going to be Wes Mellon.
Yeah,
good for 1.
Yep, that's going to be nice and easy for 3. And we got Zachary and Starry coming out long. The last-ditch attempt towards Exorcist could actually take himself the ace, but of course not, because Starry's Deagle right between the eyes. A second kill of the round here for Lynn Vision and a rifle available on the side.
They can recover some rifles here. Need to apply the pressure when the bomb's going down. It didn't come through. Oh, this actually gets really weird now.
Oh, now to the Deagle. M4's out, and body doubles up. Saves the day. Good bit of damage there for Lynn Vision, but no bomb plant.
If they got the bomb planted, you could justify another investment here. But sure, you get the 3 kills, but you need to buy in the next. So some P250s maybe, but ultimately smooth sailing so far for 3D Max. Looking for a clean 2-0 here to reignite their chances at CAC. Lynn Vision managed to take down GamerLegion. It was 2-1.
Yeah,
still a good result for them.
Yeah, Lynn Vision surviving, getting into the next one. But when you look at who the opponent is, if you win this game, it's going to be the winner of MIBR versus Virtus.pro, which is currently ongoing. It's 11-11 on that second map, so VP might have an opportunity.
For the 2-0, right?
Yes, exactly, the 2-0 of the series over there.
Well then, full eco. The vampire round. Bleed out that utility. Won't be doing much more than that.
No, if you're just tuning in and you heard us talking a lot about 3D Max's jet lag, their travel schedule, give you a little bit of an update on what their season has looked like so far. They kicked things off playing the first tournament out of the player break. They actually cut their break short after the major in Austin. They came along to play at Fisher Playground 1 in Belgrade.
Didn't go well.
Did not go well for them, but went on to go to China. And they played a tournament there, came back, had another go at Fisher Playground in Belgrade, this time for the second go. And they also went to Pro League, where they made it to the playoffs. So it's been a long old travel for 3D Max, who returned to China for the second time.
That's why we call them like a bit of a streaky, inconsistent team, because they either make these beautiful runs where everyone looks magnificent, or they crash out in group stages and you're left scratching your head.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of scratching his head, he's going to be ripping them off. It's going to be Maka using that scout to great effect. One of his signature weapons for sure. Zaka makes things interesting. Keeps the round expensive here. Is there one more? I think there might be. Yep.
Yes, there is. It's Starry's little Deeg. 4 seconds on the clock. Want to die before the time, and he does. He's given that mercy. So he'll get some extra cash.
They've kept the CTs very modest. We'll say that much.
Yeah, they have. Great damage across the first few rounds here.
Can't bring out the AWP unless you went glass cannon for Maka.
Yeah, don't really want to see it, but he's gone for it.
There it is.
Feels like it's a very important tool to have here in your arsenal on the CT side of Dust 2, especially when you consider the fact that the Ts are very likely to have one of their own.
Important first gun round here. Might even give a slight edge to Lynn Vision in terms of the economy. 3 players towards B at the start. Pretty standard. He's going to wait for initial interactions to go down. Get controller lower. And that's the next objective here.
Maka can't really tank the fire for much longer there. He's out of there, back to safety. He's going to reposition down towards CT spawn and take up an angle, making sure no one walks beyond those double doors.
So low B is clear. Molotov towards short. Molotov pushing back the CTs. Maka needs to be very careful. Even a couple of bullets through the door would take him down. Nice flashbang towards short here. Zaka with a good opening as well. That's towards B. Didn't expect the AWP perhaps. And speaking of which, Maka felt like he could get back in the round with that one. Can't connect the dots.
Dangerous angle for an AWPer. Maka loves to get close quarters combat, loves to take risks, get involved in wild fights. And this one is very wild, Henry.
Yeah. Shotgun style AWP. Oh my god.
Absolutely love it. Pops up, gets his head back down, Jack in the box, and Lucky makes sure it's a double. A swift death sentence here for Komi, Sue, and Amelia. And we've now got Starry and Zacher. A 2v4. The first kill from Starry comes out long in this attempt, but now his teammate's gone. It's just Starry.
15 seconds. Oh, and Lucky with a beautiful sequence there, dropping. A destructive flashbang from Goose, swings out, gets the double, finds the third towards long as well, and closes things out with the quad kill.
Yeah, Lucky's had a great start.
That jumping little Gambit. It was a 5-on-4 advantage, bear in mind, for Lynn Vision. Perfectly timed this little peek. No Kevlar, no problem. It's the palm tree flash. Yields 2 kills. Nice work on the third, and then no problem on the fourth as well. Gets the dink, knows he's got it. And it's going to have to be another partial buy with max loss bonus. No plan once again. They are yet to get that bomb down.
Yeah, it could be a nice 5-0 lead here for 3D Max.
Once again, though, they're still kept modest. They can just win one round and break through. It's going to be a B split by the looks of things here. He's setting up that util outside the B tunnels. You can smoke CT spawn right here. I guess they're going to smoke CT spawn, get them out, and then he'll smoke windows and doors. Maybe he's got 2 more smokes there. And they'll try and flash through and flood through.
3D Max seem to have the right setup for this, though, Henry, right? You've got 1 player just behind the doors, that's lucky, and then 2 over towards the B bomb site. So, in terms of having the setup you'd want, it's right there on the table.
Body, I don't love this, but it's worked out nicely. Can hear them coming. Chaos in the B bomb site, but it's going to be 3D Max coming out on top so far. Body having a cuddle in the smoke with Zaka. And whatever they had in mind, it's not going to come to fruition. You can see, okay, they smoked the back platform. That's kind of cool. And throwing away the orb. Some damage done, I suppose. Can't recover that. But money to drop it. 5-0 3D Max. This is what we're expecting. One of the absolute tournament favorites here after their run at EPL. Inferno up next. The signature map, 3D Max, considering Nukers were removed by Lynn Vision. Looking much sharper today. So far, so good. Partial buy. Swept aside. Gravity tagged on the cross. But Maka just getting warmed up now. Posts himself in towards lower B. Precarious position. Can only stay for so long. Smokes come down. Realizes he's outstaying his welcome. Will retreat. Looking for that open up. Or reposition back towards the A bomb site. Smoke to deny some mid-access here from TYLOO. Good damage inflicted so far. Can't finish things off just yet, but Amelia, yeah, really nice shot. Good adjustment there. They find the opener, a 5-on-4. First real advantage they've had so far here on Dust 2.
Yeah, under a minute left as well. You know, you've got Gravity down on 27 HP. Looking good for the first time here for Lynn Vision. Maka can unravel this, though. He's waiting on the longhouse. Great angle. Should be able to peel away Starry.
Oh, there they come. Thing is, though, he can get one, but it's a pretty committed position, and he doesn't even hit the shot there. Unfortunate for Maka. That should be enough to win this round. They don't have anyone towards A, and they're going to flood the bomb site momentarily. Lucky already considering the save, I'd imagine. Smoke goes down. We'll throw in the HE. Try and pop it open, catch him on the cross. But yeah, that confirms. They have some safe passage in towards the A side. The save already being considered and probably called at this point. Long plant, round done. And that's quite promising there from Lynn Vision. Early days here on Dust 2. Sure, it's 5-0, but you can still win the half. Flash is coming over. Body. Nameplate's one down toward lower B, but the hunt is on. They want to take down everyone here. We said the money not excellent for 3D Max. It's been some very close rounds. Being kept humble. And Zaka making light work at the first, and it's a clean sweep there. Body of $1,500. The rest of them can buy, so might want to discuss their options here. We'll see what they've got up their sleeves. Going to be an orb dropped early. I think Gravity will have to make do with just a pistol at this stage. I'll go for the 5-7. You can see concessions across the board in utility. No helmets purchased, no kits brought to the battlefield. No initial damage on the cross at least, but setting up util for long. Going to be taking their time, waiting for the initial grades to come through, and then Maka, you feel them coming now, can hear them as well. Molotov towards the pip. Very deep. No one home. So Maka holding the CT spawn angle, hoping someone will try and jump in the pip. See if he can catch one more blind. Patiently waiting, communicating. He suspects they're down towards long. They use that information. Here comes a flash. Doesn't catch him at all. It's a clean pick there from Maka. And they've got the intel dinker. The fact they've pushed up a B as well, they can actually stack the A bomb site now. Call me Sue looking to shut down that prospect.
Well, as Maka's shot chiming in again. Nice shot from Body. And Amelia alongside Starry in an almost unrecoverable situation. Now it is completely unrecoverable as Amelia moves over towards Core. Nice double kill. Okay, hold the phone. We got a flank coming in though from Long, and Amelia's just right at Gravity running. And Amelia's got that one as well. They are absolutely throwing this one. Amelia's down to 4 HP though. It's still going to be very difficult to win this. But once again, ripping the money away from 3D Max. This should have been a clean round. And what can Amelia really do here? A 1v5 it would be. Can he grab Body? He's got by. He's got by his crosshair. Just seen his head. Amelia. Okay, it's all of a sudden down to just Maka. Amelia comes so damn close to pulling off the absolute unthinkable play, but it will end up being a 6-1 scoreline for 3D Max. And a heartbreak there for Amelia.
4 HP and a dream. Yeah, certainly throwing there. The first 2 kills, fair enough. But Gravity just trying to close things out. Gives all the sound cues away. I'm swinging long. Here I come. And yeah, it almost ends in complete disaster. Like I said, just great shots in the first 2. Nothing wrong with that. But this play, that's very questionable from Gravity. And now it's left them completely hamstrung. That should have been a clean sweep. That was a 5 versus 1.
Yeah, Amelia's done so well that to make the most out of that situation. Keep 3D Max low on money. Maka taking a risk, getting that opening pick. Here's the tunnel push. And this is the problem with 3D Max. They're just so annoying to play against. They're always pushing everywhere across the map. It's hard to predict what they're going to do, what next move is coming up.
Felt like they could have got a couple there. Lucky 1.5. Guarantees the round if he finds Westmelon as well. Takes him to 46. Finances uncomfortable once again. Here comes Amelia with a hot hand. Spots one towards the ramp. Spotted. Good grenade. Significant damage towards Starry. AWP in hand right now. Molotov at the ramp. This could be Maka watching the cross. They have got multiple bodies on position. Amelia, though, looking to shut this down. That's the kill that should decide the outcome. Gravity's not going to check this, is he? Oh, he absolutely is. Nice work. 3 versus 1. Can't afford to let this get close again. Needs some finances here. No scope required. He
actually hit the leg shot. All right, Gravity dropping him. Oh, a nice little upgrade as well, that. So a chance now to stabilize the money again for 3D Max. You're going to have a decent enough buy coming up here for Lynn Vision. Get the AWP out. Zach are purchasing it. And then the rifles out across the board. All right, 7-1. A great start here for 3D Max. A tech issue, though. You don't love to see that. Hopefully it's a short one. Not exactly a great day for the Chinese Counter-Strike team so far on day 2 of CAC. We've
good point.
Watched TYLOO get beaten 2-0 by Fnatic. They're down to the lower bracket. Lynn Vision facing elimination.
And that's Fnatic
7-1 right now.
With the new roster as well.
Yeah.
TYLOO, what happened to them? After their Fisher Playground victory a few months ago.
Yeah, TYLOO were starting to ride a wave, weren't they? Biggest tournament in their history.
Thought that was it, but maybe it was a fluke. That was where Jam Young was presenting some rare form. And, well, Maka continues to dominate with these opening picks. Zaka goes down again. The money's still strong, riding the coattails of the max loss bonus. Keeping 3D Max modest throughout. Their money really hasn't got going. But a great open up. Got to recover the AWP for Starry once again. Zaka unable to win that opening duel. Maka's loving Dust 2 so far. Always been so good on it. Even back in CSGO. And, well, no, Danny guy cursed him.
Starry's done well. Important to get the trade back here. Play a 4v4 with Maka, who's pretty solid so far. We've got Gravity going into the tunnels. Aggressive play. Call me Sue. Ready for these kills to ensue. He's got himself the first steal kill back again for a double dip, and this time Body able to withstand. He gets dinked though. A lot of his health ripped apart, and he's the only B player.
You've got to have some sort of reaction, and that's Exorcist pushing out of the
that is quite a good one.
Longhouse all the way through T-spawn.
He can even catch them. If they go for a slow B play here, which is looking likely, he might perfectly time this.
Oh my god, he's going to be so frustrated. Jumps down.
They haven't heard him.
Yeah, they have not heard him. Now Body has the information. They're coming at him. 30 seconds. All he needs to do is stay alive. If he gets one kill, massive as well. But it's all about staying alive, keeping them distracted. But Body gets found immediately. Exorcist has to take that first execution from behind. And he's looking for a chance here on Westmelon, and he just can't get it. It's now Lucky 1v2. Had a hot start to the map. Looking to keep it up here in round 9. 10 seconds. Crossing into the site. They've got to get that bomb planted, and Starry nails it as he picks up the AWP.
Finally, some fortune there for Lynn Vision. Looked like the backstab was going to be enough, just couldn't quite find the timing. This is how Sari got them back into the round. Ridiculous shot there. Call me Sue. Excellent work getting Body so low. Westmelon had to win that duel. 10 seconds remaining. Bomb not planted, and Starry hits a very important shot. Like we said, the money's been battered and bruised throughout. So it's going to have to be a force buy here. Not a great one. 3 rifles. 5-7 for Lucky. And this could be their ticket back into this game. 7-5 still very possible. Mid control granted. No one in lower. Lucky. Just that pistol. 2 players tucked away in the B bomb site, but their efforts are focused towards the short area. Flashbang coming in courtesy of Westmelon momentarily. Near them coming. Grenade. Doesn't quite hit the mark. Mid to B smoke deployed.
Yeah, it could be a B split again. We got 2 players in the B bomb site and 2 out the double doors. This is kind of the exact round that 3D Max want Lynn Vision to call. The issue is that's not the way they would have liked the mid fight to go.
What a flash from Zaka. Both players completely blind.
Now they can go back A. You've just taken out 2 B players. You know one of those A players at least has to rotate off to consider that mid issue. So, you know there's going to be a weakness on that A bomb site, and Lynn Vision making the perfect call. So that's going to be the round. Your 3D Max going to save, and it'll be 7-3. Get some better weapons at least here, 3D Max. There's some kind of positive.
That's all they really can do. So clean. From Westmelon, the perfect flashbang shuts down there. Aggressive setup towards middle, hoping to bait a player in, but pre-fired in the corner. So blinded towards spawn, couldn't recover. Barely any damage received. It's a perfect round for Lynn Vision. Not out of the woods just yet with the 3 safe weapons, of course. But things starting to liven up here in the first map of this elimination game. Lynn Vision not going down without a fight, that's for sure. Their money should be absolutely fine for the last couple of rounds here. Can't say the same for 3D Max. This is tactical timeout territory now. And there it is. So you got 2K. You could drop a little bit, I suppose. You just take the eco around these weapons and build up the funds going forward. You get $2,400 on top of what you have right now. Maybe that's the play, or you could go all in. Really try to make this round work. Not investing anything so far. Looks like they're just going to keep the eco. See if Body and Maka can step up. Maka's been great at the opening picks. They go for a Zeus. So it will be the eco. They've got an HE to cross the double doors. I believe Maka will deploy that to start. Just to obscurity vision on the cross. They get 1 smoke. They sell it as well. They can't even afford a smoke. Desperate times here. Okay, they have 1 now. XCs will have it. Oh, dropping the decoy. Trying to bait out the peak.
There's the swing up short. That's going to be Lucky. Gone. Stood away. Lynn Vision are doing a good job here, Henry. They're actually recovering this half. There's a little bit of a risk to this round. You know, 3D Max did have decent enough weapons, but I think with the start Lynn Vision have here, especially with this Exorcist push going to be found. Oh my god, no way the USP wins this. Oh my god, the USP won it. And now it's no longer just the USP, it's an AK-47.
Even take any damage there. Okay, that's significant. Exorcist is a master with the AK. Makes the round still heavily favored towards them, and with this position...
Body's going to get this, though. Body's got the low HP player, no problem. Standing and fighting, couldn't get a follow-up, but 2v2.
That'll do.
2 will do.
Gravity trying to find a timing to push the smoke.
Oh.
Needed one.
All right, it's time for the Master to step up. That USP fight in the lower tunnel might just cost him everything. Grenade to the low HP player. Let's wait and see. Exorcist is going to deploy it. Starry's dead. That's it. 1v1. Bomb plant denied. Exorcist just gets rid of his opponent easily. The aim punch comes back to bite him, though.
Great effort.
Yeah, he would have won that if he had some Kevlar.
Oh, for sure. Really nice play with the grenade as well. Denies the plant.
This was 7-1, though. This was 7-1 for 3D Max. Now we're looking at a possible 7-5 half of Lynn Vision clawing their way back into the game. They're going to play this last round of the CT side without that Maka AWP. It was a very effective tool in the first few rounds of this first half. Maka even electing to go for a glass cannon to get it out and showed us some silky movements to jump up for that cat peek. Went for some aggressive moves up top mid. Just doesn't have that option here. Here's Body, and there he goes. Not ready for that straight up mid push here. I like this call from Lynn Vision. Now the B bomb side players on high alert and really under excruciating pressure.
Oh, what a shot. The B bomb side wide open, final round here. Man advantage for Lynn Vision. Star is going to get at least one. Makes a meal of it, but still delivers on his promise. Should be the round here. No real reason for Zaka to overcommit. He's applying that pressure, knowing he's going to be a nuisance to deal with. And they've just got to go, knowing there's only 2 players on the bomb side. It's your only chance to
retake.
retake.
Got in front of the molly, though. Exorcist's got in front of the molly. Well, he's been spotted now. That element of surprise no longer there, but he wins the fight. Oh my god, they're actually pulling it off. Zacker's going to give away his position with a flash. Someone just needs to get on the defuse and hold it. It's going to be 10 seconds. It's the long old stick, but Zacker's locked out. Fakes the window push. Needs to go. Needs to stop it. Just can't do it. And 3D Max somehow secure an 8th round. What a retake at the end. It did not look likely. That looked like 5 all day long. But 3D Max steal it out of the hands of Lynn Vision.
The 10-second defuse as well. I thought Zaka's position, I thought he'd activate a bit earlier than that, but he's way too late to the party. Allows him to get back in. He did dead on. The fact he's playing in front of the Molotov. Exorcist able to isolate these duels. They know that Zaka has to come in. Looking to deny the defuse, but can't find the shot. 8-4, good recovery there. Their finances got out of control, but it's a very solid half there on their opponent's map pick. 8 rounds on the CT side of Dust 2. Still a lot to play for, though. Important pistol coming up next. Will be Lynn Vision to swap over now.
Yeah, we do have confirmation of their opponent. The winners of this game will go on to play Virtus.pro, who have toppled MIBR in a 2-0 fashion.
Wow.
Not exactly the result MIBR were hoping for coming into this event. A lot of hype around them with their new roster.
They just need more time.
No, that is true, Henry. They need more time. The major is coming around the corner, though. Budapest in a couple of months.
Well, here we go.
Indeed.
Lucky top fragging, 13-9.
Had a big pistol in the first half.
He certainly did. He got the 3-man spray down with those dualies. Can he replicate that form? They've got decoys, flashes, smokes, Molotovs. Is there a P250 in the mix? There is not. What's his decoy going? So trying to get the body block out with the decoy. Not going to be successful. Can call me Sue. Step up. First couple of kills. It's the dualies once again. Doing a lot of damage. The USP's chiming in as well here. Hunting down these last 2 players. The round's done. Is there anything left to be said? Maka and Gravity up against the world right now. And they actually retreat. This is the smarter choice. Like, why run into the potential onslaught of Glocks?
Right. Well, this is going to be 50% of the pistols won here for Lynn Vision.
It's a good stat.
Zonic says that is the law.
Zonic's new law.
Sonic's new law. Written in at Pro League. Under a minute left. 3D Max going to try and see what else they can get out of this round. We're not expecting a whole lot of success for them, I'll be honest. It's a little Amelia peek towards Maka.
.30 seconds. chances extremely limited. Goes without saying. Might as well see if he can find a couple of kills here. About as good as it can get. If they find a plant, I'll be gobsmacked. Low HP on Gravity. 18 points of health to be exact. 15 seconds. Just got to go and hope for the best.
Yep,
that's
clean. All right, and a follow-up even better. So a pistol round picked up for Lynn Vision. No bomb plant, as you mentioned, so no force by, well, powerful force by 3D Max. They could decide to go for it, but that would be ill-advised.
I think you're right. You got a nice lead right now. No real reason to force and take the risk, bring out the AKs in the following round here. So once again, just try and bleed out the util.
Yeah. Well, PT-50 can be quite the deadly weapon.
Maka always likes to bring out his scout, though.
He does. I see a lot of teams run this now. Send the scout out and see if you can soften them up.
A lot of footsteps heard for Zaka.
Nice shot.
God.
Yeah, big fan of that, Maka. Going up again. This time his head pops like a balloon. Zaka goes in for a second on the MP9, started to assist. And we got not much else really to talk about in this round for 3D Max whatsoever. It's going to be 6 rounds now for Lynn Vision, closing that gap to just 2.
Yeah, XSC is going to try and get something out of this, though. One more kill. I feel like the scout was worth it. Does get the tag. But unfortunately, I think that's it.
Yeah.
Trying to finish this player off. Another tag found, but only 1 kill is obtained as Westmelon going down. Beautiful shot from Maka, to be fair. But here come the AK-47s. Maka will have to make do with the scout once again. All for Zaka.
In all honesty, it's looking really, really solid right now for Lynn Vision to tie this up. And we come back to, some of those weaknesses we talked about for 3D Max. We're talking 7-1 start on Dust 2. It's now 8-6. So they've completely collapsed. They came out strong, but fizzling out rapidly at this point. Heavy commitment out long side here. Emilia going to be dropping back to play towards spawn. Doesn't want to get involved in any of these fights. Oh, this shot from Zacher, wanting to make the most out of this. AWP goes back in for a re-peek. The only player that could really punish him at that range was Maka. He only had a scout.
It's going to be a gap on the smoke, I believe, as well. It was body blocked. We'll see how detrimental it is. But the opening frag, very promising here. No gap in the smoke to be found, but maybe the spray through the smoke does a lot of damage here. Body can't finish his meal, though. It's going to be 2 players residing in the safety of the smoke. We'll see if that second one down for the CT side. Great comms. Boost comes in, chipping away at 3D Max here. 4-on-2. It's Lucky and XSC to try and piece this one together. Still got a fighting chance with the low HP out there. Lucky trying to isolate this fight. Those ones one towards Gandalf, but going to overlook it by the looks of things here. And that's round.
That is no problem there. No. 3D Max had a bomb plant again. Leaves them in a situation where the best they can hope for is some upgraded pistols once more. And realistically now, it's going to be a tie game, 8-8, and that's going to feel damn rough if you're 3D Max, who were 7-1 up.
Yeah, right. What happened to them?
Collapse. Utter collapse. And they shouldn't have even won that last round and a half, to be honest.
Really nice play, though. That's that defensive smoke. Your teammates trying to stay alive, providing some self-preservation. Great comms, great teamwork. I think he just walked the smoke. Not going to work out. Flashbang doesn't catch Zacher at all, but he certainly catches XSC on the other side. He's gone 10-12 after having an absolute heater of a start here on Dust 2. Looking to drop the grenade as soon as he spots one. There it is. Nice nade. Doesn't do too much damage, fortunately, there for 3D Max. Going to set up a little A execution. The waterfall smoke towards spawn. Avangard set up with the second smoke. Have a nice grenade coming in. Oh, that one definitely hits the mark. And in we go.
Diving down into spawn. Missed shot here from Zacher, but Starry is able to come in and make sure he keeps his teammate alive.
Oh, these nades have been ruthless.
Yeah, they have been cutting away a lot of their health. That bomb plant, though, is going to come in. So 3dmax securing some extra money on top. Should not really get anything else, though. And Starry's ensuring that. Body. 1 kill on the Deagle, but it is now a tie game.
7-1 to 8-8. 3dmax with the partial buy. Sounds like we've got a timeout coming up next as well. Money will be good. They'll have everything they need to resuscitate their chances here on Dust 2. So, what's the money looking like for the CTs? Actually very good. Starry, 5 digits. Got AKs and spades here. Westmelon and Call Me Sue with the heavy artillery. No timeout called. Back up. Long flash at the start. Trying to show some presence there. Looking for the aggro CTs. They've actually made it in towards lower. Speaking of aggro, there's Starry and Zaka causing chaos here. Body will go down. And a 3-on-3 ensues here. Molotov won't force the fight, but he's still willing to take it. But looks things here. Make a lot of noise.
Yeah. It's going to go down to Lucky. So advantage now for 3dmax. This round just basically started, Henry. We're already at a 3v2.
Yeah, very aggressive in the CTs, that's for sure. Can they convert the advantage, though? 3-on-2. Amelia. Curious. Trying to get some intel. XCs will park himself up and towards lower. Oh, spotted and still gets the kill.
Oh my god, okay. Amelia's going to be very happy about that. Bomb as well. Okay, well, this becomes a big problem for 3dmax. You've got to spend time going to get that bomb back. Mac is going to try and protect you as you do so.
And Amelia's got the AWP as well. He knows he's got the bomb there. They're going to be on high alert. Slowly have to try and
I mean, they're going to be paranoid about short because that's where Amelia got the kill from, right? But Amelia's made a really quick decision to rotate. Lucky. Oh, there's the shot. Flash is so important, but Amelia gets away. Couldn't get the kill, though. And now it's Call Me Sue locked in the B bomb site. 30 seconds to make a decision for 3dmax.
If they go A, it's round, and it looks like that's the case. Call Me Sue, far removed, but still going to give this a go. 2 versus 1. 2 healthy 3dmax players make their way in towards that A site. Still here, reasonable time remaining. Bomb not even going to be planted just yet. Going to go for that long plant instead. Smoke down towards shorts. Got the kip. Flashing in HE. Smoke down towards the crossover. Call Me Sue actually slips in the nick of time. I think he gets Maka no problem.
Oh, he slipped through, sees the shadow. Yeah, there's no problem. Removes Maka without issue. Grenade's going to go towards Gandalf. That's Lucky. Oh my god, Call Me Sue. 1v2. And that's going to be the lead taken by Lynn Vision. And yeah, it looked like 3dmax had all the advantages there. They should have been able to win that round, but Call Me Sue stepping up for the squad.
He finds the perfect timing there as well, but that smoke actually comes back to haunt them. They give him cover. They're checking CT spawn. Weren't aware of the possibility of him sneaking in there just before they planted. Picks his moment and times it to perfection. Takes down the AWP. Ascertains that the final player is towards Gandalf. Presses him with the HE grenade. Swings the fight. Hits a beautiful shot. Speaking of which, Zaka opening things up will find Body. And now we've got aggression. Relentless aggression in the CTs.
Okay, there we go.
Run into their demise, though. What a sequence that is from Ecstasies. Said he's the master of the AK-47. Shows some fine form there. Tagged up his Ecstasies, though. Heavy damage on the exchange. Surely around. They can convert here. 4 versus 3.
Yeah, it'll be their first T round. Had the advantage in the previous, couldn't win it. So I'm not counting out Lynn Vision. Got 1 player up here on the A bomb side. That's got to be Zacher on the AWP. Got to be concerned about short and long. It's not a comfortable position to be in as the sole A defender. So you want Westmelon to come through and make the difference, and that's exactly what he does. Walking through the mid doors, taking Lucky down. Zacher spots the heads, running close. Just couldn't get another kill on the ramp. But Call Me Sue assisting through that smoke. Gravity fighting on, and again, Lynn Vision flip it in their favor. 3dmax cannot catch a break in this second half.
Unraveling at the seams here.
All right, well, we're getting the 3dmax we've seen yesterday.
Yeah, it was looking so promising. 7-1 up and now 10-8 down. You got this play as well. The double kill coming through, but still refusing to give in. Komisu spam through the smoke, finds a low HP player, gets himself a double. Oh, it is nice, boys. Very nice indeed.
Oh, wow. Yep. That impressive lung capacity as well.
Yeah, showing some character, showing some guts.
All right, well, tactical timeout here for 3D Max. They are struggling. That's 2 rounds in a row where they've had the advantage, and they lost it.
Yeah, morale's going to be low. Partial buy here, round number 19. Really nice mixture of traditional setups and aggressive plays. Catching 3D Max off time and time again. Recovering these deficits. Pushing every smoke. The analysts said they would fluster their opponents. They're certainly doing that.
Yeah, well, Lynn Vision are playing for the hope and the dream that they can get into the arena to play in front of their home crowd in Shanghai. We've got Westmelon mowing down Gravity. Komisu ready to shut down the rest of the attack. He does well to get a double. Mac is P250 and Flames take 2. And there is an opportunity available to win this round for 3D Max. It's still unlikely. You've got the advantage siding with Lynn Vision.
Both tagged.
Yeah, another ding coming in on that rifle. There's flashes available.
Yeah, almost 0 chance of winning this. Nice smoke, but they just flood him through the window. You're not going to be able to hold the wall from the door here. Here comes a flash.
Oh my god, the lineup was there. Body only getting 1 though. Puts it all on the low HP of Mac at 15 health. And they now know where he is. He takes another bullet and eventually going down. So, well, retaken by Lynn Vision. And we've now got 11-8 ringing out on that scoreboard.
Good try, I suppose. Got the bomb planted on the partial buy, but the setup was too strong once again. Lynn Vision read it well. Player towards the back platform. Another tucked by the tunnel. Make light work of it. Almost recovered with the Tech 9s, but just didn't have the HP to work with there. The lineup towards the window is their only chance. It doesn't come to fruition. And now we're getting to the dying embers of Dust 2. Lynn Vision running away with it. Not a single round posted. 8-4.5. 11-8 in return. We're heading towards B Dinko. All 5 players here.
Yeah, I mean, Maui was talking about, do 3D Max have a plan B when their first gun rounds don't go well? Right now, nothing's happened.
So then it's called the B execution out of spawn.
Yeah.
And the CTs are more than ready for it. Good lord, they're in lower B.
Oh god, it's a fortress. And now the flanks as well. Westmelon, Komisu, first 2 kills for the defensive players. Now Gap in that door smoke blown open. 3D Max are surrounded, uncomfortable, about to be drowned out inside of the site. This is looking for map point for Lynn Vision on Dust 2. From 7-1 to 12-8 down if 3D Max do not hold on to this post plan. Can they fend them off and hold the Wolves at the door?
They're in a decent position, even though it's a 4-3 against them. They have got the utility. They bought some time on this C4. The retake will be coming in momentarily. Double flashes. It's going to be Mac 10. Finds the equalizing kill. 3-on-3, and they're calling it off.
Backing off right now, but that's only to get the flash in over the top. Waiting on that window play. Westmelon not getting much done, and finally, 3D Max is going to break through. And it did look very likely that Lynn Vision were going to win that round. They had so many players available and ready to defend that B bomb site.
Well, there we have it. Their first round on the board. Wasn't clean, wasn't comfortable.
Yeah,
got the AWP as well. They have finally arrived on their T-side campaign. It looked like they were done for. CT's more than ready. 2 players in towards lower. Trying to sabotage their efforts. Got the opening kill on Maka as well. Locked them in towards the B bomb side, but they just had the utility to work with there. Multiple smokes and Molotovs. Bought enough time.
They've got to go on a run now, Henry, right?
Oh,
This has to be a run now for 3D Max. It can't be just sporadic round wins again and again. That was a direct call to hit the B bomb site. And now they've got to just spread out and go for it. And it's body on the opener.
Look at the HP.
Yeah, low HP. Zacker's got to get out of there. Double dunk. Body and Lucky gone. And that is definitely a slam dunk. It's looking for map point now again for Lynn Vision.
What a grenade. Is this where it all comes crashing down for 3D Max? Looks like it might be. Komisu with the off angle. Finds Maka. The bomb goes down.
There's
All will
one.
recover.
At least one hit for excl East, but still a player down here. B bomb site has no one in it. If they can get that bomb and get to the B site, then rounds back on excl East. Whoa, just seen Amelia. Gravity, going forward into the CT fight, and what a recovery from 3D Max. This game is wild.
Okay, Probably attack timeout for Lynn Vision now. Their money in the bin. Enough for one more buy, but concessions will have to be made. Zaka needs to decide if it's on the AWP or to drop a rifle.
3Max could just snatch this right at the end. They've got an opportunity. I don't know how they recover this round, but Gravity just goes aggressive towards CT with that AK and comes out with both. Look at this. Yeah. Wild little transfer up towards that box.
Okay, it's starting to believe now. It is going to be the Eco. Zaka purchases that AWP as mentioned, though.
All right, they're playing. They're literally allowing an 11-11. They're giving 3Max the opportunity to tie the game. Okay, well, it's back on completely. 3Max can be down and out throughout the whole second half, and all of a sudden, right at the end, find a little bit of life. That is their second win. And reopens the opportunity to win Dust 2.
Wow. Spotty to open things up. They find the all-important target as well. The AWP is dropped. Unable to recover it. Looks like we have got 11-11. Make a wish, Lynn Vision. Taking the Eco, though. Might as well save that AK. See whether they can find anything else. Very unlikely. That should call it off. Save the AK-47 if you can. But 3D Max arriving here on their T-side campaign just in the nick of time. Was looking pretty woeful. Couldn't convert the advantages, losing every clutch, every man advantage situation. Starry will take the AK into the next round. And who will be posting map point first? It was 7-1 in favor of 3D Max. Finally posting a few rounds in a row here. All started with the B execution where it looked like they had no chance. Some miracle rounds themselves here. Round number 23, we're going the distance no matter what. Maybe another overtime here at CAC. We've had plenty of them.
Tactical timeout. That's the first timeout for Lynn Vision.
Crazy. Realizing
that this is the all-important moment of the game. 11-11. Both teams with a solid buy. Ops present in the hands of Zacher and Maka. And Zacher has certainly been the better of the two. Maka had some early success in that first half. A big reason as to why 3D Max were so successful right out the gate on Dust 2. But have 3D Max found enough life to get into a position to shatter the money of Lynn Vision at the final hurdle and give themselves a golden ticket to walk into Inferno with a map victory? 3D Max talked about as one of the teams that could win this entire event. And right now in an elimination game, possibly losing the opening map. Let's see how this round goes then.
Slow and steady here, no hyper-aggression from the CTs. Looking to pop open that smoke towards the double doors, thinking better of it though. Tucking the AWP away and towards the safety of the B bomb site. Maka opens things up. They've got that short control. But a B split looking likely. Bombing towards the upper tunnels, smoke down towards CT spawn.
Ecstasy is lucky to get away with his life. He's running away to dodge any grenade that might follow up that damage. He's down to 11 HP. Not the start they were looking for. Zacher and Maka nearly go blow for blow in mid there. It's going to be a B hit from 3D Max.
Big nade.
Call Me Sue positions himself in the corner just out to that left side of the tunnels.
It's a good position.
Flank coming in from Emilia. All the way around T-spawn. Zacher, big shot. Exorcist finished off. Rifle lines up two. Emilia racing on this flank now. His two teammates rotating in from CT up that B ramp, trying to arrive to the bomb site. 3D Max, a player down, about to get flanked on. Util comes to the window, but they're already through. Westmela got into the bomb site, and Emilia got in behind. So the all-important round goes the way of Lynn Vision. And it comes down to round 24. Either overtime or Lynn Vision walk away with Dust 2.
Will be stolen away at this point. Call Me Sue, we said it's a good position. Just so much damage, huge output there. 2 kills in the flank, as you mentioned. Perfectly timed. Emilia closing things out, finds map point first. Can they really do this, recover the 7-1 scoreline? Money's still absolutely fine here. Will be a full buy on either side of the server. Getting lower B fast this time. It's going to be a boost towards short, flashed off.
Good, yeah. Flash is really important. That would have been a great opener here for Lynn Vision. But instead, have to call it off, reassemble a boost, this time on the ledge.
Yeah, smoke down as well, but...
I couldn't see over it.
See.
All right, then. 3 Max have the mid control. We'll see how their progression up short goes.
Elimination on the line here at CAC. 3D Max, one of the hot favorites of the entire tournament. Now find themselves at map point. Need to win this round. A execution. 5 players towards short. Smokes are deployed. Starry with the palm tree flash. We know how powerful this is. Middle click. In it goes. Waiting for the prime opportunity. Not going to find him.
Up he goes and down he goes. There's an advantage now for 3D Max. 40 seconds left. Looking to fight forward into overtime. As they get into the bomb site, Lynn Vision have to retake if they want to close now. That shot will certainly help their affair. And 30 seconds as that bomb goes down. That timer increased. And body broken down to 8 HP. Maka also low. Up into the site. Emilia this time not able to find the crucial impact. And 3D Max drag us into overtime for this opening map. They don't want to let it go.
It's not clean, it's not pretty, but they get the job done. Solid hold there. On the attempted retake. Could have gone either way. Plenty of damage dished out. Lots of dinks found, but unable to find the closing kills. We go again. A second chance of glory here for 3D Max. They'll remain on the T side. Looked like they were down and out at one point, but a couple of tricky set pieces to set them up. Some retribution is available. Getting ready here. It's an opportunity to change things up for your Lynn Vision as well. Could go for a double orb setup in overtime just to make things up. Have one player in towards B. We'll see if they want to bring that out early. Here we go. First to 16. They have been very aggressive on the CT side as well, so unlikely to bring out the double sniper, but there's the first. Westmen are considering it. Not going to bring it out.
Well, money is not a problem. So, at least you get buy round on buy round action heading into OT. See if 3D Max have figured things out. Their T side has been very weak. You know, not a lot has been working out for them. Just about limping through to this position. And his body. 1-for-1 early long. Gravity, not going to fight on as well. He gets in behind the blue bin. He'll re-smoke out that long corner. And retreat back into the safety of the longhouse with that 4v4 established.
Yeah, slight advantage for the C side here. Going to be going back in towards B, hoping they've got 3 players on the A side of the map. Kumisu. A lot of pressure coming his way. Zaka can back up, but double doors will be smoked off momentarily. Courtesy of Lucky. And he actually gets in time. Good flash. Makes him uncomfortable. Who will be striking first? They've actually got out the tunnels here. Kumisu can't strike. His teammate drops and no kills found. That's going to be round.
Yeah, there we go. 3D Max, a little bit more of their classic style, being able to crash down on the defenses as a squad and get all the essential entries. Now with Lynn Vision backing away. You know, it's overtime, but might as well just save if you're got AKs available and you're not going to win this one.
Yeah, absolutely true. Well, it's a 4-on-4. That long exchange, keeping Lynn Vision fixated on the A bomb site. Good call. Got him to B quickly, managing to breach the initial choke point in the tunnel. Missed orb shot. Molotov's down on the side. Kumisu couldn't find anything. It's going to be 1-0. 3D Max back in the lead now, finally.
Terrorists win.
There we have it. AK will be saved with the M4. The 3D Max draw first blood. Maka has got that very nice B spawn if he wants to go for the initial pick. Doesn't look like he will. Oh, he's dropped the smoke. Maybe he does go for it. Go check out the platform early. Yeah, he's going to head over there.
Here's Body again, out long, entry kill goes the way of Body, and not only one, but two. It's now the AWP of Zacher trying to respond with at least a kill, and he just can't do it. Damn close, but not close enough as Lynn Vision fall to a 3v5.
Same again, exact same call, Dinko. This time with 2 kills to their favor.
And this time with no B bomb site defenders.
Yeah, really nice call. That's exactly what you want to see here on Dust 2. Sure, Body goes down, but his job was done. He got the double kill. In towards B they go, and Kormizu's the B player, right? So as soon as you get that nameplate come up the top right, you know B's clear.
I mean, this is more of what Maui was talking about that we see from 3D Max is being able to work on the fly, figuring out good rounds like this. You know, you get the initial long attack and making the decision to go back into the B bomb site, be so decisive about it. Extra sees them making the most of this flank. He's coming around the backside.
They didn't see him.
He can punish this, and they're going to start retreating back. Or no, they're having a little look. They're arranging themselves, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be too late. Extra's going to spot them just at the last second there as they try to exit the tunnels. He can be devastating here, trying to line them up. Easier said than done when the AWP peeks you. At least getting one. And they're going to send the AWP to try and challenge. And
Nice
Maka is going to bring him down, and now Westmelon, the last remaining player, sends the grenade forward. Trying to hold them back. Keep your head down, Westmelon. He's getting attacked from all the angles, and last second, everybody goes down.
Significant kill. They'll still have money to buy, of course, but not going to be the perfect buy. All 5 players removed. His Body completely blind on the second as well, I believe. Yeah. A stray bullet catches immediately up. Kormizu did answer back, but like we said, he's the B player. They knew the bomb site would be open. 2-0 3D Max. Final round of the first half. Maka patrols middle as Body tries his luck towards long once again. This time not as successful. Looking for their first round. Has to be 2-1. They know the orb's posted in towards middle. Pushed him back in towards CT spawn. They can isolate this fight now. Good smoke and response. Makes things uncomfortable. So I think they go for the A execution here. Mid to B smoke to keep those players entertained. Keep one down towards CT. In terms of the execution, they only have the one smoke, so...
See Zacher running back. Uh-oh, it's not actually a mid to B split. It's going to be a catwalk. And we've got Zacher going down straight away. Gravity. Brilliant work. Just destroying the defenders inside of the A side. XOC's taking a risk going through that CT smoke and coming out on top of Kormizu. So that was an advantage for Lynn Vision. It's now map point for 3D Max. Once overtime is hit, this T side's looking fantastic.
Oh, absolutely. It's night and day, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just more classic 3D Max.
Just getting that basic long control, finding an advantage, finding positional control on the map, and then executing towards B. It worked so many times. This time losing the initial play in the form of Body towards long, but still didn't drop a single player. Great playing towards the A side. Gravity goes huge there in the final round of the first half. Triple kill for him. And 1 round will do it. Sure, bit of a bumpy road here to success, but should be enough to win the map now on their opponent's pick of Dust 2. Lynn Vision displaying some great character, some tenacity, recovering that 7-1 deficit, taking us to overtime, but feels like we might be done here. There's 1 round required. Can 3D Max find the all-important last round? Only double overtime available to Lynn Vision as we get ready for the second half here. Can they hold on? It was that CT side where they were doing their best work as well.
I think is going to be pretty happy that his teammates have his squad's just figured it out. You know, they just got back on track in the nick of time. 3 opportunities to close out here in overtime.
for the side of 3D Max.
See if they can do it, Dinko. It's going to be a long, arduous journey. Planning 3-0, but that's a good start. Maka found creeping in towards lower B. A pop shot through the smoke. Leads into an early advantage here, 5-on-4.
Oh, lucky. No secret, he's just picked up the AWP. Might be a quicker execute here for Lynn Vision as they look to progress up catwalk. Molotov onto the short ledge. They're going to smoke their own molly and just go. Lucky with that picked up AWP, still finding impact. Gravity waiting at Goose. And he's just going to hold down his position for the time being. Minute 5.
They can flash him in.
Yeah, here goes Gravity. And there goes Amelia. Lucky. Not exactly known to be an all-pro. But he's landed an important shot here. His teammate Gravity is gone, and they couldn't really continue to support the players in the bomb site. So it comes down to a retake. Zacher, he's having a round here. Started off with the opener. Hits a great one here on Lucky. And now Exorcist and Body trying to close out the map. 2v3 here in overtime. Can Exorcist do it inside of the smoke? Goes out. There's a free one. Turns and finds him in the back. But Kolmisu will keep this game going for just a little bit longer.
Oh, that was such excellent work there from Exorcist. Navigating his way through the smokes. Gets the backstab in. Double kill found for the 1v1. Couldn't isolate the duel in time. It is going to be Lynn Vision holding on, courtesy that opening kill through the smoke right here. So unfortunate for Maka. He's slamming your desk at that one. Gravity goes down. Looked like they did enough to win this round, but Zacher hit some ridiculous shots. Some fortune favoring Lynn Vision. No initial damage on the cross, but it was damn close. 2 rounds to go now. Smoke down long doors. They're going to potentially breach. They've got the flashbang set up. Yeah, they're going to go for it.
Oh, you be careful. You're fumbling with nades right now. Gonna hear all that presence of utility flying out of long. And Maka is the one to challenge back from CT. Lucky. His reaction to the lack of long control is to push up short.
You see Maka find success in this position. The flashbangs they've been throwing haven't been catching him. They'll throw it again. Surely they've learned their lesson. Run boost.
Oh,
actually works out.
Yeah, gets him off the angle. Now they can start moving up with their newfound space at long. Cross smoke, going to be landing. Body making the most of this little timing to hop up onto short. Exorcist keeps his head down. He was the play with huge impact in the last round. This time picked away by Zacher through the smoke. Lucky's flank at long. He started pushing Cat much earlier in this round, and now he's starting to strike, getting his team back into this. Great flashbang and fantastic damage through the smoke as well here on Amelia. That should be enough, Henry, to close out this map. 3D Max get it done. A 16-13 win from the Frenchman. It looked touch and go. They had a 7-1 start on Dust 2. Watched it all crumble away, but right at the end, they figure it out in overtime.
Bunch of lazy script writers at this event. We've only got one kind of game for you. It's the game where the underdog looks to be doing very well, and then they're going to win, right? And then it's an overtime, and then the favorites prevail.
Almost disappointing with the comeback that Lynn Vision mounted there on the CT side. A lot of great movements from them. 3D Max had a really tough time finding any kind of answers. They just kind of had to go back to their bread and butter, the more set piece sort of plays for themselves, and that's when they finally were able to give themselves a little bit of life, breathe it into it. The coup de grace there from Lucky to just get a little bit more aggressive. I mean, that's what it feels like. We weren't maybe getting all the time from 3D Max, but once you had the cushion of a couple rounds in your favor, you can take a few more risks, and to see it pay off in that fashion, you know, Lynn Vision, they're going to be disappointed, but it's kind of what you get when you just go all in on long as much as they did.
It's just kind of funny, really, because we were prefacing, like, before the game started that this is going to be Lynn Vision's win condition. And again, we've talked about how 3D Max's CT side, it could be shook. It's not necessarily, you know, the most fundamentally sound thing that they have going for them, but in this instance, we actually saw 3D Max being pretty aggressive on their CD side and being, you know, just simply active, you know, not necessarily sitting back, waiting for Lynn Vision to execute into them. And then we saw more of the same from Lynn Vision to disturb and frustrate 3D Max. So both teams had more or less identical plans in terms of how they wanted to play the CT side. And funnily enough, once we got towards the tail end of it here, this round exactly, after this point, Lynn Vision stops playing proactively on their CT side. And 3D Max get the opportunity to get back into the game. And then throughout the overtime, where 3D Max actually find a lot of success on their T side, it is, again, because Lynn Vision go away from what was succeeding to begin with, and then allow for 3D Max to actually get some breathing room. Because we saw time and time again, like the very few times where 3D Max would actually get onto a bomb site, okay, you've been allowed to plant, but now you have two of the Lynn Vision players just like randomly, seemingly randomly, just walking through a smoke to start the retake a little bit earlier. It's not necessarily off of a set flash that you're kind of halfway expecting and that kind of stuff. So the fact that Lynn Vision went away from what was working is a little bit disappointing to see. It could be a little bit of a a nerve issue. The fact that it's so
think
close.
When you want to buy a win, because they haven't had a kind of big win, plus it's tournament life on the line, all of that, you probably do freeze up just a little bit.
It's the whole part. You're not playing to win anymore. You're playing to not lose, which very rarely works out for yourself. But great to see kind of both teams have a bit of a bounce back within the first and same map. So very, very entertaining to watch.
And you see on the screen our standout player, my mortal enemy, Exercise.
You could use a little bit of exercise. That's how they say it. They love to.
Well, 3D Max needed him here, man. He had some very impactful rounds.
I mean, that 2v4 round, I think it is, where him and Gravity just basically prevent Lynn Vision from getting into map point and kind of turn the tides, really. And that's Exercise with an op in hand that he's kind of just had to pick up because Muck has died and so on and so forth. And then Gravity obviously does all the shenanigans in T spawns through a molly and through a smoke. So no, they've been massive. And Exercise, he's had a good event so far. He's been impactful in what we've in what we've seen of 3D Max so far. And this is the round in particular as well. We didn't get to see the second frag there that he gets in top mid, but no, very, very well played.
The standouts, really, I think, so far.
That definitely gets overshadowed frequently by Maka and Body, but I think if I was going to pick a guy that's going to be an X factor for them round to round, Exercise just has a great way of kind of navigating through the mid-late round. He takes the right amount of risks in my eyes, just recognizes when he needs to throw the script out the window and just try to take the round by the horns.
Well, we've got a round, actually, that we wanted to highlight. That's right, isn't it, Ben?
Yeah, actually, it's pretty early on. It's the CT side of 3D Max, and it goes back to the point where we mentioned of actually just being proactive with your CT side. So we're going to see Maka here actually just take charge, run up mid, and actually find a cheeky pick onto Zacher. And Zacher had a really, really rough time while 3D Max were as proactive as they were to begin the game. So here, Zacher getting caught off guard entirely, and then you have Lynn Vision for the second time in a row, which 3D Max picked up on. They have people in Upper Dark, but they have nobody paying attention to actually exit. Like, it takes advantage of that, and again, like, when you're 3D Max, you're given this much space, you're given this much opportunity to kind of just shrink the area where Lynn Vision can work in, the game becomes a whole lot easier. And we saw that time and time again, and that's kind of what got them to 8 rounds, which if you're 3D Max, you get 8 CT side rounds. That's so much better than what you usually do. You should be winning the map from that point on.
Always rough to start a round getting picked in sewer slide. Never good. You've got a round for us as well, I believe. Round 20 you wanted to highlight.
Yes, this is my favorite exec. This is the one that I was talking about in the pregame, the one where I went through the demo. I looked at all of the flashes that they throw on this one. Just a full-on B exec that is it's just impossible to play against this one. The only way you can counter it is what Lynn Vision did, which is where they push lower as soon as it happened, but it still was just too much. I mean, the player that was in the bomb site was only able to go 1-for-1, and the way that they even throw late round smokes here and play around those to just kind of keep pushing back the retaking CTs was as good as it gets. I mean, they're using all the utility at their disposal. They only have to really throw a single smoke on this exec, and so they just keep re-smoking window, which is kind of, it's just a little bit more difficult to line that one up, but the fact that they were able to land it so perfectly, play off of it, Lynn Vision had no chance getting in that, and that was off the back of Lynn Vision winning 4 or 5 rounds in a row on their CT side, so it instantly cut the Lynn Vision momentum with a just classic patented 3D Max exec.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've talked about. That's why we like 3D Max. They've always got stuff in the scrapbook. It's just, so far at this tournament, they haven't seemed to dig into it as much as we would have liked. Now, that being said, we've got Inferno coming up. I think you said yesterday you think this is their strongest map, and you're expecting them to close this out 2-0.
I really just think that the 3D Max we got yesterday against Legacy was almost just tunnel visioned on trying to fight Dumao and Lado, which is just a bad idea. Like, why are you fighting the best two players on Legacy as many times as you can? At EPL, I liked how much they were using the arch side of the map, the long side at A. They were wrapping very nicely. They were getting into CT spawn against particular opponents. And I hope today they just kind of show the wealth of their playbook again, as opposed to just fixating on trying to take the head-to-head in a position where really it's just more 50-50 than anything.
Yeah, and I think they're going to be given the opportunity to potentially do so. So it's going to be, I think we're going to get, I guess, get to know the theme of Inferno pretty early on, because Lynn Vision on their end, on the CT side of Inferno, they pretty much do one of two things. And it's either leaving Westmelon alone towards the B-bomb site with a bunch of utility that he just kind of chucks out periodically, or they're sending 2 to 3 people down Banana to just fight until somebody dies. And again, this was something that 3D Max had issues with. They weren't allowed to play their games. They weren't able to kind of just get that breathing room and set up, you know, how they want to structure their T side, because they kept trying to fight and break Dumao and Lado. If they go into the same kind of like battle versus Lynn Vision, I feel like that is doing themselves a disservice. Like, you're not necessarily allowing yourself to showcase your strategic breadth and all that kind of stuff. So I'd like to see them more move towards A. You said they'd like to actually like use the arch area, wrap, whether it's through CT spawn eventually, or actually just wrap the A bomb site. They're going to get opportunities to do so, because you see Starry, you see Zachar over towards that A bomb site on Lynn Vision. They tend to play towards quad and apps a lot of the time, and they don't tend to really actually keep that much of an eye of mid. They're happy to give it up. They're happy to play passive. Emilio, who's the rotator, he kind of just has to kind of hit his timing in order for them to get information from arch side. So if that doesn't necessarily pan out for Lynn Vision, this is something that 3D Max can go on a streak on.
So what are the keys to victory, just before we go to break?
Just make sure, if you're 3D Max, to work through the whole playbook. And also, I think for the Lynn Vision side, I know Ven just talked about the fact that they sometimes turtle up a little bit on the short side, on the pit side, but you got to stay proactive. That was their undoing there on Dust 2, that they kind of started shying away from the moment. So whatever sort of proactive plays you have to retake space, reclaim info, you need to keep doing that against 3D Max, or you're just going to be in the blender.
Yeah, they definitely got to feel Lynn Vision out. They do like to push everywhere on CT when I've seen them. So it's going to be interesting. Thanks a lot for your thoughts, guys. Now we're having a break. When we come back, we'll go straight into the action on Inferno. See you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Let's go.
Welcome back to the CS Asia Championships 2025. We've got Lynn versus 3D Max fighting for survival in the competition. 3D Max one map up after an overtime victory on Dust 2. Now we move to their map pick, considered their best map they've got in the pool, Henry. They've got to have a better day today than they did yesterday.
You would hope so. One of the hot favorites of the entire tournament. Great run at EPL, making it to the playoffs. Heavy favorites. Coming to this series, they were 7-1 up, and it wasn't comfortable. Talked about his decoy a few times, trying to flush out that harmful position. Westmelon notes it, though, it's going to be a B execution. We've got smokes down towards CT and coffins. Molotov for new boxes and first oranges, so a full-on assault here. Smoke goes down in response, flashes to come over, Dinko, and we are off to the races momentarily. They'll pop that smoke open, and in we go.
There's 3 defenders here on this side of the map right now, but the first fights begin. It's going to be Call Me Soon. Westmelon combining together in a blue wall of kills in the kill feed. 3D Max do not get through.
Well, they had all the correct intentions there, all the protocols to deal with that smoke, but it doesn't work out at all. Not a single kill found, no bomb planted. And back to the drawing board, I'm afraid. Flashbang's not super effective, but the USP certainly was. Westmelon gets a double on entry. Amelia swinging in from CT as well. And there we have it. Probably a full eco here. Not a single kill found. Not the start they were looking for. It was looking quite promising. They had all that banana control. Unable to do anything with it. So Glocks only. Not even going to try and bleed this round out. Just straight at the guts the middle. Round towards the outside. Can they find it? One kill? Maybe they can. Running out of bullets here. There it is. Bomb down.
Bomb loose on the ground, and body now about to be offered up. We've got Amelia coming around the backside with the MP9 to secure it. So 2-0 start for Lynn Vision. They'll get into the buy round quite quickly here. This 3D Max will have all rifles available to them immediately. Took a while for that T side to get going for 3D Max on Dust 2.
Yeah, it really did. Was looking pretty good towards the end, though. Overtime was very convincing. See if they can bounce back. The full eco only got one kill, but here come the AKs. A couple of Galils. Lynn Vision trying to hold on here, trying to establish themselves a nice start. Can't afford a 7-1 deficit again. Gravity towards the balcony position. One player noted. HE's exchange, no real damage as of yet. CT's retreat to a defensive crossfire mentality. Speaking of which, we do have a bit of aggression over towards Banana. We have got Lucky with full control. Seeing if anyone dares peek over. The retake utility comes in, though, and it's going to be Cease, the AK Master, opening things up.
Okay, here's aggressive play. That is kind of wild from Amelia, just walking out of the long smoke. Gravity's going to be a little bit tilted about that. But it's going to be an A finish here for 3D Max. Flash off the chimney, that 3/4 smoke tossed out. And they're still sort of limping forward through top mid, not committing just yet. Raging forward, and they can wrap around long. So that is going to cause the library player of Amelia to go back over towards the archway. And he's actually missed the timing to spot them cross. So they've all made it on that long wrap. And all the pressure now mounts for Zacher, who holds the pit against what is going to be 4 players, as Amelia has made the wrong read. He's going over to the B-bomb site to stack it up, but here they come. 3D Max, they've only got one player to find, and they found him immediately.
Well, that's round. We all know how Inferno plays out. Unfortunate timings there for Lynn Vision. First gun round lands firmly in favor of 3D Max. Initial exchange towards top of middle, 4 versus 4, but unable to get that intel. They'd already crossed by the arch, and then Zacher, isolated, does manage to get a chance at a kill, but taken down by the Galil.
Yeah, a couple of interesting points from the desk there before this game started. One of them more macro, the other one micro. I mean, the micro one talking about Ecstasy's individual ability and how good he is in figuring out how to be involved in the mid to late round, make the most out of awkward situations when shit hits the fan, really. And he has to play in and around smokes and become
the standout X Factor player. Definitely seeing that towards the end of Dust 2. Now from the macro perspective, I mean, yesterday, their Inferno was maybe tunnel visioned, as Maui put it, running towards Dumao and Lato. Hoping to see a more balanced approach from the T side today for 3D Max. Not bad for their first bye.
Certainly not. We want to see this one go the distance. It's an elimination game after all. We've had nothing but overtimes today, it feels like. Will this one deliver once again? 3D Max with the advantages now, but multiple weapons saved. Lynn Vision certainly fully equipped. One concession in the form of Komisu have to go down to the FAMAS. They are going to send 3 players over towards B at the start. They're going to try and find some initial grenade damage. Oh, they've actually naded themselves.
Westmelon.
Not
dead.
ideal.
Ripped open. Got spilled, and Maka to the opener in Banana. Oh my god. The full artillery thrown at Emilia, but he's still standing.
Yeah, it's an airstrike. A little bit awkward there for Lynn Vision, nading themselves. He would have been dead either way, but not the way you want to go down. 5-on-4 advantage. 3D Max towards the end of Dust 2 are very good at converting these. Now the decision has to be made. Do you stack toward the A site? Yep, that is going to be the call. A gamble. If they go towards B, they'll just give it up.
.45 on the clock with his B execute coming in. They're going to find out, hey, no one's home.
No, no one at all. Did they overcook it though?
Nah, they don't go back A. There's way too much utility being committed to this B-bomb site. They're going to go in, a blanket of fire coating the B-bomb site floors, and now Ecstasy is punishing from the lurk position. Emilia and Komisu go down. You thought for a second Ecstasies might be good enough to get away with a flick up onto Zaka in the balcony as well. But that'll end up being a second round for 3D Max. As soon as the guns have come out, it's 2 rounds in a row.
Very convincing. Wanted to save their weapons, but Ecstasies makes it very expensive. Lucky with a nice shot.
This is huge as well. You wanted the huge save. You have 4 players attempting the save call. Ecstasies takes 2 of them away. Now Starry suddenly the only one left. And there's no money really for Lynn Vision. We're looking at a very likely lead being taken for 3D Max.
Terrorists win.
Well, well, well. The open B bomb site. The exit kills found and delivered. Starry saved the M4, but this begs the question now, do they want to fully invest? It will be up by there. It wouldn't be terrible, but this opening gambit certainly was. Nading themselves. That's an early 5-on-4. Round was already over at that stage. Unable to save much. So what's the plan? What's the call? They are going to take the eco. A little bit messy out of spawn, but see what they can do with the USPs. There is going to be a deagle in the hands of Komisu. Team smoke down towards middle. I assume they have some flashes to try and swing on this. Stacking towards B, though. It's a perfect read. Gravities wants to help himself towards middle. Calling for the boys to make their way over. USPs won't be able to do anything about this. Nice little spray down. So 5-on-3. Flashbang comes over. Lucky spotted. Wants to try and get out of here. Getting supportive utility thrown. They've confirmed that A is completely open. The remaining players, they might even just delay the plan to try and find this M4. Just making sure all the gaps have been plugged. No one home.
No. That seems to be a very common thing we're saying now, and really 3D Max walking into the right bomb site every time. It's going to end up being a 3-2 lead. Starry, might as well just hang on to the M4 again. And, you know, if you're going to lose the pistol and the follow-up, this is the best outcome. Pull out the gun rounds, find 3 in a row, and really start to get going on your T side.
They will save that M4, but that's about it. 3 in a row, 3D Max looking comfortable, building up a huge reservoir of cash as well. An extra $3,500 per player. Already got stacked bank accounts as well, so they are looking good for the rest of this half. See whether they can keep going, keep applying that pressure. Took the full eco to Lynn Vision. Can afford the AWP if they really want it. I think they probably will. So Zaka will purchase in. But 3D Max starting to stretch their legs here. Their map pick. Lost a pistol convincingly as a clean sweep for Lynn Vision. Full eco on the second round, but been nothing but one-way traffic since then. Can they post their first gun round here? Lynn Vision looking to strike back. Top mid smoke goes down, removes the vision for the CT sniper. Going for that banana control once again. Exchange of utility, quick boost on towards the half wall. He fancies this. Soundkey giving away.
Well, decent grenades trying to slow them down. It's bullets that will be most effective though, as West Melon peeking into the fight against Maka. An important trade from Gravity, and look at the X factor of Exorcist making his move. Oh my god, okay, Exorcist. That is a huge opening. Zacher coming back, and Exorcist! Decapitations all over this A-bomb site. That's it. Nothing you can do about that.
Unbelievable. What a play from Exorcist. No, there's so much carnage going on towards B. Helps himself to the quad side and finds some beautiful shots there, especially towards the apartments. Did not have the advantage in that fight. Quick flick up, finds the AWP as well towards Library. Stunning display of skill.
That's Exorcist literally winning a round on his own. So, fantastic work. 4-2 now. Devastating start here for Lynn Vision. Just getting styled on. That shot on the balcony, man.
Yeah. Completely destroyed. Well, that's a backbreaker of a round. Probably going to find West Melon as well.
Oh, absolutely nothing.
Oh, dear. Well, back to the drawing board. It's partial buy territory again. You can buy like a Hero M4, I suppose. But 3D Max are dominating the battlefield since the gun rounds began. 0-2 down, now 4-2 up. So I'm assuming we'll see a little bit of investment here. Maybe an M4 with some PT50s.
Yeah, Coach Gum getting on the mic, not happy with how his teammates have started out this map, and hopefully he can bring something to their attention to get the CT side going, to get this defense running. Right now getting run over. Well, I think that that previous round from Exorcist is going to have Lynn Vision paranoid about the lurk. Exorcist has delivered a lot of impact from that lurk role already. You know, he a couple of rounds ago, he was the player to take down 2 in the 4-man save. This round, obviously winning the round when things are going a little bit sour towards the B-bomb site. So, a couple of variations in the impact that Exorcist has been able to exhibit over on the A-lurk. We've got Lucky coming up here, and the investment is into an M4 in the hands of Starry and Call Me Sue with a UMP. They've got that swing now of both of those invested weapons coming in to attack this banana. Attackers, oh my goodness, body.
Wow.
Handling the pressure in the end. It got a little bit messy, but in the end, it will be 3D Max only losing 1 player.
Yeah, Lucky had the A4 instead of the A1S. Those extra bullets worth their weight in gold. Immediate up, not in a great position. Gravity will find him. Clean finish.
Okay. Starting to get a little bit worrying now for Lynn Vision, isn't it, Henry?
Yeah, the rounds are looking very clean, very convincing. They have the AWP once again. They have a chance at a gun round here, but in terms of the individual skill, the teamwork, every facet of the game seems to be landing in favor of 3D Max right now. 5 in a row. Money very strong, as you might imagine. Barely taking any casualties on these victories. No clutches required. And off we go again. Where's your position? Zaka holds toward the apartments here. It's going to be Maka trying to open things up and open up. He shall.
Yes, he will. No problem there. 5v4.
Lynn Vision hoping his apartment setup nets them a kill, and it's not too far off there for Zaku, but really needed that one.
They are in the flow state right now. Everything going in their favor. Gravity seems to detect this play.
Emil, what? Oh god, Emilian's gonna be so tilted. Oh, 3Max are just destroying them. Throwing the towel. This is just one-sided as hell.
Yep, everything taken away from them. Maximum loss bonus. Sure, they're delaying the planting because they want to hunt.
No mercy. None.
Oh, call me Sue. You ain't long for this one, I'm afraid.
We're coming for you. And there's one out from the site.
Oh.
And here we go.
Not even a hunt.
No, not much. Just straight up fight at range like that. And it's 3D Max continuing to rack up rounds on this T side. Can get into the territory where there literally is just not enough done from the defense to even have a second half. This is just so unfortunate for Amelia. Very frustrating, I'm sure. And then Lucky just killing everybody. Another half buy for Lynn Vision. Now they're all scrambling, trying to figure out what they want. Look how late out of spawn they are. Right, this is so unorganized.
It's not looking great. Partial buy is going to have a mixture of SMGs. Need to steal one of these rounds away to bring this half back to life. It is a T-sided map, and that's a good start.
Okay. Quick upgrade into the AK. Can Starry do something special here? Yes, he can. Out of the bedroom, into the mid-kill. Going back to try and find Gravity.
Well, the heist is on.
Nice spot him at the bridge, actually. Look at that. Okay, Starry. Oh, he's killing everybody. 3 kills towards the A bomb site. Starry showing a little bit of star power, and well, you know, got Lucky and Body in a 2v5. Surely there's no way Lynn Vision messed this one up.
No, it looks like it's under control. That should do it. Nice work, Starry. The UMP to open things up gets 2 further kills with the AK-47. We said they had to steal that round away, and they certainly did. Round 10 coming up next. Lynn Vision back online here. 6-6 still available. A couple of AKs within their ranks now as well. Won't have the luxury of the AWP. I say that. They purchased it in the last second here. So is this where they're activated? Did that inspire the rest of the troops here? Gravity goes with the MAC-10. He does this a lot. And in terms of the helmet situation, Westman and Amelia without them. So, sure, he has 10k Dinker, but he's trying to pick up the pace here. See if he can find one.
Very comfortable playing with the MAC-10. He's called a quicker play towards the A-bomb side.
Starry
They're charging through the apartments. It's Starry again, melting them down. Shooting them through the painting on the wall, and Starry with 2. Radiating success as he goes back in for a 3rd kill. Starry with back-to-back rounds, 1 off his back. And we've got Maka going in through the archway. And he's going to be toppled by Call Me Sue, and that's going to be a 4th round here for Lynn Vision. Now, you like the idea, but Starry not allowing them out of the apartments.
Wow. What a return to form. Down but not out, that's for sure. Starry with that aggressive position on the radiator. He's got the hot hand right now. And it's the penultimate round of the first half. All of a sudden, this game is back on. It felt like they were dead in the water.
Very much so. I mean, this is kind of similar to how Dust 2 started, right? Where 3D Max rack up a 7-1 lead, and then the Vision start coming back into the game and control it right up until the end of regulation.
4 AKs. AWP as well. Retake utility. Double grenades, hoping the CTs would be trying to reclaim control.
This is maybe where you want to go back to the point that Maui brought up earlier about the fact that 3D Max were kind of tunnel visioned on one idea of just ramming the bomb side of Dumao and Lato. You got to learn from that and avoid Starry while he's got the hot hand. Chill him out. Go back to B.
Here we go.
And they're going into that B setup now. West Melon going to be playing at the new box. And Lucky and Gravity come in with the 2 entries.
Yep, job done. Can't recover these rounds. Exorcise locks the back door. Amelia has no idea. Might as well go for it. It's the last round next. You have the cash, but the AK's very important on the defense. Going to be Starry holding on to his. What a recovery to his game he is having. Gets another double kill here. Total's going up to 10 and 4. But the scoreline reads 7-4 in favor of 3D Max. Doesn't really matter if Zach goes down. Trying to contain. Just playing the stats really at this point. Holding on to the AK would be great for Starry. Gets himself another kill. Ridiculous output in the last 3 rounds. At 3D Max, it's a hollow victory. In the end, it was looking so promising. Lose a lot of players, but as we mentioned, last round, either way, more than enough to fully invest here. Residual cash for days. 4 rounds is enough. Can they make it 5?
Keeping the 5 AKs out here at 3D Max. We're going to use rifles to the bitter end. Maka, Molotov ready. He's about to be swung on by the West Melon. And Maka goes down first in Banana. Quite easy there for the opening kill for Lynn Vision. They're going to hold on to it. Not getting treaded out immediately.
Good damage with the HE, but the advantage firmly sits with Lynn Vision right now, refusing to give up this control. They've got the half-wall smoke down. 3 players here towards B. Man advantage. And maybe a spam coming in from West Melon. Already got that opening kill. Gets himself a couple more.
Yeah, another... I mean, pretty much all these rounds for Lynn Vision on the rifles have been one individual stepping up with a huge multi-kill. You know, you had Starry in 2 rounds in a row, and then this round's West Melon. But, you know, it's not a pretty CT side from Lynn Vision, but the fact that you get 5 out of it, combined with a good start, you know, the first 2 rounds of play, you're going to be happy that you've got this at least. Got to be worried about Exorcist, though. Has been looking very sharp. Don't want to give him too many chances, even with 30 seconds left. There's another headshot. Haven't activated that flank yet from A. They give him a lot of respect. They're backing off. He's got 11 HP, so I'm not going to be winning this. Zacher should be dropping him, but he won't. Runs away from that AWP, knows he's got a 1v1 fight on this B-bomb site, but nice reposition from Emilia out to the ruins. There's a lot of angles he has to worry about, and yeah, he's going to plant in the open. Emilia's going to go up, confirm it. A 5th round collected here for Lynn Vision.
I mean, that's pretty par for the course. 5 rounds on the CT side, it's not a bad outing, considering what it was looking like. Starry bringing this team back to life, resuscitating them almost with that UMP play. Actually looks like a pretty decent and serviceable half.
Yeah, and then West Melon obviously getting the last round of the half here just from his Banana success. So, yeah, I mean, they're not going to be too happy in general of how the CT side looked. For most of that, they were just outplayed. But winning the pistol and the follow-up round, and then your individuals winning you 3 gun rounds.
Well, they've looked very good on the pistols at times.
Well, could be a nice way to close the gap here to kick off this second half.
Looking down at the notes.
And this is for elimination. Lynn Vision are 1 map down in this series as a Chinese squad playing in Shanghai. It will mean a lot to them to get into the arena. This is a team that were making huge runs at the Austin Major. They obviously stepped up at that time of year, haven't necessarily been able to keep that momentum up. As Maui was highlighting on the desk, you know, not even the best Chinese team really. It's about 65% of the time TYLOO beat them in the head-to-heads. You don't want to go out here. Not today.
No, certainly not. Same story with 3D Max. Map to the good. Felt like Inferno was a lock-in. But all of a sudden, it's getting uncomfortable, and the pistol is very important. They're on the CT side now. Gravity with the dual elites. And an opening kill. West Melon will find it. Body isolated as well. Doesn't feel comfortable. The P2000 not connecting. Can he make up for it? Oh, they're surrounding him. He's done for. Gets out towards the boiler room. Does get the intel at the very least, but these shots to start landing. They go towards the apartments, knowing that the CTs are fixated towards that mid position. Body doesn't seem like the weapon for the job here. First kill, not bad at all. Maka fighting back, and all of a sudden the round coming to life. Bomb goes down towards quad. 4 versus 2. Gravity found out.
West Melon and Zacher now 2v3. Not completely unwinnable here.
No, certainly not.
Gotta give him respect, 3D Max. Oh no, West Melon just peeks out of the balcony. Ecstasy's gonna be a little bit annoyed at the fact that he was completely exposed there. His teammate Body now hopping up on the truck. A 2v2 with 50 seconds left. Bomb's been recovered. Get out of there.
Oh, this makes things very uncomfortable now. They have to respect it.
They're faking it, and it's worked. Maka has to rotate, leaving Body alone. And now he's starting to move as well. Uh-oh.
No.
Diving out of the pit, Body spots them. Gonna be calling Maka to race back. But that's conceded the bomb plant at a minimum, and they've got to smoke up for Moto.
All of a sudden, the round falls to pieces. Almost no chance of winning it. They've got a smoke of their own. But my God, Mac is so far away. Finally arrives. They've got a 10-second defuse ahead of them as well. Perfectly cool pistol here. Lynn Vision mid-rounding them. Tapping the bomb. Doesn't follow. There's any hope. No time to even defuse anymore. It's going to be Westmelon. They have to just hold it. Hope for the best here.
Oh my God, they're just holding it. Knives out. Going for the swing. Going for the slash. It's down to the seconds. Oh, last second. 3D Max clutch it up. Literally milliseconds in it. 0.3.
That's insane. I didn't think they even had time to defuse.
That is crazy. Good protection as well, making sure they allowed that defuse to be stuck, and that is going to be devastating for Lynn Vision. They worked so hard to get back into that pistol round. This is how it started. Look at all the early success for 3D Max.
All of a sudden, though, it fell in favor of Lynn Vision, holding off those rotations, getting the smoke down, recovering the bomb, feigning the B rotation. I don't know how they recover this round. They just have to stick the defuse there and trust in Body to deliver the goods. He gets a reload in. Huge sigh of relief. My God, it doesn't get much closer than that. Milliseconds to spare. And you got to see a force buy for sure. One of the most difficult rounds to hold on to. CT side Inferno against the force buy. Rarely do we see teams convert this one. They have got a decent amount of rifles, 4 of them. And this could be it. Can Lynn Vision bounce back? A lot of util. Not really focusing on the firepower. Suggest we'll see some sort of execution here. Smoke down towards top middle of the star. Molotov towards the barrels. Deep smoke in the CTs. Willing to challenge it as well. So actually a bit of vision there. Good opening grenade.
It's going to be lucky.
Get out of there.
Yeah, make sure you dodge that. Don't get traded out. Hold the 2-man advantage. And Lynn Vision, this force buy, not off to the best of starts whatsoever. This could be the ideal start to the second half for 3D Max. You had a 7-5 lead. You win the pistol. And if you break the force buy, you've got a full eco coming up next to go up against. You're looking at 10 rounds already on the board.
Well, well, well. Smoke down outside. Trying to hold off the rotations here. They know damage has been done towards Banana. Round not necessarily said and done. We have got Lucky and Body calling for rotations. A Gravity to bolster the B defense. It's going to be enough. They only have 1 flashbang remaining though, so there is a chance this falls apart. Lucky's low. He's holding the flashbang in hand here. Final commitment comes through. Gravity will have to go for the wide swing and hope he times it well. It's a low HP player that's exposed and funneled into the open.
Nice shot from Starry. That's going to be Lucky. Going down, Body and Gravity. 2 quick kills back from the CT side though, and it leaves Zacher fighting on. Let's see how much damage he can do in the final 15 seconds. And the answer to that is nothing else. So, 9-5 it is.
Should be 10.
Yeah, it should be. You can get maybe a couple of upgraded pistols again here for Lynn Vision, but that's all really. 10 rounds for 3D Max that quickly. They're going to be happy about that.
Yeah, 10-5. Going to invest lightly here. We said they had to steal away a round in that first half. Ignited their prospects with the apartments play. Sure, they have some upgraded pistols, but no real Kevlar out there. Zacher got the P250 and helmet, limiting his chance at the AWP, and, wow, XCs can hear them coming towards him. Looking for the big spray down now. HE grenade to seal the deal. Running out of bullets. Still making light work of it. USP has to be drawn. Needs the backup from his teammates. Not going to arrive in time. It's Starry looking for the double. You don't have to swing it. Don't give him another one. He gets the M4, but it needs to be reloaded.
Goes to the Deagle, and then he just gets overwhelmed. Exorcist does so well there.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It looked like he was going to run out of bullets, get overrun, overwhelmed. He doesn't panic. He's very accurate. 10 rounds are secure with 4 players stand up for 3D Max, so the money is looking very healthy over there for the defense, which means Lynn Vision, not only you've got to win this round, but you're also going to have to deal with a bye in the next. So they're going to have to come back in the hard way.
Well, that's what we saw in Dust 2. They were 7-1 down, took us to overtime. A recovery in this first half as well. Yet to really get a good start in this series. Elimination on the line. Defensive smoke down to extinguish that Molotov. Seeing that become very meta right now, throwing that from spawn.
Yeah.
Mid attack coming in, but Exorcist, he gets the jump up.
Does indeed, and then the jump on the top mid player as well. So it's Call Me Sue down, but the trade comes in. Amelia races after that.
So 4-4, best chance they've had in some time, but Lucky with the wall bang through the edge of the arch finds Amelia.
Starting to get a little wild now for Lynn Vision. Going through smokes, taking big risks.
Yeah, they're hoping they can just find a gap. Rupture the defense here. Maka didn't spot them towards quad, so there is a slither of hope here. Trying to thread the needle. Zaka. Oh, doesn't get the kill, but should be able to get on the follow-up. The fact it's not quick, though, means you are going to be traded out, and it's a lovely shot there from Lucky. 1 round away from series point, elimination point for Lynn Vision. Yeah. And it's a partial by territory. It's tactical timeout for sure. Exorcist, if he doesn't get flashed there, it's a really clean opener, but couldn't find the smoke in time. Doesn't matter, all the same. Starry found out by Maka. And like I said, if you get a clean kill here, it's a different story because the trade won't come in as quickly. And yeah, a couple of hero AKs hoping they can keep the dream alive here. This is the miracle round now required.
Oh, okay. Maka looking down mid. Not going to grab the opener. Lucky goes for a double dip here for 3D Max. He doesn't find a kill either. So Lynn Vision at least able to stay alive with 5 players from the get-go. And now they're looking for their reaction, their opportunity through top mid. Zacher going into the fire. It's Call Me Sue. Take him down in response. And a 4v4 as they try and wrap the A site. Success here for Lynn Vision.
Needed this. Picking up the pace. Causing chaos where they thrive. Nothing to do but save here. 3D Max finally give up their first round in the second half. And keeps Lynn Vision in this game for now. Huge injection of cash. They'll have some decent buy rounds coming up. Money's not out of control on the CT side as well, so they need to string a couple together, but they will break the back of 3D Max financially. Well, there we have it, pushing up towards the quad, splitting from the apartments, running through those smokes. Mac 10s and Deagles. The hero AK of Call Me Sue finds a couple. And the bomb to go off. Would have liked to have saved that M4, but not going to be the case. Looks like he'll be absolutely fine, though. 3D Max more than enough to reinvest.
Yeah, they do. Just got to break this one if you're Lynn Vision. Then you can start thinking about a real comeback.
Well, well, well.
Yes, indeed.
Tension mounting here.
Maka's got the AWP out. Surely that's the difference maker when he starts to get going here on the CT side.
A couple rounds away from glory. Can they close it out early? Put this one to bed.
Yeah. You don't want to get too sweaty at this point. I want to make sure it's nice and easy.
Alleviate the tension they're feeling right now. But we do know Lynn Vision, a team that never gives in.
Yeah.
Always fights back.
Always. Every time. And it's going to be Call Me Sue. Walking away the light of Lucky. So an opening kill for Lynn Vision. You love to see it if you're a fan of the comeback. First step in the right direction. Maka. This is the player that can make the difference, though. Remember that. But Zacher, of course, is going to miss the shot. And Maka also missing a shot. So quite even on that. Here's the long wrap around the side, and Mac is going to turn considerate. Exorcist coming out on top. Oh! Maka, he's going to miss his, but Call Me Sue goes down low HP. Starry descending down from the balcony and through the sky. He will still find Exorcist. Gravity and body on the rotation over now.
They've got 2 smokes available here, but Starry doesn't want any of that nonsense. He wants to take the jewels, but he goes down. 2 versus 1. Amelia playing behind said smoke. 76 HP. No further utility. Needs to isolate these duels, bring it down to 1 versus 1 quickly.
Oh, yeah, there's the first one from Amelia. Low HP finished off his gravity. And you thought 3D Max had map point. You thought they had series point. But Amelia decides to step up and break the money. And we surely see a lot more play now, thanks to that immediate clutch.
Oh, we absolutely do. This one could go the distance. Amelia finds the clutch. Breaks them financially. Have to take the eco here. Couple of rounds in a row. Keeps the dream alive. We've seen overtimes all day. Can they really take us all the way once again? So we're going to start with just 5-7s. No Kevlar. 1 smoke. USP for Maka as well. So feels like a foregone conclusion. That 3D Max give this one away. It would take something unbelievable. Some noise towards the balcony position. Dropping down is Starry. Really saves the day in that first half. Got them in this position where they might actually be able to do something with this. 3D Max have not sealed the deal as of yet. Open B bomb site. 5-man stack. Clean spray down. 11-8 confirmed.
That's going to be 5-7 at gravity. That's really the only thing we're talking about. Mac is going to go down the apartments. And it's just looking like a formality. You want to keep everybody alive if you can. Body's going to make sure that isn't a clean sheet for Lynn Vision. I think it is 1 kill.
Yeah, Body should be taken down momentarily as well. Holds towards the apartments now. Hoping to find anything on the ground. Any upgrades, any util, anything. But 11-8. This one starting to feel uncomfortable. Bomb will go off. No one hunting, no real reason to do so. But the game is back on. It looks so clean for 3D Max. The second half has been nothing but one-way traffic until the partial buy victory towards the quad side. The explosion in towards the A side. Mac 10s, Deagles doing the heavy lifting. The Hero AK closing things down. But money back in their favor. Round 20. Feels like 3D Max slowly but surely shrinking here in the elimination game. Could we really see the third map? Train will be the decider if required. The job is not done yet. Faster paced Inko. Trying to get up towards middle.
Here we go, Lynn Vision showing a little bit of confidence, a little bit of life. It's Maka to thin the herd straight away. Westmelon down, Exorcist, here we go. This is the kind of play he loves to make. Getting through the smoke, hunting down Starry, and a 2-man advantage for 3D Max in search of series point again. It would require a 3v5 recovery here for Lynn Vision. And Call Me Sue goes down to make it a 2v5. Zacher, now the last remaining player left. They know exactly where he is in this AWP. They're starting to swarm him.
Yeah, the bomb's down as well. Sure, might be able to get one, but a nice little off angle there for Gravity. Elimination point now. 4 in a row required. Trying to change up the pace there. Some disruptive play. Straight up middle, but Maka ready for it. Hits that first shot. Exorcist, cheeky play through the smoke as well. Timed it to perfection, and Lucky gets the double kill. Gravity to close things out here. Surely that's enough.
Yeah, third and final timeout being used here for Lynn Vision. Elimination on the line in China. A dream of staying alive and perhaps playing themselves into the playoffs themselves. Well, seem to be dead. This is a team that had a good year so far. Some of their best performances yet. But at an event like CAC, where they really would have hoped they would stand up and show their level. Disappointing loss to an MIBR that looked very weak. 13-4 in the opening game. That's got to feel like a winnable match that they wish they could get back. And they beat GamerLegion 2-1 in a best-of-3. Now coming up against one of the strongest squads we've got at the competition. It is Lynn Vision running up through Banana. Broken by Body, and surely that is it.
You can't even justify running through the smoke anymore. Body wants more. Surely you call it off. You've done so much. Oh, now you're tempting fate. The boost is there.
Oh my god, Body with the flash assist gets himself nearly a second. If he had bullets left in the AK, he had multiple kills right there. Starry left alone, 1v5, and this is the end of Lynn Vision.
Yeah, it's a real shame. Another Chinese team losing today. This one more significant though, as Starry, last player remaining. The hopes and dreams of Lynn Vision removed. Silent drop. Impressive, Dinko,
nailed it.
But that's it.
10 out of 10 on that one. But needs to peek into the open. Starry looking for follow-ups.
Oh,
No.
Boys, what are you doing?
A 1v5 to keep his team alive.
What are you doing?
The silent drop into follow-up kills, and now 3D Max take a breather. They realize
throwing again.
Starry has earned their respect.
All he had to do was watch the bomb.
Oh, Starry takes one big
breath.
Use
the smoke.
Grenade goes over the top. It's going to be Maka going down low, and finally, Starry is finished off. Lynn Vision eliminated from the competition. A disappointing run from the Chinese squad. 3D Max stay alive. They've got a match with Virtus.pro for that last chance through Group A, and looking forward to seeing if they can do it, because 3D Max a lot better today.
A lot better, but still some cracks in the veneer. Lynn Vision out, of course, that's the real talking point. So I guess we'll start there in the end. You know, they did have some individual moments, but it was just never a cohesive whole for them in any of the games we saw them at this tournament.
Yeah, no, I think Dinko and Henry put it pretty nicely when you want to summarize their CT side. It wasn't necessarily like the team doing anything, but you'd had one big round from Starry, one big round from Amelia, one big round from Westmelon, and that was your CT side. And again, I will say 3D Max, to their credit, they did deal with, I guess, the aggression coming out from Banana on the side of Lynn Vision much better than what they dealt with Dumao and Lotto, the day before. So they made adaptations in that sense, or maybe just more comfortable for them to play against. So yeah, Lynn Vision didn't really get anything going when it comes to the CT side, even though they do end up with a 5-7 half. But it didn't really feel very like it didn't feel like it was something they could build off of going into the T side.
I just feel like 3D Max were, as opposed to yesterday, where on their T side it was almost kind of like they kept throwing whatever they could at the wall and it really didn't stick. This time around, as soon as they recognized that Starry was the hot hand, they just didn't want to feed him, go to the other bomb site, rinse and repeat, just see if they can test it out. I mean, there was a little bit more variety today than yesterday, and that's kind of what I wanted to see from them, and then I got it. So I'm happy, Rich. I'm real happy about 3D Max on this one.
I'm glad to hear it. I mean, Exorcist was a menace as well, right?
Oh my god. If I saw Exorcist's just highlights of this one, if you just stitched it together all the times he pushed around smoke on both Dust 2 and Inferno, I'd say, hey, make sure that this guy plays in the FaZe at headquarters for me to know that he's legit, okay? Like, fly him out, because he was just making some crazy moves, honestly, and I really respect it. And that is that X factor that I've talked about. Whenever 3D Max kind of need a shot in the arm versus better opposition in the past, he was a guy that was able to deliver, because he'll just take some risks here and there. And honestly, today maybe didn't need to, actually. Still probably would have beat Lynn Vision, but it's nice to see that he keeps his flair going through it.
Oh, no, absolutely. Again, like, especially the first round where he basically goes on the solo look up towards A, finds two players, and with pretty solid shots as well to kind of just win the round outright for his side. Like, that's the kind of X factor he's had on day one and day two. Obviously, like, the total overall result for 3D Max probably isn't exactly what they would have hoped for, but he's been doing his part.
Yeah. We got Body on the screen as well. We'll probably see some highlights from him in a moment. I mean, I think he's been a bit quiet, a bit tempered this tournament overall, but, you know, given the day one jitters that they had, I suppose it's forgivable.
The first series that he played, he actually just went nuclear, like the BO1 that they had to kick off.
Oh, of course, the BO1s.
Yeah. BO1s, no one remembers.
You know me, I just
right?
blanked.
They don't count.
Yeah, exactly. The vitality streak is still alive, surely.
Still going, I think.
No, with Body, though, I mean, just the fights towards Banana, that's where he really got the better of Lynn Vision on this. That's why he was the player to watch, of course. I mean, generally the point man for the 3D Max play, whatever they want to do, he's just the one that's generally set up to go first in most of the space-taking action, and he did a really solid job versus Lynn Vision here.
Yeah. I also think I would imagine as basically 3D Max, if they want to be proactive about the strategy, I think it's somewhat easier to do it versus a team like Lynn Vision as well, because they're not necessarily that coy about what they're going to do on their T sides. It's just kind of
bit telegraphed.
Yeah, we have. It's just not suspiciously 4 players in this area. 20 seconds later, we were going to attack the bomb site towards that area.
Yeah.
So for 3D Max, I think they can feel like comfortable around them. Really, I don't think they run into the same issue as they would have had or that they ran into versus Legacy, where it's like this is something unexpected. This is something that we haven't seen before. And I think that allows for, especially if you're an entry frag or someone who's just like going in first, usually that's something you love seeing, like recognizing patterns, then you kind of know where you can move about.
Yeah. I mean, revising your opinion or still sticking, now that we've had 2 days under our belts, 3D Max still a favourites for you?
They're still, to me, one of the best 3 teams. Even if they lost to Legacy, I'm going to double down.
I got off that fence, man.
No, I got to double down on them. Yeah, I think they're still one of the best 3 teams here, even if they lose to Legacy. Legacy are just an upset team. They take down big rosters, ones that are better than them. If you had those teams face off again today or tomorrow, now that the jet lag is settled, the melatonin is hidden, everybody's got a better sleep schedule at this point, I think 3D Max would take it.
Okay. We can talk a little bit about Lynn Vision. I think right now in China, they're actually interviewing Lynn Vision, but I don't think we're showing it because it's obviously in Chinese, so we've got a little bit of time to talk about them. I mean, look, the overall narrative coming into the Asia Championships was, of course, the development of Chinese Counter-Strike. Is it a massive disappointment for them that they've kind of gone out? Because it just feels that they've had a kind of run of, I don't know, just disappointments, the visa issue, the subsequent punishment, you're going to miss a big event, then okay, don't worry, we're on home soil, oh whoops, we're kind of out.
I mean in so many ways, I guess the excitement around both TYLOO and Lynn Vision, at previous majors that have kind of built up that hope of potentially seeing them more regularly do well at Tier 1 tournaments and so on. It hasn't been able it hasn't been backed up enough. And like you said, it doesn't really help Lynn Vision to have poor results leading into missed opportunities, leading into now loss of URS points, leading into, it's kind of a snowball effect.
Yeah.
So they needed to do better for themselves, really. And I think that kind of a pressure can also get to them, because I think they were, I'm not saying they're getting complacent, but I'm saying they probably have gotten used to being part of, that good company that go to international tournaments quite a bit now. For a period of time, they were becoming the best team in China. Like they had, basically the better of TYLOO for a significant amount of time. So this is definitely, I guess, the first like proper rough patch that this lineup is seeing, and it's going to be interesting to see how they handle it. And I do think it's not ideal for them, given the fact that you have majors coming up and everything, that they don't actually get a lengthy run at a tournament versus, international opposition, not just domestic, not just with other teams in the Asian region, to kind of test their mettle. Now they go in with a little bit of a question mark, can they actually reproduce what we saw in Austin?
Agree with that?
Definitely. I mean, I'm disappointed in Lynn Vision because they built a lot of hype for themselves, I'd say, in the first half of the year. This season, I feel like neither TYLOO nor Lynn Vision have really, well, that's not true. TYLOO did obviously stand out at the Fisher event, but since then, there hasn't really been too much going on with either of those rosters. And I personally am upset that Lynn Vision didn't do well because I hate to see another Ivy League grad fail.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Call me Sue.
You're all
Shout out.
Call me Sue. Yeah, it's a shame. I mean, because especially with what we saw out of TYLOO today as well, I just don't want the kind of like the Chinese development to stall a little bit, because what'll probably end up happening is roster moves around the major cycle, and I know I like the teams that we've got right now. I think they can they have their own identities, they've got their star players. I think they can definitely progress from where they're at if they just kind of stay the course. It's just about getting those reps.
Yeah, I think they kind of have to go the approach of like a team like 3D Max. You're going to have ups and downs. You're not going to be a tournament winner outright, or a favorite for it most likely for quite a while, but you have good ingredients, to do something here, and it's all about being able to, and it's part of the process as well, like learning how to work through difficult periods.
Yeah.
Sometimes maybe your strat book has kind of gotten outdated. Maybe you've been figured out for a little bit. Maybe it's awkward to kind of have to adapt to it, but that's part of learning. And I agree with your sentiment. Like I want to see these lineups pretty much stick together, like untouched, etc. Because I think that's also going to allow room for the other Chinese teams that are coming behind them, and obviously like playing their own qualifiers now. I think that's going to give them room to actually grow with their lineups, etc. And you're going to see potentially new prospects coming in like a year or two.
Yeah, you don't want them to follow the way that other scenes have, where it's like you kind of put all of the talent in one team.
Yeah, and they
ride that until they burn out, and then there's no one to replace them.
Yeah, exactly.
See France, see Brazil, UK before that.
Yeah, Sweden. I mean, and especially if that is like a dysfunctional team, because again, like it's not always like roster changes aren't always the right solution to a team that's having struggles. So yeah, I'm hoping to see them kind of work through it rather than going with the easy choice, which is like we need to find someone else.
Yeah, tell that to Falcons.
Well, I was going to say, if any of them, but Starry might get bought at this rate or something. Who knows? Anyway, we can go back to talking about 3D Max. We're queuing up that interview in China now. That'll be coming soon, so we'll probably get cut off. But let's talk about 3D Max just a little bit overall within the context of, you know, not this tournament, but wider in the scene and in the space. You called them gatekeepers the other day. Do you not think they're better than that?
With what they did at EPL, it made me feel like I should change my tune regarding 3D Max.
Yeah, they really surprised me, actually.
Yeah, I mean, beating FaZe, Navi, and G2, if I'm not mistaken,
really
taking
legit
Falcons the full distance in the quarterfinal there. I thought that, I mean, that's what gave me the hope to say that they're my tournament favorites here, hoping that they could easily build off of it. But it just turns out that their game plan or their play and their style is not quite as airtight as some of the truly elite teams that are contending for titles regularly. Even a team like Liquid, for example, just has, even if the game plan doesn't work, the star players can bail them out. And for me, when I watch 3D Max, it's just like the game plan has to work because it's rare that the players are going to just help them really find deep upset runs.
Yeah, and obviously Gravity, you know, a new starting IGL. We're going to be talking to him, I believe, in a moment, so it'll be interesting to hear his thoughts. But I mean, do you think he's like elevated 3D Max, like just from where they were tactically? I do think they're one of the more fundamental teams in Counter-Strike right now, just in terms from a purely strategic viewpoint.
Yeah, no, I do think 3D Max have been solid strategically also, like before Gravity took over the in-game leading role. But I do think that it has kind of freed up players to be better individuals, which allows you to have higher success rate with the strategy book that you already have. So again, like if Body is playing better, if you're going to have more success opening rounds and playing off of mid rounds and so on. Same thing if Maka is full-time mopping, can only needs to focus on that, you're going to do better as well. So
well, we can hear from Gravity now live from China.
胜者采访，这里是江北的小鸽子，站在我们中间的是来自于 3D Max 的 Gravity， 欢迎 Gravity 来到我们的赛后采访。你们这一次和 LVG 交手，其实你们在8月底的时候 PWC 就有过一次和 LVG 的对决了。我想请你从这两次对比一下，以及今天你们和 LVG 的交手，去看看到底是有什么变化还好，或者是你们觉得有什么新的东西。
Congratulations. This is kind of easy win for you. You already played against LVG end of August. This only after a month you play each other again. Can you tell us more difference, familiar, that how you think about LVG through these two times?
I think they are kind of playing the same style as we play them, so they need maybe to change how they play, like to have new strategy in T-side especially. But they still surprise us on a lot of things on their T-side, so even if we knew what they were doing, kinda, they still killing us, so I think it's good that they believe how they play. It's like a good way to play CS. They are playing in their own CS, they don't care like to copy the top teams or what. So I think they can improve a lot, but they need to be better individually players, I think.
其实我觉得 LVG 这两次打法都差不多。如果他们想要突破，如果想要去寻求突破的话，可能需要在他们的战术方面再去执行，再去钻研一下。虽然说他们在这个两次的进攻方打的都不是很好，但是他们有的时候也会在进攻方的时候杀掉我们的一些人，拿下一些人头。所以他们我觉得我还是比较钦佩他们的，他们能够坚持自己的打法，然后在自己的打法上面去不停的去寻求突破。但是如果他们想要去看看别的队伍是怎么打的，然后去当然有一些队伍会去复制别的队伍是怎么打的，但是 LVG 的话，他们是坚持自己的打法。如果他们想要去寻求突破的话，可能可以去稍微的在个人的能力上以及战术方面制定上，还可以再努力一下。
好，那当然的话，其实我想了解一下，因为2次的交手，你觉得今天，尤其是对于和 LVG 的对决而言，你们的胜负手，你们做得更好的一个方面是什么？
Let's talk about you, 3D Max. Last time you played against LVG, you kind of dominated them, and this time you played cleaner games. What do you think 3D Max changed or improved the second time, this time, as CSE?
It's just that we are coming here with more confidence. We make a good pro league on the paper. We beat a lot of top team, and we lost like to Falcon in quarterfinal. It was a close game, so we have like maybe a lot of confidence on this. But it's also like a trap for us because we maybe have too much confidence, and in this tournament we have like lower team. So we need to be humble with ourselves and just take every opponent really, really seriously during the preparation and during the match, and just play our best.
我觉得我们这一次来打 CAC 会更有信心。我们作为纸面上最强的队伍来到 CAC， 其实我们在之前的比赛当中跟 Falcons 的那个 BO3 我们是输掉了。然后我们来到 CAC 之后也是总结了一下，然后我们能够展现出我们的发挥，然后正常的水平就好。我们其实说特别大的进步，可能就是更有信心了吧。我们现在的打法就是越打越舒服，然后我们会尊重我们的每一个对手，去充足的做好准备。
太好了，因为刚才 Gravity 他自己也提到了，作为纸面实力最强的队伍，毫无疑问，你们也是本次 CAC 大家认为的最有可能争冠的队伍之一。但是你们离下一阶段进入 Playoff 还有一场比赛需要打，你们的对手将会是 VP， 你怎么看即将和 VP 的这次交手？
As you mentioned, you're one of the strongest team in this tournament, probably the highest ranking at this tournament as well. But moving into playoff, you still have one best of 3 to play, which is against VP. How do you think about this VP right now?
I think they are kind of fragile, but also in the same time they have nothing to lose. They are playing with Icy. They just benched him a few days ago, so they will for sure play with more freedom. And for us, it's important to beat them because we have to take our revenge on them. They beat us during the Fissure Playground. And they kick us out of this tournament, so we really want to beat them. So we will really prepare really well for this match, and it's important for us to get the playoff and go as far as we can in this tournament.
说到 VP 这个战队，我觉得他们其实应该是比较脆弱的一支战队吧。但是同时呢，他们又打得很好，因为他们这一次来 CAC 是带了他们不久之前刚刚下放到替补席刚刚下放到这个bench 上面的 IC， 但是他们这一次是带了 IC 来打的，所以他们可能有更高的自由度，他们在打起来可能更无所畏惧，没有什么可输的，没有什么可怕的。我们在 Fissure 这个比赛在之前的 Fissure 比赛的时候被他们淘汰出局了，所以我们想复仇。下面这场比赛对我们很重要，我们想要复仇，也想要如果进淘汰赛的话，这场比赛我们必须要拿下。
没错，我们也一起期待着 Gravity， 也期待着 3D Max 能够在后面的比赛，尤其是明天和 VP 的这场对决，能够帮助他们拿下他们想要的胜利。我们也看到了 3D Max 在今天展现出来的非常精彩的表现，再次恭喜他们获得了和 LVG 这场 BO3 的胜利。那我们的赛后采访到这里先告一段落，画面交还给解说席。
Yeah, great job over there. Right, so Gravity, he's added a bit of spice to the next game. He said, first of all, we've got to be humble because it's easy to get carried away when you're playing lesser opposition. Love that attitude. That's fair. And of course, he said he wants to take revenge on VP. So tonight, they're going to be setting up the ultimate practice to make sure they beat them. Spoiler, it's going to be a little bit chaotic and hard to prepare for VP, I'd say. So what do you think of that then? You impressed with young Gravity?
I mean, I think he has a really solid and sound approach, really. Like you said, again, it's nice to obviously not underestimate your opponents. We've seen far too many teams just kind of fall at that hurdle immediately. And again, yeah, like you're going up against a team that has a stand-in situation, or like a weird situation, I should say, because yeah, he's technically a stand-in, but he was a full, permanent member and whatnot in VP and IC. But yeah, treat them with the respect that they deserve. Do your prep. Go through your game plan as it would be any other game. Even if you now come into that weird scenario where you're actually like a tournament favorite, which is a new position for 3D Max to be in, don't kind of forget your roots. Don't forget where you came from.
Yeah. Is he good enough to be in your pug team?
My poker team?
Pug.
My pug team? Oh, yeah. Jesus, of course.
Does he make your main team?
Welcome Gravity with
I know you're going to play a
arms.
game tonight or something.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just glad that, I think 3D Max aren't really seeing themselves as the high obvious favorites of this tournament, and they
they
shouldn't.
don't agree with you.
I mean, I said it's just that they have, in my eyes, the biggest percentage, not that they have a majority.
Yeah, you keep saying that. Yeah.
Okay, I have to use nuance, on these desks, which are so fast, and you're trying to rush me for hot takes all the time.
That's all you're good for. So.
Yeah, I know.
I know
a
you're
merchant. That's all I do. So, and I say they're the favorites. Suddenly, I'm just saying they're going to beat everybody. But no, I think Gravity's. It's going to be an interesting matchup if they actually game plan well versus VP. There's a lot to abuse with how VP play right now. I mean, they group up so obviously, kind of like Lynn Vision do. I mean, Perfecto is also a fledgling IGL right now. I feel like the 3D Max T side strap hook is well oiled. Like you barely need to touch that tonight. Just look at how you're going to be able to impact them negatively and be combative when they're trying to enact their plans on VP's offense.
Be a disruptor, you might.
Exactly. Be a disruptor. Use Static Storm.
Indeed. Excellent Dota reference. Sick. Why don't we have a look at Group A and how that panned out over the course of the day? Here we go. As always, I'll start with you, Ven. Anything you want to talk about there that happened?
I mean, again, Legacy's kind of been the positive surprise of the groups, if you want to put it that way. Always a bit of a dark horse, always good for an upset or two. So we'll see if they can make it to, is what I'm interested, obviously, going into October 16th when they're going up against Liquid. Because Liquid have looked better than I expected coming into this tournament.
Well, they cleared the first hurdles, That's
And again, I guess that's the sad state of Liquid, because I wouldn't have been surprised if they did stumble.
Well, yes. I
think that's just...
Team Liquid expectations very, very low right now.
Yes.
I think even the most ardent Team Liquid fan feels trepidation every time they start to play.
Exactly.
So I totally understand that, but... they were back, at least smiling, 35-35 in the best of three. Gotta love it. So we'll take a look at Group B now as well. And obviously, we've seen some of those matches today. I guess for me, I'm actually intrigued by this Fnatic Heroic match, but I think this is really interesting.
It's really surprising for me.
Yeah, I mean, for everyone.
I didn't have either of those teams as my picks to make it through to the playoffs. I'm kind of shocked at the, I guess, the performances by some of the favorites like Pain and FaZe, who are going to have to find themselves through the lower bracket. But yeah, no, Fnatic Heroic, I mean, Heroic seem like they're gelling slightly. I feel like on the Fnatic side, though, this might actually just be a straight upgrade. I'm not sure yet when I'm looking at Jacasmo over Cypher.
Holding off judgment for now.
Because I like Cypher so much that I don't want to say it. Like my heart says I hate you guys for doing this, but in my head, my unbiased analysis is that they might just be a better team now, and I think they are. Look, so that's kind of scary for Heroic.
It's a sport. Your feelings have got to, it's got to be real.
They don't care about my feelings. Independent doesn't care about my feelings.
Correct. He doesn't. Right. Let's take a look at the schedule. Remember, it's a PGL event, so we have 2 streams, so you can pick what games you want to watch. And working our way backward over on Stream B, we've got Virtus.pro versus 3D Max, which we've talked about. You heard Gravity hyping it up as well. Fnatic versus Heroic, where that's going to be a really interesting matchup as well. And then FUT Esports versus Pain Gaming, kind of underdogsville. FUT Esports got that scalp against FaZe.
Yeah, they were competitive versus Heroic.
Yeah,
as well.
Exactly. So I mean, all bets are off on that one. I think it's kind of tough. It's really tough to predict how it's going to pan out.
I mean, this tournament is kind of like FUT Esports' Super Bowl. They got all these chances in this season, and they're not going to be playing the major, but they need to just gain as many VRS points as possible as those invites start rolling out for the upcoming season.
Yeah, absolutely. We can take a look at the mainstream. These are the games we'll be talking about over here on the desk in the studio. And again, working our way backwards, we've got the famous TBD derby. That's going to be happening because obviously Legacy will be taking on Team Liquid. We're going to see how real Alicia's return is going to be. And of course, TYLOO versus FaZe Clan for tournament life.
Yeah, that's two, probably like the 2 teams with the biggest fan base in China. One of them is going home.
Yeah, actually.
So it's going to be a battle for real. And again, I don't have utmost confidence in FaZe Clan necessarily pulling this true. This is I cannot go into this being like, yeah, no, they're going to brush off TYLOO. We're going to see FaZe in playoffs.
It's got so messy over there lately. Like, they used to actually be like a known quantity. They're gonna have a playoff run every tournament, semifinals, might go to a final, pick up a trophy here and there. Now I just don't have any of that confidence left in them. Like I could totally see TYLOO being beating them tomorrow. No
After they sold the Hollywood Hills house, FaZe Clan's never been the same.
Yeah,
okay, the content hasn't been as good. The team's been all out of sorts. I mean, I feel like they are really just surviving on Twist dropping 40 kills in a map, Frozen trying to clean up some clutches because game in, game out, maybe Jacob will get a couple entries, but I'm not really sure if they're going to be as cohesive. I do think they're better than TYLOO, though. I'd have FaZe as pretty heavy favorites in it. I'm a little bit more on the FaZe side of you guys.
Wow. Okay, so that's a majority right there. That's a majority.
I'm phasing up for that one.
Okay. All right, okay. Let's see if we can get you a jersey for the segment. All right, boys, it's been great hanging out. Always great to talk Counter-Strike here at the CS Asia Championships for 2025. And that's it for the show. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for more Counter-Strike action. We'll see you then.